Chapter 121 Double Crown. Soon the podium in the center of the stadium was set up, and UEFA President Johansson, UEFA Secretary General Platini, and others came to the stadium. The defeated Real Madrid players also returned to the stadium. The awards ceremony officially began. First came the awards ceremony for the runner-up. Everyone from Real Madrid received the medal symbolizing the runner-up from Platini, but many of them had already taken off the medal and stuffed it into their pockets before even leaving the stage. To be honest, Real Madrid players had every reason to be disappointed. This season, Real Madrid only finished third in the Champions League group stage and had to play in the UEFA Cup. It was thought that there would be no problem in the UEFA Cup, and that was indeed the case. From the group stage to the final, they did not encounter a single opponent that could cause them any trouble. The outside world was full of confidence that Real Madrid would win the title. However, no one expected that in the final, they would be reversed by their opponent after leading 2-0. After everyone from Real Madrid left the podium, the exciting moment finally arrived. Everyone in Kaiserslautern went up to the podium one by one to receive their championship medals from Platini. When it was Jiang Feng's turn, Platini gave him a special hug. "You're amazing. I've become your fan after this match. Mr. Secretary General, thank you for your compliment. Come on, I hope to see Kaiserslautern like this in the Champions League next season." "Thank you. I will." The brief exchange between Jiang Feng and Platini also attracted a lot of attention. Since Platini served as chairman of the organizing committee during the 1998 FIFA World Cup in France, the retired Platini has continued to be active in European football in another capacity. FIFA President Blatter has expressed his admiration for Platini on many occasions. Jiang Feng also found his memories of Platini from his previous life. This former French international player later became the president of UEFA, and it would be beneficial to maintain a good relationship with him in the future. After everyone had taken their places on stage, the most important thing was about to happen. All the Kaiserslautern players looked intently at the championship trophy in the hands of UEFA President Johansson. Lutz will once again lead the team to lift the trophy, but this time he will not go alone. Instead, he will go with Jiang Feng. All the players support Jiang Feng and Lutz lifting the trophy together. Jiang Feng's prestige in the team is now unmatched by anyone. Finally, Jiang Feng and Lutz received the Bertoni trophy from Johansson. As they raised the trophy, the music of "We Are the Champions" began to play, and countless confetti sprayed into the air. At that moment, tens of thousands of Kaiserslautern fans in the stands, along with all the fans in Germany, sang the Kaiserslautern team song in unison. The song, "The Warriors of Kaiserslautern," has inspired generations of Kaiserslautern players, and today's championship is the dream of several generations. All the Kaiserslautern players on the field today will be etched in the team's history. After receiving the trophy, Lutz accepted the UEFA Cup Golden Boot from Johansson on behalf of the injured Klose, and Kaka was once again named UEFA Cup Player of the Year. After the award ceremony, the stadium was filled with the jubilant Kaiserslautern fans. All the players were vying to lift the trophy, and Jiang Feng also took the trophy and came to Chiao Zixuan's side. The two of them raised the trophy together to salute all the fans in the stands. At this moment, the shouts of "Emperor, Princess" from the stands became even more unified and loud, and all the live TV cameras focused on the two of them. All right, that concludes today's live broadcast. Congratulations to Kaiserslautern for winning the championship trophy. This season, this young team has created a youthful storm across Europe, ultimately winning both the Bundesliga title and the UEFA Cup in the 2000-2001 season, making them a well-deserved double champion. Goodbye, viewers. Goodbye. The domestic live broadcast also officially ended with Huang Jinxiang's concluding remarks. The Kaiserslautern players on the field gradually returned to the locker room, where champagne, ribbons, and other celebratory items had been prepared. The Kaiserslautern players, upon returning to the locker room, once again erupted in celebration. Jiang Feng, aware of this situation, did not return to the locker room, but went directly to the post-match press conference. When Jiang Feng walked into the stadium, all the reporters present spontaneously began to applaud. Even the most critical people would show respect to Kaiserslautern and Jiang Feng in today's match, because Kaiserslautern perfectly demonstrated what it means to never give up. Such a competition might not happen again for many years. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Jiang Feng smiled and nodded to all the reporters present to express his gratitude. Before sitting down, Jiang Feng gave Bosk a hug. "Mr. Vincent, your two teams scored a total of 7 goals in today's match. Did you expect this result before the game?" The reporters at the scene first posed the question to Box. "This was unpredictable. If I could have foreseen it, I believe it wouldn't have turned out this way. Mr. Vincent, as far as I know, you have some conflicts with Mr. Florentino, who was just elected president of Real Madrid. What kind of conflicts are they? Are these conflicts the reason for Real Madrid's loss?" "Mr. Reporter, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no conflict with Mr. Florentino. On the contrary, we have a very good relationship. Also, there was no reason for today's loss. The two teams played for almost 120 minutes before a winner was decided. I think my players did their best. They just had a bit of bad luck at the end. I think that's just the charm of football. Mr. Vincent, Real Madrid conceded 4 goals in today's match. What went wrong with Real Madrid's defense? I don't think there should be any problem. Real Madrid has always been known for its attacking football. I don't think there's any team in the world that can be perfect in both attack and defense. After answering the question, Bosque did not stay at the scene any longer and left directly. After Bosque left, the reporters began to ask Jiang Feng questions. Chapter 1, 22 Double Crown King 2. Jiang, first of all, congratulations on winning the UEFA Cup. What are your thoughts on this match? I was standing and watching. Jiang Feng's answer drew laughter from the audience. Okay, Mr. Reporter, just kidding. I'm very satisfied with my team for this match. Each of them gave their all and persevered to the end. I think this match will be something they'll remember for a lifetime. It will teach them that no matter what difficulties they face, they should never give up. Jiang, we noticed that you specially invited Ms. Qiu Sichuan to the stadium after the game. Are you two going to get married? A reporter who looked to be from Asia stood up and asked. We will definitely get married. She is my love. Jiang, the season is over and the summer transfer window is about to open. As far as I know, many teams have made offers to Kaiserslautern. What are Kaiserslautern's plans for the transfer market this summer? Mr. Reporter, I don't know where you got your information. At least I haven't received any news yet. As for Kaiserslautern's plans during the summer transfer window, I think it's too early to talk about it now. The next thing to do is not the summer transfer window, but the holiday. After answering a few more questions from reporters, Jiang Feng ended the press conference and left the scene. After spending a night in England, Kaiserslautern returned to Germany the next day on a chartered flight, where countless Kaiserslautern fans were waiting for them to return so they could celebrate together. After a flight of some time, the plane landed at Frankfurt Airport. Many Kaiserslautern fans came to the airport to welcome the team. After exiting the terminal and boarding the team bus, the fans' convoy was ready. As the bus drove onto the road, countless vehicles followed closely behind it. To celebrate Kaiserslautern's triumphant return, the city government specially deployed police cars to clear the way. It can be said that this historic victory has made the entire city of Kaiserslautern ecstatic. This celebration was even more spectacular than the last time they won the league title. After the convoy arrived in Kaiserslautern, Jiang Feng and his team saw that the streets were lined with banners celebrating Kaiserslautern's UEFA Cup victory, and giant posters of all the Kaiserslautern players were displayed along the streets. It was clear that the city of Kaiserslautern had begun preparations after Jiang Feng's team won the championship. Still in the city center square, Jiang Feng led everyone from Kaiserslautern and all the fans in a day-long celebration. In the evening, he even took Qiu Sichuan to a banquet hosted by the city government. Although Jiang Feng was very reluctant to attend such a banquet, social niceties are not unique to China. They exist in every country in the world. Kaiserslautern's championship win not only brought huge profits to the club, but also brought great political achievements to the officials of Kaiserslautern. Of course, Jiang Feng and Qiu Sichuan were also the focus of the celebration party. By the time I got home after the party, it was already very late. Having just tasted the sweetness of love, the two naturally engaged in another passionate encounter upon returning home. Qiu Sichuan will return to China tonight to continue filming, while Jiang Feng will need to stay in Germany for a few more days. The next morning, Jiang Feng originally planned to drive Qiu Sichuan and the others back to the club, but a phone call from Bremer interrupted his plans. It's okay, Appa. We can go by ourselves. You can go and do what you need to do. Qiu Sichuan was very understanding. Okay, then be careful on your journey. I'll come see you as soon as possible. It's all right. Go ahead and take care of your business. I'll be waiting for you in China. After the two hugged and parted, Jiang Feng went to the club. Today was a day off for the team, but it wasn't time for the players to assemble yet. Jiang Feng knew that Bremer wouldn't bother him unless it was urgent. After arriving at the club, Jiang Feng went straight to Bremer's office. Jiang, you finally arrived. What's wrong? Did something happen? Jiang, I received 3 transfer requests from players early this morning. Which 3 people? Javier, Christian, and Patrice. Jiang Feng wasn't too surprised to hear the first 2 names, but he frowned when he heard the last one. He had actually anticipated the transfer request from Saviola and Zalcardo in the second half of the season, but Ever's transfer request was completely unexpected. Have these 3 clubs received offers? Actually, it's not just these 3 players who have made offers. The club has received offers from many players recently. You could say that all of our starters have received offers, but only they have made transfer requests. The others haven't. For Javier, we received offers from 3 clubs: Barcelona, Juventus, and Tottenham. For Christian, it's Lazio and Roma. For Patrice, it's Manchester United, Arsenal, and Valencia from La Liga. How much can they offer? Barcelona offered the highest bid of $33 million for Javier. Roma offered $13 million for Christian. Manchester United offered $30 million for Patrice. And Arsenal offered $26 million. They really think this is a supermarket, Jiang Feng sneered. Ferguson also said he wanted to ask you about the transfers of Cristiano and Zlatan. Tell that old knight that Patrice shouldn't even think about it for less than $40 million. And the same goes for Javier. As for Christian, that price is acceptable. You can contact Roma. Also, spread the word that someone has offered $45 million for Patrice. And tell Ferguson that he shouldn't even consider anyone else. I'll talk to them later and try to keep things as stable as possible for everyone else. Okay, by the way, Jiang, the chairman wants to ask you how much transfer fee you need this summer. He will apply to the board of directors. Just give me the proceeds from those 3 players' transfers. No need for anything extra. Okay, I'll tell the chairman this first. And you can bring it up again if you need to. Okay, then do it this way. I'm going to give them the day off. Jiang Feng didn't think much of this situation. This is professional football. Elite clubs always have a great attraction for many players, regardless of whether they can adapt to such a team. In fact, Jiang Feng had already planned for this summer transfer window. Even if Zarcato hadn't requested a transfer, Jiang Feng would have sought a deal for him this summer. When Zarcato first joined Kaiserslautern, he still had some playing opportunities, but as Alves and his teammates became more and more in sync, Zarcato basically only played in the German Cup. Chapter 123, Visiting the Set. This double victory of winning the league title and the UEFA Cup gave Jiang Feng more energy points in the system. The day after winning the UEFA Cup, Jiang Feng unlocked 4 countries in the scouting system: the Netherlands, England, Spain, and Belgium. Most importantly, this time, the energy gained from winning the Double Crown not only unlocked 4 more countries in the scouting function, but also opened up a very effective function, the training ground function. After Jiang Feng's research, he found that it was basically the same as the game he played in his previous life. All the Kaiserslautern players in Jiang Feng's system automatically generated a card. As long as the card was placed in the training ground and a certain ability was set for training, the player's ability value in that area would increase after a few games. The availability of this feature is very important for Jiang Feng. For example, if Schweinsteiger had been converted to play as a defensive midfielder, this feature would have accelerated the conversion process. Jiang Feng arrived at the training ground soon. Today was the last gathering of the Kaiserslautern team this season. Yesterday's celebration had left the players looking somewhat listless. Before Jiang Feng arrived, many players were already discussing where they would go on vacation next. Cristiano, what are your plans for this summer? Kaká, Ibrahimovic, and Ronaldo gathered together. My girlfriend and I have already planned a trip to Spain. Ricardo, Zlatan, what about you? I'm going back to Brazil. I want to go back too. I still have a match. Oh, right. Zlatan, you still have to participate in the World Cup qualifiers. I haven't congratulated you on making the national team yet. In the current Kaiserslautern squad, Ibrahimovic, De Rossi, Gattuso, and Metzelder have all been selected by their respective national team coaches and will all return to their home countries to participate in the World Cup qualifiers. What's there to congratulate? You just be a substitute if you went. You might as well go on vacation. The boss is here, Kaká reminded him. Everyone, the holiday starts today. Although it's a holiday, I still hope you can all maintain your self-discipline. Don't let everyone suddenly gain a few pounds when the holiday ends. That won't look good. There's also good news. Your bonuses have all been deposited into your accounts. Okay, I know you're all eager to enjoy your holiday, so I won't say anything else. Have a wonderful holiday. Dismissed. Patrice, come to my office for a moment. As soon as Jiang Feng finished speaking, the players scattered, just as Jiang Feng had said, and their rare holiday began. Evra followed Jiang Feng to his office with a blank expression. Patrice, Bremer told me some bad news today. Can you tell me why? Boss, I want to go to a better team. You should know that we will be participating in the Champions League next season. We are double champions this season, and we may even be treble champions next season. Why not persevere a little longer? Jiang Feng said with a frown after listening to Evra's words. Boss, I still want to give it a try, Evra said, head down. All right, I've approved your transfer request. I know Manchester United must have contacted you privately. Tell them 40 million. They simply can't take you away for less than 40 million, Jiang Feng said directly. Okay, I'll pass it on to them. Goodbye, boss. Goodbye. Good luck. On the 4th day after Kaiserslautern's holiday, the club's official website was updated with information. Kaiserslautern has reached an agreement with Manchester United for Patrice, with Roma for Christian Zalcardo, and with Barcelona for Javier Pedro Saviola. We thank them for their contributions to the team this past year and wish them continued success in their new environments. Following Kaiserslautern's announcement on its official website, 3 other clubs subsequently released news of new player signings on their official websites. However, like Kaiserslautern, none of them disclosed detailed transfer information. No one expected that Kaiserslautern's summer transfer window would begin with sales, and that these sales would include key players from last season. However, like Kaiserslautern, these clubs did not disclose detailed transfer information, especially the transfer fees, which are of great interest to many media reporters. However, for reporters who are always in the know, these things are not difficult for them. The day after several clubs announced their transfers, the German newspaper Bild published detailed information about the three players' moves on its sports section. The article detailed the revenue generated by the transfers to Kaiserslautern. A Bild reporter revealed that Saviola's initial transfer fee to Kaiserslautern was 2.2 million euros, which increased nearly 20 times within a year. According to the reporter's calculations, these three players brought Kaiserslautern over 80 million euros in revenue, a truly phenomenal figure. After the German newspaper Bild published the news, it was quickly reprinted by major European media outlets. Kaiserslautern's madness once again appeared in major European media, and Jiang Feng's eye for talent in player selection and acquisition once again became the focus of European football. However, none of this affected Jiang Feng for the time being, because when the news about the Kaiserslautern deal broke in the media, Jiang Feng had already boarded a plane to China at Frankfurt Airport. Jiang Feng had just started his vacation. A few days ago, when Xiao Zixuan was in Germany, Jiang Feng had promised Xiao Zixuan that he would go to China to see her. After a flight of more than 10 hours, Jiang Feng arrived at Beijing Capital International Airport in China. Xiao Zixuan had been filming in Beijing for some time. Since her relationship with Jiang Feng was exposed, Xiao Zixuan's popularity in Asia has grown rapidly, thanks to Jiang Feng's popularity in Europe and Asia. She quickly rose from a small actress to a pillar of her agency. This move to China was part of Xiao Zixuan's company's development strategy. After all, having the natural advantage of being Jiang Feng's girlfriend, it would be a waste to continue developing in a small place like South Korea. China is a large country with more than 1 billion people, and the prospects for development in China are definitely much better than staying in South Korea. Jiang Feng didn't tell Xiao Zixuan his arrival time in advance. He wanted to surprise his girlfriend, so after getting off the plane, he took a taxi directly from the airport to where Xiao Zixuan was filming. Xiao Zixuan had told him where she was filming in Beijing when she was in Germany. Chapter 124 Sensation. After getting into a taxi at the airport, Jiang Feng told the driver the address. Hey bro, is this place where they're filming a movie? You know this place? Of course, what do we do? Are you going to chase after celebrities? Let me tell you, there are plenty of celebrities around here. My car has carried quite a few stars, like Gong Li and Liu Shaoqing. Jiang Feng could tell that this driver was definitely a good conversationalist. After the car started moving, he kept talking nonstop, and Jiang Feng just responded with a huh and all the time. Wait a minute, brother. Why do you look so familiar? Let me think. All right, you're Jiang Feng, the head coach of Kaiserslautern, right? Suddenly, the man recognized Jiang Feng. Yes, I am Jiang Feng. Oh my, it really is. The driver suddenly became excited. Master, don't get agitated, be careful. Jiang Feng was startled by the driver's words. They were in a car, after all. It would be such a waste if an accident happened because of this. Don't worry, I'll definitely get you to your destination safely. Let me tell you, I watched your game against Real Madrid with my son. He's a big fan of yours. Coach Jiang, could you sign an autograph for me later? I'll take it back as a birthday present for him. His birthday is coming up soon. He'll be so happy to receive this. Okay, no problem. I'll definitely sign it for you when we get there. Thank you. Thank you. Coach Jiang, you've really made us Chinese people proud. The car drove for about 20 minutes and arrived at the filming location of Xiao Zixuan. Jiang Feng chatted with the driver the whole way. Sir, what's your son's name? After getting out of the car, Jiang Feng took a small notebook and pen from the driver. His name is Wang Xiaoba. Jiang Feng then wrote, study hard and make progress every day on the notebook, and then wrote to Wang Xiaoba below it and solemnly signed his name. Thank you. Thank you. The driver was very happy after receiving Jiang Feng's autograph. How much, sir? No need. How could I take your money? No, master. You've had a tough time too. I can't let you make a wasted trip. No need. It's not a wasted trip. You already signed my car, which is worth more than any amount of money. Besides, I'll be very proud to say you rode in my car. The driver drove off immediately after speaking, without giving Jiang Feng any time. Watching the taxi drive away, Jiang Feng smiled and shook his head, then pulled his suitcase and headed towards the location of Xiao Zixuan's film crew. Upon arriving at the film set, Jiang Feng saw the busy crew and simply stood in a corner. The crew was currently filming and almost everyone was working, so no one noticed Jiang Feng for the time being. However, Jiang Feng, who was standing in the corner with a suitcase next to him, was quickly noticed. It was a photographer on set who first spotted Jiang Feng. Holy crap! The cameraman nearly threw the camera away, shouting as he interrupted the filming. Xiaoli, what the hell are you doing? Don't you want to quit? A middle-aged man wearing glasses walked over and started yelling at the photographer. No, director, look. He pointed directly at Jiang Feng and explained. Before the director could even turn around to look at Jiang Feng, Qiu Zixuan, whose filming had been interrupted, also saw Jiang Feng. She immediately dropped the props she was holding and ran towards Jiang Feng, throwing herself into his arms. Appa, why didn't you call me? Honey, I want to give you a surprise. How about it? Surprised? What a surprise, Qiu Zixuan said, hugging him even tighter. All right. So many people are watching us. Jiang Feng realized that everyone in the crew was now focused on them. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's reminder, Qiu Zixuan realized that she was on set and quickly let go of Jiang Feng, her face flushed. News of Jiang Feng's visit to Qiu Zixuan's set spread quickly. The paparazzi, who had been staking out the film set for some time, were now excited to hear of Jiang Feng's arrival. The reporters, drawn by the news, immediately swarmed around the set. Most of the paparazzi who had been waiting there were there because of Qiu Zixuan, and Jiang Feng's appearance only fueled their excitement. Meanwhile, the film crew was also very lively. After Jiang Feng was recognized and let go of Qiu Zixuan's hug, he was immediately surrounded by everyone in the crew. What are you doing? Everyone disperse. Stop crowding around them. If you want an autograph, wait a bit. Luckily, the director with glasses ran over at that moment. Appa, this is our director, Director Chun-Lei. Qiu Zixuan's shyness hadn't completely faded as she introduced the director to Jiang Feng. Director Chun, I'm so sorry to have disturbed your filming. It's all right, Miss Qiu. You can rest for a day, and we'll film your scenes again tomorrow. Once the scene is finished, your scenes will be complete. No need, director, I don't need to rest. Qiu Zixuan hurriedly refused when she heard the director arrange for her to rest. Yes, Director Chun, I'll just be right here. Didn't you just say that Zixuan only has this one shot? Then just keep filming, there's no need to waste your time, Jiang Feng added. All right, since you insist, then Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. Under the director's arrangement, Jiang Feng sat down to the side and waited. Since he had never seen how a movie was filmed before, he watched his girlfriend filming on set with great interest. Director, there are a lot of reporters outside, a staff member said as he ran up to the director. What reporter? There are so many. There are entertainment reporters, sports reporters, and even reporters from major media outlets. I even saw reporters from the national television station. What do we do now? Looks like we've managed to ride this wave of popularity. It's all right. Don't worry about these reporters. Go tell Mr. Jiang what's going on outside, and we'll cooperate with whatever he decides to do. Also, arrange for someone to protect you when you go out. You really deserve to be called a champion coach. Your popularity is explosive. Qiu Zixuan is really lucky. Who can argue with that? Qiu Zixuan was just a newcomer actress in South Korea before, but her fame skyrocketed after her relationship with Jiang Feng was exposed. I don't know what Jiang Feng saw in this Korean woman. There are so many prettier women in China than her. If Jiang Feng were single now, he would definitely be the most eligible bachelor in the world. Stop talking nonsense. Who they are and who we are. That's their private matter, so don't gossip. All right, go and tell Mr. Jiang about the situation. I'll speed things up here and get it over with as soon as possible so they can leave. Chapter 125 Summer Transfers. After finishing filming, Qiu Zixuan and Jiang Feng prepared to leave. Before leaving, Jiang Feng fulfilled the request of everyone in the crew to sign autographs and take photos. Although the staff had informed them that a large number of reporters had gathered outside, Jiang Feng and Qiu Zixuan were still stunned by what they saw when they walked out of the film set. As soon as Jiang Feng and Qiu Zixuan appeared hand in hand, a barrage of flashbulbs went off, making it almost impossible for them to open their eyes. Jiang Feng was met with not just a large number of reporters, but he estimated that all the media in Beijing had come. Seeing this situation, Jiang Feng felt somewhat helpless. Jiang Feng knew that if he didn't say something in this situation, he probably wouldn't be able to get away today. Jiang Feng then made a stop gesture and said directly, "Dear reporters, please don't cause any trouble. Also, it's daytime now. Taking photos is fine, but could you please turn off the flash? Your lights are blinding me. Here's the thing. I'm on vacation right now, just picking up my girlfriend. This is my private time. I could actually refuse your interview, but since many of you have probably traveled a long way, it would seem unreasonable of me not to cooperate. So, I'll compromise. I can answer 10 questions for you today, and then I'll leave. You'll have your job done, okay?" Okay. After hearing what Jiang Feng said, the reporters at the scene agreed with the suggestion. All right, let's make a gentleman's agreement. After I finish answering, you're not allowed to stop us from leaving. There are only 10. You can start once you've thought it over. After a moment of silence, one of the reporters stepped forward and asked a question. Mr. Jiang, hello, I am a reporter from Football News. The summer transfer window has started. What are Kaiserslautern's plans for this summer? The summer transfer window will definitely see Kaiserslautern strengthen some positions in the team, given that we'll be facing the Champions League next season. So there will certainly be some moves on top of what we have now, but I can't reveal the specifics. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm a reporter from Entertainment Weekly. People have been saying that your girlfriend's current popularity is all because of you. What's your opinion on this statement? Upon hearing this question, Qiu Zixuan's expression changed slightly. I could have refused to answer your question, but since we made an agreement beforehand, I feel I should keep my word. I don't quite understand the point of your question. My girlfriend and I love each other very much. Love requires effort and cultivation from both people, and what you just asked is something I'm willing to do. Also, love is a matter between the two of us and has nothing to do with anyone else. So, when you ask me what my opinion is, I have no opinion. I'll just treat it as a joke. Mr. Jiang, hello. I'm a reporter from the national television station. Are you familiar with the upcoming World Cup qualifiers, specifically the final round of 10 matches? Do you think the Chinese national team will be able to qualify for the World Cup finals this time? Sir reporter, you have 2 questions, but I know Duan Xian from your TV station, so I'll give you a bonus. I'm sorry, I don't know much about the top 10 qualifiers. After all, the format of national team matches is completely different from that of professional matches. As for the Chinese team's matches, I think their chances are still very high, and I think their chances of entering the World Cup this time are very good. Next, Jiang Feng answered the reporter's questions as agreed beforehand. These questions were varied, and some even asked when they would get married. After answering all 10 questions, Jiang Feng and Qiu Zixuan left the scene under the protection of the crew. Most of the reporters did not continue to harass them, and Jiang Feng ignored the few remaining reporters. In the days that followed, Jiang Feng stayed in Beijing with Qiu Zixuan, and the two lived a low-key life together. Although many media outlets wanted to interview Jiang Feng, he refused them all and even declined an exclusive interview request from the national television station. After spending half a month in Beijing, Jiang Feng will finally end his vacation and return to Germany. After all, Kaiserslautern needs to personally handle many of their positional reinforcements this summer. Qiu Zixuan personally escorted Jiang Feng to the airport. In the airport lobby, she didn't care about the paparazzi following her and hugged Jiang Feng tightly. Appa, I don't want you to leave. How about I go to Germany with you? It's all right. Don't you still have a gig to attend? What will happen to your career if you go to Germany? But I also want to be with you, and I don't want to be apart. Then go to Germany after you're done with this busy period. As the boarding announcement came over the airport's public address system, Jiang Feng released Qiu Zixuan, and the two shared a passionate kiss in the airport lobby, completely ignoring the paparazzi taking pictures nearby. After passing through security and boarding the flight back to Germany, it means that in just over 10 hours, Jiang Feng's work for the new season will begin again. As Jiang Feng said in an interview, Kaiserslautern will face greater challenges this season. The opponents in the Champions League are vastly different from those in the UEFA Cup, so there will be higher requirements for the personnel configuration in each position. In fact, while Jiang Feng was still on vacation, the transfer process for Kaiserslautern had already begun. However, some things did not require Jiang Feng's personal involvement, and much of the specific work was done by the club's staff. After flying for more than 10 hours, the plane landed at Frankfurt Airport. After leaving the airport, Jiang Feng drove straight back to his apartment. After tidying up a bit, he returned to the club, where Bremer was waiting for him in his office. Jiang, did you have a good holiday? I'm exhausted. You've been a great hands-off manager. Bremer started complaining as soon as Jiang Feng came in. Hey, this is your job, okay? This is what we agreed on. What's going on now? Currently, everything is proceeding according to your previous plan. Some deals have been finalized, while others are still under negotiation. The main reason is that the transfer of Patrice and the other 2 players brought too much revenue to the club. So now, as long as many teams know that we are the ones buying players, they either ask for exorbitant prices or a bunch of others follow suit. These bandwagoners are actually easy to deal with. It's just that you haven't gotten used to our current identity. We are the new European double champions. Another reason is that those teams that are eyeing our players will naturally be afraid of us. Then how do we deal with them? Jiang Feng didn't rush to answer Bremer, but instead gave a cold laugh. Chapter 126, Transfer Finalized. Tell me first what has been finalized so far. We've reached an agreement with Sevilla. They quickly accepted your price suggestion, so Sergio Ramos is now ours. Is this the only one that's been settled? There's another one, the Dutch player you mentioned named Arjen Robben. He does indeed play for a team called Beatum in his hometown. We got him for 300,000 euros, which is lucky. If we hadn't acted quickly, he would have gone to Groningen. Good news. Jiang Feng was quite happy to hear this news. Robben was recommended by Jiang Feng's system. After seeing the system recommendation, Jiang Feng remembered this future Dutch Flying Dutchman. He was looking for Robben to find a replacement for Saviola, so that the attack on the left wing could be rotated with Ronaldo. I have to thank your agent, Mr. Jorge, for this. By the way, he's now under Jorge's management as well. This Mendez really knows how to get in and out of things. So what's the status of the remaining unfinished tasks? That Spanish player named Alvaro Arbeloa is indeed with Zaragoza, but Real Madrid is also interested in him. The good news is that they're only interested in Real Madrid's youth team. The bad news is that Zaragoza has raised their price, asking for 3 million euros. Sporting Gijón's David Villa is another example. As soon as they heard we wanted him, they immediately offered 5 million euros. And clubs like Manchester United, Bayern Munich, Inter Milan, and Barcelona followed suit and made offers. Then, Barcelona rejected our offer for Andres Iniesta. Here's what we'll do. Have someone secure Arbeloa first. This player is to fill Zarcado's position, and I believe will be more sincere in this regard than Real Madrid's youth team. A price under 2 million is fine. As for the others, have someone investigate who Manchester United and the other clubs are really targeting in the transfer market. Then, for each one we find, we'll make an offer and try to raise the price as high as possible. After all, we're not buying them, so just drive the price up. Then we'll fish in troubled waters. After listening to Jiang Feng's suggestion, Bremer's eyes lit up. Why didn't I think of that? I'm telling you, your thinking needs to change. We're not the Kaiserslautern we used to be. Now we're a champion team, we're going to be in the Champions League, and we're financially very strong. Any player who gets associated with us now has credibility in the eyes of the outside world. So, people will definitely believe the smokescreen we create. Even if they don't believe it, I don't think they'll completely disbelieve it. At the very least, they'll be half convinced. This method is actually very common in the football transfer market, but Kaiserslautern's previous foundation was not enough to use such methods, which are often used by some elite teams. Jiang Feng remembered that after the Russian oligarch acquired Chelsea, the entire European transfer market was suddenly disrupted, and the transfer fees between players skyrocketed. In his previous life, some of the most expensive transfers were worth hundreds of millions, but now, to be honest, a transfer of 30 or 40 million would make the reporters furious. By the way, could you make some arrangements for me? I'll go to Spain and see if I can secure 2 Spanish players. Also, I'll give you a list tomorrow. Take a look and see if you can bring them to Germany. They're all promising players recommended to me by various people. We can strengthen our youth team. This season's schedule will be very tight, so I hope to increase the number of players in the first team to 32, Jiang Feng said. Okay, I'll have someone book your tickets. Oh, and there's one more thing. Lutz told me he wants to become an assistant coach at the start of the season. He got his coaching license last year, so you'll have to take care of the team captain position. I completely agree with him becoming an assistant coach. He called me. By the way, did he give me any advice about being the captain? He said he suggested De Rossi be the team captain. That works too. De Rossi was the captain last season. Okay, then we can choose a vice captain for the new season. I'm leaving now. Just follow the operational arrangements we discussed. Observe for a while after the smoke screen is deployed. Anyway, there's still plenty of time. I'm going straight to the airport. After discussing the transfer with Bremer, Jiang Feng went directly to Frankfurt Airport. Bremer sent Jiang Feng his flight information while they were in the car. After arriving at the airport, Jiang Feng collected his ticket and boarded the plane to Spain. During this trip to Spain, Jiang Feng hoped to secure the contracts of Villa and Iniesta, 2 players recommended by the system, with Iniesta being the most important. After acquiring Robin, Kaiserslautern's need for Villa was no longer as strong. According to the system's description, Villa could play both winger and striker positions. However, in Jiang Feng's tactical design for Kaiserslautern, Villa would face competition from Ronaldo and Robin for the winger position if he wanted to secure a place in the team. Kaiserslautern's forward line was already brimming with talent, boasting 3 top-class center forwards, Ibrahimovic, Klose, and Drogba. Therefore, during the flight, Jiang Feng decided to abandon the acquisition of Villa. The situation is different for Iniesta. With the Champions League looming this season, Kaká and Juninho are far from enough to handle the attacking midfield position, which is the core of the tactical setup. Moreover, Juninho's attacking and playmaking abilities are relatively weaker. Therefore, finding a rotation player for Kaká is a problem that Kaiserslautern must solve right now. In Kaiserslautern's summer transfer plans for this season, Jiang Feng envisioned several transfer targets besides the attacking midfielder position. He hoped to find players who could play multiple positions, allowing for more flexibility in squad rotation. Sergio Ramos, whom Jiang Feng had already secured, perfectly fit this description. According to the system's recommendations, Ramos was fully capable of playing both left-back and center-back positions. During the flight, Jiang Feng compiled a list of players who could be added to the youth team, which he would send to Bremer after landing. Chapter 1:27 The Trip to Spain. After a flight of more than 3 hours, the plane landed safely at Madrid Airport in Spain. Bremer had already arranged the hotel for Jiang Feng when he booked the ticket, so Jiang Feng went directly to a hotel in Madrid after landing. After arriving at the hotel, Jiang Feng first sent Bremer a list of supplementary youth team players that he had compiled on the plane, and then explained the key players to Bremer over the phone. Jiang Feng also specifically instructed Brahim not to leak the list. It would be best if Brahim handled the process himself. The young players Jiang Feng selected are only 14 or 15 years old, so it is entirely possible to directly contact them. Moreover, at this age, the transfer fees are very low. Some players have not even signed formal contracts yet, only youth team contracts. Even if the release clause is used, it will not be very high. After 2 seasons of phenomenal performance, Jiang Feng is now very famous in Europe for his player selection. As it stands, if he wanted to buy a first-team player directly, many teams would either raise the price or refuse to sell. Some teams would even spread the news that Jiang Feng had his eye on a certain player, so they could wait for the right price to come in. Therefore, when Jiang Feng was negotiating with Brahim, he decided to take both approaches at the same time. One approach is to create a smokescreen in the transfer market and then take the opportunity to complete their target acquisitions. Another approach is to start with younger players, bringing in some talented players early and incorporating them into their youth training system. These players can then train in youth teams at various age levels for a few years. This approach also has the advantage of allowing these players to become very familiar with the team's tactical system when they join the first team. Since Jiang Feng joined Kaiserslautern, all age-level teams at the Kaiserslautern club have been using the same tactical system. While Jiang Feng was still on the plane, Brahim had already arranged a meeting time with Iniesta. Iniesta was very moved when he heard that Jiang Feng had come to Spain in person, and he could see the sincerity of Jiang Feng and Kaiserslautern from the arrangement of this meeting. The two met at the hotel where Jiang Feng was staying. Iniesta did not bring anyone else with him. They arrived at Jiang Feng's room. Jiang Feng looked at Iniesta, whom Chinese fans affectionately called Little White, in his previous life, and felt a surge of emotions. "Hi, Andres, welcome." "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Iniesta felt Jiang Feng's enthusiasm, but was still a little nervous. "Don't be nervous, Andres. I'm very happy that you came. I believe you know why I'm here." "Yes, I know, but I can't make that decision. There's nothing I can do if the club doesn't agree." "It's okay. I'll handle the club matters, but I'd like to hear your thoughts. I know you've been at La Masia for a long time, and you have a deep affection for Barcelona. But, Andres, you're a professional player. You need to gain experience through matches. You're a very talented player. I've watched some of your match videos, and I see unlimited potential in you for the future. Mr. Jiang, as far as I know, Kaiserslautern already has 2 players, Kaka and Juninho. If I were to go, how would you arrange things for me?" Iniesta asked after a moment of silence following Jiang Feng's words. After hearing Iniesta's question, Jiang Feng realized that Iniesta was actually somewhat interested in going to Kaiserslautern. "Oh my God, Andres, you still don't understand Kaiserslautern. We have so many matches this season. We have to participate in the Champions League, play in the league, and play in the German Cup, so there's absolutely no need to worry about not being able to play. In Kaiserslautern, as long as you're in good form, you'll have your place. And most importantly, are you afraid of competition?" Jiang Feng used a little reverse psychology without realizing it. "I'm definitely not afraid of competition." The still very young Iniesta clearly takes this to heart. Yes, this kind of competition helps people grow faster. You've probably heard about the rivalry between Zlatan, Milo, and Didier at Kaiserslautern, but did you know that they're best friends on the team? There's fierce competition for every position at Kaiserslautern, and that's the main reason we were able to win the double last season. Another very important point, Andres, if you stay at La Masia, when will you be able to break into the first team? You know, there are many players in Barcelona's first team right now, and I've also heard that Barcelona is very interested in Ronaldinho, the Brazilian player who just joined League One. Between you and Ronaldinho, what do you think Barcelona will choose? After hearing Jiang Feng's words, Iniesta didn't say anything more, but sat there in deep thought. Jiang Feng saw Iniesta deep in thought and didn't say anything either, just quietly watching Iniesta opposite him, waiting for his answer. "Can you really handle things at the club? And why did you choose me?" Iniesta, who had been silent for a long time with his head down, looked up and asked. Seeing the eagerness in Iniesta's eyes, Jiang Feng felt that there shouldn't be any problems. "Andres, you underestimate yourself. You're a better fit for us than anyone else. I have never been a coach who chooses superstars. I don't care about age or your past experience. I only care about 2 things, whether you're a good fit for us and whether you have a never-give-up attitude." After a brief pause, Jiang Feng continued. "As for how to persuade Barcelona, Andres, just wait for news. Don't worry, I'll handle it." After reaching an agreement with Iniesta, Jiang Feng contacted Barcelona through Brahim. Jiang Feng was well aware that the reason Barcelona rejected Kaiserslautern's transfer request was not because Iniesta was that important to Barcelona at the moment, but simply because the price was not right. Sure enough, when Jiang Feng raised the transfer fee to 5 million, the general manager of Barcelona in charge of transfers readily agreed to Jiang Feng's request. In this way, Jiang Feng easily resolved Iniesta's transfer, which meant that the attacking midfielder position was already well staffed for the new season. The day after resolving Iniesta's transfer, Jiang Feng also received a call from Brame, who told him that Arbeloa's transfer had also been finalized. Jiang Feng was very happy to hear this news, as it meant that the void left by Zardato's departure had been filled. Chapter 128 Argentina Trip. After finishing his business in Spain, Jiang Feng flew from Madrid airport to Argentina the next day, where he needed to personally meet with another player. After a 10-hour flight, Jiang Feng's plane landed in Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina. Bremer's local intermediary picked Jiang Feng up at the airport and drove him to his destination, San Lorenzo, located in the southeastern part of Santa Fe province, Argentina. Jiang Feng's goal for this trip to Argentina was to meet the people of San Lorenzo. Javier Mascherano was born in San Lorenzo in 1984 and currently plays for the youth team of the famous Argentine club River Plate. According to the system's recommendations, the 17-year-old Mascherano can play as a defensive midfielder and a center back. Jiang Feng came to Argentina in person because Mascherano is a perfect fit for Kaiserslautern. And most importantly, through local intermediaries, he learned that Mascherano has dual Argentine and Italian citizenship. Although Mascherano is still very young, Jiang Feng believes that with the help of a systematic training program this season, Mascherano should grow very quickly. After driving for less than 2 hours, Jiang Feng arrived in Mascherano's hometown, San Lorenzo. Then, with the help of an agent, Jiang Feng went to Mascherano's home. After ringing the doorbell a few times, the door opened about 2 minutes later, and a middle-aged man appeared in front of Jiang Feng. "May I ask who you are? What can I do for you?" "Hello, is this Havel's house?" Jiang Feng asked. "Yes. Are you here to see Havel?" "Yes. I came here specifically to see Javier. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Jiang Feng, and I am currently the head coach of Kaiserslautern in the Bundesliga. You're Jiang. I'm Javier's father, Oscar. Please come in and talk." After hearing Jiang Feng's self-introduction, Mascherano's father warmly welcomed Jiang Feng and his family inside. "Javier and his mother went out. They should be back soon. Please have a seat," Mascherano's father said as he helped Jiang Feng sit down and busied himself pouring water for them. "It's all right, Mr. Oscar. No need for that." Just then, 2 people entered from outside. Jiang Feng looked over and realized that his target had returned. "Javier, this is Mr. Jiang, the head coach of Kaiserslautern. He's here to see you." "Mr. Jiang, is it really you? This is such a surprise." After hearing his father's words, Mascherano, who had rushed to the living room, stood in front of Jiang Feng with a look of delight on his face. "Javier, I believe the club should have already told you that you should know why I've come here." Actually, Jiang Feng didn't need to come to Argentina in person for this trip. River Plate had already accepted Kaiserslautern's offer, and the transfer would have been basically completed if the player agreed. However, trouble arose at this final step. Mascherano disagreed with going to Germany because he hadn't signed a formal first-team contract with River Plate yet. So, if Mascherano didn't agree, River Plate couldn't do anything about it, which led to Jiang Feng's trip to Argentina. "Havel, can you tell me why you disagree with going to Germany? You should know very well what this means to you," Jiang Feng asked. "What? You actually refused? Why didn't you mention it to us?" Oscar was very surprised after hearing Jiang Feng's words. "Mr. Jiang, what exactly is going on?" "Mr. Oscar, didn't you know? A month ago, Kaiserslautern officially submitted an application to River Plate to purchase Javier, and River Plate agreed to the application. However, Javier ultimately rejected it, which is why I came to Argentina in person." Jiang Feng gave Mascherano's father a brief overview of the situation. Finally, under Oscar's persistent questioning, Mascherano revealed the reason why he didn't want to leave. It turned out that Mascherano's mother had always been in poor health, and his father was originally a coach at a small local club. But the club had recently filed for bankruptcy due to poor management, so his father was also unemployed. Mascherano didn't want to leave Argentina because he wanted to take care of his mother, and he had just left to accompany her to the hospital. "Javier, you can't give up this opportunity. You don't need to worry about me and your mother. I can find other jobs," Oscar advised Mascherano. "Yes, Javier, didn't you always dream of playing for a big team?" Javier's mother chimed in. After hearing Mascherano's reasons, Jiang Feng sat aside and pondered for a while. Then, as if he had thought of something, a smile appeared on his face. "Mr. Oscar, may I ask you a question?" "Yes, of course. What did you do for the team before?" "I have been working on training the youth team, especially extra training for some of the defensive players." "That's great, Mr. Oscar. Would you be willing to go to Germany as well? Kaiserslautern's youth team needs a youth team coach like you. And if Javier is also willing to go, your whole family can move to Germany. After all, I believe the medical standards in Germany are quite good, given your wife's health. I can have the club help you find a professional hospital." "Really? I can work in Kaiserslautern too?" Oscar looked shocked after hearing Jiang Feng's words. Mascherano next to him was also a little moved. He didn't expect Jiang Feng to make such an arrangement. "Of course it's true, Mr. Oscar. This summer, many talented players will be joining our youth team, so the youth team's coaching staff will also need to be expanded. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oscar was very moved. As someone who had worked in football-related fields for a long time, he was still a little reluctant to leave the football industry. Now that he could continue to work in football, he was definitely very touched. Javier, hurry up and thank Mr. Jiang. Mascherano's mother was also very happy to hear the news and quickly said to Mascherano, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." Mascherano bowed deeply to Jiang Feng. "It's all right, Javier. Now that your concerns have been resolved, have you agreed to join Kaiserslautern?" "Mr. Jiang, thank you so much. It's an honor to serve you," Mascherano said solemnly. Chapter 129 Price Gouging. After obtaining Mascherano's consent, Jiang Feng's mission in Argentina was complete, and it was a great deal. Buy one, get one free. Jiang Feng immediately contacted Bremer and asked him to contact River Plate to reopen the transfer of Mascherano. In fact, transfers like Mascherano's are very simple. As long as the player agrees and the club receives some financial compensation, it's fine. Since it's just a youth team contract, the club's role in the transfer is not significant. During his phone call with Bremer, Jiang Feng also explained the situation of the Mascherano family to Bremer and asked Bremer to arrange for club staff to do some specific work. After contacting Bremer, Jiang Feng informed Mascherano of the team's training schedule, instructing Mascherano to travel to Germany with his parents. Club staff would contact a German hospital the next day. After resting for one night in Argentina, Jiang Feng flew back to Germany from Buenos Aires the next day. After another long flight, Jiang Feng, looking exhausted, drove his car from the Frankfurt airport parking lot back to Kaiserslautern. While Jiang Feng was still away flying, at Jiang Feng's behest, Bremer began to stir up the storm of the summer transfer window. For a time, Kaiserslautern frequently appeared in the eyes of fans across various European football media outlets, mostly concerning the transfer of a particular player. In fact, if it weren't for Jiang Feng's little butterfly flapping its wings, Kaiserslautern would not have become the focus of the transfer market this summer. The real focus was on the powerhouse clubs such as Real Madrid, Juventus, the two Milan clubs, and Manchester United in the summer transfer market. What truly captivates the attention of countless fans is Real Madrid and Juventus. Real Madrid president Florentino Perez's plan to build a Galacticos team is well known throughout Europe, and everyone knows that his first target is Juventus French international Zinedine Zidane. Superstars like Zidane are coveted by countless teams, but only a handful of top clubs can afford to buy them. At Jiang Feng's instruction, Brahim was also substituted. Real Madrid have offered €70 million to Juventus for Zinedine Zidane's transfer, a price that Juventus are very interested in. Juventus have been pursuing Nedved all summer, but they lack funds, so Real Madrid's €70 million offer has given them renewed hope. At this very moment, Juventus, which was already preparing to negotiate with Real Madrid, suddenly received another offer from a team for Zidane. What did you say? 85 million? Kaiserslautern? Do they have that much money? Juventus general manager Magi asked his transfer director. Sir, Kaiserslautern actually has a lot of cash on hand this season. All right. Then you first inform Real Madrid to suspend negotiations, and then you find a reporter to release the news of Kaiserslautern's offer. Meanwhile, at this time, Florentino Perez of Real Madrid was sitting in his office in a very good mood. In his view, Zidane's transfer was a done deal, and Florentino estimated that the final transfer fee would be around 75 million. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Sir, something terrible has happened. What happened? Florentino asked the assistant as he entered. I just received a call from Juventus. They said they're suspending negotiations regarding Zidane's transfer. Why? They didn't say why. You go out first and try to find out what happened. His good mood vanished instantly. Florentino even felt like a cooked duck had flown away. At the same time, news of Kaiserslautern's €85 million bid for Zidane made headlines. Before this, everyone believed that Zidane would join Real Madrid this summer. No one expected that just when the two sides were about to reach an agreement, a troublemaker would appear and suddenly raise the price to an astronomical €85 million. As the news spread, no one doubted that it was a smokescreen released by Brahim, because Kaiserslautern had so much money this summer that they could basically buy any star player on the planet. A loud bang echoed from Florentino's office as a cup was smashed on the floor. What are they trying to do? Doesn't he have Kaká? What does he need Zidane for? Are these Germans out of their minds? Florentino felt he was about to lose his temper. Florentino felt like he had swallowed a piece of shit. It was so unpleasant. He never expected Kaiserslautern to inflate prices like this. The news of Kaiserslautern's high-price bid for Zidane suddenly changed the landscape of this summer's European transfer market. Almost everyone was baffled by Kaiserslautern's move. Indeed, as Florentino Perez said, Kaiserslautern's attacking midfielder Kaká firmly held a starting position in the team last season, and Kaká's ability was widely recognized. But if they bought Zidane, how to utilize him will be a big problem. This series of reactions led to widespread speculation that Kaká was going to transfer, which in turn filled the transfer market with all sorts of rumors. Today it's Kaká going to Barcelona. Tomorrow it's AC Milan trying to buy Kaká. In short, the transfer market is in complete chaos. But to everyone's surprise, this was just the beginning. The revelation by the German newspaper Bild made Magi, who had originally planned to reap the benefits, completely uneasy. The German newspaper Bild featured an interview with Brehm on its front page, in which Brehm confidently stated that the team had submitted a transfer request to Lazio in Italy, and that Kaiserslautern would offer 50 million euros for Nedved. After the news spread throughout Europe, it was also confirmed by Lazio. A scene reminiscent of Florentino Perez's office played out in Juventus's general manager's office. Everyone knew that Juventus had long been eyeing Nedved, and they were only considering selling Zidane to raise funds to buy Nedved because of financial constraints. However, now that someone else had their eye on their target and was offering a higher price, Magi felt utterly exasperated. After this news broke in Europe, the transfer market in the summer of 2001 was thrown into complete chaos. Although Brehm did not make any further acquisition attempts, reporters began to forcefully associate many players with Kaiserslautern. Chapter 130 is working. The current situation is exactly what Jiang Feng wanted. Since returning to Kaiserslautern from Argentina, Jiang Feng has been staying at the club with Brehm, watching the events unfold outside. As various true and false rumors began to circulate in Europe, Kaiserslautern launched a campaign to implement the youth team roster that Jiang Feng had previously written down based on the system's recommendations. On July 15, 2001, Brehm personally poached Manuel Neuer from Schalke 04's youth academy. Neuer, born in 1986, was overjoyed when Jiang Feng invited him to join Kaiserslautern's youth academy and agreed without hesitation. Since it was just an apprenticeship contract, Kaiserslautern only paid Schalke 04 150,000 euros in compensation, and Schalke 04 didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Such a thing wouldn't attract the club's attention at all. Then, on July 18th, Jiang Feng returned to Spain and brought David Silva, born in 1986, from Valencia CF in Valencia, Spain. He made David Silva a member of Kaiserslautern's youth academy for 150,000 euros. Subsequently, with the help of other scouts at the club, the players on Jiang Feng's list all became members of Kaiserslautern. Kaiserslautern signed Thiago Silva from Rio de Janeiro for 300,000 euros, while French striker Gignac didn't cost Kaiserslautern a penny, as he had just been kicked out of his hometown team. The French staff also acquired Las Diera from Le Mans. In the Netherlands, Kaiserslautern spent 180,000 euros to bring Babel from Ajax, while Jorge Mendes helped Jiang Feng bring another player from Sporting Lisbon. Nani is Kaiserslautern's third Portuguese player after Cristiano Ronaldo and Quaresma. The staff's trip to Belgium went very smoothly, and Vertonghen and Fellaini, both born in 1987, joined Kaiserslautern without any problems. Meanwhile, scouts in Argentina also signed Nicolas Otamendi and Angel Di Maria from Argentina. All these acquired players will fill Kaiserslautern's youth teams at all age levels, while 17-year-old Thiago Silva was directly assigned to the reserve team by Jiang Feng. The acquisition of Di Maria means that Jiang Feng has basically completed all his summer transfer targets before the start of this season. The Bundesliga season was scheduled to start on August 27, 2001, while Kaiserslautern's training camp was scheduled to begin on August 1st. Jiang Feng planned that after the team assembled on August 1st, they would first have a week of closed training in Germany, and then travel to France for a 10-day training camp. During this period, they would participate in a friendly match prepared by Paris Saint-Germain for their anniversary celebration, and then play a warm-up match against Lyon, another Ligue 1 team. After concluding their training camp in France, Kaiserslautern will return to Germany. According to the schedule of the new Bundesliga season, as the reigning Bundesliga champions, Kaiserslautern will not only play the opening match of the Bundesliga, but also participate in the German Super Cup on August 22nd against the reigning German Cup champions, Wolfsburg. Therefore, the overall schedule is very tight for Kaiserslautern. While Kaiserslautern was actively scouring for young players, the European transfer market was in full swing. However, the transfers of several key players remained unresolved. After Kaiserslautern inflated Zidane's price, Real Madrid had no choice but to raise their offer from 70 million euros to 80 million euros in response to Juventus's apparent attempt to lure them in. Magi, after receiving Real Madrid's new offer, did not immediately respond to Florentino Perez, but instead continued to consider Kaiserslautern. However, after making his first offer, Kaiserslautern's Brehm seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, offering no further response. While everyone was paying close attention to the big names in this summer's transfer market, Bremer has once again appeared on the front page of the German newspaper Bild. Bremer rambled on a lot in the news, but one sentence in particular caused a sensation. When interviewed by reporters about Kaiserslautern's summer transfer window, Brehm said, "The The transfer window for Kaiserslautern for the new season is closed, and there will be no further personnel changes. When reporters asked Brame about the previous attempts to acquire Zidane and Nedved, no one expected Brame to say, "I did consider bringing in these two great players, Zidane and Nedved, but as you know, I wasn't in charge of the Kaiserslautern transfers. Our coach felt that such transfers were not worthwhile, so at Zhang's insistence, we ultimately gave up." Brame's comments during the interview were published in Bild with the headline, "We've given up," and quickly spread throughout Europe. When Maggi and Florentino learned of this, they immediately realized that it was all a smokescreen by Kaiserslautern to draw attention to the transfers of these players while they carried out their own plans behind the scenes. This was a tactic that the two had used frequently in the past. After Kaiserslautern, the troublemaker, announced that they had completed their transfer this summer, the transfer saga that had ignited the entire summer surrounding Zidane was finally settled, with Real Madrid ultimately paying a transfer fee of €73 million to acquire the French international from Juventus. 3 days after Real Madrid completed the acquisition of Zidane, Juventus announced the signing of Nedved from Lazio. According to Italian journalists, Juventus spent €41.5 million to bring Nedved away from Lazio. The day after completing the acquisition of Nedved, Juventus announced that they had also brought Buffon and Thuram from Parma in a package deal, which cost Juventus €51 million. As time goes by and the new season of leagues in various countries approaches, teams are accelerating their transfer activities, and European media outlets are filled with news about which player is joining which team every day. August 1st arrived quickly. Today was the first day for Kaiserslautern to gather after their holiday. Around 8:30 in the morning, the locker room of the Kaiserslautern club was filled with the sounds of greetings and jokes. "All right, everyone, quiet down. These are the new members who just joined the team this year. Let's give them a warm welcome. Let's lead the players into the locker room." Chapter 131 Collection. "Please introduce yourselves to everyone." After a round of applause, Lutz said to the players around him, "Hello, everyone. I am Sergio Ramos from Spain, and my position on the field is defender. I am Andres Iniesta from Spain, and my position on the field is attacking midfielder." "Oh, attacking midfielder, Ricardo, you're done for. The boss is going to sell you." Ibrahimovic and Ronaldo, who were standing nearby, immediately started teasing him after hearing Iniesta's introduction. "Get lost." The two received a middle finger from Kaká, but Kaká still politely went up and hugged Iniesta. "You don't need to pay attention to them," Kaká said to Iniesta with a smile. "All right, stop fooling around, Cristiano. I'll tell the boss later. Also, you're probably in for a rough time. You're going to have a very active summer. We see you in the newspapers all the time. Let's watch the group of people fooling around, exasperated." "No, my captain, I was just joking. Don't be so cruel." Ronaldo immediately begged for mercy. "Captain, you must report the truth to the boss. You're right, some people's performance has probably declined a lot this summer. People who only know how to date are not suitable for Kaiserslautern. Let the boss sell him." Kaká immediately retaliated from the side. All right, stop fooling around. There are still new faces to introduce." Metzelder stepped forward and said, "Hello, everyone. I am Alvaro Arbeloa from Spain, and my position on the field is right back." "Hello, everyone. I am Arjen Robben from the Netherlands, and my position on the field is left winger." Robben's introduction interrupted everyone again, and this time it was Cristiano Ronaldo's turn to be teased. "Cristiano, you're finished. Looks like the boss knows about your restlessness this summer. You're probably going to be sold off by him," Kaká said with a laugh. "Get lost. Alger, don't pay attention to these lunatics. You should stay away from them from now on." Ronaldo stood up and hugged Robben. "Alger, let me tell you it's okay. Our competition is our private matter, but as left wingers, we must unite against external threats. Those who aren't in our position are our enemies. Look at those three big guys laughing over there. Those are Zlatan, Milo, and Didier. They're center forwards. If they mess with us, don't pass the ball to them during the game. Don't worry, I'll protect you in the team." After hearing Ronaldo's words, Robben involuntarily moved a few steps away from Ronaldo because he saw that the three people Ronaldo was pointing at had started clenching their fists. Suddenly, Robben felt that competing with such a lunatic was too childish. "Cristiano, are you asking for a beating?" Klose said to Ronaldo. "All right. There are still people who haven't been introduced yet. Let's didn't expect that a simple self-introduction could turn into such a commotion. Hello, everyone. I am Javier Mascherano from Argentina. I can play as a defensive midfielder or defender." After Mascherano finished his introduction, Lutz arranged lockers for each of them. "All right, this will be your lockers from now on. All your equipment will be in there. There's also a book of instructions inside, so be sure to read it carefully. Everything the boss doesn't like is written in there. Oh, and hurry up and change your clothes. The boss hates it when people are late," Lutz said to the new recruits. After a brief self-introduction, the newcomers could all sense that the atmosphere at Kaiserslautern was very harmonious and the relationships between the players were excellent, even among those who competed for the same position. They all felt that playing for such a team would be very easy. Is everything ready? It's almost time. Let's gather together. Darasi said, seeing that everyone was basically done. The team's assembly time was 9 a.m. At 8:45 a.m., led by the team's new captain Arasi, all the players arrived at the training ground. Jiang Feng and his coaching team were already waiting at the training ground. It feels so good to see you all again. Even though I already know the results, I still wanted to ask how your holiday was. Excellent. It would be great if we could come for a few more days. Cristiano, a few more days? It seems you really enjoy being in the spotlight every day. Jiang Feng said, looking at Ronaldo. No, boss. I'm already tired of vacations. I can't wait to compete. He, coward, Kaka, standing next to Ronaldo, said disdainfully. Cristiano Ronaldo responded with the middle finger. Some leave, and some join. That's professional football. I believe you've all gotten to know each other in the locker room just now. Let me reiterate. In my mind, there's no distinction between starters and substitutes. The only thing that matters is whether you take training seriously. As long as you're in good form, I'll let you play, regardless of whether you're a newcomer or a veteran. This season, besides the league, we'll also be competing in the Champions League for the first time. For many of you, and for me as well, this is our first time participating in the Champions League. Here, I hope you can take every opponent seriously. The new season officially begins now. Next, as usual, go report to Professor Ruert first. Let me see how your physical condition has been during this holiday. Daniel, you take everyone there. Yes, boss. While the players went to Ruert for their medical examinations, Zhang Feng's coaching team was setting up the training facilities as planned, while Zhang Feng himself opened the system's training functions and began to study them carefully. Before the training camp, Zhang Feng had no way of understanding this function in detail. Now that all the players have gathered, the training function is also available. After research, Zhang Feng discovered that this function was not much different from the one in his previous life's game. It could train 5 players at a time, with each training session lasting a week. Each player needed to consume 5 energy points per week. The difference from the game was that in this system, the ability points gained by players during each training session were fixed, while in his previous life's game, they were determined by the coach's star rating. After figuring everything out, Zhang Feng placed the player cards of the 5 newly added players into the system's virtual training ground. After adjusting the different training directions for the players, the system notified him that training had begun. After waiting for less than an hour, all the players who had gone for their medical examinations returned to the training field. The medical examination center would send all the reports directly to Jiang Feng's email address. Kaiserslautern's medical examination center is becoming increasingly well-known in Germany. With continuous investment, the center, under the leadership of Professor Ruert, is now full of talented people. Last season, the medical examination center played a significant role in Kaiserslautern's team avoiding any injuries throughout the season. The center monitors the physical condition of every player, and if any early signs of injury are detected, the center will inform Zhang Feng and provide corresponding treatment or physiotherapy plans. Chapter 132 Training Camp. After completing their medical examinations, all Kaiserslautern players underwent some recovery training in the morning under the guidance of the coaching staff. Starting in the afternoon, the team will officially enter a week-long closed training camp. After a season of competition, Kaiserslautern has become very skilled in tactics, and the players have excellent teamwork. However, after a season of competition, other teams are also becoming more and more familiar with Kaiserslautern, so the team needs to improve its tactical arrangements. Therefore, even before the players had assembled, Zhang Feng and his coaching team had already conducted very detailed optimizations of their offensive and defensive tactics for the new season. Last season, Kaiserslautern's matches emphasized teamwork. This training camp, in addition to continuing to improve overall teamwork, Zhang Feng and his assistants devised many tactical combinations involving 2 or 3 players on a smaller scale. These tactics were impossible for the players to execute last season because they require a very high level of skill and familiarity. When one player is attacking or defending, anyone around him can quickly coordinate, support, or create space. Therefore, after a season of training, Zhang Feng had higher demands for the team's tactics. From the second day of training, Zhang Feng's reprimanding voices could be heard constantly at Kaiserslautern's training ground, especially on the first day of tactical training, when such reprimands echoed throughout the training ground. Cristiano, what are you doing? Are you still asleep? What did I just tell you? When Philip makes a forward run and dribbles the ball, what should you do? Go over there and do 50 sit-ups before you come back. Ricardo, didn't you see that opening? Boss, I saw it, but there's no one in that gap. What I told you was that when you see an open space, you pass the ball. As for whether there's anyone in that open space or not, what does that have to do with you? Go keep your fellow countrymen company. It's fair to say that during the first day of tactical training, only Czech and Frieder were scolded the least. In particular, Everyone who was wearing yellow vests and practicing the attacking side couldn't escape being scolded mercilessly. Damn, is the boss on fire? Why is he so angry? Did he get dumped? Cristiano Ronaldo, who was penalized again, said to his fellow sufferers Kaka and Ibrahimovic, Cristiano, how dare you speak ill of the boss behind his back? I'll tell on you right now. Ibrahimovic said menacingly. Fuck Zlatan, this is outrageous. If you dare say that, I'll fight you to the death. Fine, you don't have to tell me. I can borrow your car for a few days. Get lost. Don't even think about it. If you dare to tell on me, we'll both die. I'll go tell Elena about your secret trip to the nightclub last time. Damn it, Cristiano, you're a real piece of work. Fine, you're ruthless. Ibrahimovic admitted defeat. Do you two think I don't exist? I'll tell the boss Cristiano bad-mouthing him first, and then I'll tell Elena after this training camp is over. Kaka laughed, having been forgotten by the two. It's over. Ibrahimovic and Ronaldo exchanged a glance, both knowing they were about to suffer a huge loss. The two idiots had handed over their leverage to someone else. Oh dear, my car broke down recently, and it's really frustrating not having a car to drive. While I'm feeling down, I can't control my eating. I'll give you the keys when the training camp ends, and you can drive my car, Ronaldo said through gritted teeth. That's too kind of you. Okay then. I also heard that a steakhouse recently opened downtown. I'll cover it for a week. Ibrahimovic accepted the offer. You two are truly my good brothers, so I won't stand on ceremony. While the three were having a very pleasant conversation, they were completely unaware that Jiang Feng had been watching them for a long time. As soon as they returned to the training ground after their punishment, Jiang Feng called them back. You two seem to be having a great time chatting. What were you talking about? No, we didn't talk about anything, just training, Ronaldo quickly explained. Hee, do you think I believe that? The fact that you're having such a good chat means you're not done talking yet. I'll give you a chance. After training, clean the locker room and the restrooms in the office building. Huh? Boss, no. I was wrong. Ronaldo felt terrible. Not only had he been extorted, but he also had to clean the toilets. As time went by, the week-long training camp was drawing to a close. In the first few days, Jiang Feng's reprimands filled the stadium, but in the following days, such reprimands became less and less frequent, and the players were executing the tactics quite well. The speed at which the new players integrated into the team this week was faster than Jiang Feng had imagined. He never expected that in just 1 week, these new players would be able to execute tactical plays well on the field, and their chemistry with other players had also improved significantly. The last day of training for the week has ended. This week's closed training ends today. Everyone will have a day off tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, we will travel to France together, where we will conduct the second phase of closed training. So please take care of your personal matters tomorrow, and don't let them affect your training. The training this week was more effective than Jiang Feng had expected. In addition, the 5 new players who had just joined the team in the system's virtual training space also achieved great results. Each of them had made great progress in the specialized training set by Jiang Feng, which was easy to feel from the last day of the training camp. This surprised Jiang Feng, who was using this function for the first time. After enjoying a rare day off, on August 9th, the entire Kaiserslautern team, led by Jiang Feng, flew from Frankfurt Airport to France. After a flight of more than 2 hours, the Kaiserslautern team landed at Paris International Airport, the capital of France. The team then took a bus arranged by the hotel to a 5-star hotel in Paris. This training camp in France was arranged at the end of last season, so the club staff had made arrangements for the team's rest in advance. In addition, there was another reason for coming to France, which was to participate in Paris Saint-Germain's anniversary celebration. The two teams will play a friendly match on August 13th. Therefore, after arriving in France, Kaiserslautern used Paris Saint-Germain's youth team training ground. Chapter 133 German League Cup. On August 10th, Kaiserslautern entered the second phase of the team's closed training for the new season. After the first phase of intensive training, Jiang Feng arranged more detailed training for the second phase. As time goes by, the start of a new season is getting closer and closer. On August 13th, Kaiserslautern played their first preseason friendly against Paris Saint-Germain at the Parc des Princes, the home ground of Paris Saint-Germain. In this match, Jiang Feng did not arrange for the main players to start, but instead let all 5 new players who joined the team start, using the warm-up match to speed up their integration into the team. After the match started, Kaiserslautern was successfully dominated by the home team. The newly signed players made many mistakes in their coordination, and in the 14th minute, the opponent seized an opportunity and scored with a shot into the far corner from the right side of the penalty area. Paris Saint-Germain took the lead 1-0 at home. As time went by and they adapted to the rhythm of the game, their mistakes gradually decreased and their offense began to improve. In the 41st minute, Robin made a sharp breakthrough on the left wing and crossed the ball. Drogba's header in the middle was saved by the opposing goalkeeper. In the ensuing scramble in the penalty area, Iniesta put the ball into the opponent's goal. The score was 1-1. Kaiserslautern equalized in the final stages of the first half, with Iniesta scoring his first goal since joining Kaiserslautern. Shortly after the goal, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. In the second half, Jiang Feng opted for an 11-on-11 substitution, bringing on all of his key players. The home team, Paris Saint-Germain, quickly fell behind against Kaiserslautern's starting lineup, which is now almost the same lineup they fielded in last season's UEFA Cup final. In the 51st and 59th minutes of the match, Cristiano Ronaldo and Miroslav Klose each scored a goal for Kaiserslautern, giving Kaiserslautern a 3-1 lead. After taking the lead, Kaiserslautern did not press their advantage. After all, it was Paris Saint-Germain's anniversary celebration. In the 87th minute of the match, Metzelder pulled down his opponent in the penalty area, resulting in a penalty kick. When the referee finally blew the final whistle, the score was 2-3, with Paris Saint-Germain losing to Kaiserslautern by 1 goal at home. The score isn't the most important thing. For Jiang Feng, Kaiserslautern gained a lot from this match. They were able to identify many problems that they can address in training, which is the real significance of this game for him. After the friendly match, Kaiserslautern remained at the training ground provided by Paris Saint-Germain and entered closed training again to address the problems that arose during the friendly match. After 4 more days of training, the Kaiserslautern team traveled to Lyon in southeastern France, where they will play a friendly match against local League One team Lyon. After this friendly match, Kaiserslautern will conclude their trip to France. On August 17th, Kaiserslautern defeated Lyon's Stade Gerland 2-1 after 90 minutes of play. Jiang Feng did not choose the starting lineup he had used before, but instead changed the lineup. On August 19th, Kaiserslautern concluded his training trip to France and flew back to Germany from Paris International Airport. There is still 1 week until the start of the league. However, for Kaiserslautern, there is another match to play before the league's opening game, the German League Cup. The German League Cup is an annual cup competition organized by the German Football Association, where the previous season's Bundesliga champions face off against the German Cup champions. If a team wins both the league and the cup, they will face the previous season's Bundesliga runners-up. The German League Cup was formerly known as the German Super Cup and was renamed the German Football Association League Cup in 1997. Wolfsburg, who won the German Cup last season, will be Kaiserslautern's opponent in the Super Cup. The match between the two teams will be held on August 22nd. After returning from France, Jiang Feng decided to give the Kaiserslautern team another day of rest. Jiang Feng didn't really attach much importance to the German Super Cup, since for many teams this match was just a warm-up game before the start of the league season. Time quickly came to the day of the match. This time, the match between the two teams was held on the field of the third-party team. The German Football Association chose Bayern Munich's home stadium, the Allianz Arena, as the venue for this year's German League Cup. At 5 p.m. on August 22nd, the match officially began with the referee's whistle. Jiang Feng's starting lineup for this match was as follows: goalkeeper Frieder, left back Ramos, right back Arbeloa, 2 center backs Metzelder and Barzagli, defensive midfielders Mascherano and Schweinsteiger, attacking midfielder Juninho, left winger Robin, right winger Palacio, and center forward Klose. Jiang Feng still hopes to continue using competitions to train newcomers. Many people are completely baffled by Kaiserslautern's new signings this summer. Jiang Feng has once again brought in very young players who were previously unknown. Fortunately, with a season's worth of groundwork laid, few people are questioning Jiang Feng's transfer strategy anymore. However, many people still remain skeptical, and this match is a good opportunity to verify those doubts. After nearly a month of training, even the newly joined players are able to execute Jiang Feng's instructions well on the field. From the start of the match, Kaiserslautern demonstrated their strong control to all the fans in the stadium. Whether in defense or attack, the Kaiserslautern players put a lot of pressure on their opponents. Although Jiang Feng was not very concerned about the result of this match, the players, especially newcomers like Robin, still hoped to score goals for the team in an official match. In the 17th minute, Kaiserslautern had a golden opportunity. Schweinsteiger intercepted the ball in the backfield and sent a long pass to Robin on the left wing. Robin, who got to the ball ahead of his opponent, showed all the fans what speed was. After a skillful nutmeg, Robin accelerated past his opponent and immediately made a lasting impression on the Kaiserslautern fans. He then used a feint near the penalty area line to get past the covering Wolfsburg midfielder and then broke into the penalty area. Before the opposing center back could intercept him, he made a low pass to Klose in the middle. Klose received the ball and easily put it into the opponent's goal with a push shot. 1-0, Kaiserslautern took a 1-goal lead less than 20 minutes into the game. Chapter 134, the first champion. After scoring, Klose ran straight to Robin and hugged him tightly. You could say that 80% of the credit for that goal goes to Robin. At this moment, everyone watching the game had to admire Jiang Feng's eye for talent in the transfer market. Robin's series of actions after receiving the ball on the left wing were very entertaining and incredibly fast. It's safe to say that Kaiserslautern's flanks, especially the left wing, will be even more threatening in the new season. Keep in mind that Robin is just a new signing, and Cristiano Ronaldo is sitting on the bench. It was originally thought that Saviola's departure would have some impact on Kaiserslautern's left wing, but unexpectedly, Jiang Feng found Robin from somewhere, and he seems to be even more threatening on the left wing than Saviola. That last attack made Robin more confident on the field, and he became more daring in the face of the opponent's defense. Having taken the lead, Kaiserslautern continued to dominate their opponents on the field. Seeing that they had gained an absolute advantage on the field, Jiang Feng sat back down on the coach's bench. He was very satisfied with the performance of the players, especially the integration speed of the newly joined players. In the 29th minute, Metzelder intercepted a long pass from the opponent in the penalty area and then delivered a diagonal long pass to Arbeloa, who was making a run from the back. The young Arbeloa received the pass near the halfway line and immediately launched a powerful, simple dribble. This kind of forward movement was very eye-catching, and the Kaiserslautern fans in the stands gave Arbeloa, who had just joined the team, a warm round of applause and cheers. Arbeloa, who was advancing at high speed, did not push the ball directly to the byline. Instead, after passing the center circle, he saw Palacio cutting inside and immediately sent a long pass over the top into the penalty area. Facing Arbeloa's pass, Palacio demonstrated his excellent fundamentals, easily controlling the ball with a lift of his left foot, then flicking and pulling it with his left foot, causing the opponent to lose their defensive balance, followed by a low-angle shot. The football easily went into Wolfsburg's goal. 2-0. This attack by Kaiserslautern was something rarely seen in last season's matches. The ball went through only 2 passes from Metzelder, involving 3 players, and finally resulted in a goal. Of course, it wasn't really just 3 people involved. The other players were making runs to create space for them. This is actually the kind of small-scale, localized teamwork that Jiang Feng emphasized during closed training, which is very concise and effective. Their opponents, Wolfsburg, were clearly not used to this form of Kaiserslautern. The Kaiserslautern fans in the stands were also very excited after seeing the goal. Seeing their team become stronger made them even more excited for the new season. With just over 30 minutes played, Kaiserslautern's 2-goal lead had already made the outcome of the match a foregone conclusion. Wolfsburg was clearly unable to withstand Kaiserslautern's relentless and fluid attacks, and their own offense was equally ineffective. Initially, Wolfsburg's players felt hopeful due to the many new faces in Kaiserslautern's defense, but after several rounds of confrontation, they discovered that these new faces were incredibly strong defensively. In particular, the midfield partnership of Mascherano and Schweinsteiger severely disrupted Wolfsburg's midfield organization. The final result mirrored the first 30 minutes of the match. Throughout the game, Wolfsburg was firmly controlled by Kaiserslautern in both attack and defense. This was especially true after Ronaldo and Iniesta came on as substitutes in the second half, when Wolfsburg found themselves even less able to withstand Kaiserslautern's attacks. Jiang Feng did not arrange for Kaka to play in this match, as he hoped to use some less important matches to give other players more experience. After 90 minutes of intense competition, Kaiserslautern defeated last season's German Cup champions Wolfsburg 4-0 at the Allianz Arena, successfully winning their first title of the new season, the German League Cup. In a brief award ceremony, Daniele De Rossi, who did not play the entire match, lifted the championship trophy for Kaiserslautern for the first time as the team's captain. Although Jiang Feng didn't take this competition very seriously, he was still very happy to win the trophy. He was happy not only because he won the championship, but more importantly, because the system gave him a notification the moment Metzelder lifted the trophy. Jiang Feng didn't expect that a seemingly insignificant League Cup could actually earn him 500 energy points. At the post-match press conference, when asked by reporters about his evaluation of the performance of the newly joined players, Jiang Feng said, "They are all very talented young people, but they still lack match experience. There are still some issues with the details of the game, but I believe they will solve these problems quickly." When asked about the goals for the new season, Jiang Feng said, "This season is very challenging for Kaiserslautern. We will be participating in the UEFA Champions League. This competition is unfamiliar to Kaiserslautern, to me, and to my players. Our goal for this season is to play well in every game and to go further in the Champions League." After the match, the entire Kaiserslautern team returned to the club that evening. With less than a week until the start of the league, the team will rest for a day tomorrow before regrouping for training. Whether it was intentional or not, the opening match of the 2001-2002 Bundesliga season was a clash between Kaiserslautern and Bayern Munich, 2 highly anticipated teams. The matchups between these 2 teams are always generating buzz, as Kaiserslautern won the title last season, and Bayern's internal strife over a game with Kaiserslautern led to the departure of their legendary coach, Ottmar Hitzfeld. Now, The German Football Association has placed this clash in the league's opening match. It's hard to believe it wasn't intentional. This summer, Bayern Munich made a splash in the transfer market, acquiring striker Claudio Pizarro from Werder Bremen for €7 million, defender Robert Kovac from Bayer Leverkusen for €7.3 million, and Nico Kovac from Hamburg for €4.8 million. It's worth noting that Robert and Nico are brothers from Croatia. Chapter 135: The Battle for Jiangfeng. After Hitzfeld resigned, Bayern Munich brought in former Stuttgart coach Felix Magath in the summer. The Kovac brothers were brought in by Magath, and it can be said that Bayern Munich has fully entered the Magath era since that summer. Regarding the opening match against Kaiserslautern, Magath said confidently in an interview, "Bayern Munich is one of the greatest teams on the planet, with a very deep foundation. Although they experienced a slump last season, after this summer's integration, I believe that Bayern is more threatening and competitive this season, both in the league and in the Champions League." This opening match generated a lot of buzz after the new season schedule was released, thanks to the official promotion by the German Football Association. As the first of the top 5 leagues to kick off the season, the Bundesliga's strong start made it even more popular than the other 4 major leagues for a time. These were things the German Football Association couldn't have imagined before. Over the years, Bayern Munich's dominance has led to the Bundesliga's popularity among the top 5 leagues gradually being surpassed by the Premier League, eventually falling to 4th place. Lack of competitiveness and the loss of star players are the reasons for the Bundesliga's gradual decline. However, these situations improved last season. At a high-level meeting of the German Football Association before the start of the season, someone brought up the matter. After investigation, it was found that all of this was thanks to the efforts of Kaiserslautern, led by Jiangfeng. Last season, Kaiserslautern's smooth attacking tactics and players' sharp and flashy dribbling skills in the Bundesliga and European competitions attracted many young fans. Everyone knows that Jiangfeng deserves the most credit for this. What Jiangfeng didn't know was that at the end of last season, when he was reported to have been in contact with Florentino, the president of the German Football Association, Zwanziger, had a phone conversation with Frederick. The only point of contention was that Jiangfeng had to be kept no matter what. Another point that shows how much importance Jiangfeng is placed on the German Football Association leadership is that Kaiserslautern suffered almost no unfair treatment throughout the entire Bundesliga season last year. Even when Bayern Munich was closely chasing them in the later stages, no referee did anything against Kaiserslautern on the field. This alone is enough to demonstrate how famous Jiangfeng is in Germany. As the only football coach on the planet with his own fan club, he is truly unique. Moreover, after a season of accumulation, not to mention his competitive value, his commercial value alone has made countless businesses envious. Jiangfeng currently only has one endorsement contract, which is Armani. To be honest, Armani's choice of Jiangfeng was unintentional. However, since the advertisement featuring Jiangfeng and Xiao Sichuan aired, Armani's performance in Asia and Europe has skyrocketed. Armani's stock price has even risen by nearly 15% because of this. A while ago, Jiangfeng received a call from Mendes. Mendes told him that Armani had specially assembled a team for him to take care of his daily outfits. Mendes also said on the phone that Armani hoped to renew his contract as soon as possible. This struck Jiangfeng as somewhat unbelievable. It had only been less than a year, and they were already renewing the contract. It can be said that many major brands are now eyeing Jiangfeng. According to Mendes, nearly 20 brands are trying to sign with Jiangfeng, including rivals Adidas and Nike, as well as Mercedes-Benz and Volkswagen. Just like in the meeting room of the German Football Association at this moment, Adidas and Mercedes-Benz have been the official sponsors of the German Football Association for many years, especially Mercedes-Benz, which has been a sponsor of the German Football Association for nearly 30 years. The feud between Mercedes-Benz and Volkswagen over the years is like that between Adidas and Nike. The representatives from Adidas and Mercedes-Benz coincidentally came to the German Football Association seeking help. To be honest, Mercedes-Benz is in a better position, while Adidas is somewhat unlucky. Before last season, Adidas was a sponsor of Kaiserslautern. However, after Rehagel ended his career at Kaiserslautern, Frederick brought in Jiangfeng, who was completely unknown. At that time, Kaiserslautern's contract with Adidas was about to expire. Because they could not see any hope for Kaiserslautern's rise, Adidas demanded a reduction in sponsorship fees. Later, the negotiations broke down, so Kaiserslautern turned to Kappa. To Adidas' surprise, Jiangfeng quickly brought Kaiserslautern a double title, which made Adidas very uncomfortable. Now it's not so easy to turn back. Although Kappa is not as big as Adidas, it has a very long history in Europe, and Kappa's philosophy is passion and youth, which is very suitable for Kaiserslautern now. Because his contract with Kaiserslautern was only for 3 years, Kappa has recently felt insecure and has been seeking an opportunity to renew it. What's making things difficult for Adidas is that, In addition to Kappa being a major obstacle, their old rival Nike is also looking for opportunities to contact Kaiserslautern. As for Mercedes-Benz, Jiang Feng is actually not a person who pays much attention to material things. So, although his fame in Germany is growing, his car is still the Volkswagen he bought when he first arrived in Germany. This Volkswagen was frequently featured in the media in Germany and other countries last season, which alone increased Volkswagen sales in Asia by 3 percentage points. This was like a windfall for Volkswagen. After obtaining the market data, Volkswagen has been in contact with Mendes, hoping to sign Jiang Feng as Volkswagen's global brand ambassador. Moreover, Volkswagen is pursuing a two-pronged approach, maintaining contact with Mendes while also seeking to become a sponsor of Kaiserslautern. In this respect, Volkswagen is ahead of Mercedes-Benz. Therefore, Mercedes-Benz is also trying a different approach, hoping that the German Football Association can step in. However, German Football Association, DFB, President Zwanziger was in a difficult position. This was a commercial matter for the club, and the DFB had no reason to interfere. But as a long-term sponsor of the DFB, Zwanziger wanted to help. So, in the end, Zwanziger had no choice but to invite Kaiserslautern President Frederick to the DFB and let them negotiate on their own. What the outcome of the negotiations was no longer the DFB's concern. Chapter 136, Opening Battle. Unfortunately, Adidas and Mercedes-Benz miscalculated this time. Just as they were supposed to meet with Frederick, Jiang Feng had already signed a 5-year global ambassador contract with Volkswagen for 40 million euros. Volkswagen also prepared a brand new, yet-to-be-released Volkswagen SUV for Jiang Feng. This car was a new model that Volkswagen was preparing to fully promote to the market after signing Jiang Feng as its ambassador. Soon, the news that Jiang Feng had become Volkswagen's new global spokesperson was exposed by the media. The contract amount for this endorsement was also not hidden from these ever-present reporters. After the news was exposed, everyone marveled at Jiang Feng's ability to make money. Meanwhile, Volkswagen's rival Mercedes-Benz was filled with regret, lamenting that they hadn't discovered Jiang Feng's commercial value sooner. In terms of sports brands, Jiang Feng also signed a 3-year endorsement contract with Kappa, worth 18 million yuan over 3 years. The continuous signing of endorsement deals also propelled Jiang Feng into the ranks of millionaires. However, these are just minor incidents for Jiang Feng. When signing contracts with the two brands, Jiang Feng stipulated in the contracts that he would not participate in any promotional activities and would only shoot an advertisement once a year. Of all the spokespeople, Jiang Feng is arguably the most relaxed. As time goes by, the start of the league is getting closer and closer, and the atmosphere before the matches is becoming increasingly tense. Kaiserslautern's opening match against Bayern Munich will be played at home, which has made Kaiserslautern fans very happy and excited. Being able to face Bayern on their home turf is a memorable match for Kaiserslautern's current supporters. August 27th is the opening match of the 2001-2002 Bundesliga season. The two teams facing off are Kaiserslautern at their home stadium, Fritz-Walter Stadium, against Bayern Munich. The match between the two teams officially started at 6 p.m. that evening. With less than 2 hours to go before the match, both teams' players were warming up on the field. As the long-awaited opening match, coupled with the fact that it was the earliest start of one of Europe's top 5 leagues, and the rivalry between the two teams, this game attracted a lot of attention. There's even a saying that this is a preview of the Bundesliga title race this season. Television stations in many countries and regions around the world broadcast the match live. It's no exaggeration to say that on this day, the eyes of football fans all over the world were on Germany, on the Fritz-Walter Stadium, and major European betting companies also opened up betting on this match. The odds of Kaiserslautern 1 to 2.6 and Bayern Munich 1 to 3.5 are offered by Europe's largest bookmakers, which shows that many people believe Kaiserslautern still has some advantages. With half an hour to go before the match officially started, the players and coaches from both sides who were warming up returned to their respective locker rooms to make final arrangements and give pep talks. The atmosphere at the scene became increasingly tense and exciting. There were probably fewer than 10,000 Bayern Munich fans at the stadium today, and they've been clashing with the home fans ever since they entered. Meanwhile, in the home team's locker room, Jiang Feng looked at his players for a while and said, "Guys, the new season has begun. It's a long season, and we'll encounter many difficulties and many opponents. But as long as we all unite, I believe no opponent can stop us from moving forward. I believe many of you are familiar with today's opponent, and I also believe that the final victory will definitely belong to us. From now on, use your strength to defeat them and show them that we are the kings of the Bundesliga." "Yes, boss." The referee then informed both teams that time was up, and they should begin preparing to enter the field. The atmosphere reached its peak the moment the starting players from both teams stepped onto the field. Kaiserslautern's starting lineup for this match was goalkeeper Czech, left back Lahm, right back Alves, center backs Metzelder and Colaccini, defensive midfielders De Rossi and Gattuso, attacking midfielder Kaká, wingers Cristiano Ronaldo and Quaresma, and center forward Klose. On the bench sat Ibrahimovic, Mascherano, Ramos, Schweinsteiger, Frieder, Robin, and Arbeloa. Jiang Feng brought all 5 players who joined this summer, hoping they could experience the atmosphere of the Bundesliga opening match. Bayern's starting lineup consisted of goalkeeper Kahn, for defenders Kupfer, Robert Kovac, Sagnol, and Lizarzu, defensive midfielder Effenberg, left and right wingers Jeremies and Salamidzik, attacking midfielder Scholl, and 2 strikers Pizarro and Elbier. Magath fielded a typical traditional 4-4-2 diamond formation. The players from both sides took their positions, and Kaiserslautern won the right to kick off after the coin toss. After checking his watch, the referee immediately blew the whistle to start the match. The opening match of the 2001-2002 Bundesliga season saw Kaiserslautern host Bayern Munich. After the start of the match, Kaiserslautern showed no intention of testing their opponents, quickly increasing the speed and pace of the game and launching a fierce attack on Bayern's defense. However, after a summer of coaching by Magath, Bayern Munich was clearly well prepared for Kaiserslautern's attack, and Kaiserslautern's attack did not achieve good results in the first 10 minutes. Standing on the sidelines, Jiang Feng saw that his team was unable to break through the defense after a long period of attack. He immediately gestured to the players on the field, instructing them to pull back their formation and stretch the space in the attacking third. Moreover, Bayern's counterattacks after being forced into a defensive position were very decisive, and Jiang Feng felt that Bayern's counterattacks were somewhat dangerous. After receiving Jiang Feng's instructions, the Kaiserslautern team, under Kaká's direction, consciously slowed down the pace and began to frequently pass the ball around in their own half. As this situation continued to unfold, Bayern was no longer passively defending in their own half as they had at the beginning of the game. Bayern's formation gradually advanced as Kaiserslautern retreated, which greatly improved the space for Kaiserslautern's attacking players to receive the ball. In the 24th minute, Kaiserslautern had their best chance since the start of the match. Kaká received the ball in the middle, made a change of direction to get past Scholl, and before Effenberg could cover, he delivered a long pass to Lahm, who was making a run down the wing. Lahm, facing Kaká's pass, deftly chipped the ball over his opponent and continued to dribble at high speed. Near the byline, he passed the ball to Ronaldo, who had moved to the edge of the penalty area. Ronaldo received the ball and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the box, sending the ball straight into the goal. With his attention fully focused, Kahn stretched his body out in the air and blocked Ronaldo's shot with one hand, sending it out of bounds. Kaiserslautern missed their best chance of the game. Cristiano Ronaldo looked at the ball that Kahn had saved and scratched his head in frustration. He felt great after taking the shot, but he didn't expect the opposing goalkeeper to be in such good form. Chapter 137 Opening Battle 2. Alright, Cristiano, it's okay. Let's try again. I don't believe he can make a save every time, Kaká said, patting Ronaldo on the shoulder. Yes, again. Although Ronaldo's shot didn't go in, it ignited the passion of everyone in the stadium, especially boosting the team's morale. The game continues. Under Jiang Feng's command, the fists that were pulled back and then thrown out were even more powerful and posed a greater threat to Bayern. In the 31st minute, Kaiserslautern launched another attack. This time, De Rossi, in collaboration with Colaccini, dispossessed Scholl in the backfield. Facing Scholl's attempt to win the ball back, De Rossi skillfully changed direction and got past him. Instead of immediately passing the ball, De Rossi dribbled forward at high speed. This dribbling caught Bayern's defenders off guard and immediately disrupted Bayern's midfield defense. This is the drawback of the 4-4-2 formation with a single defensive midfielder. Scholl, as the attacking midfielder, was easily beaten. De Rossi's dribbling forced Effenberg, who was originally marking Kaká, to abandon Kaká and turn towards De Rossi. However, upon seeing Effenberg's movement, De Rossi immediately passed the ball across to Kaká before he could get into position. Kaká received the ball, but did not stop it. Instead, he made a long diagonal pass to Quaresma on the right wing. Quaresma was tightly marked by Lizarazu the moment he received the ball. Although he managed to stop the ball, he was unable to turn. In this situation, Quaresma passed the ball back to Alves, who was making a run into the box. After receiving the ball, Alves didn't pass it to Quaresma, who was making a forward run. Instead, he launched a long cross to the left flank. Bayern's defensive attention was completely drawn to Quaresma and Alves on the right. No one noticed that Lahm had quietly made a run into the attacking third. Only Magath sensed danger from the opponent's series of passes, especially when Alves's pass found Lahm. Magath anxiously shouted to the Bayern players on the sidelines, "Danger! Right!" Lahm easily controlled the ball with no one marking him, then took 2 steps forward before turning it into the middle, the ball clearly curving slightly in the air. Klose arrived at the near post, and drew Kovac away. He then jumped high and headed the ball, changing its trajectory to the far post. Kaka blocked the shot and swept it towards the goal with a sweeping leg. Khan, who had been tricked by Klose at the near post, had no time to make a save and instinctively fell to the ground. Unfortunately, Bayern's luck wasn't so good this time, and the ball rolled smoothly into the goal. 1-0. In the 33rd minute, Kaiserslautern took the lead with a goal from Kaka. Kaka also scored Kaiserslautern's first goal of the season in the Bundesliga. After seeing Kaka score, Zhang Feng smiled and hugged and high-fived Lutz next to him. This season, Lutz directly became one of the members of Jiang Feng's coaching staff. Magath angrily kicked a water bottle at his feet on the other side. To be honest, that goal conceded just now fully demonstrated the results of Kaiserslautern's preseason training camp. A series of passes and combinations tore apart Bayern's defense, which had been well maintained since the start of the season. The game has restarted. Falling behind, Bayern Munich began to consciously strengthen their attack. Although a loss in one game is not a big deal in a long season, Bayern and Magath, who are ambitious this season, could not accept losing the opening game, especially against an opponent like Kaiserslautern. Seeing Bayern intensify their attack, Zhang Feng smiled on the sidelines. To be honest, Kaiserslautern's current lineup is not afraid of going toe-to-toe with any team. On the contrary, they have a hard time against teams that focus on defense. Just like at the beginning of this game, when the opponent's backfield was full of players, the space for players like Kaka and Ronaldo to hold the ball was compressed to the extreme, resulting in the inability to create better attacking opportunities. After Zhang Feng made adjustments, the space for the technically gifted players in the front court to receive the ball was increased, and naturally, the attack achieved the desired effect. However, there was another important reason why Zhang Feng wasn't worried. Kaiserslautern's defense was more solid in the new season. Although most of the players were the same as last season, after the experience of the UEFA Cup final against Real Madrid in the last game of last season, the players in Kaiserslautern's defense had grown very quickly this season. Then there's the defensive midfield duo of De Rossi and Gattuso, Italy's newly capped internationals. Their on-field chemistry is superb, and their partnership has made things very difficult for Scholl in midfield. From the start of the game until now, Scholl has been completely contained, and with Scholl suppressed in the middle, Bayern's attacks through the middle have been completely ineffective. On the flanks, Kaiserslautern's defense against Bayern focused on cutting off their passing lanes. So, although Lizarazu and Salomidzik made quick runs and crosses from the wings, once the ball was passed, the players in the middle often couldn't control it well, nor could they protect the second ball. As a result, Bayern were at a disadvantage in both attack and defense. Magath, watching from the sidelines, was extremely anxious. With little time remaining in the first half, Magath could only make adjustments during halftime. But just as he was thinking about how to make adjustments during halftime, Bayern's lead was extended again by Kaiserslautern. In the 43rd minute, Bayern launched an attack. Effenberg's long-range shot from outside the penalty area was too central, and Cech easily smothered the ball. Cech quickly got the ball, rose, and delivered a powerful throw-in to Ronaldo on the left wing. Ronaldo received the ball, made a feint, and then flicked it with his heel, sending the ball between Jeremy's legs. Immediately after, Ronaldo turned past his opponent and accelerated towards the ball. At full speed, Ronaldo was unstoppable, even with all his strength. As Ronaldo advanced at high speed down the left wing, just before reaching the byline, he flicked the ball to the outside, drawing the weight of Lizarazu, who was marking him. After seeing his opponent's movement, Ronaldo pulled the ball back and delivered a cross. Klose, who was following up in the middle, was ready. He leaped high and headed the ball through Kahn's outstretched hands into the goal. 2-0, Kaiserslautern took a 2-goal lead near the end of the first half. Chapter 138 winning streak record. Even though Kaiserslautern won the double last season, many people were not optimistic about their performance this season before it started. The reasons were that Kaiserslautern was able to achieve those results last season because many teams were unfamiliar with them, while this season, Kaiserslautern is being studied by many teams. Another point was that some people believe that Kaiserslautern did not have the foundation to become a strong team, and in this respect, they were far behind Bayern Munich. However, those who held this view immediately changed their minds after watching the first half of the opening match. Throughout the first 45 minutes, Kaiserslautern demonstrated their strong control of the game and their mature tactical and technical skills, giving everyone the impression of a rising star team. After the referee blew the whistle to end the first half, the excited Kaiserslautern players and the dejected Bayern players formed a stark contrast on the field. At this moment, those who were watching the game couldn't help but feel that perhaps the Bayern era in the Bundesliga had become history from this match onwards, and the Bundesliga would enter the Kaiserslautern era. A new generation replaces the old. Throughout the first half, the two teams were not on the same level, both statistically and in terms of performance, which made the Bayern fans of the stadium and those watching the game feel very sad and upset. They didn't know if their team had gotten worse or their opponents had gotten stronger. Although some players haven't given up, such as Manga, who just took over Bayern Munich and made adjustments to the team's lineup during halftime, none of this had any impact on the result of the match. Coincidentally, Jiang Feng also made adjustments to the lineup during halftime, and he even used up all his substitutions. Jiang Feng's bold substitution strategy left the viewers of the game somewhat astonished. During halftime, Kaiserslautern's Iniesta replaced Kaká, Mascherano replaced Gattuso, and Robben replaced Cristiano Ronaldo. Jiang Feng's substitution made the opposing Bayern players feel insulted, and they launched a furious attack on Kaiserslautern's defense at the start of the second half. However, in the 61st minute of the match, Kaiserslautern seized another counterattack opportunity. The goal was scored by Robben, who had just come on in the second half. Robben received a pass from Klose while cutting inside, and sent the ball into Bayern's goal with a low-angle lob shot. Robben couldn't believe his eyes after scoring. He never expected to score his first Bundesliga goal so quickly. After standing there stunned for a moment, he reacted and quickly ran to Jiang Feng's side. Robben wanted to share his first Bundesliga goal with Jiang Feng, who had brought him to the Bundesliga. 3-0. This was a score many hadn't anticipated before the match. Many expected a very close game, but no one expected the former Bundesliga champions to be down by 3 goals after just over 60 minutes. Many Bayern Munich fans in the stands began to shed tears of sorrow. They simply could not accept that the once invincible team in the Bundesliga and even in Europe had become like this. The game continued, and no matter how upset Bayern's fans were, Bayern remained under pressure on the pitch, and no matter how much Magath shouted from the sidelines, he couldn't change the situation. In the 86th minute of the match, Kaiserslautern once again dealt a heavy blow to Bayern's wounds. Iniesta delivered a highly imaginative lob pass in the attacking third, finding Quaresma cutting inside. Quaresma gently headed the ball to Klose in the center, who then slid in and fired a shot past Kahn. With a score of 4-0, Klose's brace has completely plunged Bayern into the abyss. This goal was also the last goal of the match. Even though Bayern did not give up until the referee blew the final whistle, their performance made the scene all the more tragic. Ultimately, in the opening match of the 2001-2002 Bundesliga season, a highly anticipated clash specially arranged by the German Football Association, Kaiserslautern defeated Bayern Munich by a resounding 4-0 scoreline at their home ground. Magath, who confidently declared victory before the match, also expressed his approval of Kaiserslautern and Jiang Feng at the post-match press conference. In today's match, our opponents performed better than us and were better prepared. As people often say, opportunity favors the prepared mind. Kaiserslautern deserved this victory today. On the contrary, Jiang Feng was much more humble at the post-match press conference. I think today's score is abnormal and does not reflect the true strength of the two teams at all. I think today's victory had more of a luck factor. I think 2-1 or 1-1 would be a more accurate reflection of the true strength of the two teams. The victory over Bayern Munich gave Kaiserslautern a very good start to their Bundesliga campaign this season. The day after the opening match, all the other matches of the first round of the 2001-2002 Bundesliga season also kicked off. After all the matches were over, everyone discovered that Kaiserslautern, who had defeated Bayern Munich 4-0 in the first match, was not in first place. Bayer Leverkusen took the top spot, finishing their first round match at home against Freiburg with a terrifying 6-0 score. From this point on, the new Bundesliga season officially kicked off. Kaiserslautern, having secured victory in their opening match, continued their progress in the league under Jiang Feng's leadership. On September 4th, the second round of the Bundesliga officially kicked off. Kaiserslautern continued to play at home against newly promoted Borussia Mönchengladbach. After 90 minutes of competition, Kaiserslautern won 3-0 at home. It is worth mentioning that Cristiano Ronaldo scored his first career hat-trick in this game. On September 11th, in the third round of the Bundesliga, Kaiserslautern defeated Nuremberg 4-1 at the Gender Stadium after 90 minutes of play. After 3 rounds of league matches, Kaiserslautern has achieved 3 consecutive victories. However, what is surprising is that after 3 rounds of matches, there are 5 other teams in the Bundesliga this season besides Kaiserslautern who also have 3 consecutive victories: Borussia Dortmund, Bayer Leverkusen, Schalke 04, Hertha Berlin, and Werder Bremen. Chapter 139 Champions League Grouping. Bayern Munich, who had high ambitions before the start of the season, achieved a record of 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss in the first 3 rounds. The once invincible Bundesliga champions have shown signs of decline. Their performance in the first 3 rounds serves as a reminder that this long-established powerhouse's aging squad is no longer very competitive in the current league. The young Kaiserslautern, like the morning sun, is gradually showing its dominance. Just as the old saying goes, New talents emerge in every generation, and a new generation replaces the old. After the first 3 rounds of matches, the German Football Association must be the happiest about the results on the standings. The fierce competition and diverse styles of the league are what make it so attractive. On September 18th, the 4th round of Bundesliga matches kicked off as scheduled. In this round, Kaiserslautern returned to their home ground to face Hertha Berlin, who, like them, had achieved 3 consecutive victories in the first 3 rounds. This clash of titans made this match the focus of this round of games. This summer, Hertha Berlin has been active in the transfer market, especially with the signing of Brazilian star Marcelinho, which has greatly enhanced Hertha Berlin's attacking power. In addition, there is Gauer from Anderlecht of Belgium, Neuendorf from Bayer Leverkusen on a free transfer, Pinto from Stuttgart on a free transfer, and Polish defender Baczynski from Reutlingen. In addition, Hertha Berlin's team also has strong players such as Ramo and Bienrich, especially Deiler, who is widely regarded by German fans as the rising star of German football. So before the start of this season, many Berlin fans even proclaimed that this year's Bundesliga was Hertha Berlin's best chance, especially after the first 3 rounds, seeing that Bayern Munich, who used to be like a mountain pressing down on them, no longer had the despair-inducing strength they once had. Hertha Berlin fans were filled with even more hope. But sometimes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Bayern Munich, once a towering giant, is gone, but Kaiserslautern has become an even more despairing force for Hertha Berlin fans, because this giant is younger and more passionate. On September 18th at Fritz-Walter Stadium, the match officially started at 6 p.m. After 90 minutes, the score displayed on the big screen at the sidelines left the Hertha Berlin fans, who had come with great enthusiasm, with expressions of confusion and despair. 5-1, according to international convention, the home team is listed first and the away team second. Hertha Berlin only managed to salvage a consolation goal in the final moments of the match from a corner kick. Ibrahimovic, who hadn't played much in the previous rounds due to national team matches, was given a starting spot by coach Jiang Feng in this round. Ibrahimovic didn't disappoint Jiang Feng's trust, scoring his first hat-trick of the season with a header and a volley in 75 minutes. Meanwhile, Iniesta, who made his first league start due to rotation, provided a hat-trick of assists. It's worth mentioning that Arbeloa, who came on as a substitute in the second half, also scored a goal as a right-back and made several runs from deep into the box. After the match, Hertha Berlin's head coach, Luber, became the first head coach to be sacked this season. The day after the match, the German newspaper Bild ran the headline, "The Kaiserslautern Era," on its front page. The headline featured a photo of Jiang Feng standing on the sidelines with his arms crossed, watching the game between Kaiserslautern and Hertha Berlin. In the article, the Bild reporter stated that what was terrifying about the match wasn't the score, but rather the dominance Kaiserslautern displayed throughout the game, a dominance that instilled despair. The article concluded by warning all Bundesliga teams, Bayern Munich's era is passing. Beware, Kaiserslautern's era is dawning. The day after this high-profile match, the Champions League group stage draw was also held in Zurich, and Jiang Feng and Brehm represented Kaiserslautern at the draw ceremony. This season's Champions League will consist of 2 rounds of group stage matches, according to the competition format. Tonight's draw will determine the 32 teams that will advance to the first round of the group stage. After the various awards for last season's Champions League were presented, the draw ceremony officially began. Since this is Kaiserslautern's first time participating in the Champions League, they were placed in Pot 4 according to the rankings. However, after their final match against Real Madrid last season, everyone knows that they are a formidable opponent. The first team drawn was the group of the top 8 teams, with Zinedine Zidane, the most expensive signing of the summer, serving as the draw guest for the top 8 teams. As Zidane drew out the 8 teams one by one, the first pot of teams was completed. However, everyone present knew that this was not the main point. The real highlight was the second pot of teams. Everyone knew that, given UEFA's usual practices, every season's Champions League group stage would inevitably have some groups of death, with various gimmicks, such as rivalries between the two sides, former clubs, and revenge. The top-seeded teams in the 8 groups are Real Madrid, PSV Eindhoven, Liverpool, Arsenal, Manchester United, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, and Juventus. As another draw guest, UEFA General Secretary Platini began to draw the teams from the second tier. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. With Platini drawing the teams one by one, the 8 teams in the second tier were grouped into Group Lokomotiv Moscow, Lazio, Borussia Dortmund, Schalke 04, Deportivo La Coruña, Roma, Feyenoord, and Porto. As time went on, it was finally time for the 4th tier of teams. The first team drawn by the draw guest, Beckenbauer, was displayed on the big screen, causing an uproar in the audience. Everyone sitting below was whispering, and some people had gloating expressions on their faces, especially Barcelona and Bayern Munich. Even the draw guest, Beckenbauer, had a slight smile on his face. The first team drawn on the big screen was Kaiserslautern. Jiang Feng, Brahim, Real Madrid coach Vicente Del Bosque, and Real Madrid president Florentino Perez, who was present at the scene, all looked very grim. I absolutely don't believe there's no ghost in this, Bremer said angrily. All right, isn't this how the Champions League has always been? Besides, we shouldn't be the ones getting angry, Jiang Feng said expressionlessly. To be honest, anyone who's been following the lottery knows that if there's no manipulation involved, then they're really up to something. Chapter 140 Unexpected. The group stage of the first round of the 2001 to 2002 UEFA Champions League has now been completed, with all 32 teams drawn. Group A. Real Madrid, Lokomotiv Moscow, Anderlecht, Kaiserslautern. Group B. PSV Eindhoven, Lazio, Nantes, Galatasaray. Group C. Liverpool, Borussia Dortmund, Dinamo Kyiv, Bolis. Group D. Arsenal, Schalke 04, Panathinaikos, Mallorca. Group E. Manchester United, Deportivo La Coruña, Lille, Olympiacos. Group F. Barcelona, Roma, Lyon, Fenerbahce. Group G. Bayern Munich, Feyenoord, Spartak Moscow, Prague. Group H. Juventus, Porto, Celtic, Rosenborg. After the draw ceremony, the clubs present were a mix of joy and sorrow. No one expected that UEFA would not only create a group of death, but also a revenge match. The real group of death, among the 8 groups, should be Group F, with all 4 teams being top performers in their respective leagues. Barcelona, who had been somewhat gloating when Real Madrid and Kaiserslautern were drawn together, was now in a very difficult position. Some La Liga fans even believe that UEFA is deliberately targeting La Liga teams this time. It's important to know that in addition to Barcelona's group of death, we also need to add the match between Real Madrid and Kaiserslautern in Group A. UEFA has clearly invested heavily this time, aiming to capture the attention of football fans even during the group stage. According to the Champions League schedule, the first round of group stage matches for all 8 groups will be played simultaneously on September 28th. Before that, Kaiserslautern will also have one league match to play. September 25th arrived quickly. In the 5th round, the Bundesliga kicked off. In this round, Kaiserslautern visited the Nordbank Stadium, where they would challenge the home team, Hamburg, in preparation for the Champions League group stage match 3 days later. Facing this Bundesliga powerhouse that has consistently maintained a certain level of competitiveness in recent years, Jiang Feng opted to rotate the squad. Goalkeeper Petr Cech, right back Arbeloa, left back Philip Lahm, 2 center backs Metzelder and Ramos, defensive midfielders De Rossi and Mascherano, attacking midfielder Andres Iniesta, left winger Arjen Robben, right winger Palacio, and center forward Miroslav Klose. Although Hamburg has maintained a very good position in the Bundesliga standings in recent years, Jiang Feng is still very optimistic about the outcome of this match. Many people who follow Kaiserslautern's performance have also made their own judgments on the final result of this match. However, what Jiang Feng did not expect was that Kaiserslautern would have a very difficult time in this match and would pay a very high price. Less than 10 minutes into the game, Ramos was awarded a penalty for handball in the penalty area, and the referee also showed him a yellow card. To Jiang Feng's surprise, Ramos became extremely agitated after seeing the referee's decision, constantly arguing with the referee, which led to the referee showing him a second yellow card. As a result, in just the 9th minute, Kaiserslautern not only conceded a penalty, but also had a center-back sent off. Ramos's lack of composure not only ruined his first Bundesliga start, but also put Kaiserslautern at a disadvantage in terms of numbers and the game itself. After seeing the referee's second yellow card, Ramos regretted his lack of composure and walked off the field dejectedly. "Boss, I'm sorry. Sergio, I don't need to apologize. Everyone pays a price in the process of growing up. Apologizing is something an immature person would say. Failure is not terrible. What's terrible is that we can't learn anything from failure. What's terrible is that we get used to failure. So, Sergio, I hope you can learn something from what happened today." Ramos was filled with regret, but unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Hamburg's penalty kick was easily converted by the player who deceived Cech. Kaiserslautern trailed Hamburg 1-0 away from home. Jiang Feng did not make any substitutions. Instead, he took advantage of Hamburg's celebration to redeploy the lineup on the sidelines. Jiang Feng moved Mascherano back to the center-back position. Kaiserslautern, being down to 10 men, started playing a single defensive midfielder tactic under Jiang Feng's adjustment. After scoring, Hamburg, seeing their opponents were down to 10 men, immediately intensified their attack after the game restarted, attempting to use their numerical advantage to quickly extend their lead. After the match restarted, De Rossi was indeed very uncomfortable at first. In previous matches, he always had a teammate supporting him, but now he was often alone in the middle and surrounded by the opponent. This led to Kaiserslautern making frequent mistakes after being forced to change their formation. Fortunately, Jiang Feng instructed Iniesta to increase his support from deep, and with De Rossi's ability to adjust, the number of mistakes gradually decreased. However, the disadvantage in terms of numbers is an objective fact. After all, 10 people are different from 11 people. Especially in midfield, Kaiserslautern was at a disadvantage after the restart of the game. However, Kaiserslautern's flanks remained as sharp as ever, which meant that although Hamburg strengthened their attack, they did not dare to be too overconfident. After all, Robin and Palacio prevented Hamburg from pushing forward on both flanks after the start of the game. Therefore, under these circumstances, De Rossi and Iniesta frequently passed the ball to the two flanks, since Kaiserslautern clearly still held the advantage on the field. However, Jiang Feng also knew that as time went on and the players' stamina decreased, this advantage would gradually be eroded. Jiang Feng stood on the sidelines, frowning as he watched the situation on the field. He indeed felt it was very tricky. Sometimes, losing one player couldn't be compensated for by tactics alone. Jiang Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Just as the system's evaluation said, Ramos's temper was indeed a problem. As time went on, Hamburg, seeing that their attacks were failing, gradually began to retreat their formation. After all, maintaining a strong offensive posture for a long time would take a huge toll on the players. Seeing that the opponent had retreated their formation, Jiang Feng breathed a slight sigh of relief. Hamburg had indeed put a lot of pressure on him during this period. 45 minutes later, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. Kaiserslautern were trailing Hamburg 0-1 away from home. Both teams returned to the locker room to make their final preparations for the second half. Chapter 141, The Champions League begins. During halftime, in the away team's locker room, Ramos sat alone in a corner, head down, not daring to look up at his teammates. He knew that he was mainly responsible for the team's current situation, and the young Ramos felt somewhat sorry for his teammates. Sergio, it's okay, we'll definitely take them down, Captain De Rossi said, sitting down next to Ramos to comfort him. Yes, it's okay, trust us. Jiang Feng stood on the sidelines, watching his teammates' interactions. When he saw Ramos gradually raise his head after being persuaded by his teammates, and saw the light gradually returning to his eyes, Jiang Feng felt somewhat gratified. It was just an ordinary league match. Even if they lost, the sky wouldn't fall. Jiang Feng felt it was very worthwhile to be able to help a young player grow through just one game, especially since they hadn't lost yet, only trailed by one goal. Hey guys, listen up, we're going to change our tactics in the second half, so I need to adjust the lineup. Rodrigo, you're coming off to rest. Ivan, you're coming on, but you'll still be filling in at the defensive midfield position. Cristiano, you'll replace Alger in the second half, but I don't want you to play as a winger. You'll stay between Andres and Milo, and remember to keep stretching the opponent's space so Andres has better space to receive the ball. I'm restricting your position. Wherever there's an opening, whether it's on the left, right, or in the middle, go there. Finally, the two fullbacks, if you have the chance, push forward decisively. Remember, don't worry about the defense behind you. Your teammates are there to protect you, understand? Understood, boss. The break passed quickly, and the players from both sides returned to the field. The game restarted, and under Jiang Feng's guidance, everyone noticed that Kaiserslautern, despite having fewer players than Hamburg, had made a significant improvement in their performance despite being forced to change their formation. In the second half, Ronaldo, who came on as a substitute, acted more like a free-roaming attacker, appearing in any position in the attacking third and frequently dropping back to combine with Iniesta. Gattuso's introduction also relieved a lot of pressure on De Rossi. As a result, after the start of the second half, Kaiserslautern, who were outnumbered, gradually gained the upper hand over Hamburg. The young Arbeloa and Lam also frequently made runs from deep to assist in the attack, which completely revitalized Kaiserslautern's attack. The combination of attacks from both wings and organization in the middle gave Kaiserslautern a different kind of energy compared to the first half. In the 58th minute, Iniesta received a pass from De Rossi in the attacking third and immediately passed the ball to Ronaldo, who was nearby. Ronaldo used his individual skills to get past his opponent and then advance forward. During his advance, he made a sudden stop and change of direction to get past the Hamburg defender. He then made a diagonal pass to Lam on the wing. Lam received the ball and crossed it. Klose headed it on, and Iniesta slid in at the far post to put the ball into the Hamburg goal. 1-1, Kaiserslautern equalized in the 59th minute away from home. After scoring, Iniesta excitedly ran to the corner flag and slid down to embrace Klose and Lam, who had delivered the cross. The entire play perfectly executed Jiang Feng's tactics for the second half. It was Ronaldo's ability to control the ball in midfield that created a gap in Hamburg's defense. It can be said that Ronaldo's continuous dribbling after receiving the ball in midfield led to Hamburg conceding the final goal. Jiang Feng, who had been standing on the sidelines the whole time, felt a little relieved after seeing the goal. The match restarted, and Hamburg began making personnel adjustments. Hamburg brought on a defensive midfielder and removed a striker. Hamburg's strategy was very clear: to strengthen their midfield defense and use numerical superiority to compensate for any gaps in individual skills. As time went on, the numerical disadvantage became increasingly apparent on the field, especially in midfield. Despite Ronaldo's dropping back to receive passes, Kaiserslautern still encountered significant trouble against the opponent's relentless pressing and struggled to find a good solution. In the 79th minute, Jiang Feng played his last card, replacing Klose with Ibrahimovic. Although Ibrahimovic was not originally scheduled to play in this match, Jiang Feng was still unwilling to accept a point at Hamburg's home ground. However, even with Ibrahimovic on the field, the Hamburg team, who were fighting desperately to defend in the final moments, couldn't solve the problem. In the final minutes of the match, a determined Kaiserslautern launched a near siege on Hamburg, but they were unable to break through the opponent's goal again. The match ended with the referee's final whistle, with Kaiserslautern, who were outnumbered from the start, drawing 1-1 with the home team Hamburg. Meanwhile, Borussia Dortmund and Bayer Leverkusen, who were on winning streaks in the standings, continued their winning streak this round, while Schalke 04 suffered an unexpected away defeat to 1860 Munich, and Bayern Munich won their home game against Wolfsburg 3-1. After 5 rounds of league matches, both Borussia Dortmund and Bayer Leverkusen have 15 points with 5 wins each. Dortmund is in first place due to a better goal difference. Kaiserslautern is in third place with 13 points from 4 wins and 1 draw. Schalke 04 is in fourth place with 12 points from 4 wins and 1 loss. Bayern Munich is in fifth place with 10 points from 3 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. At the post-match press conference, when asked about Ramos's red card, Jiang Feng said, "I don't think Sergio made a big mistake. He just didn't understand a referee's decision for a moment and couldn't control his emotions. I think that's a characteristic of young people. It's because of these things that young people grow. So I believe Sergio will definitely learn something from this incident." After the match against Hamburg, Jiang Feng led the entire Kaiserslautern team directly from Frankfurt Airport to Belgium that evening. 3 days later, in the first round of the Champions League group stage, Kaiserslautern will face Anderlecht at the Van den Tosk Stadium in Brussels, the capital of Belgium. The other match in Group A will be Real Madrid hosting Lokomotiv Moscow. All 16 matches of the first round of the Champions League will kick off simultaneously at 5 p.m. on September 28th. Chapter 142, Three-Pronged Approach. Time quickly came to the day of the match. As a newcomer to the Champions League, Jiang Feng and a player for Kaiserslautern, Jiang Feng attached great importance to this match. After all, it was his first Champions League journey. There is a saying in European football: never underestimate any opponent you encounter in the Champions League. Even when studying his opponent, Jiang Feng felt that the opponent's strength was far inferior to his own, but Kaiserslautern would still go all out. After all, even a lion needs to go all out to hunt a rabbit. Jiang Feng's starting lineup for this match was goalkeeper Cech, left back Lahm, right back Alves, 2 center-back Colaccini and Metzelder, defensive midfielders De Rossi and Gattuso, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Quaresma, and center forward Ibrahimovic. The match officially began at 5 p.m. with the referee's whistle. Because Jiang Feng rotated the lineup in the previous match against Hamburg, the players in the starting lineup for this match were in very good condition and had excellent physical fitness. From the very beginning of the match, Kaiserslautern firmly held the upper hand on the field, and they scored a goal very quickly. In the 17th minute, Ibrahimovic opened the scoring for Kaiserslautern with a turn and a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty area. This was Ibrahimovic's first goal in the Champions League, and this world-class strike opened the door to victory for Kaiserslautern. Soon after, in the 29th minute, Ronaldo's breakthrough on the left wing drew a foul from the opponent. Kaká's free kick found Ibrahimovic in the penalty area. With his back to the goal, Ibrahimovic was unable to shoot. Instead, he headed the ball back to De Rossi outside the penalty area. De Rossi received the ball and immediately unleashed a long-range shot. The ball flew through the air like lightning and into Anderlecht's goal. Kaiserslautern fans were extremely excited when the team arrived in Belgium, and the noise they made in the stands even drowned out the tens of thousands of home fans in the stadium for a moment. Taking a 2-goal lead completely relaxed Jiang Feng, who had been a little nervous. After all, it was his Champions League debut. With a 2-goal lead, Kaiserslautern played with more composure, which is one of the advantages of young players. They can adjust their emotions very quickly. Although Anderlecht was eager to reverse this unfavorable situation, they were indeed inferior to Kaiserslautern in both individual player ability and overall team tactics. Therefore, even until the end of the match, Anderlecht was unable to cause Kaiserslautern much trouble. Finally, with the referee's whistle, the match ended after 90 minutes of competition, with Kaiserslautern easily defeating Anderlecht 3-0 away from home. Meanwhile, the other match in Group A also ended. Real Madrid displayed their powerful attacking prowess at home, but their inherent weakness in defense, even with Zidane's arrival, could not change anything. The final score was 5-2. After the first round, both Real Madrid and Kaiserslautern secured 3 points. From this round of matches, it's clear to everyone following the Champions League that the qualifying spots in Group A are essentially going to be Real Madrid and Kaiserslautern. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lokomotiv Moscow and Anderlecht are unlikely to pose much of a challenge to either team. The biggest highlight of this group is the direct confrontation between Real Madrid and Kaiserslautern, and who will take the top spot in the group. After finishing their first round of matches, Kaiserslautern rested in Belgium for one night before returning to Kaiserslautern the following day. On their second day back in Germany, Kaiserslautern faced their first opponent in the German Cup, an amateur league team. Jiang Feng did not field any of the players Kaiserslautern had played in the Champions League, instead using a lineup drawn from the youth team, along with substitutes and reserve players. Unsurprisingly, they eliminated their opponents away from home. Thiago Silva, who was brought to Germany from Brazil this summer, also started the match. Many people who follow Kaiserslautern exclaimed that another promising star has been born after seeing Thiago Silva's performance. Although he was facing a team from an amateur league, Thiago Silva's defensive dominance on the backline was the envy of many teams, and Jiang Feng's amazing eye for talent was once again praised by everyone. On October 1st, the 6th round of the Bundesliga kicked off as scheduled. Kaiserslautern faced their 6th round opponent, Munich 1860, another team from Munich. After 90 minutes of play, Kaiserslautern defeated Munich 1863-1 away from home. In this match, Jiang Feng arranged for Drogba to be the team's starting center forward, and the African Beast did not disappoint Jiang Feng's trust, scoring 2 goals in 84 minutes of play. On October 5th, Kaiserslautern hosted their second Champions League group stage match at the Fritz-Walter Stadium against Lokomotiv Moscow from the Russian Premier League. Kaiserslautern fielded the same starting lineup as in the first round of the group stage. After 90 minutes of play, with the support of their home fans, Kaiserslautern defeated Lokomotiv Moscow 4-0, securing their second consecutive victory in the Champions League group stage. In the other Group A match, there were no surprises as Real Madrid, playing away, defeated their opponents 2-0 at Anderlecht's home ground. After 2 rounds of group stage matches, Kaiserslautern takes first place in Group A with a superior goal difference, while Real Madrid is in second place with 6 points. Lokomotiv Moscow and Anderlecht have both lost their 2 matches. After only 2 rounds of matches, the qualification situation in Group A is already very clear. The situation in this year's Champions League Group of Death is quite unpredictable. In the first round, both matches in Group F ended in draws. Roma's away game against Fenerbahce ended in a 1-1 draw, while the most surprising result was Barcelona's away game against Lyon, which ended in a 0-0 draw after 90 minutes. In the second round, Fenerbahce away game against Lyon ended in a 1-2 loss, while Roma's home game against Barcelona ended in a 2-2 draw. So after 2 rounds, Lyon leads Group F, the Group of Death, with 4 points from 1 win and 1 draw. Roma and Barcelona both have 2 points from 2 draws, while Fenerbahce has 1 point from 1 draw and 1 loss. Their chances of advancing are all uncertain. Chapter 143, Galactic Battleship. With a balanced approach across 3 competitions, Kaiserslautern progressed smoothly under Jiang Feng's effective rotation system. Before the season began, Jiang Feng intentionally increased the number of players in the first team and the reserve team as well. These measures were taken to cope with the dense schedule of the season. Another reason was that the World Cup qualifiers were in full swing, and some players from Kaiserslautern will be called up to participate in the World Cup. Players like Ibrahimovic, De Rossi, Gattuso, and Kaká were all newly selected national team players for Kaiserslautern. Therefore, before the season started, Jiang Feng began to consider how to make the team's configuration more reasonable. This season, Jiang Feng had greater ambitions for the team's season goals. On October 8th, in the 7th round of the Bundesliga, Kaiserslautern hosted newly promoted St. Pauli. In preparation for the 3rd round of the Champions League group stage, Jiang Feng used a large number of substitute players in this match. However, despite the predominantly substitute lineup, the team was still much stronger than the away team. Moreover, many of the substitute players performed exceptionally well in the match in order to make a good impression on Jiang Feng. So after 90 minutes of play, the result was no surprise. Kaiserslautern easily defeated St. Pauli 2-0 at home. After 7 rounds of league matches, the standings remain unchanged, with Kaiserslautern still in 3rd place. Borussia Dortmund and Bayer Leverkusen retain their 1st and 2nd positions, respectively, both having won all 7 of their previous matches. This outcome was unexpected before the season began, no one anticipated the incredible performance of Dortmund and Leverkusen this season. With the opening of the top 5 European leagues, the highly competitive Bundesliga has garnered increasing attention from fans worldwide, and this result has given the German Football Association hope for a Bundesliga revival. Many people are now waiting for the top 4 teams in the standings to clash with each other, believing it will be a fierce battle. However, before Kaiserslautern can compete fiercely with their Bundesliga rivals, they face a very tough opponent whose match will directly determine their fate in the Champions League group stage. This opponent is Real Madrid from La Liga. The Galacticos, built under new president Florentino Perez, will face Kaiserslautern at their home stadium, the Bernabeu Stadium, on October 12th. The day after their match against St. Pauli, the entire Kaiserslautern team arrived in Madrid. After a day of rest, the team conducted targeted tactical training at Atletico Madrid's youth team training ground in preparation for the game. Although they defeated Real Madrid in the UEFA Cup last season and won the UEFA Cup, the arrival of players like Zidane this summer has made Real Madrid different from last season's Real Madrid. As time went by, the day of the match arrived quickly. At 3 p.m., the entire Kaiserslautern team arrived at the Bernabeu Stadium, where they were greeted by boos from all the Real Madrid fans. The Real Madrid fans clearly remembered that it was this team and this coach who had snatched the championship from them in the UEFA Cup final last season. This match was also promoted by UEFA, and, as the first of the revenge matches, it was regarded as the focus of this round of group matches. Good evening, everyone. I am Huang Xiangshank. Today, I'll be commentating on a Champions League Group A match between Real Madrid and Kaiserslautern. This match will be co-hosted by me and commentator Zhang Lu. Good evening, everyone. I am Zhang Elu. Today's match is the highlight of this round of group stage matches and has attracted a lot of attention. As you all know, both Kaiserslautern and Real Madrid have won their 2 matches in Group A. Therefore, this match is extremely important for who can gain a favorable position in the group rankings. Another reason for the attention is that in last season's UEFA Cup final, Kaiserslautern defeated Real Madrid to win their first UEFA Cup title. Therefore, many media outlets see this match as Real Madrid's revenge match. That's right. And Real Madrid, after the transfers this summer, is completely different from last season. Zidane's arrival has made this La Liga giant even stronger. Kaiserslautern also brought in a lot of players this summer, and after the first few rounds of the league, the players they brought in this summer have shown great talent and ability. While Huang Jinxiang and Zhang Lu were discussing the match, both sides finished their warm-up and returned to the locker room. There was still half an hour before the match started, and both sides would make their final preparations. As time went on, the referee began to notify both sides to prepare to enter the field. Hello, everyone. We now see both teams' players have entered the field. Let me introduce the starting lineups we just received. For the away team, Kaiserslautern, their starting lineup is goalkeeper Cech, left back Lahm, right back Alves, and the 2 center backs are still the familiar duo of Colaccini and Metzelder. In midfield, the defensive midfielders are Captain De Rossi and his compatriot Gattuso. This Italian defensive midfield pair was also added to the Italian national team by Trapattoni this summer. In attacking midfield, Kaká, like De Rossi and others, Kaká has also been selected for the Brazilian national team, securing a starting position. However, Kaká has mostly been a substitute in national team matches. In Kaiserslautern's lineup with Ronaldo on the left wing, Quaresma on the right wing, and Ibrahimovic at center forward, strictly speaking, Ronaldo has developed the fastest, becoming a regular starter in the second half of last season. However, judging from Kaiserslautern's recent league matches, the competition for the left flank is the fiercest, as Arjen Robben, who just joined Kaiserslautern this summer, is a force to be reckoned with. Now let me introduce Real Madrid's starting lineup. Goalkeeper Cesar, left back Carlos, right back Salgado, center backs Helguera and Hierro, defensive midfielder Makelele, right winger Figo, left winger Solari, attacking midfielder Zidane, and forwards Raul and Morientes. This is the lineup that coach Vicente Del Bosque is most familiar with, and it can be said to be Real Madrid's strongest lineup at present. However, Real Madrid's defense, which has been a weakness for many years, has never improved, and this may be the key point of this match. But with Zidane's addition, Real Madrid's attack has increased exponentially. I wonder if Kaiserslautern's defense can withstand it, Zhang Lu said, picking up where Huang Jinxiang left off. Chapter 144, the person Bernabeu hates the most. I believe we will definitely win this game. We are fully prepared for a team like Real Madrid. This is what Jiang Feng said in a pre-match interview. After a brief ceremony, the match was about to begin. Players from both sides took their positions and waited for the referee's whistle. Kaiserslautern won the right to kick off when the winners were chosen. Jiang Feng stood expressionless on the sidelines, looking at the conspicuous bald man in Real Madrid's lineup. He couldn't help but recall his memories from his past life. The 1998 World Cup in France was Zidane's breakthrough match. At that time, Zidane was at his peak. No one would have imagined that in Zidane's final match, that could almost become one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries in world football would make Zidane's retirement somewhat tragic. Looking at Real Madrid now, and thinking about the superstar joining Real Madrid every summer transfer window, Beckham, Ronaldo, Owen, John Fong couldn't help but wonder which superstars Real Madrid would sign if they couldn't bring in Kaká and Ronaldo. Then, thinking about how European football was about to be dragged into a money war by that Russian, John Fong suddenly thought of many major events that happened in European football in his previous life. He wondered how things would change because of this butterfly effect. While John Fong was thinking about these things, the referee on the field looked at his watch and blew the whistle to start the game. Ladies and gentlemen, the match has officially begun. The team wearing red jerseys is Kaiserslautern. Kaká receives a pass from De Rossi in front of the penalty area, turns, and unleashes a powerful shot. The ball goes just over the crossbar. That was a very high-quality shot. Coach Zhang, it seems that Kaiserslautern hasn't changed their tactics just because their opponent is a team like Real Madrid. They've been very aggressive in attack since the start. Yes, Kaká's shot was very decisive. It seems that the fans are in for a treat today. It looks like it will be another attacking battle between the two sides, and there will probably be quite a few goals. Just as the two commentators in the studio had predicted, John Fong did not become more cautious because the opponent was Real Madrid. When he was giving instructions before the match, he asked his players to put enough pressure on the opponent after the match started, so that the opponent would not dare to attack recklessly. In John Feng's view, there should not be too much of a gap between him and Real Madrid in terms of attack. But in terms of defense, John Fong felt that his lineup was far superior to Real Madrid's. Therefore, he was not afraid of going head-to-head with Real Madrid. Kaká's long-range shot also opened the curtain for both sides' attacks. After the match began, Kaiserslautern focused on attacking down the flanks to suppress Real Madrid's wing attacks, preventing their fullbacks from pushing too far forward. In the middle, Gattuso relentlessly marked Zidane, whether he had the ball or not. This resulted in Real Madrid being unable to fully utilize their central attacking tactics. Even though Gattuso's individual skills were significantly inferior to Zidane's, Gattuso's abundant stamina allowed him to stay close to Zidane, causing Zidane to expend a great deal of energy. Sure enough, this arrangement brought Kaiserslautern quick results. In the 19th minute, Alves executed a brilliant 1-2 with Quaresma on the right wing. Alves then surged forward from the back, facing his compatriot Carlos. The two Brazilians engaged in a Formula 1-style speed duel on the wing, with Alves ultimately getting ahead of Carlos and passing the ball into the penalty area. However, under Carlos's pressure, Alves' pass wasn't of high quality. The ball sailed over the head of the leaping Ibrahimovic and headed towards the far post. Helguera was ready to clear the ball, but at that moment, he made an unbelievable blunder. The ball didn't travel far and was collected by De Rossi in the midfield. The moment De Rossi received the ball, there wasn't a single Real Madrid player around him. After checking his teammates' positions, De Rossi lobbed the ball with a half-high shot towards the left side of the penalty area. While the ball was still in the air, Ronaldo had already begun cutting inside. Real Madrid's defense became visibly chaotic after Helguera's mistake. Ronaldo's cut inside did not attract Real Madrid's attention. By the time Ronaldo received the ball in the penalty area, Hierro had already reacted and rushed to Ronaldo, abandoning his marking assignment. However, it was too late. Before Hierro could get into position, Ronaldo had already completed a shot. Ronaldo's shot went towards the near corner of the goal, causing Caesar to misjudge the situation. By the time he tried to regain his balance, it was too late, and the ball easily went into the net. 1-0. In the 23rd minute of the match, Kaiserslautern took the lead with a shot from Cristiano Ronaldo. After seeing the goal, Ronaldo immediately turned around and ran to the sidelines, tackled John Fong to the ground, and then Kaká and several other players ran over and pounced on him one by one. John Feng's joy turned to sorrow. Cristiano, get the hell up here. Did you do this on purpose? Whose idea was this? Boss, it wasn't me. It must be Zlatan. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell up right now. My back is going to break, you just wait. When the other players got up and returned to the field, all the Kaiserslautern fans watching the game couldn't help but laugh when they saw John Fong being helped up by David. John Fong, who was originally dressed in a smart suit, now had a wrinkled suit and his once neatly combed hair had turned into a bird's nest. Damn it, I'm going to find out whose idea it was after the game is over. No, why do you always dress up so neatly for every competition? If we don't mess with you, who else should we mess with? Get lost, I'm a head coach, not a player. What's wrong with me dressing neatly? Besides, I have a girlfriend, unlike you single dogs. After hearing John Feng's words, David wished he could pin that jerk to the ground again and do it once more. The little incident and goal on the sidelines excited the Kaiserslautern fans in the stands, and for a moment their cheers even seemed to overwhelm those of the home fans. Vicente Del Bosque was frowning on the sidelines. The veteran coach knew that to win the game, he had to improve the team's defense. In the summer, he once again suggested that Florentino buy some defensive players, but Florentino refused again. Del Bosque also knew that Florentino was always dissatisfied with him, thinking that he was too conservative and unable to play a brilliant attack. Bosque on the sidelines now felt like a skilled cook without ingredients. Chapter 145, The Bernabeu's Most Hated Person 2. Vicente Del Bosque also knew that the existing lineup could not solve the defensive problem at all. Not to mention a team with a sharp attack like Kaiserslautern, even against a team like Lokomotiv Moscow, they could not withstand the opponent's attack. The veteran coach knew he had no other choice but to fight back and attack, just like in last season's UEFA Cup final. Not fighting would be a slow suicide, while fighting offered a glimmer of hope. For a moment, the veteran coach even considered leaving voluntarily. It is well known that Florentino Perez has long been dissatisfied with Vicente Del Bosque, but he lacks a good excuse and dares not dismiss him casually, because the veteran coach has too much prestige in Spain and at Real Madrid. This is also one of the reasons for Florentino's dissatisfaction with Del Bosque. Vicente Del Bosque stood on the sidelines and gestured to the players on the field to attack. Before the game restarted, he pulled Makelele aside and gave him instructions. The game has restarted. Kaiserslautern, leading by 1 goal, showed no signs of letting up. Against a team like Real Madrid, a 1-goal lead is nothing. A superstar's momentary brilliance could wipe out that advantage. Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, did not relax despite being in the lead. He remained focused on the game situation. After the match restarted, Real Madrid, under the direction of Vicente Del Bosque, intensified their attack. This certainly put some pressure on Kaiserslautern. After the game restarted, Makelele changed his defensive strategy to man-marking, just like Gattuso did with Zidane, closely marking Kaká. This made it very difficult for Kaká. Makelele is very experienced and knows how to deal with a technical player like Kaká in the most effortless way. Moreover, whenever Kaká gets the ball, he makes a lot of subtle hand movements. Even if the referee sees them, because it is Real Madrid's home ground, the referee will still consider the home advantage. So after the game restarted, the situation between the two sides immediately became deadlocked, especially in the midfield where neither side could gain a significant advantage. Seeing this, Jiang Feng shook his head on the sidelines, but he didn't take Real Madrid's change to heart. He had actually anticipated this tactical change before the game started. So after shouting to the players on the field, he immediately made a hand gesture. Upon seeing Jiang Feng's gesture from the sidelines, Kaiserslautern's tactics on the field immediately changed. Everyone realized that Kaká was no longer Kaiserslautern's attacking initiator, but had become a supporting player. The real attacking initiator had become the defensive midfielder De Rossi. After receiving the ball, De Rossi did not pass it to the center, but frequently passed it to Kaiserslautern's 2 flanks. The 2 fullbacks, Alves and Lahm, also began to frequently move forward. This rendered Makelele's defensive strategy in the middle largely ineffective. Gradually, Real Madrid fans in the stands realized that their team was once again at a disadvantage on the field. Many Real Madrid fans watching Jiang Feng on the sidelines gradually found this yellow-skinned young man extremely annoying. Every gesture he made to the field made their side feel very uncomfortable. In the 39th minute, Kaiserslautern once again found a good opportunity on the field. After De Rossi intercepted the ball from Raul in the backfield, he immediately passed it to Lahm. Lahm received the ball and, facing Solari's counterpressing, skillfully nutmegged him and accelerated past Figo. With his opponent out of the way, Lahm had a clear path ahead as Ronaldo's run drew away defender Salgado. Seeing this, Makelele had no choice but to leave the center and chase after Lahm. This was exactly the way Jiang Feng had planned to free up Kaká. Seeing Makelele coming towards him, Lahm didn't hesitate and passed the ball across to Kaká near the center circle, while he continued to run forward, creating space for his teammates. Seeing Kaká receive the ball again with no defenders around, Makelele had no choice but to run back towards him. Kaká, seeing this, immediately passed the ball to Ronaldo, who was coming to support him. Ronaldo, with his back to Salgado, didn't even turn, but simply flicked the ball with his heel, sending it between Salgado's legs. Lahm arrived just in time, cutting inside into the penalty area. By the time Salgado turned around to chase after Lahm, Lahm had already lobbed the ball towards the far post of the goal. Quaresma appeared at the landing point on the right wing and, despite Hierro's entanglement, headed the ball back into the middle with his forehead. Kaiserslautern's series of passes and runs had turned Real Madrid's defense into a sieve. In the middle, Ibrahimovic faced the incoming ball and slotted it past Caesar. 2-0, Kaiserslautern put up a dazzling series of passes, culminating in a shot from Ibrahimovic to extend their lead to 2 goals. After seeing this goal, Jiang Feng was much more excited than with the first one. He ran straight to the Real Madrid bench and slid down to his knees. When the Real Madrid fans in the stands saw this provocative action from this annoying guy, boos and insults echoed throughout the stadium. Upon hearing this sound, after completing his celebration, Jiang Feng turned around and smiled at the Real Madrid fans in the stands, then raised 2 fingers to them. Jiang Feng raised 2 fingers to the Real Madrid fans. Was he telling Real Madrid that he was already 2 goals ahead, or that he was going to beat them a second time? Huang Jinxiang in the studio was also trying to interpret Jiang Feng's gesture. To be honest, this kind of action is somewhat provocative towards the home team's fans, Zhang Lu said. Jiang Feng's actions made Real Madrid fans even angrier and more upset. The stands, which were originally just filled with boos and insults, were now filled with debris floating down from above. Jiang Feng, who had returned to the coaching bench, could even hear things hitting the roof of the coaching bench from time to time. The referee also came over to warn Jiang Feng to restrain himself and not to provoke the fans excessively. Jiang Feng nodded to the referee. Jiang Feng didn't actually want to do this, but some of the insult from Real Madrid fans in the stands involved racial attacks, which he couldn't tolerate, so he did it. Chapter 146: Racial Discrimination. In fact, from childhood to the present, Jiang Feng has often heard such comments in Europe, especially when he was living and studying in England. Such situations were very common. So, although Jiang Feng has lived in Europe since childhood, he has never liked this environment, and the main reason for this is precisely this. That is, his reputation in Germany is growing, so such situations are rarely encountered during matches. When a referee came over to warn Jiang Feng also seriously told the referee about the situation. Listen to what the fans in the stands are chanting, sir. I think I should have the right. Jiang, I will record all of this. I will report it to UEFA truthfully after the match. Please stop provoking me, as this will only make things worse. All right, Jiang Feng didn't try to make things difficult for the referee. Meanwhile, Florentino, sitting in the VIP box, was too preoccupied with his team's deficit to notice what was happening. Otherwise, given his mature political experience, he certainly wouldn't have allowed things to escalate this way, as it would have tarnished the reputation of a team like Real Madrid. Although such situations occur frequently in Europe, they cannot be brought to the forefront. Once they are, certain individuals will seize upon them for their own purposes. This is precisely what some so-called human rights organizations in Europe love to do. The game on the field is still ongoing. Trailing by 2 goals, Real Madrid became even more impatient, especially after Jiang Feng's unrestrained celebration, which further provoked the Real Madrid players. No matter what team it is, once they lose their composure during a game, no tactics will be of any use. Kaiserslautern, on the other hand, played with much more composure. Vicente Del Bosque, watching Real Madrid's performance on the sidelines, shook his head. Before the match, he truly hadn't expected his opponents to be so much more unpredictable than when they met last season. The players on the field displayed the demeanor of seasoned generals. Looking at the young players in the opposing team, the veteran coach couldn't help but think of his team's transfer strategy every summer. Superstars sometimes can't solve every problem. On the contrary, sometimes superstars can bring some unstable factors. However, superstars do sometimes play a role. Just like in the first half stoppage time, the Kaiserslautern players were clearly a bit relaxed. After Rossi passed the ball to Alves' pass was a bit careless and was intercepted by Makelele in the middle. Makelele then lobbed the ball to Zidane in the attacking third. After receiving the ball, Zidane faced Gattuso's challenge. He executed a classic Marseille turn to get past the overly aggressive Gattuso, then played a 1-2 with Raul on the edge of the penalty area before dribbling into the box and unleashing a powerful shot that beat Czech in goal. 1-2, Real Madrid pulled one back in the final moments of the first half. Jiang Feng stood on the sidelines with a gloomy expression. Before the match, he had instructed his team to concentrate as long as the referee's whistle hadn't blown, as many people were responsible for the goal conceded. After Real Madrid scored, the referee didn't even wait for the game to restart before blowing the whistle to end the first half. Both teams returned to the locker room to prepare for the second half of the game. Before the game started, I told you all to stay focused. As long as the referee's whistle hadn't blown, you couldn't let your guard down. But what did you do? Daniel, according to my tactical plan, should you have just passed the ball out so casually? And Ivan, how did you defend in the end? Getting past you was like getting past a wooden stake. After entering the locker room, Jiang Feng began to analyze the responsibility for conceding the goal in the final moments. All the Kaiserslautern players rarely saw Jiang Feng lose his temper, and they understood that the final goal they conceded was indeed due to their complacency after taking the lead. Boss, I'm sorry. Alves stepped forward. I've told you all before. I don't need your apologies. I hope you'll remember this goal forever. Football isn't just about skill and talent. It's also about your seriousness and teamwork. Only then can we go further. I don't want to hear you apologize to me all the time. You saw what happened in the first half. Our opponents weren't as strong as you thought. As long as we take the game seriously, victory will definitely be ours. Jiang Feng said earnestly. In the second half, the opponent will definitely intensify their attack. Ivan, your responsibility is very heavy. Just like in the first half, keep Zidane tied up and don't let him receive and pass the ball easily. No matter what method you use, make it very difficult for him. Ricardo, you need to judge the situation on the field yourself. If the opponent continues to use the defensive strategy of the second half of the first half, then you should still focus on attacking down the flanks. Remember to always stay calm. Understand. Clear. The break ended quickly, and the second half of the match officially began. As Jiang Feng had predicted, Real Madrid's morale was boosted by their goal, and their attacking momentum was extremely strong in the second half. Fortunately, Jiang Feng made adjustments during halftime to address this situation. Zidane had never played as badly as he had since joining Real Madrid. Gattuso was like a leech stuck to him, making him very uncomfortable. When Zidane struggles, Real Madrid's attack becomes increasingly difficult. So, while Real Madrid appeared to have the upper hand in the second half, anyone who understands football could see that they were playing awkwardly. Their attacks were all bark and no bite, often getting bogged down in a quagmire once they entered the third distance zone. As a result, a team that traditionally favored ground attacks gradually began to resort to long balls and crosses, which was hard to accept. Kaiserslautern, who seemed to be suppressed, occasionally revealed their fangs, making Real Madrid's defense extremely vulnerable. Real Madrid's morale has been gradually worn down over time. In the 74th minute, Kaiserslautern made the first substitution, with Mascherano replacing the exhausted Gattuso. Jiang Feng continued to have his players maintain pressure on Zidane. Zidane was initially pleased to see the player who had been causing him so much trouble throughout the match being substituted. But little did he know that Mascherano, who had just come on, would make things even worse for him. Mascherano was full of energy, so he was faster and stronger in marking Zidane. In the 82nd minute, the score was still 1-2, with Kaiserslautern leading by 1 goal. Chapter 147 Racial Discrimination 2. In the 82nd minute, seeing the situation, Del Bosque had no choice but to substitute the exhausted Zidane with Guti. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng played his second card of the match for Kaiserslautern, substituting Iniesta for Kaká and Palacio for Quaresma, making 2 substitutions in total. Kaiserslautern's substitutions quickly yielded positive results. In the 85th minute, Alves made a long pass from the backfield to Iniesta near the center circle. Iniesta then passed the ball to the right wing, where Palacio, who had just come on as a substitute, received the ball and made a high-speed forward run. Before Carlos could block him, Palacio made a long pass and sent the ball directly to Ronaldo on the left wing. Ronaldo then sent the ball to the edge of the penalty area, where Ibrahimovic, with his back to goal, passed it back to Iniesta. Iniesta then played a through ball to Ronaldo, who had cut inside into the penalty area. After receiving the ball, Ronaldo adjusted his position, flicked it with his right foot, and then unleashed a powerful shot. This time, Caesar was very focused and dived to save the ball. However, to Caesar's dismay, the player in front of the ball was a Kaiserslautern player wearing a red jersey. It turned out that Iniesta had run to the ball's landing point and then pushed the ball into the goal. 3-1, Kaiserslautern once again turned their lead into a 2-goal advantage, and this goal effectively sealed the outcome of the match. The score remained unchanged until the final whistle. When the referee blew the final whistle, the Real Madrid fans in the stands erupted in excitement. Almost all Real Madrid fans were targeting Jiang Feng, and all sorts of insults poured down from the stands. After shaking hands with Vicente Del Bosque, Jiang Feng smiled and waved to the fans in the stands, a gesture that further excited the Real Madrid supporters. After seeing Jiang Feng's action, the fans in the stands shouted, "Get out of the Bernabeu!" The shouts gradually turned from sporadic to a unified chant. Dear viewers, the match is over. This result was probably unexpected for many before the game. 3-1, Kaiserslautern can be said to have completely defeated Real Madrid away from home. Judging from the cheers in the stands, we can see that Jiang Feng is probably the most unpopular person at the Bernabeu Stadium right now. But to be honest, the behavior of Real Madrid fans today did not reflect the style that a top club should have, Huang Jinxiang said in the studio. Yes, as a prestigious club with a deep history, it is indeed inappropriate to behave like this, and some things that happened in today's game fully illustrate this point. Viewers, that concludes today's live stream. See you next week. Goodbye. As Huang Jinxiang and Zhang Lu finished their live broadcast, Jiang Feng arrived at the post-match press conference. Mr. Jiang, what did you mean by pointing your finger when your team was in the lead? Don't you think that was unsportsmanlike? It even seemed like you were provoking the fans. As soon as Jiang Feng sat down, a reporter stood up and immediately focused on Jiang Feng's celebration during the match. The reporter seemed to be a supporter of Real Madrid. Sir reporter, have you been watching this match from the very beginning? Certainly. Did you hear what the fans in the stands are shouting at me? Do you know what that means? If you don't, let me tell you, it's blatant racism. I really can't imagine something like this happening in the Champions League, and I can't believe such a scene would happen to a team like Real Madrid. Do you still think I've lost my composure, sir? And please understand this. I'm the one who was insulted. If this isn't resolved, I will refuse to play the next match against Real Madrid, Jiang Feng said very seriously. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, the Spanish journalist was speechless. He understood that what Jiang Feng described had indeed happened. After hearing Jiang Feng's last sentence, all the journalists present knew that things were probably very serious. They knew that such acts of racial discrimination were common in Europe, but they absolutely could not expose them. Once exposed, it would be a huge problem for Real Madrid. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by refusing the upcoming match against Real Madrid? It means exactly what it says. The referee on duty today told me personally that he would report it to UEFA truthfully. Next, I will ask the club to contact UEFA. If there is no satisfactory result, I will withdraw from the Champions League. Of course, this is just my personal matter and has nothing to do with the team. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, the reporters at the scene erupted in excitement, raising their hands in unison. All right, I'm a bit tired today. There's not much to say about the game. My players performed exceptionally well, and we won honorably. With that, Jiang Feng left the press conference. The reporters at the scene got what they wanted and began contacting their respective media outlets. The incident began the day after the match, when the entire Kaiserslautern team returned to Germany. Kaiserslautern was the first to speak, with Brehm holding a press conference on behalf of the club. At the conference, Brehm solemnly condemned the racial discrimination Jiang Feng encountered at Real Madrid. In front of all the reporters, Brehm stated the club's position. I will report this matter to UEFA. If UEFA cannot give Jiang Feng a fair result, Kaiserslautern will withdraw from the Champions League. Subsequently, UEFA President Zwanziger, in an interview with reporters, stated that the German Football Association firmly stands behind Jiang Feng and supports all decisions made by Jiang Feng and Kaiserslautern. Immediately afterwards, the heads of all the Bundesliga teams participating in the Champions League stepped forward and threatened that if the incident could not be resolved, the Bundesliga teams would withdraw from the Champions League. The German newspaper Bild chose a photo from the stands during the Real Madrid versus Kaiserslautern match, showing Real Madrid fans hurling hateful insults at Jiang Feng, and placed it on its front page with the headline, "A disgrace to a century-old powerhouse." Then this trend spread throughout Europe and then around the world, gradually affecting the entire Champions League. This tournament, which receives a lot of attention in Europe and even the world, could have its influence affected if not handled properly. Moreover, many people are taking advantage of the situation, just like what the Catalan sports newspaper, which is close to Barcelona, is doing now. When the German newspaper Bild's report began to spread all over Europe, the Catalan sports newspaper also published its own report on the incident on its front page. Chapter 148 Crisis Public Relations. A disgrace to La Liga was the headline of the Catalan sports newspaper, which criticized Real Madrid terribly and even portrayed them as the culprits of La Liga. The article concluded by calling on the Spanish Football Federation to expel Real Madrid from La Liga. Meanwhile, UEFA headquarters was holding a meeting to discuss the incident, and no one expected such a thing to happen. Mills, give me your report first. UEFA President Johansson asked the referee in the Real Madrid versus Kaiserslautern match with a serious expression. Sir, during the match, Real Madrid fans did make some racist remarks, and these remarks increased after the match, as I recorded in my post-match report. All right, everyone, I believe you've all seen how things have developed. This is no longer just a problem for Real Madrid. Some forces are even starting to target us. If this isn't handled properly, our entire Champions League reputation will be affected. I believe everyone here understands what that means. I even received a call from Blatter before this meeting. Now, what are your opinions? Johansson asked, looking at all the UEFA executives after the referee left the meeting room. While UEFA was discussing how to handle the matter, Real Madrid President Florentino Perez was also contacting Frederick to communicate. Real Madrid then held a press conference. Florentino Perez made a rare personal appearance, as this Spanish politician and businessman was well aware of the potential repercussions if the matter was not handled properly. Mr. Florentino, I am a journalist from the German newspaper Bild. What are your thoughts on the racial discrimination Kaiserslautern experienced at the Bernabeu Stadium? How will Real Madrid handle this situation? Real Madrid is a team with a long history, and over the years we have always strived to build an excellent team. I don't deny this incident. We conducted a detailed investigation into this matter the day after the match, and we also communicated the results of this investigation to Kaiserslautern. This matter involves a fan organization, and yesterday we revoked the official registration of this fan organization, and all members of the fan organization will be banned from entering the Bernabeu for life. Real Madrid is willing to accept any punishment decision made by UEFA. It has to be said that this old fox is flexible and knows how to bend and stretch. He knows that there is no possibility of denying this matter, and if he shows even the slightest intention to smooth things over, things will probably not end well. Real Madrid's decision to handle the situation quickly garnered praise from many who were following the matter, thanks to extensive coverage by media outlets close to the club. The crisis, thanks to Florentino Perez's personal intervention, can now be considered largely resolved. In reality, the handling of the matter was far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. Florentino contacted many people privately and made many promises, which gradually calmed down the public's attention. The day after Real Madrid's press conference, UEFA issued a disciplinary decision regarding the incident. Real Madrid was fined a record €5 million by UEFA and banned Real Madrid fans from attending the second match between Real Madrid and Kaiserslautern at Kaiserslautern's home stadium. With UEFA's final decision on the punishment, the controversy has gradually died down thanks to the efforts of many parties. It can be said that Real Madrid's crisis management was very successful under Florentino Perez's personal involvement. Throughout the entire course of this event, the other protagonist remained unaffected and continued on his way. On October 15th, the 8th round of the Bundesliga resumed. In this round, Kaiserslautern faced a heavyweight opponent so far this season, Bayer Leverkusen, one of the two teams that had maintained a perfect record in the first 7 rounds of the league. This match can be said to be the most crucial and focused battle of this round. In this highly anticipated match, Kaiserslautern will travel to Bayer Leverkusen's home stadium, the Bay Arena, to challenge Bayer Leverkusen. The match between Kaiserslautern and Bayer Leverkusen officially began at 5 p.m. on the day of the match. Because the Champions League match had just ended, even though it was a very important match, Jiang Feng still made some positional changes to the starting lineup. Goalkeeper Frieder, left back Lahm, 2 center backs Ramos and Barzagli, right back Arbeloa, defensive midfielders Schweinsteiger and Mascherano, attacking midfielder Iniesta, left winger Robin, right winger Palacio, and center forward Klose. Bayer Leverkusen's head coach, Klaus Topmüller, fielded a 4-5-1 formation, with Bud in goal, Placini on the left, Sebazin on the right, Zivkovic and Lucio as center backs, Ramelow as defensive midfielder, Schneider, Ballack, and Berterich as central midfielders, Basturk as attacking midfielder, and Neuville as striker. Topmüller seems quite wary of Kaiserslautern's attack, and this lineup is arguably Leverkusen's strongest so far this season. Less than 10 minutes into the match, the home team gave Kaiserslautern a rude awakening. Ballack easily won his duel with Schweinsteiger. After winning the ball, Ballack made a long pass to Basturk in front of him. Basturk received the ball and turned to shoot from the edge of the penalty area. Bang! The football hit the post and bounced back into the penalty area. Fredier immediately got up and tackled the ball. The home fans in the stand sighed. This goal gave the Kaiserslautern players a fright, especially goalkeeper Frieder. However, despite having many rotated players, Kaiserslautern's attacking ability is no weaker than their opponents. In the 17th minute, Iniesta received a pass from Schweinsteiger, who had just made a mistake in midfield and delivered a diagonal pass to Robin on the left wing. Facing the pressure from Sebazin and Berderich, Robin easily evaded both players with 2 consecutive lobs. Then, accelerating towards the penalty area, a sudden change of direction while dribbling at high speed caused Sebazin, who was always behind him, to lose his balance. Robin then dribbled into the penalty area, drawing Lucio's attention before subtly flicking a very concealed pass to Klose. Klose's shooting motion deceived Zivkovic, and he followed up with a shot, but the ball was brilliantly saved by Butt and went out for a corner. Chapter 149 Fierce Competition. The match between the two sides was just like these 2 rounds. The entire first half was back and forth. Because of the rotation of the lineup, Kaiserslautern was still able to implement its tactics, but it was still unable to completely contain the opponent in defense. Therefore, it gave Leverkusen many opportunities. However, the goalkeepers of both teams performed very well today, so when the referee blew the whistle to end the first half, neither side had scored. During halftime, Jiang Feng made the first adjustment, replacing Lahm with Metzelder and moving Ramos to the left-back position. Lahm had been affected by the Champions League in the first half, so he did not perform to his full potential. Quaresma replaced Palacio. Kaiserslautern made 2 substitutions during halftime. The substitutions quickly yielded positive results. Less than a minute into the second half, Kaiserslautern broke the deadlock. In the 48th minute, Ramos made a run to the halfway line and delivered a long pass to Quaresma on the right wing. Quaresma then crossed the ball directly from the right, and Klose, who had been waiting in the middle, jumped high, overpowering Lucio, and headed the ball into the goal guarded by Butt. Kaiserslautern broke the deadlock in the 49th minute, taking a 1-0 lead. After scoring, Klose ran straight to Quaresma and knelt down as if to wipe Quaresma's shoes. Quaresma's cross was like a precise missile. Then, taking advantage of a dead ball situation, Topmuller saw that his team was already behind and quickly made substitutions, replacing Berderich with Berbatov, while Topmuller replaced a midfielder with a striker. His intention was very clear, to strengthen his attack. After Leverkusen made that substitution, their attack immediately intensified. In the 67th minute, Berbatov was brought down in the penalty area by Barzagli. The referee immediately pointed to the penalty spot. The slow-motion replay showed that Barzagli did make a hand contact while defending, but it was not enough to warrant a penalty. However, the referee had already made the decision. Despite Jiang Feng's continuous protests to the fourth official on the sidelines, he could not change the decision. Balik's penalty kick fooled Frieder and went into Kaiserslautern's goal. The score was tied 1-1 in the 69th minute. After the match restarted, it truly entered a heated phase. Neither side wanted a draw, as it would be detrimental to both. The real winner was Borussia Dortmund, who had already accepted the outcome a day earlier, as they secured another victory, extending their winning streak to 8 games. Therefore, if Kaiserslautern and Bayer Leverkusen had drawn, Dortmund would have topped the table with 24 points from 8 wins, leaving Kaiserslautern trailing Dortmund by 4 points. Therefore, under these circumstances, Jiang Feng played his last card. In the 76th minute, Kaiserslautern used their last substitution of the match, with Ronaldo replacing Robin. It was this substitution that changed the final result. In the 87th minute, Iniesta received the ball in midfield, skillfully changed direction to get past Balik, and then took a few steps forward before delivering a long pass to Klose, who had dropped back to receive it. Klose controlled the ball with his back to the goal and heard Ronaldo's call for a pass on the left wing. However, Klose was tightly marked by Lucio and could not turn around. In desperation, Klose chose an unconventional passing move, forcefully flicking the ball with his heel towards the direction of Ronaldo's voice. By the time Klose turned around after completing the pass, Ronaldo, who had successfully beaten the offside trap, had already taken a shot. From a 45-degree angle inside the penalty area, Ronaldo's powerful shot broke through the goal guarded by Butt. 2-1. In the 88th minute, Kaiserslautern took the lead again with a goal from Cristiano Ronaldo. Time is running out for Leverkusen. The referee is already checking his watch. After the game restarted, Leverkusen pressed forward with almost all their players, and due to time constraints, they could only keep lobbing the ball into the penalty area. Ultimately, thanks to Kaiserslautern's tight defense, the team withstood Leverkusen's comeback in the final minutes. After 3 minutes of added time, the referee immediately blew the whistle to end the match. Kaiserslautern emerged victorious in this high-profile match, defeating Bayer Leverkusen 2-1 at the Bay Arena, thus moving themselves up to second place in the standings. After the 8th round of the 2001-2002 Bundesliga season, Borussia Dortmund was in first place with 24 points from 8 wins. Kaiserslautern was in second place with 22 points from 7 wins and 1 draw, and Bayer Leverkusen was in third place with 21 points from 7 wins and 1 loss. Bayern Munich, who were determined to reclaim their honors before the season, have had an up-and-down season. After 8 rounds of league play, they have 5 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, accumulating 17 points and ranking 6th in the standings. The team's newly appointed head coach, Magath, has also been heavily criticized. After the 8th round of the league, many German media outlets reported that the Bundesliga's era of revival has arrived, and this season's Bundesliga is no longer dominated by any one team. The competition between teams is extremely fierce. Under the deliberate guidance of the German Football Association, DFB, and with the praise of some media outlets close to the DFB, they attributed all the credit to the DFB's correct leadership. Kaiserslautern can finally breathe a sigh of relief in the following week. After the 3 rounds of the Champions League group stage, the Champions League will take a 2-week break. Therefore, Kaiserslautern's grueling schedule has finally come to a temporary end. The next 2 weeks will see them return to a schedule of 1 match per week, which will be a much-needed rest for the team. So after the match against Leverkusen, Jiang Feng decided to let the team rest for a day. After all, the continuous battles had left many players feeling exhausted. Professor Ruert also suggested to Jiang Feng that the team should arrange for a proper rest. That's why Jiang Feng arranged for a rest after the match against Leverkusen. And after discussing with the coaching staff, he decided that this week's training would focus on recovery. Chapter 1, 50 FIFA Virus. After a week of recovery, the 9th round of the Bundesliga begins, with Kaiserslautern returning to their home ground to face Werder Bremen. After a week of rest, Kaiserslautern fielded their strongest lineup under Jiang Feng's arrangement, and with the support of the home fans, they decisively defeated Werder Bremen 3-0. However, while Kaiserslautern won, Dortmund and Leverkusen also secured victories. Dortmund, in particular, played against Bayern Munich at home. After 90 minutes of intense competition, Dortmund scored a last-minute winner, defeating Bayern Munich 1-0. This result made Jiang Feng marvel at Dortmund's incredible luck and also lament that Bayern Munich's season has truly been a disappointment. After the match against Werder Bremen, Kaiserslautern faced national team call-ups, ruining Jiang Feng's plans to take a proper rest. This call-up was particularly distressing for Jiang Feng, as not only were Ibrahimovic, Kaka, Gattuso, and Arasi called up, but Cech, Frieder, and Colaccini were also summoned. This disrupted Kaiserslautern's daily training, leaving both the starting and backup goalkeepers unavailable. Jiang Feng had to temporarily recruit 2 goalkeepers from the reserve and youth teams to ensure the team's daily training sessions continued. These 2 months are also the most crucial period for the World Cup qualifiers for various countries. Jiang Feng is very worried about the 7 players selected for the national team, fearing that if they get injured, Kaiserslautern will have a tough time. Just as Jiang Feng was worrying, what he feared still happened. On the night the World Cup qualifiers ended in various places, a message reached Jiang Feng that made him feel both helpless and angry. Kaka, Ibrahimovic, and Cech are all injured. Kaka strained his inner thigh muscle during a match and was diagnosed with a need to rest for about 20 days. Ibrahimovic, on the other hand, was very unlucky. When he returned to his country to participate in the qualifiers, he was bumped in the nose by a teammate during training, resulting in a broken nose. According to the diagnosis, he was estimated to need to rest for a month. Cech was even more unlucky. He had a cold when he returned home, and as a substitute goalkeeper, he shouldn't have had much playing time. However, during a scrimmage, after making a save, he fell to the ground, clutching his hand. An examination revealed that he had a torn ligament in his finger. It's estimated that he will need to rest for at least 2 months. When Jiang Feng received the news, he felt like this was truly a case of misfortunes never coming singly, a feeling of utter folly, as if his very desires had been fulfilled. This FIFA virus seems to be specifically targeting Kaiserslautern. What worries Jiang Feng the most is Kaka's injury. Jiang Feng remembers that in his previous life, Kaka was unable to return to his peak performance after joining Real Madrid because of a groin injury. So after receiving this bad news, Jiang Feng went to find Professor Alt. Jiang, your concerns are valid. Peter and Zlatan's injuries shouldn't be too serious. Ricardo's injury, although recovering the fastest, is the most troublesome of the 3. In sports medicine, groin injuries are the most common and also the most troublesome. The groin plays a crucial role in sports. It not only bears the weight of the upper body, but also drives the movement of the thigh. However, it is inherently fragile. So many people get injured there. Jiang, you need to know that in sports, people frequently use sudden bursts of high torque, such as sudden high-speed starts, sudden stops after high speeds, and sudden powerful shots. These are all common causes of groin injuries. Rolt explained the analysis of the groin injury to Jiang Feng in detail. So, does Ricardo have a groin problem, or just a muscle strain in his thigh? I can't judge that right now. I still suggest that the 3 injured players return as soon as possible so that I can give them a detailed examination, especially Ricardo. Many team doctors may make mistakes in diagnosis. I have a friend who is an expert in this area, and I can ask him to come over. Okay, Professor, I'll make the arrangements right away. You can make the arrangements after they return. Despite the significant impact of the FIFA virus on Kaiserslautern, the matches must continue. The Bundesliga resumed as scheduled on October 30th after a week's break. Kaiserslautern continued to play at home against Wolfsburg from Lower Saxony, who had competed with Kaiserslautern for the German League Cup before the start of the league. In this match, Wolfsburg adopted a defensive strategy at the Fritz-Walter Stadium. Due to the impact of the FIFA virus, Jiang Feng's starting lineup for this match consisted of goalkeeper Frieder, who had just returned, left and right fullbacks Lahm and Alves, center backs Ramos and Metzelder, defensive midfielders Schweinsteiger and Mascherano, attacking midfielder Juninho, left and right wingers Cristiano Ronaldo and Quaresma, and center forward Drogba. After the match started, it was clear that the FIFA virus still hadn't spared Kaiserslautern. In the 18th minute, Frieder, who had just returned to his club from the national team, was obviously not in good form. Wolfsburg took a seemingly harmless long-range shot from outside the penalty area, but Frieder fumbled the ball, allowing the opponent to get to the second ball and score with a shot that broke through Kaiserslautern's goal. Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, was also somewhat stunned when he saw the goal conceded. After taking the lead, Wolfsburg tightened their defense even further. What frustrated Jiang Feng even more was that Kaiserslautern was not only unlucky in defense today, but also in attack. In the first 40 minutes of the first half, Kaiserslautern had already hit the post with 4 shots. Seeing this, Jiang Feng was somewhat helpless. During halftime, Jiang Feng substituted Iniesta for Juninho. Jiang Feng was not satisfied with Juninho's performance in the first half, which was heavily marked by the opponent. At the start of the second half, Kaiserslautern launched a fierce attack on the opponent's defense. But Wolfsburg had clearly put a lot of effort into their defense today. Despite Kaiserslautern's fierce attacks, they were unable to break through the opponent's goal. In the 89th minute, just before stoppage time, Kaiserslautern's corner kick found Drogba in the penalty area. Drogba's shot was blocked by the opponent, but not cleared far enough. Instead, it was collected by Iniesta at the edge of the penalty area. Iniesta then unleashed a long-range curling shot from outside the penalty area, and the ball went straight into the top corner. Kaiserslautern equalized at the last minute, and that was the final score of the match. After the 9th round of league matches, Kaiserslautern and Wolfsburg drew 1-1. This round of matches brought both good and bad news for Kaiserslautern. The good news was that Borussia Dortmund, who had won 8 consecutive matches, finally lost. Dortmund was also affected by the FIFA virus, losing 0-1 to Hamburg away from home. The bad news was that Kaiserslautern dropped to 3rd place in the standings because Bayer Leverkusen won. Chapter 151. Fortunately, the day after the match ended, Kaka, Cech, and Ibrahimovic, the 3 injured players, returned to Germany. Upon their return to the club, Jiang Feng immediately had Professor Rolt conduct a thorough examination on the 3 of them. In particular, Professor Rolt and his friend Dr. Aries examined Kaka. The inspection lasted less than 2 hours. Rolt and Aries returned to the office, where Jiang Feng had been waiting for a long time. "How is it, Professor?" Jiang Feng asked hurriedly after seeing the 2 people walk in. Zlatan and Peter's checkups are similar to what they did with the national team, but their recovery time won't be as long. I'll work with Aries to come up with a detailed treatment plan. As for Ricardo, Aries, you can handle that, Professor Roert said after sitting down. Okay, Jiang. The good news is that Ricardo's injury isn't a groin injury. However, the bad news is that if they follow the treatment plan their national team used before, it won't be able to heal completely. And if it can't be healed, this injury will definitely affect the groin someday. In other words, if the injury isn't completely treated this time, it will become a groin injury someday, Aries explained. After hearing Alesh's explanation, Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Jiang Feng finally understood why Kaka, in his previous life, couldn't return his peak because of his groin problem. So what's the plan for Ricardo's treatment now? How long will it take for him to recover? I will personally develop the treatment plan. I can't give you an exact recovery time right now. I can only give you the exact time after the first phase of treatment. As for the approximate time frame, it will take about 2 months. The length of this time depends on the patient's cooperation, so I hope you can communicate with the patient in advance. During the treatment process, I hope the patient can maintain an optimistic and positive attitude, as this will help with recovery, Aries said. All right, sir, I'll take care of this. After communicating with Rolt and Aries, Jiang Feng first contacted Kaka's father and repeated Aries' words to him in detail over the phone. Jiang Feng did this in the hope that Kaka's father would also tell Kaka. Boss, I'm sorry. Kaka felt very embarrassed when he saw Jiang Feng in the ward, because his team's performance might be affected. Ricardo, this is not your responsibility. Serving one's country is everyone's dream, including mine. We all hope to do something for our country, and getting injured in the process is inevitable. So you have no responsibility for this, and, of course, you don't need to say sorry. But now the team is in trouble, and there's nothing I can do for the team. Ricardo, you have to trust me and your teammates. These things aren't a big problem right now, and they'll all be resolved easily, and you're not incapable of doing anything for the team. What you need to do is focus on recovering from your injury. I just spoke with Dr. Aries, Professor Roert's friend. He's an expert in this area and will personally oversee your treatment. But Dr. Aries also said that if you can maintain an optimistic and positive attitude, your injury will heal quickly. So I hope you won't think about anything else. Your only focus should be on cooperating with your treatment. The sooner you recover, the sooner you can play for the team, understand? Jiang Feng also explained in detail Alesh's analysis of Kaka's injury to Kaka. Don't worry, boss. I'll cooperate fully. After calming Kaka down, Jiang Feng returned to his office. The 4th round of the Champions League group stage was just 2 days away. Kaiserslautern would be playing Anderlecht at home. Jiang Feng hoped to win the match because if they could defeat Anderlecht, Kaiserslautern would secure their qualification for the next round based on the group standings and occupy a favorable position in the group. Jiang Feng also knew that similar incidents involving Kaka and the others would happen again in the future, so he needed to come up with a way to reduce these risks. Otherwise, if such a thing happened at a critical moment, it would be a disaster. Fortunately, it was only the beginning of the league, and even if there were some problems, they would gradually catch up. However, a good solution to this problem cannot be found in a short time. As time goes by, Jiang Feng knows that there will be more and more national team players in the team, because this is inevitable, since he has selected players who will become superstars in the future national teams. On November 1st, at the Fritz Walter Stadium, Kaiserslautern faced their Champions League 4th group stage opponent, Anderlecht of Belgium. Although Jiang Feng could not afford to lose this match, he also used a lot of substitute players today in order to prepare for the upcoming league matches, even against opponents who were clearly weaker than himself. Thiago Silva, from the reserve team, also made his Champions League debut for Kaiserslautern, partnering with Metzelder at center back. Kaiserslautern's starting lineup for this match was goalkeeper Frieder, left back Ramos, right back Arbeloa, center backs Metzelder and Thiago Silva, defensive midfielders Gattuso and Schweinsteiger, attacking midfielder Iniesta, left winger Robin, right winger Quaresma, and center forward Klose. Kaiserslautern, playing at home, encountered no trouble in this match and established a lead early on. In the 13th minute, Thiago Silva, making his first Champions League start for the team, headed in a corner kick to score Kaiserslautern's first goal of the match. Thiago Silva was very excited after scoring the goal and immediately handed the ball to Jiang Feng on the sidelines, seemingly to keep it as a souvenir. This goal opened the door to victory for Kaiserslautern. In the 21st and 37th minutes of the first half, Klose and Schweinsteiger each scored a goal, giving Anderlecht a 3-0 lead at halftime. In the second half, Jiang Feng substituted Drogba and Juninho. In the 68th minute, Juninho scored his first Champions League goal of the season from a free kick. After 90 minutes of play, Kaiserslautern defeated Anderlecht 4-0 at home. In the other match of the group, Real Madrid easily defeated Lokomotiv Moscow 2-0 away from home. With this, Kaiserslautern secured a place in the next round with 12 points from 4 wins and also occupy a very advantageous position in the group. Schaffte 152 Dortmund. On November 6th, the 11th round of the Bundesliga resumed, with Kaiserslautern facing Rostock at the Baltic Stadium. In preparation for the upcoming tight schedule, Jiang Feng still opted to field a large number of reserve players against Rostock, who are weaker than him. Juninho Jr. continued to serve as the team's starting attacking midfielder. For this away game, Jiang Feng even brought along 15-year-old Neuer from the youth team to serve as the team's backup goalkeeper. At 6 p.m., the match between the two teams officially began with the referee's whistle. Perhaps it was Kaiserslautern's extensive squad rotation that gave Rostock hope of victory. Instead of adopting a solid defense like other Bundesliga teams, Rostock, playing at home, engaged in an attacking battle with Kaiserslautern. The fact is that although Kaiserslautern fielded a rotated lineup, the players' strength should not be underestimated. Within 30 minutes of start, Kaiserslautern took a 2-goal lead, both of which were assisted by Juninho. In the team's attacking midfield position, if the opponent does not put much defensive pressure on him, Juninho's playmaking is still very threatening. The goal in the 12th minute came after Juninho launched a counterattack after Mascherano dispossessed him. After receiving the ball, Juninho crossed the center circle and delivered a precise long pass to Palacio, who was making a run into the box. Palacio skillfully chipped the ball over the only defender in front of him just as it was about to bounce, and then faced the goalkeeper one-on-one. Palacio easily broke through the opponent's goal to open the scoring for Kaiserslautern. Then, in the 23rd minute, another attack was launched after a midfield interception. Juninho Jr. once again delivered precise, missile-like long pass, this time finding Drogba in the penalty area. Drogba headed the ball past the opposing center back and broke through the opponent's goal. With a score of 2-0, Rostock's coach had to face reality after falling behind by 2 goals in less than 30 minutes. The reality of those first 20-odd minutes is a microcosm of the entire game. After 90 minutes of intense competition, when the referee blew the final whistle, chants of "get out of here" erupted from the stands. Rostock fans could not accept such a heavy defeat. 0-7. That's the best score for both teams on the big screen at the sidelines. Kaiserslautern secured their biggest margin of victory in the Bundesliga this season. At the post-match press conference, Rostock's head coach did not attend. Instead, the team's assistant coach was present. At the conference, Rostock's assistant coach announced that the club had just dismissed the team's head coach. The ruthless Kaiserslautern has once again committed a bloody crime. After this round of matches, there were no changes in the Bundesliga standings. Both Borussia Dortmund and Bayer Leverkusen won their matches. However, this round also saw the biggest upset of the Bundesliga so far, with Bayern Munich losing 0-1 to newly promoted Borussia Mönchengladbach at their home stadium, the Allianz Arena. Many media outlets reported after the match that Magatha's days at Bayern Munich were numbered. Jiang Feng didn't have time to pay attention to this, because Kaiserslautern had 3 matches a week. The third day after the 11th round of matches was the second round of the German Cup, and their opponent was Duisburg from the 2. Bundesliga. In this round of the German Cup, Jiang Feng used a large number of youth team players. Neuer started as the team's goalkeeper, Last Diarra started as the team's defensive midfielder, partnering with Mascherano, and Thiago Silva also started again. At Duisburg's home ground, the MSV Arena, Kaiserslautern faced a significant challenge as Duisburg resolutely adopted a defensive counterattacking strategy in this match. These young players couldn't find a good solution to the opponent's defense, and finally, they relied on a free kick opportunity in the second half, with Juninho Jr. taking the kick to break through the opponent's goal. Kaiserslautern ultimately defeated Duisburg 1-0 away from home, eliminating their opponents from the competition. After finishing this round of the German Cup, Kaiserslautern had no time to rest and departed from Frankfurt Airport for Russia that very evening. The fifth round of the Champions League will officially begin at 6 p.m. on November 10th. If Kaiserslautern wins this match, they will secure first place in the group with one game to spare. However, in Moscow, facing a well-prepared home team and the intimidating atmosphere created by their fans, Kaiserslautern managed a 1-1 draw against Lokomotiv Moscow after 90 minutes of play. After 5 rounds of Champions League matches, Kaiserslautern firmly holds first place in the group with 13 points from 4 wins and 1 draw, while Real Madrid is in second place with 10 points from 3 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. Lokomotiv Moscow, with 5 points from 1 win, 2 draws and 2 losses, and Anderlecht, with 0 wins and 5 losses, have been eliminated from the Champions League early, but Lokomotiv Moscow will be able to participate in the UEFA Cup. After finishing their Champions League match, Kaiserslautern returned to Germany from Moscow that same evening. In 3 days, it will be the 12th round of the Bundesliga. This round features a key match that all Bundesliga fans are paying attention to. The clash between the top 2 teams in the standings, Kaiserslautern, will travel to face Borussia Dortmund. Whatever the outcome of this match, it will affect the positions of the top teams in the standings. Borussia Dortmund, the 1997 Champions League winners, had been in a slump for several seasons after winning the title. After failing again last season, Dortmund successfully went public this summer. With their deep pockets, they bought Jan Koller, Everton, and Amoruso in succession this summer, especially Amoruso, which cost Dortmund €23 million. Dortmund, with their strength in attack and under Sammer's leadership, achieved an astonishing 8-game winning streak after the start of the season and now sits at the top of the standings. Of course, the season has only just begun, and being at the top of the standings doesn't mean much yet, but Dortmund has already shown signs of a resurgence. Both teams faced a tight schedule of 3 matches a week this week, and for Dortmund, the news that 3 key players were injured at Kaiserslautern was very good news. Therefore, those who are paying attention to this match believe that Dortmund is favored. Firstly, Dortmund currently has no injuries, and its squad is at full strength. Secondly, Dortmund is playing at home, which will definitely give them some home advantage. Chapter 153 Difficult. As time went by, the day of the competition soon arrived. At 4 p.m. on November 13th, the entire Kaiserslautern team, led by Jiang Feng, arrived at the parking lot of Borussia Dortmund home stadium, Westfalenstadion, in their team bus. Dortmund fans have been waiting for a long time, and upon seeing the Kaiserslautern team bus arrive, they immediately began to create a home field atmosphere. Boos and curses filled the ears of the Kaiserslautern players, so while they were still on the bus, they all took out their headphones and put them on. Subsequently, led by Jiang Feng, the team did not accept interviews from the reporters who had been waiting for a long time, but went directly to the away team's locker room. The current Hornets team is the result of spending lavishly this summer, and their current record has once again demonstrated the power of money. The home team's fans, seeing hope for the team's resurgence, are filled with anticipation for this season. After arriving in the locker room, the entire Kaiserslautern team changed into their gear and then, led by the coaching staff, went to the stadium for an acclimatization training session. Meanwhile, the Westfalen Stadium was already packed. When the Kaiserslautern players came out, the tens of thousands of home fans created a huge noise in an attempt to put immense pressure on Kaiserslautern. Today's match was broadcast live by television stations in many countries and regions. Good evening, everyone. It's great to see you all again. I'm Huang Jinxiang, and sitting next to me is still our old friend, Coach Zhang Lu. We'll be commentating on this match for you again tonight. Hello, everyone. I'm Zhang Lu. It's great to see you all again. Today's match is the most important one in this round of the Bundesliga. It's a match where every move has far-reaching consequences. Yes, the clash between these 2 teams has had this effect, which was something no one expected before the season started, especially considering Dortmund's current achievements, which completely exceeded my expectations. Actually, there were some signs before the season started that Dortmund was able to achieve its current results. After winning the Champions League in 1997, Dortmund did indeed slump in the Bundesliga for several seasons. However, Dortmund made great gains in the summer transfer market. The signings of Jan Koller, Amoruso, and Everton greatly enhanced Dortmund's attacking strength, which is an important reason why the Black and Yellows have been able to achieve such results since the start of the Bundesliga season. If Coach Zhang asked you to make a prediction for this match, what would you say? Huang Jinxiang asked. This is a bit difficult. To be honest, I initially thought Kaiserslautern would have some advantages. As we all know, Kaiserslautern is very strong, and under Jiang Feng's tactical command, they can unleash tremendous energy. However, the recent injuries to three key players, Kaka, Cech, and Ibrahimovic, have cast a shadow over Kaiserslautern. On the other hand, Dortmund is currently at full strength, so I personally think Dortmund have a higher chance of winning this match. Zhang Lu expressed his opinion. While commentators on various live television stations were analyzing and predicting the upcoming match, the field practice session had ended, and both sides returned to their locker rooms for final preparations. Half an hour later, the referee began to notify both sides to prepare to enter the field. Jiang Feng also attached great importance to this match. Kaiserslautern's starting lineup was goalkeeper Frieder, left back Lahm, right back Alves, two center backs Metzelder and Colaccini, defensive midfielders De Rossi and Gattuso, attacking midfielder Iniesta, left winger Ronaldo, right winger Quaresma, and center forward Klose. Despite Kaiserslautern's tight schedule during this period, Jiang Feng's continuous rotation of the lineup allowed these key players to get sufficient rest. Therefore, Kaiserslautern still has some advantages in terms of physical fitness, because Dortmund is also competing on three fronts during this period, but their key players have not gotten good rest. Sammer fielded their frequently used 3-4-3 formation this season, with Lehmann in goal, Warnes, Rutt, and Kohler as the three center backs, Evanilson, Rosicky, Ricken, and Didi as the four midfielders, and Amoruso, Jan Kohler, and Everton as the three forwards. Seeing Sammer's lineup, everyone can feel Dortmund's confidence. Facing last season's Bundesliga champions, Sammer still believes in his team's attacking ability. When the starting lineups for both sides were announced, everyone following the match knew it would be very intense. Both teams are attack-minded, and it seems that Borussia Dortmund, which has strengthened its squad this summer, wants to engage in an attacking battle with Kaiserslautern at home. Everyone is waiting for the match to start, and everyone wants to see which team has the strongest attack in the Bundesliga. Once both teams' players were in position, the referee glanced at his watch and immediately blew the whistle to start the match. After winning the right to kick off in the coin toss, Dortmund showed no intention of probing Kaiserslautern after the start of the match and immediately launched a fierce attack. Jiang Feng had anticipated this situation for Kaiserslautern. The two coaches, who were already very familiar with each other, could guess each other's thoughts. Therefore, in the locker room, Jiang Feng instructed the players to launch a high-intensity high press after the start of the game, especially to defend against the opponent's key player, Rosicky. However, Dortmund's lineup is indeed very strong in attack. Even though Jiang Feng made detailed arrangements to counter the opponent's attack, Dortmund's attack still caused Kaiserslautern a lot of trouble after the start of the game, fueled by the cheers of the home fans. Just 6 minutes into the game, Dortmund nearly broke through Kaiserslautern's goal. Rosicky received the ball in the attacking third and lobbed it to Jan Kohler, who headed it to Amoruso on the left. Amoruso then unleashed a powerful volley, sending the ball hurtling towards the goal. Fortunately, Frieder was very focused and tipped the ball over the bar with one hand. This shot gave the Kaiserslautern players a real scare. Dortmund's subsequent corner kick was caught by Frieder. Kaiserslautern immediately retaliated. In Jiang Feng's tactics today, Kaiserslautern's attack mainly focused on the two flanks. In the 10th minute, Ronaldo and Lahm executed a series of 1-2 passes on the left flank. Ronaldo then dribbled past his opponent and drove off. At this point, the weaknesses of Dortmund's 3-4-3 formation became fully apparent. Ronaldo's dribbling on the left forced Warnes to cover, and Ronaldo, already inside the penalty area, used a series of feints and changes of direction, making it very difficult for Warnes to defend. Ronaldo then pulled the ball back and flicked it to create some space for himself before unleashing a powerful shot that flew into the far corner. Lehmann kept a close eye on Ronaldo's movements and immediately made a judgment after Ronaldo took the shot, diving to deflect Ronaldo's shot out of bounds with one hand. Both sides had a shot on target within the first 10 minutes and were awarded a corner kick each. Chapter 1:54 Difficult 2. Klose got to the ball at the crossbar from Iniesta's corner kick, but his header went just over the crossbar. The back-and-forth attacks from both sides kept the fans entertained. Although neither team had scored yet, the smooth passing and attacking tactics between these top teams were a visual treat. Both sides concentrated their forces in the midfield, beginning a battle for control. However, Kaiserslautern's attacking threat was greater than Dortmund's. Therefore, Dortmund relied more on midfield organization and controlling the midfield, while Kaiserslautern focused more on attacking down the flanks from the start. As time went on, Kaiserslautern gradually gained a slight advantage in attack. Sammer's 3-4-3 formation meant that Kaiserslautern would target him on the flanks in this match. In the 34th minute, Lahm once again made a forward run and provided an assist. Near the halfway line, a series of short passes between him, Ronaldo, and Iniesta instantly tore apart Dortmund's right flank defense. Lahm then dribbled forward at high speed, while Ronaldo stayed close to Lahm the half space, maintaining a distance that allowed him to receive the pass at any time. After drawing Dortmund's defensive attention with his dribbling, and after attracting two defenders, Lahm surprisingly didn't cross from near the byline. Instead, he passed the ball back to Ronaldo, who immediately dribbled into the penalty area. After seeing Ronaldo enter the penalty area, Warnes immediately turned around to block him, while another center back, Rutt, was also ready to provide cover. After observing the opponent's movement, Ronaldo immediately lobbed the ball behind Warnes with his right foot. It turned out that Lahm on the wing had also entered the penalty area at some point. Lahm received the ball smoothly with no defenders in front of him. Although the Dortmund players raised their hands to indicate that Lahm was offside, the linesman did not make any move. After receiving the ball, Lahm curled it towards the far corner with his right foot, while Lehmann's defensive focus was on the near corner. The ball bypassed Lehmann's hastily outstretched hands and nestled into the far corner of the goal. Kaiserslautern took the lead 1-0 in the 36th minute when fullback Lahm scored the opening goal. The series of passes leading up to the goal was dazzling and a feast for the eyes, especially the series of one-touch passes in midfield that left everyone watching the game in awe. After scoring, Lahm excitedly hugged Ronaldo, who passed him the ball. This season, after Evra left, Lahm secured his position as Kaiserslautern's starting left-back. It's safe to say that Bayern Munich is the one most regretful now, having handed over a future star to their opponents. This is the most painful thing for them. Sammer was quite helpless after seeing Kaiserslautern score, and even looked at the Kaiserslautern players on the field with some envy. He really couldn't understand how Jiang Feng found these players. He originally thought that the injury of three key players would make Kaiserslautern weaker than before, but he didn't expect that the loss of three key players would not affect Kaiserslautern's strength at all. Their attack on the flanks and their organization in midfield were still as sharp as ever. Sammer was particularly envious of that young man in midfield who replaced the injured Kaka. The match restarted after intervention from the referee. Trailing behind, Dortmund had no way out but to intensify their attack. So after the game restarted, Dortmund's attack became even more intense, forcing Jiang Feng to keep gesturing for his players to move forward. Jiang Feng hoped that his players could push the opponent out of the field and prevent their defense from being pushed back into their own half, because passive defense would not be able to stop them. Jiang Feng was also a little worried as he watched Dortmund launch a furious attack on the field. Kaka's injury has had a significant impact on Kaiserslautern. Iniesta only joined Kaiserslautern this summer, and his understanding of the team's tactical system is not as good as Kaka's. As a result, he makes some mistakes in handling certain balls on the field, and these mistakes can sometimes be very fatal. Cech's injury has had a significant impact on the team. Frieder's biggest problem is his lack of consistency, which is why he was at a disadvantage when competing with Cech for a starting position. He's a bit of an erratic player. In the 43rd minute, Iniesta's pass in the attacking third was intercepted by Kohler because his teammate's idea was not aligned with Iniesta's. Kohler then launched a long ball to Rosicky in midfield. After receiving the ball, Rosicky immediately lofted it forward without hesitation. Jan Kohler, being the tallest player on the field, headed the ball across to Everton on the right wing from the edge of the box. Everton then played a diagonal through ball, and Amoruso beat the offside trap, poking the ball between Frieder's legs and into the goal before Frieder could react. 1-1, Borussia Dortmund equalized the score just before the end of the first half. After scoring, Sammer hugged and celebrated with his assistant on the sidelines. Being able to equalize the score in the first half was a huge boost to the team's morale. On the other side, Jiang Feng shook his head. He knew this was the consequence of losing Kaka. The main reason for this goal was that Iniesta's coordination with his teammates in the front court was not good. But in fact, no one could be blamed. There was nothing that could be done. There was no shortcut to solving such problems. Jiang Feng had anticipated before the match that it would be a tough game for Kaiserslautern. The game restarted, and with their morale boosted, Dortmund saw a glimmer of hope for victory and launched an even more aggressive attack. However, this also gave Kaiserslautern more opportunities to counterattack. The fourth official on the sidelines has already raised the sign indicating 3 minutes of added time. Meanwhile, on the field, Dortmund's defense had unknowingly moved forward to the vicinity of the center circle. The Dortmund fans in the stands were extremely excited to see their team besieging Kaiserslautern. No one, including Sammer, realized that this was a very dangerous time for Dortmund. Chapter 155, Difficult 3. Everyone knows how sharp Kaiserslautern's attacks are, because Kaiserslautern often sticks to its own style of play, whether it's against Dortmund, Real Madrid, or Bayern Munich. However, when Kaiserslautern launches a counterattack, there are few opportunities to see such plays. This scene was witnessed by everyone watching the game, just as the first half had begun at stoppage time. After equalizing, Dortmund's morale soared, and their formation pushed too high, forcing Kaiserslautern's formation to retreat. Everyone only saw Dortmund's frenzy and no one noticed that Ronaldo and Quaresma on the flanks were positioned very close to Dortmund's defense. Finally, Gattuso and De Rossi combined to dispossess Rosicky at the edge of the penalty area. De Rossi then launched a long ball to Quaresma, who followed up with a long diagonal pass to the left flank, where no one was playing. Just when everyone thought Quaresma's pass had gone wrong, a player in a red jersey emerged from behind the Dortmund defense. It was Cristiano Ronaldo. Off the ball, Ronaldo displayed his unparalleled speed. After receiving the ball from behind, Ronaldo made a diagonal run into the penalty area, where only Lehmann was in front of him. When Quaresma received the ball, Sammer finally sensed the danger. Only then did he realize that his defensive line had moved forward so much without him noticing. And because they had been in attack, the three center backs were positioned too horizontally. By the time Ronaldo, who had made a run into the box, got the ball, Sammer was already sweating bullets. When Lehmann saw Ronaldo with the ball heading towards the penalty area, he had no choice but to move forward to intercept him. Seeing that Lehmann had already reached the edge of the penalty area, Ronaldo did not choose to shoot, but instead passed the ball across to his compatriot Quaresma. It turned out that after passing the ball to Ronaldo, Quaresma was also making forward runs without the ball, always maintaining a position to receive the pass. Quaresma easily slotted the ball into the empty net after receiving a pass from Ronaldo. 2-1. 3 minutes after Dortmund equalized, Kaiserslautern regained the lead with a very simple counterattack. Sammer crouched on the sidelines, clutching his head in regret. He was truly filled with remorse for the goal. He had gotten too excited after equalizing, which had given the opponent such a huge opening. The 3-4-3 formation was inherently vulnerable to counterattacks. Before the match, he had instructed the defense to spread out and not to position themselves in a straight line. However, after equalizing, the players, emboldened by their victory, attacked too recklessly and gradually lost their composure. Sammer himself had also lost the calm that a head coach should possess. After Kaiserslautern regained the lead, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half before Dortmund restarted the game. The first half ended, and both teams returned to the locker room to make final arrangements for the second half. Everyone, you all did a great job in the first half, but Ivan's defensive intensity against their key player Rosicky wasn't high enough. Keep the pressure on, understand? Understood, boss. Andres, relax. Don't be nervous. Pass the ball boldly when there's an opening. Don't worry about whether your teammates can receive it. Your job is to find openings for the opponent. Don't worry about whether your teammates can get into position. You have to trust them, understand? Yes, I understand. Guys, don't worry. The final victory will definitely belong to us. In the second half, as long as they dare to attack so recklessly, then we must resolutely counterattack them and show them how sharp our counterattacks are. Let's go. Take them down. Kill them, all the Kaiserslautern players shouted in unison. The break ended quickly, and the players from both sides returned to the field. Neither Jiangfeng nor Sammer made any substitutions. The referee blew the whistle to start the second half of the match. As expected, Dortmund launched a fierce attack after the match began. However, Kaiserslautern surprised Sammer by not retreating to a defensive formation to counterattack as they had done at the end of the first half. Instead, they spread out their formation and engaged in a methodical attacking battle with Dortmund, bringing the two sides back to the situation they had at the beginning of the first half. Jiangfeng didn't want the team to spend too much time on passive defense. This wasn't Kaiserslautern's style, nor was it the tactic Jiangfeng wanted. Jiangfeng preferred to focus the defense on the midfield and attacking areas. Therefore, Kaiserslautern was better at high pressing in the midfield and attacking areas. The advantage of this was that it forced the opponent to speed up the pace of the game and increase the speed of passing. However, this inevitably led to some mistakes. The defense mainly focuses on blocking the opponent's passing lanes. Another key defensive point for Kaiserslautern is to pay special attention to the opponent's key players, such as Rosicky in the current opposing team and Zidane in the match against Real Madrid. These are all tactics arranged by Jiangfeng. So after the start of the second half, the situation on the field seemed to be that the two teams were evenly matched, and the two sides played a lively attack back and forth. However, Dortmund seemed to be attacking with all their might, but the effect was not good. Especially when they entered the last 20 meters, Dortmund could not find any good opportunities and more often ended up with a blind long shot. Kaiserslautern, on the other hand, was completely different. Kaiserslautern, which mainly relied on the two flanks, turned those flanks into their own corridors. Less than 15 minutes into the second half, Kaiserslautern had already completed 3 threatening shots. If it weren't for Lehmann's superb form, Kaiserslautern would probably be leading by more than 1 goal by now. Sammer and Jiangfeng, standing on the sidelines, had a clear view of the situation on the field. Sammer appeared extremely anxious, but he couldn't find a better way to solve the problem. The only solution would be to change formation and strengthen the team's defense, but this would mean sacrificing their attack. At this moment, Dortmund was trailing, and if they gave up their attack for the sake of defense, there would be no hope for the game. Sammer knew that the team was in a very dangerous situation, but he still gestured to his players to increase their attacking intensity. Sammer's idea was simple: to go all out and hope to score first and equalize the score as soon as possible. Chapter 156, The Fisherman Reaps the Benefit. That's just how football is sometimes. All sorts of unexpected things can happen. So far in this match, Kaiserslautern has actually done a very good job defensively, basically not giving Dortmund many opportunities. However, in the 68th minute of the match, a scene unfolded that left Jiang Feng feeling extremely helpless, making him mischeck even more. After making the interception, De Rossi saw that there weren't many good opportunities, so he passed the ball back to Metzelder. After passing the ball around a few times with his teammates in the backfield, Metzelder saw Everton pressing forward and passed the ball back to Frieder. Seeing Metzelder's pass back, Everton continued to press Frieder. In fact, this level of defensive intensity was not too difficult for Frieder. At this point, he had many options, and the best option was to kick the ball long to the two fullbacks on the flanks. But no one knows what Frieder was thinking. He chose the worst possible way, which was to pass the ball to Metzelder. It was a ground ball, and Everton happened to be in the passing lane. So, disaster struck for Kaiserslautern. Everton got to the ball first and pushed it into the goal with a shot. 2-2. No one expected Kaiserslautern to concede a goal in this way. In the 69th minute, Dortmund capitalized on Frieder's mistake to equalize the score again. Sammer, standing on the sidelines, was extremely excited after seeing the score equalized. Jiang Feng stood on the sidelines watching the Dortmund players celebrate, shaking his head helplessly. He truly hadn't expected this. Frederick would make such a mistake. What Jiang Feng didn't expect was that mistakes seemed to be contagious. Less than 5 minutes after the restart, Kaiserslautern conceded another goal. Rosicky launched a long ball from near the center circle to Jan Kohler in the attacking third. Kohler chested the ball down and passed it back to Amoruso. Normally, after Amoruso received the ball, either Colaccini or Metzelder from Kaiserslautern would have stepped up to block him, but at that moment, both hesitated for a second, allowing Amoruso to calmly take a shot from the edge of the penalty area. The football arced through the air, bypassing Frieder's hands and nestling into the top left corner of the goal. The score of 3-2 left everyone watching the game stunned. No one expected that Dortmund, who were at a disadvantage on the field, would score 2 goals in 5 minutes and turn the game around. Jiang Feng was furious about the goal. It wasn't just Metzelder and Colaccini's mistake. Goalkeeper Frieder also bore undeniable responsibility. Frieder was clearly out of focus, which led to his hasty save. Jiang Feng stood on the sidelines with a somewhat ashen face and said a few words to David beside him. Before the match restarted, Kaiserslautern made a substitution, replacing Frieder with Jiang Feng, who was only 15 years old. Jiang Feng could not tolerate Frieder's continuous mistakes. It can be said that it was Friedel who ruined what was originally a very promising situation for Kaiserslautern. Frederick, who had been substituted, walked past Jiang Feng with his head down, and Jiang Feng didn't even offer any words of comfort. Neuer's appearance also broke the record for the youngest player to appear in the Bundesliga. No one who was watching the game expected that Jiang Feng's first card would be the goalkeeper. Sammer, on the other side, also gave Jiang Feng a thumbs up for his courage. In fact, Jiang Feng was also very nervous about bringing on Neuer. After all, Neuer is too young, and if he can't withstand the pressure, it may affect Neuer's career. Neuer showed everyone his big heart as soon as he stepped onto the court. In the 76th minute, Rosicky once again delivered a brilliant pass from the middle, lobbing the ball into the penalty area. Amoruso successfully beat the offside trap, but Rosicky's pass was a bit too deep. The highly focused Neuer made his judgment the moment Rosicky passed the ball and then tackled it under his own body before Amoruso could get to it. After making the mistake, everyone in Kaiserslautern's defense went up to pat Neuer on the head. It could be said that Neuer saved Kaiserslautern with this goal. If they had conceded another one, the game would have been over. Moreover, Neuer's save boosted Kaiserslautern's morale. In the 84th minute, Neuer once again caught Everton's shot in the penalty area. He then quickly got up and launched a powerful throw into De Rossi, who sent the ball forward. Klose controlled the ball and passed it to the left wing. Ronaldo accelerated after receiving the ball from Klose, flicked it past his opponent with his right foot, and dribbled at high speed down the wing. When he reached the byline, Ronaldo did not immediately cross the ball, but instead continued to dribble towards the penalty area. Inside the penalty area, Klose flicked the ball outwards and then pulled it inwards, getting past Warnes again. He then sent the ball near the penalty spot, where Klose and Iniesta double-teamed. Klose feinted a shot, letting the ball slip between his legs, and Iniesta immediately unleashed a powerful shot. Lehmann, who had been tricked by Klose, had no time to react, and the ball went into the net. 3-3, Kaiserslautern equalized the score in the final moments of the match. This score was also the final score for both sides. In the final match of the 12th round of the Bundesliga, Kaiserslautern played away against Borussia Dortmund, and the two sides drew 3-3, with each team earning 1 point. Jiang Feng and Sammer were both dissatisfied with this result, as it was not the result the two coaches wanted because it ultimately benefited Bayer Leverkusen. With the completion of the 12th round of league matches, the Bundesliga standings have finally seen changes. Bayer Leverkusen easily defeated their opponent this round, thus taking the top spot with 33 points from 11 wins and 1 loss. Borussia Dortmund is in second place with 31 points from 10 wins, 1 draw and 1 loss, while Kaiserslautern is in third place with 30 points from 9 wins and 3 draws. It can be said that in this battle between Kaiserslautern and Dortmund, Bayer Leverkusen ultimately benefited. Although Jiang Feng and Sammer found the result hard to accept, that's how football matches are. There are always too many possibilities. At the post-match press conference, when Jiang Feng was asked by reporters about Frieder's mistakes, Jiang Feng did not criticize him. Instead, he defended Frieder, saying, "No player can stay at their best all the time. Brad just finished playing for the national team, so it's inevitable that his form will fluctuate. I think that's normal." Chapter 1, 57 Champions League second round draw. On November 16th, Kaiserslautern will play their final group stage match in the first round of the Champions League, hosting their toughest opponent in the group, Real Madrid. Currently, Kaiserslautern holds a dominant position in Group A, leading Real Madrid by 3 points after 5 rounds and occupying the top spot in the group standings. Real Madrid, currently in second place, must lead Kaiserslautern by 4 goals in this match to secure first place on goal difference. The match between the two teams officially began at 6 p.m. on the day of the game, with the referee blowing his whistle. Real Madrid's starting lineup was the same as when the two sides first met. Kaiserslautern, on the other hand, suffered from injuries. Compared to the first round away game against Real Madrid, Iniesta replaced Kaká, and Klose appeared in the Champions League as the starter. The most unexpected thing was the goalkeeper position. Jiang Feng did not choose Frieder, but instead chose the young Neuer. Jiang Feng's arrangement also broke the record for the youngest player to appear in the Champions League. Despite Kaiserslautern making many changes to their starting lineup compared to the last time, they didn't give Real Madrid many opportunities in this match, thanks to the cheers of their home fans. In the final 90 minutes of attacking play, Kaiserslautern and Real Madrid drew 1-1 at Kaiserslautern's home ground. The match itself wasn't particularly exciting, but Neuer's performance was a revelation, prompting everyone to marvel at the emergence of another promising star for Kaiserslautern. Although Kaiserslautern conceded a goal in this match, Neuer made 7 effective saves throughout the game, including a direct save against Raul's one-on-one opportunity. It can be said that Neuer's performance played a crucial role in the team's ability to draw with Real Madrid despite the absence of several key players. After the match, Neuer was named the best player of the game. The day after the match, Neuer was even dubbed the Kahn 2 by the German media, and Kahn praised Neuer in an interview, claiming that Neuer's talent was even greater than his own. It can be said that Neuer rose to fame in this match against Real Madrid. However, at the post-match press conference, Jiang Feng still asked the media not to pay too much attention to Neuer, claiming that Neuer was still very young and it was not appropriate for him to be the focus of the media's attention at the moment. At the same time, Jiang Feng also refused many media requests to interview Neuer. The end of this match also marked the conclusion of the first round of group matches in the 2001-2002 UEFA Champions League, and the list of 16 teams for the knockout stage was immediately determined. In accordance with the Champions League schedule, the 16 teams were then divided into 4 groups, with the top 2 teams from each group advancing to the quarterfinals. The final results of the first round of the Champions League group stage were quite surprising, with some teams celebrating and others lamenting, and upsets occurring frequently throughout the group stage. Kaiserslautern and Real Madrid's qualification from Group A was expected. The only suspense in this group was who would finish first. Group B was arguably the biggest upset of this season's Champions League, with Nod from League One and Galatasaray from Turkey advancing together, while Dutch giants PSV Eindhoven and Italian giants Lazio were eliminated from the Champions League. This result was something almost no one expected. Group C also saw some major upsets, with Liverpool and Portugal's Boves advancing to the round of 16, while Borussia Dortmund from the Bundesliga went to the UEFA Cup, and KIP Dynamo was eliminated. Dortmund's failure to reach the round of 16 in this group was quite surprising. Group D also saw a minor upset, with Bundesliga Schalke 04 ultimately being squeezed out of the Champions League by Arsenal and Greece's Panathinaikos, exiting the competition along with Mallorca. Group E proceeded as expected, with Manchester United and Deportivo La Coruña eliminating Lille and Olympiacos from the Champions League. Group F was touted as the group of death in this season's Champions League, but in the end, the outcome was quite different, with Lyon and Fenerbahce posing no challenge to Barcelona and Roma. The teams that advanced from Group G were Bayern Munich and Prague. Juventus, and Porto both advanced to the round of 16 in Group H. The final 16 teams are Kaiserslautern, Real Madrid, Nantes, Galatasaray, Liverpool, Boves, Arsenal, Panathinaikos, Manchester United, Deportivo La Coruña, Bayern Munich, Prague, Juventus, and Porto. The day after the final match of the first round of group stage matches, UEFA held the draw for the second round of group stage matches in Zurich. This time, Zhang Feng did not attend with Brame. The final group draw left Brame, who was present at the event, speechless, and also caused German media outlets that were following the group stage draw to lament and speculate whether UEFA was targeting the Bundesliga. Real Madrid emerged as the big winner of the group stage draw. As everyone knows, the teams that made it to the round of 16 are all strong teams. It's inevitable that there will be groups of death in the four groups, and there might even be several groups of death. However, the fate of Kaiserslautern, a newcomer to the Champions League, is truly speechless. The final group stage draw for the second round of the 2001 to 2002 UEFA Champions League was as follows. Group A, Bayern Munich, Manchester United, Nantes, Boves. Bayern Munich, who are also Bundesliga teams like Kaiserslautern, should be considered to have drawn a relatively favorable group. Even though Nantes and Boves showed their dark horse potential in the first round of the group stage, it is believed that these two teams will still find it difficult to pose a threat to Bayern and Manchester United. Group B, Real Madrid, Prague, Panathinaikos, Porto. This should be the best draw of all, as Real Madrid, as the second-place team in the group, was fortunate to avoid all the strong teams in the top 5 leagues. Group C, Juventus, Kaiserslautern, Arsenal, Deportivo La Coruña. This group is truly the group of death among groups of death. In the eyes of fans, only Deportivo La Coruña is weaker. However, as far as the Champions League is concerned, Deportivo La Coruña is a regular participant. No wonder the German media are pessimistic about the Bundesliga teams in this Champions League. Group D, Barcelona, Liverpool, Roma, Galatasaray. This is the second group of death in the second round of group stage draws. Although fans may think Galatasaray is weaker than the other three teams, many professional footballers know that Galatasaray is also a powerhouse in Turkey. Although they have not achieved outstanding results in the Champions League, Galatasaray's home ground is renowned throughout Europe for its terror. No team can guarantee that they can leave Galatasaray's home ground unscathed. Chapter 1, 58 Biting. According to the Champions League schedule, the second round of group stage matches will begin in a week. 2 rounds of group stage matches will be played before the winter break, and the remaining group stage matches will be played after the winter break. Zhang Feng was also puzzled after receiving the Champions League schedule. In his memory, the Champions League only had 1 round of group stage matches, and then the matches started from the round of 16. The addition of a second round of group stage matches would increase the schedule, which would be a huge challenge to the team's physical reserves. On November 19th, 2 Bundesliga matches in round 13 were played a day early, one of which was a game between Kaiserslautern and Schalke 04. Kaiserslautern hosted a strong opponent, Schalke 04, who had just been eliminated from the Champions League. Zhang Feng, the head coach of the Bundesliga club, was paying close attention to this match, given their current standings. After 12 rounds, Kaiserslautern trailed Borussia Dortmund by 1 point and Bayer Leverkusen by 3 points. To defend their Bundesliga title, they couldn't afford to fall behind and had to stay close, hoping for mistakes from the other 2 teams. Because the Champions League match had just ended, Zhang Feng arranged for Juninho to start in the attacking midfield position. Neuer started again in goal, marking his first Bundesliga start for Kaiserslautern. Robin started on the left wing, Drogba was the center forward, and Quaresma remained the starting right winger. The rest of the starting lineup was the same as the previous match against Real Madrid. As it turned out, Zhang Feng's trust in Neuer was well worth it. Less than 10 minutes into the game, Schalke 04 was awarded a penalty, and the young Neuer saved the penalty kick, sending out of bounds. Ultimately, it was this penalty that affected the morale of the entire Schalke 04 team. 10 minutes after the penalty was saved, in the 19th minute of the game, Robin cut inside from the wing and received a through pass from Juninho, easily scoring a one-on-one chance to open the scoring for Kaiserslautern. Then, in the 38th minute and the 74th minute of the second half, Drogba scored twice, and Kaiserslautern ultimately defeated Schalke 04 3-0 at Fritz-Walter Stadium, thanks to Robin's goal and Drogba's brace. The Man of the Match award went not to Robin or Drogba, but to the young Neuer. Neuer not only saved a penalty, but also 3 one-on-one chances. Throughout the 90 minutes of match, Neuer made 9 effective saves, ensuring Kaiserslautern kept a clean sheet. After the match, the young Neuer said in an interview, "I am Manuel Neuer, not Con2." This quote, accompanied by a photo of Neuer roaring in triumph after saving a penalty, made the front page of the German newspaper Bild. The day after defeating Schalke 04, The other matches of the 13th round of the Bundesliga were also held as scheduled. Finally, after this round, there was a pleasant surprise for Kaiserslautern. Bayer Leverkusen lost. In this round, Bayer Leverkusen faced Bayern Munich away at the Allianz Arena and were defeated by Bayern with a score of 2-1. Meanwhile, Borussia Dortmund, another closely followed rival of Kaiserslautern, took their frustration out on their Champions League exit and thrashed Eintracht Frankfurt 6-0 at home, delivering a heavy blow to Frankfurt, who were deep in the relegation zone. After 13 rounds, the standings changed again. Borussia Dortmund regained the top spot with 34 points, 11 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, thanks to this victory. Kaiserslautern, with 10 wins and 3 draws, and Bayer Leverkusen with 11 wins and 2 losses, both had 33 points. However, due to goal difference and wins/losses, Kaiserslautern moved up to second place. Bayern Munich's victory over Bayer Leverkusen in this round propelled them to 4th place in the standings, 4 points behind 3rd place Leverkusen. For Bayern, there is still hope. No one expected the league to be so competitive this season. Almost every round of matches affected the standings. With the promotion of the German Football Association, more and more fans around the world are paying attention to the Bundesliga. Of course, the biggest credit goes to the young Jiang Feng, leading the equally young Kaiserslautern. According to a survey conducted by the German Football Association, nearly 400 out of nearly 500 fans from around the world started following the Bundesliga because of Jiang Feng and Kaiserslautern. This situation has led the German Football Association to place even greater emphasis on Jiang Feng. It can be said that Jiang Feng has gradually become a star in the Bundesliga, and some German Football Association officials have even proposed the absurd idea of having Kaiserslautern sign a lifetime contract with Jiang Feng. However, all of this also fully demonstrates that Jiang Feng is no longer the same person he was when he first joined Kaiserslautern. All of this is reflected in the high level of attention Jiang Feng receives from the outside world, as well as the numerous invitations and endorsements Jiang Feng receives daily from Mendes. However, Jiang Feng didn't care about any of this. After the 13th round of the Bundesliga, Kaiserslautern had a rare week of rest. Another round of continuous matches was indeed a huge challenge for the team. Jiang Feng also arranged for Professor Ruert to strengthen the monitoring of the players' physical condition. However, Jiang Feng also knew that this was something that a top team had to go through. He believed that any team participating in European competitions would inevitably encounter such a situation. The day after the match, Jiang Feng decided to give the whole team 2 days of rest. However, while the players rested, Jiang Feng and his coaching staff could not, because the second round of the Champions League group stage would begin next week. This time, the opponents would be stronger than the first round, especially in his group, which included Juventus, Arsenal, and Deportivo La Coruña. None of these 3 teams were pushovers, especially Juventus, nicknamed the Old Lady by fans, and Arsenal, nicknamed the Gunners. According to the schedule, Kaiserslautern will host Deportivo La Coruña in the first match of the second round of the Champions League group stage. This is the only arrangement that can be considered good news for Jiang Feng. After receiving the match schedule, Jiang Feng immediately arranged for scouts to collect all the video data of Deportivo La Coruña. During this time, Jiang Feng and his coaching staff also studied their opponents. Chapter 159 Superlaco. On November 27th, the 14th round of the Bundesliga officially kicked off, with Kaiserslautern playing away against Freiburg. Facing a relatively weak Freiburg, Jiang Feng made extensive changes to his starting lineup in this league match in preparation for the Champions League game 3 days later. Even Frieder, whose performance has been very inconsistent, started again in this game. The reason for Jiang Feng's large-scale rotation was not only because of the Champions League game 3 days later, but also because Kaiserslautern would once again enter a tight schedule of 3 games a week in the next 2 weeks, which is the most intense schedule for Kaiserslautern before the winter break. Even with a rotated lineup, Kaiserslautern didn't give their opponents many opportunities in this away game against Freiburg. After 90 minutes, Kaiserslautern easily defeated Freiburg 2-0 thanks to goals from Drogba and Juninho. After this round of league matches, all 4 top teams won, so there were no changes in the standings. As time went by, it quickly came to November 20th, and the first match of the second round of the Champions League group stage was also played today. The match between Kaiserslautern and Deportivo La Coruña at Kaiserslautern's home ground officially started at 6 p.m. that day. Deportivo La Coruña, affectionately known as Super Deportivo by fans, won the La Liga title in the 1999-2000 season, surpassing Real Madrid and Barcelona. Last season, they also achieved an excellent second place in La Liga. In recent years, they have participated in the Champions League every year. Therefore, in terms of Champions League experience, Kaiserslautern is actually inferior to Deportivo. When talking about Deportivo La Coruña's success, one cannot help but mention their president, Lenduaro. It was this businessman who transformed the team from a perennial La Liga relegation specialist located in the Garcia region into a formidable force in the league. Lindwaro's initial success was built on equipping the team with inexpensive South American players. Later, after the arrival of head coach Irurita, Deportivo La Coruña also ushered in its own glory. Furthermore, Deportivo La Coruña is known for its dazzling attacking style in La Liga, so this away game against Kaiserslautern has attracted a lot of attention. Jiang Feng's starting lineup for this match was as follows: goalkeeper Neuer, defenders from left to right. Lahm, Metzelder, Colaccini, Alves, defensive midfielders De Rossi and Gattuso, attacking midfielder Iniesta, left winger Ronaldo, right winger Quaresma, and center forward Klose. Irurita fielded a 4-2-3-1 formation, a formation that Deportivo La Coruña has relied on to dominate La Liga in recent years. Deportivo La Coruña's starting lineup was goalkeeper Molina, right back Romero, left back Scaloni, two center backs Caesar and Nebert, two holding midfielders Sergio and Mauro Silva, with Forlan, Victor and Valorant as the attacking midfielders, and Tristan as the center forward. At 6 p.m., the match officially began with the referee's whistle. For the first 10 minutes, the game was very stable for both sides. This was because neither side was familiar with the other, and they were both in the process of probing each other. However, after 10 minutes of probing, they had almost finished getting to know each other. Both teams are the kind of teams that favor attacking play, so after the initial period of testing each other out, the game gradually became more interesting. In the 15th minute, Kaiserslautern launched their first attack. Cristiano Ronaldo, facing two defenders on the left wing, unleashed a highly imaginative backheel flick that nutmegged Victor. He then turned and dribbled past his opponent. Before Romero could make a tackle, Ronaldo chipped the ball to Iniesta, who was coming to receive it. Ronaldo then made a run forward without the ball. Romero, who was marking Ronaldo, hesitated for a moment because he saw that Sergio couldn't stop Iniesta by himself. This moment of hesitation brought disaster to the team. Iniesta, who had the ball, originally thought that Ronaldo's run would draw Romero away, but unexpectedly Romero failed to keep up with Ronaldo. Ronaldo, who was making a forward run, was already preparing to cut inside. How could Iniesta miss such an opportunity? After adjusting himself, he sent a through ball into the penalty area. The ball arrived just as Ronaldo cut inside from the wing into the penalty area and received the ball. Deportivo La Coruña's defenders raised their hands to indicate that Ronaldo was offside, but the linesman firmly made no move. The big screen on the sidelines was constantly replaying the moment Iniesta passed the ball. Through slow-motion replay, it was confirmed that Ronaldo was not offside at the moment Iniesta passed the ball. This can only be attributed to Ronaldo's sudden acceleration being too fast. Moreover, after about half a season of adjustment, the understanding between Iniesta and his teammates has gradually improved. Once inside the penalty area, Ronaldo faced the opponent's blockade. He used an inward feint to deceive the opponent's center of gravity, followed by an outward flick of the ball. It was a very simple and effective move, which is also the biggest change Ronaldo has made after training last season. Some fancy moves have now become more concise and effective. This flick and pull created space for him to pass or shoot. Cristiano Ronaldo quickly swung his thigh and used the inside of his right foot to curl the ball into an arc towards the goal. Upon seeing Ronaldo's shot, Molina immediately leaped into the air and stretched his body as far as he could, trying to block Ronaldo's shot with his outstretched hands. To Molina's dismay, the ball's trajectory bypassed his fingers and nestled into the corner of the goal. 1-0. In the 16th minute, Kaiserslautern took the lead with a shot from Cristiano Ronaldo. After Ronaldo scored, the Kaiserslautern fans in the stands erupted in cheers and applause, bringing the atmosphere in the stadium to a fever pitch. The Kaiserslautern anthem once again resounded throughout the stadium. On the other side, Irurita watched with some envy as Ronaldo celebrated wildly with his teammates on the sidelines after scoring, and as Iniesta passed the ball. At this moment, Irurita was also somewhat envious of Jiang Feng for being able to find these players, especially Iniesta, whom he was more interested in. Irurita even couldn't understand why Barcelona would sell such a player. Although Ronaldo's individual skills were indeed outstanding in that goal, Irurita was more interested in Iniesta's passing, because the overall vision and observation that Iniesta showed at that moment were talents that a top attacking midfielder must possess. Chapter 160 Super Laco 2. While the Kaiserslautern players were celebrating, Irurita pulled Mauro Silva and Romero aside on the sidelines and whispered some careful instructions in their ears. Irurita knew perfectly well that Romero was 60% responsible for the goal conceded just now. It was Romero's slight hesitation that allowed Ronaldo to receive the ball calmly in the penalty area. Irurita instructed Mauro to change the defensive strategy, hoping that Mauro could strengthen the defense against Iniesta. After the match restarted, The revamped Deportivo La Coruña immediately made things very difficult for Kaiserslautern. Moro's close marking made it very difficult for Iniesta. Players like Iniesta are not yet fully developed, so they still appear very inexperienced when facing experienced defenders like Moro. Jiang Feng, watching from the sidelines, was very impressed by the opposing coach's on-the-spot command ability after seeing the opponent's adjustments. He was able to find the weaknesses in Kaiserslautern's current lineup and effectively target them. While Jiang Feng was pondering countermeasures on the sidelines, Deportivo La Coruña's attack gradually became more effective after temporarily halting Kaiserslautern's offensive. In the 38th minute, Deportivo La Coruña had their best chance of the season so far. When Moro was marking Iniesta closely, he used a lot of dirty tricks with his hands, which made Iniesta uncomfortable for a while. So, he didn't pay attention and Moro took the ball away from him. After receiving the ball, Moro immediately passed it to Valorant in the middle. When Valorant saw that De Rossi and Gattuso were preparing to press him, he made a long pass directly to Tristan in the attacking third. The strong Tristan gained the upper hand in the physical battle with Metzelder. After positioning himself with his back to the goal, Tristan chested the ball down and then passed it back to Valorant. At this point, Valorant was already more than 20 meters away from the goal, with Gattuso chasing closely behind him. Valorant received the pass and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball flew towards the goal like lightning. Neuer, who was already on high alert, leaped and blocked the ball with one hand in midair. However, the ball didn't fly far and still landed in the penalty area. Tristan used his strong body to block Metzelder and, ahead of everyone else, gently poked the ball with the toe of his right foot, sending it rolling into the goal. Neuer was still lying on the ground, not yet getting up. The score was 1-1 in the 40th minute when Deportivo La Coruña equalized with a rebound shot from Tristan. Watching the Deportivo La Coruña players celebrate, Jiang Feng on the sidelines shook his head helplessly. This goal fully demonstrated Deportivo La Coruña's attacking prowess. However, to Jiang Feng's complete surprise, Kaiserslautern suffered another heavy blow during stoppage time in the first half after the game restarted. In stoppage time, Valorant received a back pass from Tristan at the edge of the penalty area and chipped the ball to Forlan on the left side of the box. Forlan then passed the ball across to Valorant, who, from a distance of 2 steps inside the box, unleashed a powerful shot that beat Neuer in goal. 1-2, Kaiserslautern conceded 2 goals in 5 minutes at home to Deportivo La Coruña, who took the lead. The atmosphere seemed to freeze the moment the ball went into the net. Jiang Feng never expected to concede another goal before the end of the first half. After Deportivo La Coruña scored, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half before the game restarted. Both teams returned to the locker room to prepare for the final 45 minutes. The last goal we conceded was actually due to Kaiserslautern's defensive midfielder failing to mark Valorant, allowing him to handle the ball comfortably outside the penalty area. Ivan, what are you doing? Why didn't you keep up with him? Boss, I'm sorry, I got tugged by the other person. Jiang Feng then realized that Gattuso had been distracted by Valorant's subtle hand gestures while he was entangled with him, which was why he hadn't been able to keep up. In the second half, Ivan, remember, you must mark him closely. If necessary, you can foul him near midfield, understand? Yes, I understand, boss. Hey guys, we're only down by 1 goal. The sky isn't falling. Remember, stay focused, believe in yourselves, believe in your teammates, and we'll get back on track. At halftime, Deportivo La Coruña made no substitutions, while Jiang Feng played his first card for Kaiserslautern, replacing Quaresma with Robin, and Ronaldo moved to the right-winger position. Quaresma was clearly not in good form in the first half of the match, so Kaiserslautern's right-wing attack was unable to break through for a long time. Jiang Feng's decision to replace Quaresma and move Ronaldo to the right wing was also intended to create a surprise attack. The match restarted with the referee's whistle. At the start of the match, Kaiserslautern immediately intensified their attack. Robin, who had just come on as a substitute, frequently broke through and passed the ball on the left wing, while Ronaldo was also very sharp on the right wing. The two wings working together effectively stifled Deportivo La Coruña's attack. Moreover, after the start of the second half, Deportivo La Coruña's defense on both flanks was in trouble, forcing the two defensive midfielders in the middle to go to the flanks to assist in the defense. In the 64th minute, Robin once again made a clean breakthrough on the left wing, and then directly launched a long ball to the right wing that Deportivo La Coruña had ignored. After receiving the ball, Ronaldo did not choose to dribble past his opponent, but instead passed the ball back to Alves, who had come forward to receive it. After receiving the ball, Alves immediately launched a long, lob pass from his spot, looking for Ronaldo, who was making a forward run. Upon receiving Alves' pass, Ronaldo, despite being blocked by the opponent, did not stop running. Instead of turning around, he used his left foot to flick the ball backward, sending it over the defender's head. Ronaldo then overtook the defender on the outside. After reaching the byline, Ronaldo delivered cross. Close, under tight marking, was unable to shoot. At that moment, Klose flicked the ball backward in the air, and Robin, arriving at the far post, gently tapped it in with his right foot, and the ball easily rolled into the goal. Kaiserslautern equalized the score at 2-2 in the 70th minute. Chapter 161, The Group of Death. After equalizing, Kaiserslautern's morale was very high. In addition, Deportivo La Coruña made a substitution, replacing a midfielder with a defensive midfielder. As a result, after the game restarted, Kaiserslautern maintained the dominant position on the field. However, Deportivo La Coruña, having strengthened their defense, did not give Kaiserslautern many good opportunities. Finally, the referee blew his whistle, and the match ended. In the second round of the 2001-2002 UEFA Champions League group stage, Kaiserslautern played against Deportivo La Coruña at home, and the two sides drew 2-2. What's even more frustrating is that in the other match of this group, Juventus played Arsenal at home, and the two sides also drew. Juventus were down 0-1 in the first half, and it wasn't until the 84th minute of the second half that Del Piero scored the equalizer. Thus Juventus and Arsenal drew 1-1 at home. After the first round of matches, the four teams in what could be called the Group of Death all strangely managed to get 1 point each. Due to the number of goals scored and the home/away advantage, Deportivo La Coruña ranked first, Kaiserslautern second, Arsenal third, and Juventus fourth. This result has led everyone who has been following the group to sigh that it truly deserves to be called the Group of Death. The day after their Champions League match, Kaiserslautern faced their third German Cup game. Perhaps God took pity on Kaiserslautern's tight schedule, as they were drawn against the only remaining amateur league team in this round of the German Cup. In the end, Jiang Feng fielded a starting lineup that consisted almost entirely of youth team players in the away game, and these young players did not disappoint the fans. After 90 minutes of competition, Kaiserslautern defeated their opponents 2-0 and successfully entered the quarterfinals of this season's German Cup. The conclusion of this round of German Cup matches also marks the end of all German Cup matches in Kaiserslautern before the winter break. The remaining German Cup matches will resume after the winter break. On December 4th, the third day after the German Cup concluded, the 15th round of the Bundesliga officially kicked off. In this round, Kaiserslautern will host Eintracht Frankfurt, who are currently at the bottom of the standings. Facing a clearly weaker opponent, Kaiserslautern, under Jiang Feng's arrangement, has once again rotated its starting lineup. It is worth mentioning that Hebei China Fortune player Yang Chun also started in this game, but his performance was mediocre and he failed to cause any trouble for Kaiserslautern's defense. Therefore, he was substituted early in the 69th minute of the second half. After 90 minutes of play, Kaiserslautern, playing at home, easily defeated Eintracht Frankfurt, who were deep in the relegation zone, 3-1. However, the top positions on the leaderboard remained unchanged after this round, with Borussia Dortmund, Bayer Leverkusen, and Bayern Munich all defeating their opponents. The top 5 teams in the Bundesliga standings remain very close, and the competition is becoming increasingly fierce as the league progresses. The day after their match against Eintracht Frankfurt, the entire Kaiserslautern team flew from Frankfurt Airport to Italy. 3 days later, the second match of the second round of the Champions League group stage will officially kick off, with Kaiserslautern playing away against Juventus. This match will be the last Champions League game before the winter break, and the league is about to enter the final battle of the first half of the season. Since the start of the season, Kaiserslautern has been competing on 3 fronts. Although the tight schedule has indeed put a lot of pressure on the team, the results have been very good. They are ranked second in the league, only 1 point behind first-place Dortmund, and have also reached the quarterfinals of the German Cup. With the season about to be halfway through, almost everyone who follows Kaiserslautern can see that Jiang Feng's Kaiserslautern has great ambitions this season. However, some media outlets believe that Jiang Feng's ambition may ultimately lead to nothing. Especially given the incomplete squad, the decision to compete on 3 fronts has led many media outlets to suggest that Kaiserslautern abandon one competition, like they did last season by skipping the German Cup and focusing on the league and the Champions League. However, after a period of difficulties, Kaiserslautern received some good news. The team that went to Italy this time had 2 more players than before. After confirmation from Professor Roort, Kaka and Ibrahimovic have both recovered from their injuries and returned to the team. In particular, Kaka recovered very quickly under the treatment of Dr. Aries. There's also good news that Cech will also recover in another week. Therefore, when deciding on the roster, Jiang Feng decided to include Ibrahimovic and Kaka. Although he wouldn't let them start, Jiang Feng still hoped to give them some time to recover their form as quickly as possible. On the afternoon of December 5th, the entire Kaiserslautern team arrived in Turin, the city where Juventus is located, and immediately checked into a pre-booked hotel. Although Italian media rushed to interview them after their arrival, Jiang Feng issued a gag order, and the team did not go out after arriving at the hotel. Jiang Feng hoped that everyone could have a good rest for the afternoon. The match between the two teams will begin at 6 p.m. on December 7th. After a rest afternoon, Kaiserslautern spent the next day in targeted training at an amateur club's training ground in Turin. After the match, Zhang Feng was interviewed by a reporter from Turin. When asked about the starting lineup for the game, Zhang Feng threw out a smokescreen, confidently stating that Kaka and Ibrahimovic had fully recovered from their injuries and would definitely start. He also said that both players were in excellent form. When asked to predict the outcome of the match, Zhang Feng remained very modest, stating that Juventus is one of the top teams in Europe, and Kaiserslautern still has a lot to learn. He added that Kaiserslautern would solidify their defense while trying to find opportunities on a counterattack. At 4 p.m. on December 7th, Kaiserslautern took a bus from the hotel to the Stadio dell'Alpi. The Stadio dell'Alpi, which can hold more than 70,000 people, was built in Italy specifically for the 1990 World Cup. After the World Cup, it has been the shared home stadium of Juventus and Torino. However, over the years, Juventus has not been very satisfied with the Stadio dell'Alpi and has always hoped to build its own stadium. The fundamental reason why Juventus is dissatisfied with the Stadio dell'Alpi is that it is not a professional football stadium. There is a running track between the fans and the stadium, so the atmosphere is much different. Chapter 162 Lost. Juventus is arguably one of the oldest clubs in Serie A, founded in 1897. It also boasts the most Serie A titles and is considered a top powerhouse in both Italy and Europe. Furthermore, Juventus is the first team in European football history to achieve a Grand Slam of European titles, the Champions League, the UEFA Cup, and the European Cup Winners' Cup. However, since Ancelotti took over Juventus, especially in recent seasons, Juventus' performance in the league and the Champions League has been poor, and Ancelotti has been controversial. Since Ancelotti became the head coach of Juventus, Juventus has always adhered to the pragmatic tactic of winning 1-0, which has made Juventus a controversial team. Last season, after signing French striker Trezeguet, Juventus led the league for most of the season, but a 1-4 defeat to Lazio in the final moments left them in second place. They were also eliminated from the Champions League due to poor performances from Zidane and Van der Sar, and were knocked out of the Italian Cup by Brescia. In the end, Juventus failed to win any major trophies in the 2000-2001 season. Before this season, Juventus was also the focus of the European transfer market. First, there was the departure of head coach Ancelotti and the succession of Lippi. Then there were the transfers of Zidane and Inzaghi. Later, with the arrival of Lippi, Juventus acquired Nedved, Thuram, Buffon, and Salas in the transfer market. Strictly speaking, Lippi's appointment has essentially led to a major overhaul of Juventus compared to the previous season. Juventus is affectionately known as the Old Lady by fans. This nickname actually originated from the Platini era, when Juventus had a gorgeous playing style. At 5:30 p.m. on December 7th, half an hour before the start of the match, both sides had returned to the locker room to make final preparations and give pep talks before the match began. As time went on, the referee began urging both teams to enter the field. Good evening, viewers. Today we're bringing you a match from Group C of the second round of the 2001-2002 UEFA Champions League, a game between Kaiserslautern and Juventus. I'm your commentator, Huang Jianxiang, and sitting next to me is our familiar coach, Zhang Lu. We'll be commentating on this match. You can now see the players from both sides in the tunnel. Now, Coach Zhang, please introduce the starting lineups for both teams. Good evening, everyone. Now I'd like to introduce the starting lineups for both sides. This summer, Juventus has been very active in the transfer market. Tonight, Lippi has fielded a 4-4-2 formation, with Buffon in goal, Passato, Fura, Montero, and Thuram in defense, Nedved, Davids, Tacchinardi, and Zambrata in midfield, and Del Piero and Trezeguet as forwards. This is the starting lineup that Lippi has used most often this season since taking over. For Kaiserslautern, Zhang Feng still fielded their usual 4-2-1-3 formation. Neuer started in goal, with Alves, Colaccini, Metzelder, and Lahm as the four defenders. In midfield, Gattuso and De Rossi, the Italian duo, formed the defensive midfield. The attacking midfielder wasn't the recently recovered Kaká, but the young Spanish player Iniesta. Ronaldo was on the left wing, Quaresma on the right, and Klose as the center forward. Seeing this starting lineup, it seems Zhang Feng's pre-match comments about Kaká and Ibrahimovic were just a smokescreen. However, we also saw Kaká and Ibrahimovic on the substitutes list. Zhang Lu gave a brief introduction to the two teams' lineups. Actually, the most surprising player in Kaiserslautern's lineup is goalkeeper Neuer. This 15-year-old German goalkeeper has surpassed Frieder to become the team starter after just 3 games. I have to say that Zhang Feng is bold in his choice of players. Well, we can see that both teams' players have taken their positions. The game is about to start. Let's focus on the game. I believe it will be a very exciting and intense match. It was indeed a very exciting match for all fans, except for Kaiserslautern fans. After 90 minutes of intense competition, when the referee blew the final whistle, Jiang Feng stood expressionless on the sidelines, watching the somewhat glaring score on the big screen. 3-1. Kaiserslautern lost the match 1-3 at the Stadio dell'Alpi. Jiang Feng glanced around at the Juventus fans celebrating in the stands and the Kaiserslautern players with their heads down on the field. He then walked over to Lippi and extended his right hand in a friendly manner. "Congratulations, Mr. Marcelo." "Thank you, young man. Keep it up." "I will." Looking at Lippi's smiling face, Jiang Feng felt extremely angry. He wanted to punch that smiling face a few times. Jiang Feng knew that he had lost the game completely. Whether in terms of tactical arrangements or command, he had been suppressed by the opponent. However, Jiang Feng believed that if he encountered the other party again, he would definitely seek revenge. Originally, in Jiang Feng's tactical plan, he thought that because Juventus was slow to start, the opponent would not be able to get into the game quickly after the start. After watching a lot of Juventus videos, he felt that Juventus would not attack aggressively after the start. Therefore, in terms of tactical plan, Jiang Feng decided to attack aggressively for the first 10 minutes after the start. But the reality was beyond his expectations. Juventus changed their usual style after the start of the game and immediately increased their speed, which caught Kaiserslautern off guard. As a result, Trezeguet scored a goal in the 8th minute of the game. After taking the lead, Juventus quickly retreated, demonstrating their pragmatism with a 1-0 advantage, and focused on launching counterattacks. Kaiserslautern, having fallen behind, became somewhat impatient, and in the 44th minute of the first half, Juventus seized another counterattack opportunity, with Trezeguet successfully beating the offside trap to score his second goal. The 2-goal lead made Juventus counterattacks even more incisive, and even when Jiang Feng substituted Ibrahimovic and Kaká in the second half, it didn't change much. In the 71st minute of the match, Colaccini committed a handball in the penalty area, and the referee awarded a penalty. Del Piero converted the penalty, once again breaching Neuer's goal. Trailing by 3 goals, Jiang Feng knew that the game was slipping further and further away from him. It wasn't until the very last moment of the match that Kaiserslautern managed to salvage a point with a goal scored by Ibrahimovic, who had just recovered from injury. Chapter 163, Sudden Event. The defeat in this match was like a bucket of cold water poured over Jiang Feng's head, making him calm down and clearly realize the gap between himself and those world-renowned head coaches. After the match, Jiang Feng realized that he couldn't blame the players for the loss. He had underestimated Juventus, and last season's success had made him underestimate other teams. So, in the end, Jiang Feng felt that the loss wasn't all bad. In the other match in this group, Arsenal played away against Deportivo La Coruña and ultimately won 1-0. After the second match concluded, Kaiserslautern's chances of advancing from the second round of the Champions League group stage were clouded. After the 2 matches, Juventus and Arsenal both have 4 points, but Juventus is in first place in the group due to a better goal difference. Arsenal is in second place. Deportivo La Coruña is in third place, and Kaiserslautern is in last place. The day after the match, many media outlets began to predict Kaiserslautern's downfall. In particular, those who had not been optimistic about Kaiserslautern's 3-front campaign began to criticize Jiang Feng even more, saying that Jiang Feng was ambitious and might drag Kaiserslautern into a deep abyss. For a time, Kaiserslautern and Jiang Feng once again became the focus of many European media outlets. However, Jiang Feng didn't care about any of this, because he knew that these so-called football professionals always praised the powerful and belittled the weak. Kaiserslautern, having returned to Germany from Italy, will play their 16th Bundesliga match on December 11th, away against newly promoted Hannover 96. Kaiserslautern, who have recently been in the spotlight, vented all their frustrations in Italy on Hannover 96. Drogba, who started the match, had already scored twice before the end of the first half. Ronaldo and Quaresma each scored a goal, and Kaiserslautern were leading the home team 4-0 when the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. After 45 minutes of play in the second half, the score displayed on the big screen was glaringly obvious to the home team's fans, and even some media reporters who had been pessimistic about Kaiserslautern felt embarrassed. 7-0. That was the final score between the two teams. Kaiserslautern thrashed Hannover 96 away from home with a 7-goal lead. The even better news is that after this round of matches, although Borussia Dortmund, who were in first place, still won their game, Bayer Leverkusen, who had the same points as Kaiserslautern, unexpectedly lost to St. Pauli at home. After the match, the media began to praise Kaiserslautern's powerful attack again. Look at these people's faces. Last week, they were saying Kaiserslautern was about to fall into the abyss, and now they're saying we have the potential to become treble winners. In Jiang Feng's office, David waved the newspaper in his hand and said to Jiang Feng, "Only you care about this. I never pay attention to these things. These people always spout nonsense. All right, what brings you here so early in the morning? Is there something you need?" "Jiang, good news. I just received Professor Ruert's report. Peter has returned to the team, and according to the examination report, all the players in the first team are in very good physical condition. David said, holding up a folder. Yes, that's really good news. Now the team is finally complete. I was just about to discuss it with you. I'm planning to have Ricardo and the other two start in the last league match, so they can get into good shape before the winter break. Yes, I agree with your suggestion. On December 18th, Kaiserslautern played their last match before the winter break, the 17th round of the Bundesliga. In this round, Kaiserslautern will also be playing at home against Cologne. Just as Jiang Feng had discussed with David, all three players who had recovered from their injuries appeared in today's match, and the final result did not disappoint Jiang Feng. Kaiserslautern, playing at home, defeated Cologne 4-0 after 90 minutes of play. Ibrahimovic scored twice, Kaka provided 4 assists, and Cech made several saves to keep the goal intact. The three players who had just recovered from their injuries showed excellent competitive form, and this result relieved Jiang Feng. Although several opponents also won their other matches, it is still very good news for Kaiserslautern to keep the score close. With the completion of the 17th round of the league, the first half of the 2001-2002 Bundesliga season has come to an end. In the standings, Borussia Dortmund leads the pack with 46 points, 15 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, while Kaiserslautern is second with 45 points, 14 wins, 3 draws, 0 losses, just 1 point behind. Bayer Leverkusen is third with 42 points, 14 wins, 3 losses, and Bayern Munich is fourth with 40 points, 13 wins, 1 draw, 3 losses. However, to Jiang Feng's surprise, after receiving the good news that Kaka and the other two had all recovered from their injuries, the team sent another piece of bad news that made Jiang Feng very angry. On the day the 17th round of the league ended, goalkeeper Frieder's agent, Bowles, told reporters that Frieder had been treated unfairly by the team and hoped to transfer during the winter break. This interview quickly went viral in Germany, though Kaiserslautern's rivals also took advantage of the situation to kick them while they were down. Jiang Feng, his face ashen, looked angrily at the newspaper report in his office and said to David, "Go and call Frederick over here for me." Meanwhile, in the team's locker room, which should have been filled with joy as the team began its vacation, the usual laughter and chatter were absent. External events were affecting the team internally, and Frieder, the person in question, was silently packing his things with his head down. The group of people who had always respected Jiang Feng, including Ibrahimovic, looked at Frederick with some hostility in their eyes. "Brad, what's going on?" Derasi, as the team captain, stepped forward and asked. "Captain, I didn't know he would say that. I wanted to transfer, but I didn't let him say it." "Brad, I don't know if I should believe what you're saying, but you should know very well that the boss isn't what your agent said. Those words are slander against the boss. It's your right to make your choice. I still hope you can handle this matter as soon as possible and not let it affect the team." "Okay, Captain, I understand." Chapter 164 Transfer. "Boss, I'm sorry. I wanted to leave, but I had no idea what Bowers was talking about," Frederick said, sitting in front of Jiang Feng in Jiang Feng's office. "Brad, I believe you. Have you thought this through?" After hearing Frederick's explanation, Jiang Feng believed that this matter had nothing to do with him. After Frieder lost his starting position due to a poor performance last time, his agent has been urging him to leave Kaiserslautern. It turns out that Aston Villa of the Premier League approached Bowles, and Bowles' actions in front of the media were at Aston Villa's behest in an attempt to lower the price. "Boss, I've thought it over. I hope to play more games. Thank you so much for your trust in me all this time. I will always remember these 2 years in Kaiserslautern. Actually, I know that I'm not as good as Peter and Manuel, so I don't blame anyone for losing my starting position. But I need games to maintain my form," Frieder said very sincerely. "Brad, I understand what you mean, I can understand your thoughts, and I agree to your transfer request. However, I still want to give you a piece of advice. You must stay calm in future matches. Actually, you have excellent talent, but your lack of composure is preventing you from growing. Here's what we'll do. Inform Aston Villa that they can make an offer, but warn your agent to shut up." Jiang Feng pondered for a moment after listening to Frederick's words, but still readily agreed to Frederick's transfer request. However, after listening to Frieder's request, Jiang Feng still felt a great responsibility. Since Frieder's poor performance last time, Jiang Feng felt that he should have communicated with Frieder, but because of the tight schedule, Jiang Feng did not go to him, which led Frieder to want to leave. The transfer of Brad Frieder was handled very quickly this time. On the second day of the team's holiday, Kaiserslautern's official website released the news. Kaiserslautern has reached an agreement with Premier League club Aston Villa for the transfer of Brad Frieder. Brad Frieder is no longer a player of Kaiserslautern. We thank Brad Frieder for his contributions to the team over the past 2 years and wish him all the best in his new club. According to the German newspaper Bild, Frieder's transfer fee was 9.5 million euros. However, this transfer did not attract much attention. After Frieder's agent, Bowers, made a scene, Everyone knew that Frieder's departure was a foregone conclusion. Jiang Feng would never allow any factors that would affect the stability of the locker room to exist. However, a week after Frieder's transfer, Kaiserslautern's official website updated with another transfer news, which finally attracted the attention of fans and the media. Kaiserslautern has reached a transfer agreement with League One club Lion for Juninho Pernambucano. Effective immediately, Juninho Pernambucano is no longer a Kaiserslautern player. We thank Juninho Pernambucano for his contributions to the team over the past 2 years and wish him all the best in his new club. The news released on Kaiserslautern's official website was exactly the same as the news of Frieder's transfer a week earlier, except for the name and the team. This news immediately attracted the attention of the media. No one expected that Kaiserslautern would start the winter break by selling players, just like in the summer. Usually, most teams strengthen their squads during the winter break, so it's very rare for 2 players to leave at once. Although these 2 players were just rotation players in Jiang Feng's plan, it could be said that Frieder's departure didn't cause any waves, but Juninho's departure left everyone puzzled. In fact, Jiang Feng understood very well why Juninho wanted to leave. Last season, Juninho's playing time was guaranteed, but this season, his playing time in Jiang Feng's tactics has been decreasing. Even after Kaká was injured, Iniesta firmly occupied the starting attacking midfield position, and Juninho could only get a turn after Rossi, Gattuso, Schweinsteiger, and Mascherano in the defensive midfield position. Moreover, there's another very important point. In Kaiserslautern's current squad, Juninho is the oldest player. At 26 years old, Juninho hopes to play for a team that guarantees him playing time, a thought that Jiang Feng fully understands. However, this transfer of Juninho Jr. once again brought Kaiserslautern a huge profit. 3 days after the transfer news was released, a reporter from the powerful Bild newspaper broke the news about the transfer agreement. According to the reporter, Lion paid a transfer fee of €27 million for Juninho Jr. and signed him to a 5-year contract. It can be said that Lion values Juninho Jr. very much. Furthermore, because Lion was eliminated in the first round of the Champions League, they qualified for the UEFA Cup by finishing 3rd in their group. This is why Lion was willing to pay such a high price. Juninho's arrival would allow him to directly participate in the UEFA Cup. Despite losing 2 players at the start of the winter break, Jiang Feng decided against bringing in any new players during this period after careful consideration. He reasoned that the current squad should be sufficient for the second half of the season. Although Kaiserslautern was financially powerful, and even Brehm had advised Jiang Feng to consider acquiring some big-name stars, Jiang Feng felt that even if he brought in some stars, their effectiveness was questionable, and they might even affect team unity. Therefore, he abandoned the idea and instead promoted Thiago Silva from the reserve team to the first team, and later brought David Silva from the youth team to the first team. This made the 15-year-old David Silva very excited. However, Jiang Feng also clearly told him that even if he came to the first team, he would only train with the first team and would basically not have any match duties. His matches would still be in the youth team. Thiago Silva's arrival was to fill the gap in the team's defense. The promotion of 2 very young players, although announced on Kaiserslautern's official website, did not attract much attention from fans and media. Chapter 165, Let's Buy One Ourselves. After dealing with these matters, Jiang Feng finally had a rare vacation. Although he appeared to be the same as before since the start of the season, only he knew how much pressure he was under. In fact, with the current lineup, if Kaiserslautern could give up 1 lane, they wouldn't be under so much pressure. Moreover, the players on the team are all very young. Being young has its advantages, such as being full of passion and drive. However, being young also has its disadvantages, such as being impulsive. If they cannot remain calm on the field, it will be a disaster for the team. Back in his little apartment, Jiang Feng started packing. Xiao Zixuan had originally said she would come to Germany to spend Christmas with him during the winter break, but a last-minute change in schedule prevented her from coming. So, Jiang Feng decided to surprise his girlfriend in China instead. Since Xiao Zixuan filmed in China last time, she has basically shifted the focus of her career development entirely there. With Jiang Feng's connections, Xiao Zixuan's prospects in China are much better than in South Korea. In their last phone call, Xiao Zixuan mentioned that her contract with her South Korean entertainment company would expire at the end of the year, and she didn't want to renew it. She said a Chinese entertainment company wanted to sign her. This time when he went back, Jiang Feng did not tell Xiao Zixuan about his travel plans, hoping to give his girlfriend a surprise. After packing his luggage, Jiang Feng drove his car to Frankfurt Airport. After a flight of more than 10 hours, Jiang Feng's plane landed at Shanghai's International Airport. Jiang Feng took this opportunity to visit his uncle's family, whom he hadn't seen since they parted ways during the League Cup finals. After getting off the plane and exiting the airport, Chen Yuanling personally waited for Jiang Feng at the airport entrance. "Uncle, why did you come in person? It's all right. I'm gradually handing over the company's affairs to your younger brother, so I have plenty of time now. Come on, let's go home. Your aunt has been preparing a welcome feast for you since early this morning. Okay, looks like we're in for a treat. Of course, let me tell you, your aunt rarely cooks, and it's only because you're back. After getting into the car, Jiang Feng and Qin Yuanlang sat in the back seat. Xiao Feng, stay a few more days this time. Uncle, I probably won't be able to stay here for more than a few days. I'm going to Beijing to see Sichuan in a few days. My vacation isn't long either. I still have things to take care of at the club. The schedule for next season is very tight. But don't worry, I'll come back and stay for a longer period of time in the summer after the season ends. All right, I understand you. You're a big star now. By the way, your uncle wants to talk to you about something. Think about it yourself. Your younger brother brought it up one day, and when I thought about it, I realized that the little rascal actually made a pretty good suggestion this time. Your aunt and I are very supportive. It's nothing. What's wrong? Please tell me. As you know, I only have 2 children, your younger brother and Ming Ming. Ming Ming is still young, but your brother has done quite well these past few years. The group has been developing very well recently. Actually, before your grandfather passed away, he instructed that your mother own 20% of the shares in this group. Over the years, I have been managing these shares, and we have put the profits into an account every year. Your uncle knows that your business is in football, but we don't understand these things. Last time, your brother mentioned at home that it would be better to buy a team himself, but we don't know anything about these things. I just asked around later, and your brother's suggestion is feasible. So, your uncle wanted to ask what you think. If you are willing, then your uncle will find someone to handle this. The team will be bought and put in your name. If there isn't enough money in the account, I will find a way. Anyway, the company has been doing very well in recent years. After hearing his uncle's words, Jiang Feng found it somewhat unbelievable. Uncle, buying a team isn't that simple. Some low-level teams with no reputation are definitely worthless, while some teams in the top leagues are probably incredibly expensive. But it's not impossible. There's still many poorly managed teams in the major European leagues. That's all right. I can ask around slowly. This matter won't be rushed. You can also inquire in Germany. Besides, your brother said that this matter is actually very beneficial to the group's development. That's true. It would be a huge boost to the group's reputation if we could buy a team from a major European league. Okay, I'll find some professionals to start handling this. Jiang Feng was very interested in Qin Yuanlang's suggestion. He remembered that in his previous life, many wealthy Chinese had invested in teams in some of the major European leagues. Jiang Feng had a very deep memory of several Premier League teams that had been purchased by wealthy Asians, especially after Abramovich bought Chelsea, when the Premier League received the most foreign investment. In their previous lives, wealthy Chinese figures like Li Ka-shing, Wang Jianlin, and Su Jiayin invested in and purchased teams in some of Europe's major leagues. After spending a week in Shanghai, Jiang Feng flew to Beijing. During this time, he had a detailed discussion with Qin Yuanlang about buying a football team. Jiang Feng also had Mendez inquire about the market situation over the phone. According to Mendez, many teams in the top 5 European football leagues have serious management problems, especially some smaller clubs whose survival is indeed a major issue. Jiang Feng felt that this aspect wouldn't pose any problem for him. He had the help of the system and had advantages over other players. The more people understood Jiang Feng, the more likely they were to believe that this approach was feasible. After discussing it with his uncle, Jiang Feng felt that setting his sights on the Premier League was the best choice. This decision was also based on Jiang Feng's memories from his previous life. In his previous life, the decline of the Bundesliga was inevitable, and Serie A lost its top position among the top 5 leagues due to the Calciopoli scandal. With the entry of oligarchs like Abramovich, the Premier League, stimulated by the money-driven policies, became the most popular league among the top 5 leagues. Therefore, setting our sights on the Premier League is essential. Jiang Feng's arrival in the capital city truly gave Qiu Sichuan a big surprise. The two, who had been apart for a long time, spent the next 2 weeks inseparable. After spending half a month in Beijing, Jiang Feng returned to Germany. Chapter 166 Armory. On January 7, 2002, Jiang Feng returned to Kaiserslautern. Tomorrow was the day the team would assemble. The second half of the Bundesliga season would officially kick off on January 14th. Before the league started, Kaiserslautern had a Champions League group stage match to play. On January 11th, Kaiserslautern will host their third opponent in the second round of the Champions League group stage, Arsenal from the English Premier League. The Kaiserslautern team is no stranger to this opponent. After the team regrouped, Kaiserslautern immediately entered a closed training camp. Currently, in the Champions League, Kaiserslautern's position in the group is extremely unfavorable due to their loss to Juventus in the last match. However, the good news for Kaiserslautern is that the team has a very complete squad. The 3-day training camp passed quickly, and the day of the competition arrived. Despite the team's poor performance in the Champions League, Kaiserslautern fans showed their unwavering support, with the Fritz Walter Stadium nearly full more than an hour before the match. Kaiserslautern's anthem resounded throughout the stadium, with fans supporting the team through their actions. As time went by and the start of the match drew ever closer, the atmosphere in the stadium reached its peak the moment the players appeared on the field. Jiang Feng's starting lineup for this match was goalkeeper Cech, left back Lam, right back Alves, two center back Colaccini and Metzelder, two defensive midfielders De Rossi and Gattuso, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Quaresma, and center forward Ibrahimovic. For Arsenal, Wenger fielded Seaman in goal, Cole, Keown, Campbell, and Senderos in defense, Pires, Vieira, Gilberto, and Ljungberg in midfield, and Bergkamp and Henry up front. It's worth mentioning that Arsenal had an Asian player on their bench, Junichi Inamoto from Japan. Before the match, after Arsenal arrived in Kaiserslautern, Inamoto was interviewed by a Japanese reporter and asked what his prediction was for the outcome of the game. I think there's no doubt about it. Arsenal is a great team, so I don't think Kaiserslautern has any chance of winning this game. I don't think our opponents will cause us any trouble. When this interview was transmitted back to Japan, it immediately attracted the attention of Japanese fans to the match. Soon both teams' players took their positions, waiting for the referee's whistle. At 6 p.m. on January 11th, the referee glanced at his watch and blew the whistle to start the match. Kaiserslautern, having won the kickoff in the coin toss, pushed their formation forward the moment the whistle blew. Jiang Feng's strategy was very clear: to attack. From the start of the match, Kaká appeared exceptionally active in his first game back after recovering from injury, frequently switching positions with Ronaldo on the left wing in the attacking third, making it very difficult for Vieira, who was marking Kaká, to keep an eye on him. Seeing the situation after the start, Wenger stood nervously pacing back and forth on the sidelines. He had not expected Kaiserslautern's choice at the start of the game. He originally thought that Jiang Feng would treat this game very cautiously based on Kaiserslautern's current ranking in the group. Therefore, in terms of the initial arrangements, Arsenal immediately fell into a disadvantage after the start of the game. When the fans in the stands saw their team gain the upper hand after the start of the game, they immediately erupted in a huge cheer. In the 13th minute, Kaiserslautern's relentless attack paid off. After receiving a pass from Gattuso, Lam immediately dribbled forward. Ljungberg stepped up to intercept, but Lam had no intention of getting entangled with him. Before Ljungberg could get into position, Lam passed the ball to De Rossi, who had been following him and ready to receive it. De Rossi received the ball but didn't stop it, passing it directly to Kaká. Kaká was tightly marked by Vieira and had no room to turn. So Kaká chested the ball down and then passed it back to De Rossi. After taking a few steps, De Rossi delivered a long diagonal pass to Lam on the left wing, who had gotten rid of Ljungberg. Lam faced the incoming ball, gently tapped it with his right foot, and then immediately chipped the ball into the penalty area. It turned out that when Lam made his forward run, Ronaldo had already prepared to cut inside. The ball arrived just as quickly as the player, and Lam's pass instantly tore apart Arsenal's defense. Ronaldo received the ball but didn't try to score himself. He simply made a cross, and Ibrahimovic, following the ball's trajectory, unleashed a powerful shot, as if venting his frustration after nearly 2 months of rest. At such close range, and with such force, the ball, like lightning, had already entered the goal before Seaman could react. As the ball spun into the goal, the stadium erupted in deafening cheers and a unified chanting of Kaiserslautern's team anthem. In the 15th minute, Kaiserslautern took a 1-goal lead thanks to a goal from Ibrahimovic. After scoring, Ibrahimovic sprinted across the field. After a few steps, he was tackled to the ground by Ronaldo, and then all the players piled on top of him. The excited Kaiserslautern players played a human pyramid game on the field. However, Ibrahimovic and Ronaldo at the bottom were in a bad situation. Ibrahimovic was seen shouting angrily as he was pinned down, and the fans in the stands burst into laughter because they saw Gattuso at the top even deliberately pressing down on him a few times. "Cristiano, you son of a bitch, just wait until after the game, I'm done with you." Ibrahimovic gritted his teeth and said to Ronaldo, who had tackled him, after being pulled up, "How can you blame me? I'm a victim too, but I was the one who passed the ball to you, Zlatan." Arsenal's players watched helplessly as their opponents celebrated wildly on the field and began to protest to the referee. Finally, with the referee's intervention, the Kaiserslautern players returned to their positions. The game has restarted. On the sidelines, Jiang Feng did not order his players to retreat into their formation despite being in the lead. Instead, he kept gesturing for them to move forward. Jiang Feng's meaning was very clear. He didn't want a lead of 1 or 2 goals. He wanted a resounding victory. He hoped to use a Champions League win before the start of the second half of the league season to tell all his opponents Kaiserslautern's goals for this season. Chapter 167, the complex qualifying situation. Faced with such a frenzied attack from Arsenal, Kaiserslautern completely took control of the game. Wenger had assumed that such a relentless attack from the opponent would leave him with plenty of counterattacking opportunities. However, after a few rounds, Wenger discovered that this was not the case. Kaiserslautern's attack was not the kind that was reckless and disregarded the defense. In defense, De Rossi and Gattuso were very decisive in the safe areas of the midfield and backfield, and once they lost the ball in the attacking third, they immediately counterpressed very well. Most importantly, the close quarters pressing in the attacking third made Arsenal's players very uncomfortable. When they faced Kaiserslautern before, Wenger didn't feel this helpless. But after half a season, Kaiserslautern has become a team that really gives Wenger a headache. For a manager of Wenger's caliber, Kaiserslautern's current performance is indeed a testament to the hard work Jiang Feng put in during summer training. However, Arsenal's defense, under Wenger's on-field instructions, caused some trouble for Kaiserslautern's attack. Vieira's marking of Kaká was much stronger than at the beginning of the game, and under Wenger's command, Bergkamp dropped back to midfield. As a result, Arsenal had one more player in midfield than Kaiserslautern, and the two sides engaged in fierce battles in midfield. For a time, the midfield was in disarray, and gradually both sides' players became more and more heated. Fortunately, the Swedish referee showed no mercy today and immediately responded after noticing that both sides were getting more aggressive. Within just 5 minutes, the referee showed 3 yellow cards, one each to Arsenal's Vieira and Ljungberg, and one to Kaiserslautern's De Rossi. The referee's 3 yellow cards immediately calmed both teams down, and the game returned to normal. After observing the situation on the field, Jiang Feng knew that he couldn't get entangled with the opponent in midfield. It wouldn't do him any good and would only waste the player's energy. So, Jiang Feng shouted to the players on the field and then made a gesture that only the players could understand. After seeing Jiang Feng's gesture, Kaká immediately made the same gesture to several players not far from him. After receiving Jiang Feng's instructions, the Kaiserslautern players immediately changed their tactics. Ronaldo and Quaresma moved to the center and positioned themselves parallel to Kaká, creating a very strange 4-2-3-1 formation. Wenger noticed this and found it very odd. He didn't understand why Jiang Feng would do this. Wenger couldn't understand why Jiang Feng would give up his advantage on the flanks. While Wenger was still puzzled, Kaiserslautern's next attack showed Jiang Feng why he did it. In the 39th minute, De Rossi received a pass from Metzelder in the midfield and, unlike in previous rounds, did not pass the ball to Kaká. Instead, De Rossi made a diagonal pass to the right wing. After De Rossi completed the pass, everyone realized that right-back Alves had already moved forward to the vicinity of the midfield line. Facing French international Perez, Alves easily dribbled past the defensively weak Pires with a simple chip, then accelerated forward with the ball. As Alves dribbled down the wing, Kaiserslautern's attacking quartet made a change in their positioning. Instead of cutting into the penalty area, Ibrahimovic dropped back. This move left Campbell, who was marking him, wondering what to do because 3 Kaiserslautern players had entered the penalty area at that moment, and Vieira, who was marking Kaká, also followed Kaká into the penalty area. However, what Vieira didn't expect was that Kaká's entry into the penalty area was just a feint. After entering the penalty area, Kaká immediately ran towards the right wing, while Vieira, who had been following him, was blocked by Campbell and lost his position. By the time Kaká reached the wing, Alves' pass had arrived. Meanwhile, inside Arsenal's penalty area, Quaresma and Ibrahimovic had somehow switched positions. When Ibrahimovic reached the penalty area, Kaká's cross also arrived. Facing the incoming ball, Ibrahimovic jumped high but did not choose to shoot. Instead, he flicked the ball towards the far post. Seaman's attention was completely drawn to Ibrahimovic. At this moment, when the ball flew to the far post, De Rossi had been waiting there for a long time. Facing the incoming ball, De Rossi's task was very simple. With almost no one marking him, De Rossi gently tapped the ball with his right foot, and the ball immediately changed its flight direction and went into the goal. Kaiserslautern made it 2-0, with De Rossi scoring in the 41st minute to extend their lead. After the goal, all the TV stations broadcasting the match replayed the entire process of the goal. Only then did everyone realize that while Alves was dribbling the ball, most of the Kaiserslautern players on the field were making their own runs. Although De Rossi scored the goal, everyone could see from the replay that the goal was the result of the Kaiserslautern team's efforts. It was clear that every player's run was part of the attacking plan, which showed that Jiang Feng was very well prepared for this match. The situation in the first 40 minutes of the first half was like a microcosm of the entire game. Even though Wenger used up all his substitutions in the second half, he could not change the disadvantage of the game. Throughout the game, Arsenal was firmly suppressed by Kaiserslautern. In this game, Kaiserslautern showed a kind of despair-inducing dominance. When the referee blew the final whistle, the cheers from the stands fully demonstrated how well Kaiserslautern had played, and the 3-0 score on the big screen at the sideline spoke volumes. Junichi Inamoto, who made boastful remarks before the match, did not get a chance to play in the game, which made his words in the pre-match interview a joke. Kaiserslautern secured their first victory in the second round of the Champions League group stage. In the other match of this group, Juventus played away against Deportivo La Coruña. In the end, the two teams played to a result that was acceptable to both Kaiserslautern and Arsenal, who lost the match. Deportivo La Coruña drew 2-2 with the visiting Juventus at home. The results of these two matches have made the qualification situation in this group even more complicated. After 3 matches, Juventus sits in first place with 5 points from 1 win and 2 draws. Kaiserslautern, who won this match, has risen from 4th to 2nd place with 4 points from 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss. Arsenal is also in 3rd place with 4 points from 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss, while Deportivo La Coruña is in 4th place with 2 points from 0 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss. Chapter 168, The Red Devils Attack. In Group C, every team has a good chance of advancing, even Deportivo La Coruña, who are currently at the bottom of the group. The other 3 teams have no guarantee of victory against Deportivo La Coruña. With the 3 Champions League group stage matches concluded, the complex situation in Group C has drawn increasing attention to the group. After securing their first victory in the second round of the Champions League group stage, Kaiserslautern breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, they did not refocus their energy on the Champions League, as the 4th Champions League match was not scheduled for another 2 weeks. Therefore, Kaiserslautern's focus returned to the league. On January 14th, the 18th round of the Bundesliga resumed after the winter break, and Kaiserslautern played their first league match of the second half of the season at home against Rostock. Despite knowing that his opponent was somewhat weaker than him, Jiang Feng still chose a lineup that was like a lion hunting a rabbit. The starting lineup he chose for this game was almost identical to the lineup in the 3rd game of the Champions League that had just ended, with only 3 players' positions being adjusted. Klose replaced Ibrahimovic as the team's starting center forward. Robin appeared in the team's starting left-winger position, and Schweinsteiger replaced Arasi. Faced with such a lineup, Rostock only managed to hold off Kaiserslautern for a little over 10 minutes away from home before being breached in the 14th minute, when Klose headed in a cross from Robin on the left wing inside the penalty area. Then, in the 31st minute, Quaresma broke the offside trap, received a pass from Kaka, and slotted the ball home to give Kaiserslautern another goal. In the first half stoppage time, Kaka received a pass from Robin at the edge of the penalty area and curled a right-footed shot into the top corner of the goal. Kaiserslautern scored 3 goals in the first half, making the outcome of the game a foregone conclusion within 45 minutes. During halftime, Jiang Feng made some changes to the lineup, with Palacio replacing Quaresma and Drogba replacing Klose. The substitution paid off less than 10 minutes into the second half. Palacio broke through on the wing and suddenly cut inside into the penalty area. He then delivered a low cross to Drogba, who, after positioning himself, swept the ball into the opponent's goal. This goal was also the last goal of the match. After 90 minutes of play, Kaiserslautern defeated Rostock 4-0 at home, raising their points total to 48. It's worth noting that while Dortmund still leads Kaiserslautern by 1 point, Bayer Leverkusen lost and was overtaken by Bayern Munich, who were previously in 4th place. On January 17th, Kaiserslautern played their 4th German Cup match, but this time their opponent was not a second division team, but 1860 Munich from the Bundesliga. Even though they are both Bundesliga opponents, Jiang Feng still opted to rotate the lineup for this match. Neuer started in goal, Thiago Silva and Barzagli started as center backs, Ramos was right back, Arbeloa was left back, Mascherano and Schweinsteiger were defensive midfielders, Iniesta was attacking midfielder, Robin was left winger, Palacio was right winger, and Drogba was center forward. After Arbeloa joined the team, Jiang Feng used the system's virtual training to train Arbeloa in the left back position. After half a season of training, plus the team's special training for him, the results were very good. It can be said that Arbeloa has fully adapted to the left-back position, and most importantly, Arbeloa has not lost his ability on the right wing. Perhaps the rotation of the lineup gave the opponent a false impression, but Munich 1860 surprisingly chose an offensive tactical setup after the start of this match. Just half an hour into the game, the coach of Munich 1860 regretted his decision, as the score was already 2-0. At this point, there's no point in trying to defend anymore. The current situation is like a vicious cycle for Munich 1860. Kaiserslautern went into halftime with a 2-0 lead. During halftime, Jiang Feng even substituted Iniesta with David Silva, who had been promoted from the youth team to the first team during the winter break. David Silva, who had just turned 16, showed no fear or nervousness when he took to the field. In the 54th minute, he delivered a brilliant pass from the middle, assisting Drogba to score his 3rd goal of the match and complete his hat trick. After taking a 3-goal lead, Kaiserslautern's young, rotated squad relaxed slightly, allowing Munich 1860 to capitalize on the opportunity and score in the 74th minute. Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, also had a somewhat gloomy expression. He thoroughly disliked such things. Finally, in stoppage time, Arbeloa, who had performed exceptionally well throughout the match, made a run forward and scored his first goal for Kaiserslautern with a follow-up shot inside the penalty area. Arbeloa was ultimately named the best player of the match with a goal and an assist. Despite winning the match and advancing to the semi-finals of this season's German Cup, Jiang Feng still severely criticized the players after the game for the goal they conceded. Jiang Feng hoped that they could maintain their focus in the game, whether they were leading or trailing. Jiang Feng's successful advancement to the semi-finals of the German Cup marked another step forward in his season goals. Several other German Cup matches also concluded at the same time, revealing the final four: Kaiserslautern, Schalke 04, Bayer Leverkusen, and Borussia Dortmund. With the semi-finalists confirmed, the matchups were also finalized. The semi-finals will be held on February 15th, with Kaiserslautern facing Schalke 04 and Bayer Leverkusen competing against Borussia Dortmund for the other spot in the final. After winning the German Cup, Kaiserslautern has turned its attention back to the league. On January 21st, Kaiserslautern will face their opponent in the 19th round of the league, traveling to Borussia Mönchengladbach for an away game. After a rest, the main squad returned to the league. Despite playing away, Kaiserslautern showed no mercy, defeating Borussia Mönchengladbach 4-1 with headers and volleys, continuing to put pressure on Borussia Dortmund. Chapter 1: 69 Injuries and Illnesses. After the 19th round of matches, Kaiserslautern will have to turn their attention back to the Champions League. The Champions League, which had been on hiatus for 2 weeks, has resumed. On January 25th, Kaiserslautern will travel to Spain to challenge Deportivo La Coruña. The day after the 19th round of the league, the entire Kaiserslautern team flew to Spain. After arriving in Madrid, the Spanish capital, the team traveled by bus to a Coruña in the Garcia region. Kaiserslautern arrived at their destination on the evening of January 22nd. After 2 days of training in Deportivo La Coruña, the day of the match arrived. At 6 p.m. sharp, the Riazor Stadium was packed to capacity, with at least 30,000 Deportivo La Coruña fans sitting in the stadium, which can hold 35,000 people. Jiang Feng dared not relax at all in this match, which can be seen from Kaiserslautern's starting lineup. Goalkeeper Petr Cech, left and right fullbacks Lahm and Alves, center-back Colaccini and Metzelder, defensive midfielders De Rossi and Gattuso, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Quaresma, and center forward Ibrahimovic. Meanwhile, Irurita fielded the same lineup that he used when he first met Kaiserslautern against Deportivo La Coruña. The match officially began with the Norwegian referee's whistle. Having already met once before, Jiang Feng went all out in this match from the start, immediately directing his team to press forward and move the defensive line forward to compress the opponent's space. After Deportivo La Coruña kicked off, they found that their opponents had started pressing relentlessly in the attacking third, forcing them to constantly increase the speed of their passes. For a time, Deportivo La Coruña's backfield looked very dangerous. Every Deportivo La Coruña player who got the ball was surrounded by at least 2 Kaiserslautern players. This situation even gave the fans in the stands the illusion that the opponents had a lot of players. In fact, this was the result of Jiang Feng having Gattuso and De Rossi execute his tactics. Jiang Feng's tactics were very clear: to create a local numerical advantage in defense, thereby constantly compressing the opponent's space. This frenzied total football attack and defense left Deportivo La Coruña very uncomfortable. Irurita on the sidelines kept glancing at Jiang Feng. He never expected this young man to be so crazy. However, he didn't believe that the opponent would be like this for the whole game, because even the most abundant stamina could not support such a crazy game for the whole game. Irurita also knew why Jiang Feng made this choice. He wanted to gain the lead as quickly as possible. Irurita kept shouting at the Deportivo La Coruña players on the field from the sidelines, while Jiang Feng kept a close eye on the situation on the field. In fact, Jiang Feng was also a little nervous. He knew that if he could not take the lead quickly, the game would become difficult. Such a choice was a gamble, and if it did not work, it would be very damaging to morale. As time went on, Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, became increasingly nervous. However, this tension did not last long, because the Kaiserslautern players ultimately did not disappoint him. In the 16th minute, Cristiano Ronaldo was fouled and fell to the ground while advancing down the left flank. The referee promptly awarded Kaiserslautern a free kick on the left. To the surprise of Deportivo La Coruña's players, Ronaldo quickly got up and gently pushed the ball out with his left foot. Kaká received Ronaldo's pass and made a through pass to Ibrahimovic in the penalty area. Ibrahimovic controlled the ball with his chest, then turned and volleyed it into the net. The Deportivo La Coruña goalkeeper, caught off guard, had no chance to react. 1-0. After Ibrahimovic's goal, Deportivo La Coruña players on the field kept protesting to the referee about the goal because Deportivo La Coruña had no reaction to Ronaldo's quick pass. The referee repeatedly gestured with both hands for the Deportivo La Coruña players who were closing in to back off, and then reached into his pocket. Seeing that he could not change the decision, the Deportivo La Coruña players had no choice but to accept the outcome. Irurita, standing on the sidelines, was furious at the result. The match restarted after the referee intervened. Just as Irurita predicted, Kaiserslautern's players, having scored a goal, stopped pressing forward as frantically as they had at the start of the game. However, although they weren't as aggressive, their high pressing remained very intense, which also put Deportivo La Coruña's midfield, which was still looking for opportunities to attack, in a quagmire. Before the match began, Jiang Feng instructed Gattuso and De Rossi not to conserve their energy. The reason they conceded 2 goals at home last time was twofold. Firstly, they were completely unfamiliar with their opponents, and secondly, their midfield lacked pressure. Therefore, Jiang Feng had learned from his experience and was prepared to bring on 2 defensive midfielders in the second half. With Gattuso and De Rossi tirelessly running all over the field, Deportivo La Coruña's attack completely lost its effectiveness. Kaiserslautern's constant pressing forced Deportivo La Coruña to speed up their passing and receiving, which in turn increased the probability of mistakes. This sudden change of possession in midfield gave Kaiserslautern another good opportunity. In the 41st minute, under pressure from De Rossi and Gattuso, Valorant's pass went awry. Due to Gattuso's close marking, the pass lacked power and was intercepted by De Rossi, who was blocking his path. Without hesitation, De Rossi launched a long ball forward to Kaká. Under pressure, Kaká managed to control the ball before passing it across to Quaresma on the wing. Quaresma, after checking his teammates' positions, launched another long ball to the left. Cristiano Ronaldo, facing the incoming ball, deftly flicked it over the defender's head, then slipped inside into the penalty area. After checking the goalkeeper's position, Ronaldo quickly swung his thigh in preparation for a shot. But what happened on the field at this moment was beyond everyone's expectations. Romero, who had been beaten by Ronaldo earlier, caught up and tackled Ronaldo from behind, bringing him down in the penalty area. The referee, who was not far away, immediately blew his whistle and pointed to the penalty spot. When he saw Ronaldo lying on the ground in pain, clutching his right ankle and pounding the ground with his fist, the referee immediately signaled to the sidelines for a stretcher and called for the team doctor to come onto the field through his headset. When Ibrahimovic and Kaká saw Ronaldo being maliciously brought down, they immediately rushed over. Fortunately, the referee separated the players from both teams. The referee then pulled out a red card from his pocket and showed it to Romero. He had seen it very clearly. Romero was clearly going for the man. He would report this egregious foul after the match, and it's safe to say that Romero will definitely receive further punishment for this foul. Chapter 170 Injuries and Illnesses 2. After the team doctor arrived at the sidelines with a stretcher, he did a quick check and then shook his head at Jiang Feng. Ronaldo's right ankle had swollen up like a bun in just a short while. Kaiserslautern then made an emergency substitution, bringing on Robin. Meanwhile, some Deportivo La Coruña players, taking advantage of their home advantage, were still arguing with the referee about Romero's foul. The referee gestured for them to step back, and after a while, seeing that they were still arguing, he immediately showed yellow cards to Valorant and Sergio, which finally silenced the Deportivo La Coruña players. Irurita, on the sidelines, kept yelling at the players to stop bothering the referee. After the foul was replayed on the big screen, even the home fans didn't boo the referee, which shows how unpopular the foul was. Upon seeing Valorant receive a yellow card, Irurita angrily smashed a water bottle on the ground. Valorant already had a yellow card from a previous Champions League match, and this self-inflicted yellow card would mean he would miss the next Champions League group stage match. This was a further blow to Deportivo La Coruña, who were already at a disadvantage in their group, hence Irurita's anger. Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, was also muttering curses under his breath. After seeing the team doctor's expression, he was very worried about Ronaldo's injury, which would definitely affect Kaiserslautern's personnel arrangements. Jiang Feng felt an urge to kill Romero at that moment. The game continued, and Kaiserslautern were awarded a penalty before the end of the first half. Kaká stood at the penalty spot, facing the opposing goalkeeper. Kaká's good mood, which had been due to his friend's injury, was completely ruined. Run-up volley goal. Because of Ronaldo's injury, Kaká's shot was incredibly powerful, so powerful that after the ball went into the goal, Deportivo La Coruña's goalkeeper remained standing still, without making any move. 2-0. In the 44th minute, Kaiserslautern extended their lead to 2 goals with a penalty kick. However, the goal did not elicit celebrations from the Kaiserslautern players, who were all very worried about Ronaldo's injury. After the second goal was scored, the game restarted, and a few minutes later the referee blew the whistle to end the first half, and both teams returned to the locker room. After returning to the locker room, Jiang Feng received a report from the team doctor about Ronaldo's injury. For Jiang Feng, the result was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Ronaldo's right ankle bone was fine. It was just a sprain that would require about 2 weeks of rest. After learning the exact extent of the injury, Jiang Feng informed the players in the Kaiserslautern locker room, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. All right, Cristiano's injury isn't too serious. Everyone can go see him after the game. Right now, we need to focus on the game. Although we're leading by 2 goals, we can't let our guard down. In the second half, Javier, you'll replace Ivan. Continue to put pressure on their key players. They're down to 1 man now, and I reckon they'll bring on a fullback in the second half to keep their defense intact. That means they'll be 1 man down in midfield. Ricardo, focus on attacking their midfield in the second half, understand? Understood, boss. The break is over, and the second half of the game is about to begin. Kaiserslautern opted to replace Gattuso with Mascherano, while Deportivo La Coruña, just as Jiang Feng predicted, substituted a fullback for a midfielder to ensure the integrity of their defense. The second half of the game has officially begun. Facing a Deportivo La Coruña side, down to 10 men, Kaiserslautern began to focus their attacks down the middle, with Robin and Quaresma frequently moving to the center to provide support. This immediately exposed the weaknesses in Deportivo La Coruña's midfield. In the 59th minute, De Rossi received a pass from the backfield and passed the ball to Kaká. Kaká made a sudden stop and change of direction in the face of the defense, and then suddenly passed the ball to Robin, who came to receive it. Robin received the ball in place, and then passed it to De Rossi, who was moving forward. De Rossi, who had received the ball, was about 30 meters from the goal. After seeing that he was unmarked, he adjusted his position and took a long-range shot. The football headed straight for the goal. Bang. The football bypassed the goalkeeper's hand, hit the post, and bounced into the goal. With a score of 3-0, this goal means that Kaiserslautern has essentially secured the victory in this match. After seeing this goal, Irurita knew that there was basically no hope for the game, and in order to concede fewer goals, Irurita could only solidify his defense. Therefore, De Rossi's goal was also the last goal of the match. With the final 90 minutes of the match over, the referee blew the final whistle. Kaiserslautern defeated Deportivo La Coruña 3-0 at the Riazor Stadium, securing their second victory in the second round of the Champions League group stage. In the other Group C match, Arsenal hosted Juventus, ultimately winning 1-0 at home. After 4 rounds of group matches, Kaiserslautern leads the group with 7 points, 2 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, while Arsenal, thanks to this victory, also has 7 points and is in second place. Juventus has dropped from first to third with 5 points, and Deportivo La Coruña remains with 2 points. However, with 2 rounds remaining in the group stage, Deportivo La Coruña still has some opportunities. Kaiserslautern, on the other hand, finally secured a more favorable position in the group thanks to this victory. However, Ronaldo's injury cast a slight shadow over the victory in this match. Therefore, at the post-match press conference, Jiang Feng also heavily criticized Romero's foul, saying, "I think this kind of foul can no longer be called a foul. It should be called malicious injury. Such a player should not be on the field. I strongly suggest that UEFA should severely punish such a player." Although Irurita defended Romero's foul, he could not stop UEFA from imposing further penalties on Romero. The day after the match, UEFA imposed an additional 5-match suspension on Romero, but these 5 matches were limited to the Champions League. It can be said that UEFA's punishment has essentially ended Romero's Champions League campaign this season. Chapter 171, Losing the Game. The day after their 4th Champions League match, the entire Kaiserslautern team returned to Germany from Spain. The focus now shifts back to the league. Upon returning to Germany, Jiang Feng immediately sought out Professor Rolt. Jiang Feng felt incredibly fortunate to have Professor Rolt on his side, as the recovery of Kaká and 2 others from their injuries was also thanks to Professor Rolt. Now that Ronaldo is injured, Jiang Feng hopes that Professor Rolt can personally intervene. "Jiang, I knew you would come looking for me." "Professor, it seems you already know why I've come." "Jiang, don't worry. I've looked into Cristiano's injury, and he should be fine in about 2 weeks under normal circumstances." "All right, Professor, then I'll leave it to you. Also, I'll need the lab to keep a close eye on the player's health during this time." "Okay, I'll have my assistant increase the frequency. I saw the report last time. These guys are all in great shape." After a day of rest, Kaiserslautern will face their opponent in the 20th round of the league. At 4 p.m. on January 28th, the entire Kaiserslautern team traveled to Berlin by bus. Tonight at 6 p.m., Kaiserslautern will face the home team Hertha Berlin at the Berlin Olympic Stadium. The continuous matches led Jiang Feng to rotate the starting lineup to some extent for this game. Kaiserslautern's starting lineup today is goalkeeper Czech, left back Arbeloa, right back Ramos, two center backs Thiago Silva and Metzelder, defensive midfielders De Rossi and Mascherano, attacking midfielder Iniesta, left winger Robin, right winger Palacio, and center forward Klose. After the match started, the course of the match was completely unexpected for Jiang Feng. After the 90-minute match ended, Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, still couldn't quite believe the score displayed on the big screen. Meanwhile, the home team fans in the stands were loudly singing their team's anthem, celebrating their team's victory. Kaiserslautern lost 0-1 to Hertha Berlin away from home. What Jiang Feng couldn't believe was the course of the game. Kaiserslautern had a total of 14 shots, 10 of which were on target, hitting the post twice and the crossbar once. Hertha Berlin, on the other hand, had 3 shots and none of which were on target. Their only goal came when Mascherano, who was assisting the defense, deflected the ball into his own net after a cross from the wing. Hertha Berlin capitalized on this own goal to defeat Kaiserslautern at home. Jiang Feng was speechless at this result. Even though Mascherano scored an own goal, Jiang Feng didn't think it was his fault. He could only blame his extremely bad luck today. In this round, Borussia Dortmund, Bayern Munich, and Bayer Leverkusen all won their matches. Although Kaiserslautern is still in second place in the standings, the gap between them and Borussia Dortmund has become 4 points, and the gap between them and Bayern Munich behind them is only 1 point. After this round of matches, Bayern Munich's head coach Magath said in an interview that Kaiserslautern, which is competing on 3 fronts, is gradually amplifying its disadvantage due to its lack of experience. He added that Bayern will overtake Kaiserslautern and keep a close eye on Borussia Dortmund, who are in first place. However, Magath's bold statement was quickly proven wrong. On February 4th, the 21st round of the Bundesliga kicked off. After a week's rest, Kaiserslautern hosted Hannover 96 at home. Under Jiang Feng's arrangement, Kaiserslautern fielded their strongest lineup and, with the cheers of the home fans, won a stunning 6-0 victory over Hannover 96 after 90 minutes of intense play. To the surprise of Jiang Feng and all the Kaiserslautern fans of the top 4 teams in this round, only Kaiserslautern won, while the other 3 teams lost their matches, a very strange result. Borussia Dortmund suffered a 0-1 defeat at home to Eintracht Frankfurt, who were deep in the relegation zone, in what was the biggest upset of the round. Bayern Munich played away against Hamburg, and the final score was 2-1. Hamburg scored the winning goal in stoppage time. Bayer Leverkusen's loss was somewhat inexplicable. In their home game against Freiburg, they conceded a goal just 4 minutes into the game, which turned out to be the only goal of the match. Just a week ago, Bayern Munich announced that they were about to overtake Kaiserslautern, and the gap between them and Kaiserslautern has returned to 4 points. The gap between Kaiserslautern and Dortmund has returned to 1 point. The bizarre results of these 2 consecutive rounds of matches have left fans feeling somewhat incredulous. However, according to the league schedule, many people speculate that the 22nd round of the league next week may be a watershed moment in the battle for the league title, because the top 4 teams will face off in this round, with Bayern Munich playing against Kaiserslautern at home and Borussia Dortmund playing against Bayer Leverkusen away. This round is definitely the most crucial round of the entire league season for these 4 teams. The German Football Association also attached great importance to this round of the league and began promoting and publicizing the matches as early as the end of the 20th round. Jiang Feng also attached great importance to this encounter with Bayern Munich. So, the day after the match against Hannover 96, Jiang Feng did not arrange for the team to rest as usual, but instead went straight into closed training. If it were Bayern Munich at the beginning of the season, Jiang Feng might not have paid so much attention. However, since Magath took over the season, Bayern has truly had a slow start, but a strong finish. At the beginning of the season, Bayern was basically a team that gave no hope, but in the latter part of the first half of the season, Bayern's performance improved more and more. As time went on, the start time of the match drew ever closer. At 4 p.m. on February 11th, the entire Kaiserslautern team arrived at the parking lot of Bayern Munich's Allianz Arena. After refusing interviews from reporters, Jiang Feng led the team to the locker room. Today's match had attracted a lot of attention. When Kaiserslautern entered the stadium for their acclimatization training, the Allianz Arena was already almost full. When the tens of thousands of Bayern fans saw the Kaiserslautern players appear on the field, they immediately stood up and booed and cursed loudly in the direction of Kaiserslautern. Chapter 172 Double Kill. Another closely related clash between 2 strong teams, Dortmund and Leverkusen, took place a day earlier. Dortmund drew 3-3 with Leverkusen away from home, so both sides are hoping to get 3 points in today's match. Regarding the result of today's match, I don't think I can say anything else. Bayern Munich will definitely be the final winner, without a doubt. Bayern is indeed a great team, but we have a lot of advantages in our historical record against them over the past 2 seasons. I think that like the previous matches, Kaiserslautern will have the last laugh in today's game. This was the declaration made by the 2 head coaches after concluding their press interviews before the match. With less than half an hour to go before the start of the match, both sides were making final preparations and giving pep talks in their locker rooms. In the away team's locker room, Jiang Feng didn't immediately stand up and say anything, but instead had someone play some music first. Hey guys, we've faced a lot of difficulties this season, but we overcame them through our unity and perseverance. Now our opponents have finally given us a chance to surpass them. We can't miss this opportunity. Once we do, it'll be hard to get another one like it. So, if we beat today's opponent, we can take back the #1 spot. What are you waiting for? Let's eliminate all the opponents in our way. We are the strongest. Jiang Feng shouted to his players, waving his arms. First. Jiang Feng's words completely boosted the morale of Kaiserslautern's players to its peak. Jiang Feng waited a moment and continued. I believe you are all familiar with today's opponent. Remember, as before, shut down their key player and compress their passing space. As long as you do this, victory will surely belong to us. As Jiang Feng was giving instructions to the players, the referee announced from outside that both teams were to enter the field. Good evening, viewers. I'm Huang Jinxiang. Welcome to the 22nd round of the 2001-2002 Bundesliga season, a match between Bayern Munich and Kaiserslautern, which I will be presenting with Coach Zhang Lu. As you can see on the screen, both teams have entered the tunnel and are about to enter the field. Now, Coach Zhang, please introduce the starting lineups. This match was also broadcast live by China Television, and the studio featured the familiar duo of Huang Jinxiang and Zhang Lu. Good evening, viewers. We've just received the starting lineups for both teams. For Bayern Munich, Magatha's starting lineup is goalkeeper Kahn, defenders Kuffer, Robert Kovac, Sagnol, and Lizarazu, midfielders Effenberg, Jeremies, Salahmidzik, and Scholl, and forwards Pizarro and Elbier. Magatha's lineup today is a fairly standard one, arguably one of Bayern's most frequently used lineups this season. For Kaiserslautern, Jiang Feng's lineup is goalkeeper Cech, left back Lahm, right back Alves, center back Colaccini and Metzelder, defensive midfielders De Rossi and Gattuso, attacking midfielder Kaka, left winger Robin, right winger Quaresma, and center forward Ibrahimovic. Zhang Lu introduced the starting lineups for both teams. Bayern Munich has surprised many people this season. At the beginning of the season, many said that Bayern was in decline, but no one expected that under Magatha's guidance, they would come from behind to surpass others. Their recent record has been excellent, so Magatha's position at Bayern is becoming more and more secure. As for Kaiserslautern, they are as strong as ever. I believe this match will be very exciting. Yes, and with the Dortmund versus Leverkusen match ending in a draw yesterday, both sides are eager to see a winner in this game. So I think both sides will put a lot of effort into their attack. However, it's uncertain whether Ronaldo's injury will affect Kaiserslautern. Whether Robin, who is replacing Ronaldo, can perform well against an opponent like Bayern remains to be seen. While Huang Jinxiang and Zhang Lu were discussing the starting lineups for both sides in the studio, the players on the field had already taken their positions. In the coin toss, Kaiserslautern won the right to kick off. Both teams' players were waiting for the referee to blow the whistle to start the match. The German Football Association also attached great importance to today's match and arranged for the famous German referee Merck to be the main referee. After looking at his watch, Merck communicated with the fourth official on the sidelines through his headset for a few words, and then immediately blew the whistle to start the match. The competition has officially begun. After Ibrahimovic and Robin kicked off from the center circle, Ibrahimovic passed the ball back to De Rossi in the backfield and immediately made a forward run. The two sides were already very familiar with each other, so there was no need for any probing. The match immediately went into a heated phase from the start. After receiving a pass from Kaka on the left wing, Robin faced Jeremies' direct defense, with Kuffer ready to provide cover. Robin receives the ball. Jeremies is defending him head-on. Let's see how the young Robin chooses to play. Robin moves, a beautiful dribble. He cleanly gets past Jeremies. Huang Jinxiang in the studio was very excited after seeing Robin's dribble. When Robin faced Jeremies' defense, he first made a feint to push forward, then pulled the ball back with his right foot, and then pushed it with his left foot, making a very skillful nutmeg. He then dribbled past Jeremies and advanced forward. Kuffer, who was ready to help defend, stepped forward and tackled Robin to the ground, making a very decisive move. It seems Magatha has made a key deployment for Kaiserslautern's flanks today. Kuffer's actions were very decisive, clearly indicating his intention to prevent Kaiserslautern from easily advancing down the flanks. After Kuffer dribbled past one player, he didn't engage in prolonged battles. However, Kuffer's actions also prompted Merkel to come over and give him a warning, and Merkel, acting on instructions from the German Football Association, was very stern. This arrangement is not good news for Magatha. Chapter 173, Double Kill 2. Magatha frowned after seeing Merck's warning to Kuffer. Before the game, Magatha's instructions to Kaiserslautern's wing attacks were that they could pass the ball, but if they wanted to advance and get past one player, they should be prevented from dribbling. If necessary, they should be fouled decisively to prevent Kaiserslautern's wingers from advancing into dangerous areas. However, Magath also knew that if the referee was strict today and a card was issued in the first half, then the effectiveness of this tactical arrangement would be questionable. After seeing the opponent's arrangement, Jiang Feng did not change his tactical plan. Instead, he firmly gestured to the players on the field, instructing them to continue to strengthen the attack on the flanks. After receiving Jiang Feng's message, Kaiserslautern continued to intensify their attacks on both flanks. Lam and Alves also increased their forward runs and assists. With the support of the two fullbacks, Robin and Quaresma's attacks on the flanks became even more incisive. The attacks on both flanks drew Bayern's defensive attention, and even Effenberg, who was marking Kaka, had to participate in the defensive support. This was exactly the effect Jiang Feng needed to see, as it relieved some of the pressure on Kaka. Sure enough, as Bayern's defensive attention gradually shifted to the two flanks, Kaiserslautern found their best chance so far in the game. In the 19th minute, Alves dribbled the ball forward down the wing from the backfield, and Effenberg also moved towards the wing. Everyone initially thought that Alves would combine with Quaresma on the wing as he had done in previous rounds. However, after reaching midfield, Alves suddenly passed the ball not to Quaresma, but towards the center. It turned out that Kaka, whom Effenberg had overlooked, had somehow moved upfield. Alves' long pass was very accurate, and Kaka easily received the ball without being marked. At this moment, Effenberg realized that this was Kaiserslautern's killer move and quickly chased after Kaka. Bayern's center-back Sagnol also rushed out of the penalty area to cover Kaka. Everyone understood that Kaka could not be allowed to handle the ball so easily in the attacking third. What Sagnol didn't know was that Kaka wanted the same effect. After seeing Sagnol's movement, Kaka passed the ball before Sagnol was in position, flicking it towards the penalty area with the tip of his right foot. Ibrahimovic had the upper hand in his duel with Kovac, and although he received the ball while facing the goal, he had no space to shoot. Kovac, who was marking him closely, kept making small, subtle moves, preventing Ibrahimovic from shooting. In desperation, Ibrahimovic flicked the ball with his heel towards the edge of the penalty area. Kaka arrived quickly, received the ball, and flicked it past Sagnol's challenge with his right foot before unleashing a shot with the inside of his right foot. The ball was curled into a beautiful arc by Kaka's right foot, drawing a rainbow in the air. Although Kahn tried his best to save the ball, it dipped noticeably near the goal, just around Kahn's hands, and went into the net. In the 21st minute, Kaiserslautern took the lead with a spectacular shot from Kaka outside the penalty area. After seeing Kaka's goal, Magath sighed helplessly. He sensed danger when he saw Effenberg's defensive attention gradually being drawn to Kaiserslautern's two flanks. He kept shouting to the players on the field from the sidelines, but Kaiserslautern still seized the opportunity. Magath knew that the goal wasn't actually Effenberg's fault for being out of position, but rather that no one covered for him after he went out of position. This wasn't an individual's responsibility, but rather a flaw in the formation and tactics. If Effenberg hadn't covered the flanks, Magath believed that Jiang Feng would have definitely led the Kaiserslautern players to launch a strong attack down the flanks. The only thing to blame was that the opponent's players in every position were too strong. During this winter break, Bayern Munich did not give up on poaching players from Kaiserslautern and tried every means possible, but to no avail. Official offers were rejected by Kaiserslautern, and private attempts to contact the players went unanswered. In fact, not only Bayern, but Kaiserslautern received the most offers during the entire winter break. Almost every player on the field received offers from more than two clubs, with Kaka receiving the most offers. Magath, for example, coveted Kaka, Ibrahimovic, and the two fullbacks on the Kaiserslautern field. Kaiserslautern celebrations on the field ended with Merck's intervention, and both teams returned to their positions to await the referee's whistle. The game has restarted. Trailing at home, Bayern Munich intensified their attack amid the cheers of their fans, focusing their offensive efforts on the central areas. While Bayern's flanks are usually very active against other teams, they couldn't be as unrestrained in their attacks against Kaiserslautern. Even a total footballer like Lizarazu had to prioritize defense, demonstrating just how formidable Kaiserslautern's flanks were. However, relying solely on the central attack is insufficient. The combination of De Rossi and Gattuso has rendered Bayern's central attacks somewhat ineffective. Bayern's midfield linchpin, Scholl, has been virtually ineffective since the start of the game under Gattuso's tight marking. Bayern's central attacks have primarily relied on the link between Effenberg and Scholl, but now that Scholl has been effectively neutralized, Effenberg alone is not enough. Furthermore, Effenberg cannot focus entirely on the attack. He also has to keep an eye on the very active Kaka behind him. It can be said that Bayern's attack was in trouble for a time, and it was a vicious cycle. On the other side, Kaiserslautern's attack was quite impressive. After scoring the first goal, Kaiserslautern tasted the success of this attacking tactic, so their attacks on the flanks became even more incisive. Kaka's positioning in the middle also became more fluid, and he would occasionally run to the flanks to receive the ball, which made Bayern's defense more passive. In football, many people know that this kind of passive defense will eventually lead to problems. Chapter 174, Double Kill 3. Indeed, that is the case. In the 43rd minute, Kaka moved to the left flank and, near the halfway line, exchanged passes with Robin and Lam, who had made a run forward. The speed of the passes between the three was very fast, keeping the Bayern players who were marking them busy. Finally, Kaka's lob pass tore apart Bayern's right flank defense. Robin, getting ahead of Kuffer, lobbed the ball over Kuffer's head and then performed a dramatic overtaking maneuver. After getting past Kuffer, Robin had no defenders in front of him and could drive straight ahead. Kuffer was desperately chasing Robin from behind. When Robin reached the byline, he made a move that caught Kuffer off guard. Kuffer expected Robin to immediately cross the ball from near the byline, but he didn't expect Robin to suddenly stop and change direction, rushing towards the penalty area along the byline. This sudden stop and change of direction caused Kuffer to lose control and rush out of bounds, losing his position. After entering the penalty area, Robin saw Kovac preparing to block him and immediately deliver cross. Ibrahimovic, who was in position, didn't even jump. He simply headed the ball with his forehead, changing its direction and sending it flying towards the goal. Khan instinctively reached out to save it, but to Khan's despair, Ibrahimovic's header slammed the ball near the goal line, causing it to bounce into the net. 2-0. As the first half drew to a close, Kaiserslautern extended their lead to 2 goals. This time it was Robin who assisted, and Ibrahimovic headed the ball into the net with a bouncing shot inside the penalty area, beating Khan. Seeing the goal, Jiang Feng's slightly tense heart finally relaxed a little. With a 2-goal advantage, Jiang Feng would have more options in the rest of the game. The Bayern fans in the stands watched the team fall behind, feeling both angry and helpless. They didn't understand why this was the result. For the past 2 seasons, Kaiserslautern had been Bayern's nemesis. Almost all the fans in the stands looked at the man in the trench coat standing on the sidelines and felt increasingly annoyed by this Asian man. The sporadic shouts of insults from the stands grew increasingly unified. Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, listened to the Bayern fans' insults, but instead smiled and turned to wave towards the Bayern fan section, holding up 2 fingers. It was unclear whether Jiang Feng was referring to his 2-goal lead or his impending season sweep of Bayern. Seeing Jiang Feng's provocative behavior, the Bayern fans in the stands became even more excited. Just then, during a dead ball situation, many Bayern players saw Jiang Feng's actions. Lizarazu, as Bayern's captain, immediately rushed in front of Jiang Feng and reached out to grab Jiang Feng's collar. Jiang Feng noticed something was wrong, took a step back, and forcefully slapped Lizarazu's arm with his right hand. "What do you want to do?" Jiang Feng asked with a grim expression. "I also want to ask you what you're trying to do. What the hell was that gesture you just made?" The conflict between Lizarazu and Jiang Feng was immediately witnessed by the Kaiserslautern players. Ibrahimovic and Kaka were closest to each other, and Ibrahimovic rushed over and pushed Lizarazu away. "What the hell do you mean? Want to fight?" Ibrahimovic stared at Lizarazu and said. Almost instantly, 3 or 4 Kaiserslautern players surrounded Lizarazu. Gattuso and Metzelder were ready to fight. Jiang Feng had a very high reputation in Kaiserslautern, and all the Kaiserslautern players respected him greatly. Now that they saw someone attacking their leader, all the Kaiserslautern players were immediately enraged. Many players from the bench also came over, and a conflict was imminent. Fortunately, the referee appointed by the German Football Association today, Merck, was very experienced. As early as when Lizarazu charged towards Jiang Feng, Merck sensed something was wrong, and soon all the referees stepped forward to separate the Kaiserslautern players from Lizarazu. Bayern's actions were rather intriguing. When Lizarazu was surrounded, only Effenberg, Scholl, and Jeremies rushed over to protect him, while the other Bayern players stood by as if it were none of their business, watching the spectacle unfold. After consulting with the 4th official, the referee immediately pulled out a yellow card and showed it to Lizarazu, then ran over to Jiang Feng and warned him for his provocative behavior towards the fans. "Jiang, you are playing away, and I don't want to see this kind of behavior again." "Ugh." Jiang Feng nodded with a smile. The conflict ended quickly with the intervention of the refereeing team, and Merck only added 1 minute of stoppage time before blowing the whistle to end the first half. The players from both sides returned to the locker room for final preparations. The media reporters following the match were extremely excited. The recent conflict was far more captivating to them than the match itself. The break passed quickly, and no one knows what arrangements the 2 teams made during the break. Anyway, after the game restarted, Kaiserslautern's attack was even more frantic than in the first half. If you didn't look at the score, you would think that Kaiserslautern was the one trailing. Facing Kaiserslautern, the trailing Bayern Munich had no chance to fight back. The game was so bad that it didn't look like a match between the second and third place teams in the league standings. Bayern's performance disappointed many people. With Kaká's long-range shot from the edge of the box opening up Bayern's defense in the 76th minute, the game was effectively over. Kaiserslautern easily defeated Bayern Munich 3-0 after 90 minutes of play at the Allianz Arena. This result meant that Bayern lost both the game and their composure at home. Magath, who had gradually settled into his position, once again heard the scattered sounds of students leaving class echoing from the stands. All matches in the 22nd round have concluded, and Kaiserslautern secured the top spot in the standings for the first time this season thanks to their victory in this match. Kaiserslautern tops the standings with 57 points from 22 matches, 18 wins, 3 draws, 1 loss, followed by Borussia Dortmund with 56 points from 22 matches, 18 wins, 2 draws, 2 losses. Bayern Munich and Bayer Leverkusen are tied for 3rd and 4th place with 52 points each. Chapter 175: The War of Revenge. After the match, Jiang Feng went to the post-match press conference. By the time Jiang Feng arrived, Magath had already finished answering the reporter's questions and was preparing to leave. Hello, Jiang. I'm a reporter from the Munich Evening News. What's your take on the conflict that arose during the match because of a gesture you made towards the fans? Don't you think your actions were unsportsmanlike? How do I see it? I was standing there watching the whole time, sir reporter. Please don't ask such a stupid question. And I want to reiterate one point. If you don't know what happened, you can go and watch the replay of the game. It was Vicente who rushed to the sidelines and started the fight with me. So your wording is very inappropriate. Are you avoiding this? Or do you think it's acceptable for a player to rush to the sidelines and attack the opposing coach in a fit of anger over losing the game? As for your talk of sportsmanship, what is sportsmanship when someone is being violated? Why don't you let me slap you right now and see if you can maintain your sportsmanship? Jiang Feng's barrage of questions left the reporter speechless. Jiang, I'm a reporter from Bild. What was the meaning behind the gestures you made to the fans during the match? It's very simple. After listening to their insults towards me, I felt they should focus on the game, not on me. I wanted to bring them to their senses, so I told them we were about to beat them twice. They should use their energy to cheer for the team instead of insulting me. Jiang Feng's candor immediately ignited the atmosphere at the scene. None of the reporters present expected Jiang Feng to answer the question in this way. Immediately, the reporters below raised their hands in response. After answering the reporters' questions, Jiang Feng left the press conference, and the reporters got the answers they wanted. The day after the match, the German newspaper Bild put a photo of Jiang Feng raising 2 fingers to Bayern fans on its front page. Bild's headline was, "You're going to get double killed by me," and the article published Jiang Feng's original words from the interview. The controversy escalated immediately, and Bayern Munich fans disliked Jiang Feng even more. It's safe to say that Jiang Feng is now the most hated person at Bayern Munich without a doubt. After their match against Bayern Munich, Kaiserslautern had no time or energy to focus on off-field matters, as they were about to face Juventus at home in the 5th match of their second Champions League group stage game. In their first encounter with Juventus, Kaiserslautern suffered a complete defeat. In that match, both the overall situation and Jiang Feng's tactical arrangements were thoroughly suppressed by the opponent. After that match, Jiang Feng vowed to take revenge. This time, the encounter was held at Kaiserslautern's home stadium, and for Jiang Feng, no match was more important than this one. As early as a week ago, Jiang Feng had already been studying how to arrange the lineup and tactics for this match. Moreover, it's not just about revenge. Based on the current standings in Group C, this match is crucial for Kaiserslautern. If they can secure 3 points, they will qualify for the quarterfinals. However, if they lose, their situation will become unfavorable. Around 4 p.m. on February 15th, the square in front of Fritz-Walter Stadium was already packed with people. Thousands of Kaiserslautern fans had gathered there. The stadium entrances were open, but only a small fraction of the tens of thousands of fans were able to enter the stadium to watch the game. Many fans were unable to enter the stadium, so they gathered in the square in front of the stadium to watch the game on the large screen there. Right now, almost all the bars in Kaiserslautern are packed with people, and all the Kaiserslautern fans are hoping that their team can defeat Juventus and avenge the humiliation they suffered at the Stadio dell'Alpi. Everyone is hoping that the team can make history by reaching the Champions League quarterfinals. As time went on, the atmosphere reached its peak when the players from both sides appeared in the players' tunnel. The sound created by tens of thousands of Kaiserslautern fans seemed to shake the entire stadium, with countless cheers and shouts of players' names mingling together. Kaiserslautern's starting lineup for this match was goalkeeper Cech, left back Lahm, right back Ramos, center backs Colaccini and Metzelder, defensive midfielders De Rossi and Gattuso, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Robin, right winger Quaresma, and center forward Ibrahimovic. Alves was unusually seen on the bench for this match because he had been suffering from a cold, and even though he had recovered, Jiang Feng kept him on the bench just to be on the safe side. Lippi fielded the same starting lineup for Juventus as he did in the last match between the two teams. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. After the start of the match, Juventus, under Lippi's arrangement, did not launch a sudden attack as they had done last time. Instead, they quickly retreated into their formation, with a very clear intention to launch a counterattack against Kaiserslautern. In this confrontation between the two head coaches, Jiang Feng had the upper hand. When making arrangements before the game, Jiang Feng guessed that Lippi would not repeat his old tricks, and that since it was an away game, Juventus would definitely play the game they were good at. Therefore, after the match started, Kaiserslautern unusually did not launch an attack at the beginning, but instead controlled their formation well, just like Juventus. The two sides formed a strange situation on the field after the start of the match, with most of the players passing the ball around. That old bastard is cunning. He's trying to trick us into attacking again. It's all right. I'm sure they're more anxious than we are, Jiang Feng whispered to Lutz beside him. Yes, we're in first place in our group right now, and they're behind us. If anyone's in a hurry, it's them. Indeed, as Jiang Feng and Lutz said, the outcome of this match is more important for Juventus. According to the current standings, Kaiserslautern and Arsenal both have 7 points, and Arsenal has a very high chance of winning this round. So, if Arsenal wins this round, they will have 10 points. Even if the two sides draw in the end, it will be extremely disadvantageous for Juventus, because even if Juventus wins in the last round, Arsenal may join forces with Kaiserslautern to eliminate Juventus. If Arsenal wins this round and Kaiserslautern and Juventus draw, then the group will have Arsenal with 10 points, Kaiserslautern with 8 points, and Juventus with 6 points. If Arsenal throws the game slightly in the last round, then Juventus will be finished. Therefore, in Lippi's mind, Juventus must win this match. Chapter 176 The Battle of Revenge 2. As expected, after seeing that Jiang Feng was different from what he had guessed before the game, Lippi couldn't sit still. Lippi, who was sitting calmly on the coach's bench, suddenly stood on the sidelines and shouted at the players on the field. Seeing Lippi's obvious change in form, Jiang Feng smiled slightly at the other corner of his mouth. Under Lippi's tactical adjustments, Juventus changed their previous defensive approach and began to strengthen their attack. Kaiserslautern's performance clearly showed that they were well prepared for this change. After a season and a half of playing together, and with the added intensive training Jiang Feng provided in the system's virtual training sessions, Gattuso and De Rossi developed a very strong rapport. Under their combined efforts, Juventus's seemingly aggressive attacks would essentially fizzle out once they approached the danger zone. On the contrary, Kaiserslautern, focusing on counterattacking, hit Juventus weak points with every counterattack. After several counterattacks, although they did not score, they slowed down Juventus' attack. These sharp counterattacks prevented Juventus' two wingers from making runs forward. Robin and Quaresma's repeated breakthroughs and passes on the wing put Juventus' defense under pressure. In addition, Ramos and Lam's occasional runs forward added even more pressure to Juventus' wing defense. Standing on the sidelines, Lippi could hardly believe his eyes. Less than 2 months had passed since their last easy victory against the same opponent, and Lippi couldn't believe it was the same team. Actually, Lippi is a bit blinded by his own situation. It's true that this is the same team he easily defeated before, but Juventus' victory last time wasn't because Juventus was stronger than Kaiserslautern. The reason Juventus was able to easily defeat Kaiserslautern last time was because they underestimated their opponent at the start of the game, catching Kaiserslautern off guard. By the time they realized what was happening and tried to counterattack, it was too late. Also, Juventus played at home that time, so they had some home advantage. This time, Kaiserslautern is playing at home, so this isn't a matter of ability. In terms of actual ability, the players Jiang Feng arranged are all incredibly talented, and their skill level is no worse than Juventus. As time went on, Kaiserslautern played with more ease and composure, while Juventus appeared somewhat impatient. Just like this attack, Trezeguet received a pass from Nedved at the edge of the penalty area, but was tightly marked by Metzelder behind him and had no chance to turn around. Helpless, Trezeguet could only pass the ball back to Nedved in midfield, but Nedved also had no good solution. In the end, this attack ended with Trezeguet dropping back to receive the ball and unleashing a long-range shot, the ball soaring high over the crossbar. After careful study over this period, Jiang Feng discovered that Juventus actually only had two tactics, either counterattacking or positional play. However, Juventus' positional play was not very fast, so in terms of defensive arrangements, Jiang Feng required his players to find ways to increase the speed of the opponent's passing. This way, the opponent would inevitably increase their error rate after being forced to speed up. What Kaiserslautern needs is for their opponents to make mistakes during such attacking passes, because in such situations, the transition between offense and defense becomes much easier for Kaiserslautern to counterattack. In the 39th minute, Kaiserslautern finally found their best scoring opportunity since the start of the game. Just as Jiang Feng had hoped, Davis made a run from behind to receive Takanardi's pass, but under the pressure of Gattuso and Robin, Takanardi's pass went awry and was intercepted midway by De Rossi, who was covering from the side. De Rossi then passed the ball to Robin before Davis could extend his leg. Robin received the ball and made a long, lob pass to Kaká in the attacking third. Because of Davis's run, Kaká was unmarked when he received the ball. Montero was supposed to cover Davis's position, but Ibrahimovic's off-the-ball movement drew Montero's attention. After receiving the ball, Kaká dribbled forward a few steps before making a diagonal pass to Quaresma on the right wing. Quaresma, facing Paramartini, immediately passed the ball forward from his spot. Paramartini was a little puzzled, not knowing who Quaresma had passed the ball to. At that moment, a figure ran past him, and he realized Quaresma's intention. It was Ramos, who had made a run from behind to support the attack. Ramos received the ball near the byline. After looking up, Ramos delivered a classic cross from the wing into the penalty area. Ibrahimovic was at the near post, while Robin had somehow already arrived at the far post. The football had a slight curve as it flew through the air. Buffon noticed this and didn't dare to come out. Meanwhile, Ibrahimovic leaped high at the near post and made a header motion. Buffon's attention was also drawn to the ball because, based on its trajectory, he judged that the ball should be passed to Ibrahimovic. And that was indeed the case. Ibrahimovic got to the ball first, but his header wasn't a shot. Instead, he flicked the ball towards the far post, where Robin had been completely ignored by Juventus defense. By the time Buffon and the others reacted, it was too late. At the far post, Robin simply extended his right foot and tapped the ball into the goal. With just over 5 minutes remaining in the first half, Kaiserslautern took a 1-0 lead on a counterattack, completely dominating the match. After scoring, Robin ran quickly to the sidelines. When he reached Jiang Feng, he stood in front of him and bowed deeply. Robin was very grateful to Jiang Feng for bringing him to Germany and for Jiang Feng's trust in him. Because of Ronaldo's injury, Robin had taken the starting position and was actually very nervous before the game. But this goal finally made his nervousness disappear. After bowing, Robin stood up and was immediately embraced tightly by Jiang Feng. Alger, I knew you could do it. Yes, boss, I scored. Yes, I saw it. Alger, go tell your teammates. Keep it up. Wipe them out completely. Good. The two embracing on the sidelines attracted countless cameras. Back on the field, Robin celebrated the goal with high fives to each of his teammates, especially Ibrahimovic, who passed him the ball. Robin hugged Ibrahimovic to express his gratitude. Chapter 177, The Serious Old Woman. The game restarted, and the score remained the same for the remainder of the first half until the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. The first half ended, and both teams returned to the locker room for final preparations. Guys, you all played very well in the first half, but you must stay focused. I estimate that the opponent will still think we will continue to play counterattacks in the second half. So this time I ask you to push the formation forward immediately after the start of the second half. We will attack within the first 10 minutes of the second half. Remember, only 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, regardless of whether we have scored or not, we will pull the formation back and continue to play counterattacks against them. The break ended quickly, and the players from both sides returned to the field for the start of the second half. The second half of the match officially began soon after the referee blew his whistle. The match started off with Lippi on the sidelines on edge, as he noticed that Kaiserslautern did not continue their defensive counterattacking strategy as he had anticipated after the start of the second half. Instead, they unusually pushed their formation forward quickly and created an attacking momentum in the attacking third. Kaiserslautern's aggressive attack immediately disrupted Juventus' entire defensive system, rendering all of Lippi's arrangements ineffective at halftime due to Kaiserslautern's change in tactics. Moreover, Kaiserslautern's aggressive attacks were accompanied by their high-pressing tactics, which have caused headaches for countless teams. Therefore, even if Kaiserslautern's attack was successfully defended by Juventus and they lost possession, Juventus was unable to launch a counterattack because Kaiserslautern's relentless high pressing in the attacking third caused Juventus to make frequent mistakes. In the 48th minute, just 3 minutes into the second half, Kaká, Ibrahimovic, and De Rossi exchanged passes in midfield, culminating in a long ball from Kaká over the top, lofting into the left side of the penalty area. Robin arrived quickly, made 2 quick stops and changes of direction in the box, and then delivered a low cross. Ibrahimovic, following up in the middle, let the ball slip past Kaká, who also momentarily fooled Buffon. Kaká then unleashed a powerful shot. Bang! The football bypassed Buffon's hands and hit the post, bouncing out of bounds. Juventus escaped a close call. Kaká could hardly believe his eyes. He felt great when he drew the ball, but the goalpost saved Juventus' life. After falling to the ground and getting up, Buffon yelled at the team's defense, clearly indicating that Juventus' 2 center-backs had made a mistake on this play. It's okay, keep going. Ibrahimovic patted Kaká on the shoulder and said, Okay, continue. The game continued, and Kaiserslautern's attack persisted. 5 minutes later, Kaiserslautern came back stronger. This time, Quaresma broke through on the wing, but instead of passing the ball immediately, he continued to dribble diagonally into the penalty area. Before the center backs could fully get into position, a faint shot fooled the defenders, and then the ball was gently poked with the toe of the left foot, rolling towards the center. Ibrahimovic fired a shot directly before Montero could react. With Ibrahimovic's powerful shot, the ball flew towards the goal like lightning. Faced with such a fastball, Buffon only made a subconscious reaching motion, and the ball went straight into the goal. This time, Juventus' luck wasn't so good. Kaiserslautern extended their lead to 2-0 in the 53rd minute with a goal from Ibrahimovic. After scoring, Kaiserslautern's players celebrated wildly on the sidelines, while the Kaiserslautern fans in the stands also cheered and shouted wildly. Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, gently clapped in the direction of the players on the field. Up to this point in the match, everything seemed to indicate that Kaiserslautern had the victory firmly in their grasp. But once the competition started, those who had this idea realized they were wrong. After both teams' players returned to their positions, Juventus made a substitution. Lippi unexpectedly replaced striker Del Piero with midfielder Maresca, and, unusually, Lippi deployed a 4-5-1 formation. Jiang Feng frowned as he watched Juventus make their substitutions. In the information he had gathered, Juventus had never used this lineup before. However, to Jiang Feng's surprise, Lippi's substitutions quickly had an effect, and Jiang Feng also saw through Lippi's purpose in making the substitutions. In the 59th minute, Montero launched a long ball from the backfield to Nedved in the middle. After receiving the ball, Nedved used his body to shield it from Gattuso and then lobbed it forward to Trezeguet. Trezeguet, with his back to the goal, stopped the ball and, without attempting to turn and shoot, passed it back to Maresca, who had just come on as a substitute for Juventus in the second half. Just a few steps from the edge of the penalty area, Maresca didn't stop the ball, but instead unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The ball dipped noticeably just before reaching the goal, catching the well-prepared Czech somewhat off guard, and the ball slipped between Czech's hands and into the net. 2-1. In the 60th minute, Juventus' newly substituted Maresca pulled one back for the team. At this moment, Jiang Feng also noticed Maresca's positioning and movement after he came on. He didn't expect that this old fox would find a temporary way to break the combination of De Rossi and Gattuso on his side so quickly. At this moment, Kaiserslautern truly understood who their opponent was. This was the old lady who had dominated Serie A. And when the old lady got serious, her attack did indeed make Kaiserslautern a little worried. Juventus, having scored, did not celebrate, but instead quickly placed the ball in the center circle. Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, knew that the real competition had only just begun. Before the referee blew the whistle again, Kaiserslautern made substitutions. Ramos was substituted off and Arbeloa came on. Gattuso was substituted off and Mascherano came on. Jiang Feng made 2 substitutions, and his intention was very clear. He replaced Ramos with the faster Arbeloa to expand his advantage on the flanks, while bringing on Mascherano was to keep the defensive midfield position under pressure on the opponent's key players. Lippi, who has done extensive research on Kaiserslautern, kept glancing in Jiang Feng's direction after seeing the substitution. He hadn't expected that this young man, who had lost to him less than 2 months ago, would grow so quickly. Chapter 178, The Serious Old Woman 2. The game restarted with the referee's whistle. The situation on the field remained unchanged, with Kaiserslautern launching a counterattack, which was unusual for them, while Juventus played an attacking game. This made everyone watching the match feel that the world was really strange. The team that was going to attack was playing a 4-5-1 defensive counterattack formation, while the team that was really playing a defensive counterattack had an attacking formation in every way. The most important thing was that their defensive focus was not in their own half, but in the midfield and forward areas. Just as Jiang Feng had feared, Juventus, when they got serious, did indeed unleash their astonishing fighting power. After the game restarted, Juventus kept pressing Kaiserslautern, and, under Lippi's instructions, Juventus, who had committed a lot of players to the midfield, instantly gained the upper hand in the midfield. Kaiserslautern's central organization, led by Kaka, encountered unprecedented trouble. Jiang Feng stood on the sidelines, frowning as he watched the situation unfold. Now, all he could do was wait and see if the players could hold out for this period. In the 67th minute, less than 10 minutes after the previous goal, Juventus launched another attack. Nedved and Maresca combined to dispossess De Rossi, and Nedved launched a long ball towards Trezeguet in the attacking third. Trezeguet chested the ball down at the edge of the penalty area, but Metzelder blocked his position from behind. During the ensuing physical struggle, Trezeguet suddenly fell to the ground, and the referee immediately blew his whistle, awarding Juventus a free kick in a very good position. Metzelder protested to the referee, "I didn't foul him, that guy dived." The referee shook his head and made a pushing motion with his hand, indicating that Metzelder had committed a foul from behind. The big screen on the sidelines was replaying the entanglement between the two players. The replay showed that Metzelder did push someone from behind, but both players had their hands involved, and the referee's decision was to protect the player with the ball. De Rossi, as the team captain, came over and pulled Metzelder away from his protests. He noticed that the referee was getting impatient and worried that Metzelder would get a card if he continued to argue. Cech was nervously directing the wall of players, while Nedved and Trezeguet stood in front of the ball. With the referee's whistle, Nedved and Trezeguet started their runs almost simultaneously, making it impossible for Cech to determine who would take the free kick. Trezeguet, who was ahead of the game, feinted, and Nedved, who was behind him, accurately struck the ball with his right foot. The football drew a beautiful arc in the air, just around the wall of players, and flew towards the top left corner of the ball. Cech stretched his body out in the air, trying his best to reach his hands towards the football. Cech felt his fingers touch the ball and was secretly delighted. Indeed, Cech's fingers had touched the ball and slightly changed the direction of its flight. But it didn't change much. Bang! The football hit the inside of the post and bounced into the goal. The score was 2-2 when Juventus equalized in the 69th minute with a direct free kick from Nedved. Juventus scored 2 goals within 10 minutes in the second half. The few Juventus fans in the stands immediately became excited. When they were down by 2 goals, they thought they had lost the game. But in the second half, Juventus, who were originally at a disadvantage, suddenly changed the tide and equalized the score within 10 minutes, which gave them hope of victory. Now was the home team's fans' turn to get anxious. Jiang Feng, watching from the sidelines, understood that the problem wasn't the players' fault, but rather that Juventus morale had been boosted. While the Juventus players were celebrating on the field, Jiang Feng called over Kaka and a few others and gave them a few instructions. The game has restarted. Riding this wave of momentum, Juventus launched a furious attack, with Juventus fans in the stands cheering and shouting to encourage their team, hoping that the players could score another goal and take the lead. Kaiserslautern's formation on the field was compressed even more, and it looked like Juventus could break through Kaiserslautern's goal at any time. At this point, the game on the field had less to do with the players' strength and more to do with morale. Jiang Feng kept shouting at the players on the field and making forward gestures, but it didn't have much effect. Just when everyone thought Juventus would eventually take the lead, a Kaiserslautern player stepped up, and Jiang Feng's substitution in the second half finally paid off. Cech caught the corner kick from Juventus inside the penalty area, and then threw the ball to Kaka, who had dropped back to participate in the defense. After Kaka received the ball, Juventus launched a stationary press. Kaka changed direction and dodged the opponent's tackle. Then he looked up to observe his teammates' positions. At this moment, he saw a teammate wearing a red jersey gesturing to him on the right wing, asking him to pass forward. It turned out to be Arbeloa, who had come on as a substitute in the second half. Without hesitation, Kaka delivered a long diagonal pass to the right wing. Kaka's pass was perfectly timed, and there were no Kaiserslautern players near the ball's landing point. Just when everyone thought Kaka had made a mistake, a Kaiserslautern player in a red jersey accelerated past him from behind, getting to the ball ahead of everyone else and continuing his high-speed advance. At this moment, Arbeloa, who had the ball, was unmarked but had 2 Juventus players chasing him from behind. Arbeloa, who had just received the ball, was about to reach the byline. He looked up and then delivered a cross with a very obvious curve using his right foot. At this moment, Ibrahimovic and Kaka in the middle lane formed a double-door attack. Ibrahimovic unleashed a powerful header at the near post, but Buffon, with his exceptional concentration, miraculously blocked the shot. However, the ball still landed in the penalty area, and the person who appeared at the point of impact left the fallen Buffon utterly devastated. Kaka gently pushed the ball with his right foot, and it went into the goal. In the 78th minute, Kaiserslautern regained the lead with a rebound shot from Kaka inside the penalty area, making it 3-2. Kaiserslautern once again took a 1-goal advantage. No one expected that Kaiserslautern, who were completely at a disadvantage, would score a goal when the situation on the field became one-sided. This result left many people in disbelief, including the Juventus players on the field. They couldn't understand why the opponent could score when they clearly had the upper hand. That goal just now made everyone aware of the young Spanish player Arbeloa. It can be said that Arbeloa deserves 70% of the credit for that goal. Chapter 1, 79 Champions League Quarterfinals. After seeing Kaka score, Jiang Feng excitedly hugged Lutz tightly on the sidelines. Jiang Feng knew that this goal had significantly dampened Juventus's high morale. The match resumed, and the intense competition thrilled everyone watching. Sure enough, after Kaiserslautern regained the lead, although Juventus was still attacking, everyone could see that Juventus morale was not as high as before, and their attacking momentum was not as fierce. On the other hand, Kaiserslautern's defense was not as passive as before. Their previously compressed formation was pushed forward quite a bit, and Kaiserslautern's high pressing, which they were very good at, was once again in play. Seeing the team's condition on the sidelines, Lippi once again made a substitution, replacing Zambrata with Connie, with the intention of strengthening the midfield's competitiveness. As the game progressed, the end of the match drew ever closer. The match between the two sides is becoming increasingly intense. In the 84th minute, Robin received a through pass from Kaka while cutting inside, and was one-on-one with the goalkeeper after beating the offside trap. However, his shot was brilliantly saved by Buffon and went out for a corner. 5 minutes later, in the 89th minute of the match, Juventus retaliated. Juventus took a corner kick. Trezeguet received the pass at the far post and headed the ball directly against the post. Finally, the home team's goalpost saved their team once again. Upon seeing this situation, Lippi sighed deeply, feeling utterly helpless. The fourth official on the sidelines raised the sign indicating 3 minutes of added time. Neither side managed to score again in the remaining time, and the score remained 3-2 until the final whistle. In the fifth match of the second round of the Champions League group stage, Kaiserslautern defeated Juventus 3-2 at home, and both Jongfong and Kaiserslautern completed their revenge match. This has cast a shadow over many Juventus fans' hopes for their team's Champions League campaign this season. However, they soon received good news. In another Group C match, Arsenal, playing away, ultimately lost 1-2 to Deportivo La Coruña, who had yet to win a single game. After 5 matches, Kaiserslautern firmly holds first place in the group with 10 points, 3 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, and has secured a quarter-final spot with 1 round to spare. Arsenal is second with 7 points, 2 wins, 1 draw, 2 losses, and Juventus is third with 5 points, 1 win, 2 draws, 2 losses, despite having just lost to Kaiserslautern. Deportivo La Coruña remains at the bottom, but their victory in this round has brought them to 5 points, the same as Juventus. Currently, besides Kaiserslautern already securing a qualifying spot, the other 3 teams have a strong chance of winning the second place. Kaiserslautern, having qualified a round early, essentially holds the fate of the other 3 teams in their hands. The final round matches are Kaiserslautern versus Arsenal and Juventus versus Deportivo La Coruña. The Juventus versus Deportivo La Coruña match is a do-or-die game. A draw would be unacceptable for both sides. As for the Kaiserslautern versus Arsenal match, based on previous results, a draw is also unacceptable for Arsenal. A draw would mean Arsenal would have a significant advantage in goal difference unless Deportivo La Coruña wins their match against Juventus. If Juventus wins, Arsenal's goal difference would be questionable. Therefore, Arsenal's hope lies in defeating Kaiserslautern to secure their qualification. As for Jongfong, if he slightly slacks off in the match against Arsenal, and Arsenal wins, then they will advance together with Arsenal. Faced with this situation, both Wenger and Lippi, those 2 old foxes, praised Kaiserslautern and Jongfong highly at the post-match press conference. Kaiserslautern is undoubtedly a strong team. I accept the defeat today with all my heart. Zhang's growth has surprised me greatly, both in terms of tactical arrangements and on-field command. I see the shadow of a championship coach in him. The development of European football needs young people like him. This is what Lippi said to reporters at the post-match press conference. Of all the teams in the Champions League, the one I least want to face is Kaiserslautern, because they have a very talented and capable head coach. This year's Bundesliga is extremely competitive, and Kaiserslautern has still managed to take the top spot in such a fierce league. I admire Zhang very much. This year's Kaiserslautern is a team with unlimited potential. These are the words of Wenger. The old fox was also subtly reminding Jongfong that the Bundesliga is very competitive. The meaning was clear. Brother, you've already qualified, so you should focus on the league for the last game. Let's just leave the Champions League to each other. That's basically the gist of it. After hearing what the 2 men had said, Jongfong sneered and didn't pay any attention to it. He had his own plans for the final Champions League group stage match, without needing these 2 old foxes to remind him. For Jongfong, neither Arsenal nor Juventus are easy opponents. For Kaiserslautern now, whether they finish first or second in the Champions League group stage is no longer of much significance, because there are no weak teams among the quarterfinalists. The 2 rounds of group stage matches have already eliminated those weaker teams. This is actually one of the reasons why the Champions League format has been criticized in recent years. Many people believe that the 2 rounds of group stage matches have made the Champions League a game for the elite teams, because compared to the group stage, the knockout stage is the breeding ground for dark horses. This is also why Jongfong was surprised when he first learned that the Champions League actually had 2 rounds of group stage matches. Jongfong remembered that in his previous life, the Champions League started directly from the round of 16 and entered the knockout stage. But Jongfong couldn't remember which year the reform was implemented. Therefore, after the match against Juventus, Jongfong had already prepared a plan in his mind for the final match against Arsenal. Chapter 180: The team that hates Jongfong the most. After their match against Juventus, Kaiserslautern have once again turned their attention to the league. On February 18th, the 23rd round of the Bundesliga kicked off, with Kaiserslautern hosting Hamburg at home. After this match, Kaiserslautern will face another tight schedule. The German Cup semi-final will be held on February 20th, and there will be a Champions League match after the semi-final. Therefore, Jiang Feng did not arrange for all the main players to play in this match against Hamburg. Goalkeeper Neuer reappeared in the starting lineup, while Arbeloa, the hero of the last match against Juventus, also started as Kaiserslautern's left back. Alves played on the right back position. The starting center backs were Ramos and Thiago Silva. The defensive midfielders were Schweinsteiger and Mascherano. The attacking midfielder was Iniesta. The left winger was still Robin. The right winger was Palacio, and the center forward was Klose. Although most of the players were rotation players, Kaiserslautern still showed dominance in the match against Hamburg. Throughout the game, Kaiserslautern completely suppressed Hamburg in both defense and attack. After 90 minutes of play, Kaiserslautern defeated Hamburg 3-1 at home. This result also allowed them to maintain their position on the leaderboard. At 6 p.m. on February 20th, Kaiserslautern faced Schalke 04 at the Auf Schalke Stadium, the home ground of the German Cup, in their semi-final match, which officially began with the referee's whistle. Jiang Feng used a lot of rotation players in the last round of the league precisely for this semi-final. Now that they've reached the semi-final, they can't treat them the same way as before. Jiang Feng fielded his full starting lineup for this match. Goalkeeper Cech, left back Lahm, right back Alves, center backs Metzelder and Colaccini, defensive midfielders De Rossi and Gattuso, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, who had recovered from injury, right winger Quaresma, and center forward Ibrahimovic. It's worth mentioning that Ronaldo would normally need about 2 weeks to recover, but thanks to Professor Rolf's treatment plan, he recovered very quickly. With their full starting lineup, Kaiserslautern's players, after several days of recovery, unleashed their full potential in this match, completely dominating their opponents from the very first minute. Schalke 04 offered almost no resistance throughout the match, and Kaiserslautern were already leading 2-0 by the end of the first half. Cristiano Ronaldo, who had just recovered from injury, was in excellent form, contributing a goal and an assist in the first 45 minutes. Later at halftime, Jiang Feng substituted Robin for Ronaldo. "Boss, I'm perfectly fine. Why are you replacing me? There are plenty of matches to play, and you've just recovered from your injury." "All right." Although Ronaldo was somewhat unwilling, he still obeyed Jiang Feng's arrangement, as Jiang Feng wanted to keep him in this state of hunger. Ibrahimovic was also substituted at the same time as Ronaldo, but this time Jiang Feng did not choose Klose, but instead chose Drogba, the team's third center forward. And, just as the second half began, sparks flew between the two Kaiserslautern players who came on as substitutes. Robin's breakthrough on the left wing and his subsequent cut inside into the penalty area found Drogba, whose powerful close-range shot forced the opposing goalkeeper to surrender. This goal effectively ended any suspense in the match, especially in the 76th minute when Iniesta's long-range shot was saved, and Gattuso, who had cut inside the penalty area to join the attack, followed up with a shot that found the back of the net, silencing the Schalke 04 home crowd for a moment. Gattuso's goal was the final goal of the match. Kaiserslautern ultimately defeated Schalke 04 4-0 away from home, reaching the German Cup final again after a 6-year absence. In the history of the club, Kaiserslautern has reached the German Cup final 6 times, winning the title only in the 1990 and 1996 seasons. In the other semi-final match, Dortmund also defeated Leverkusen 2-1. Thus, the two teams that will participate in the final of the 2001-2002 German Cup were determined. This year, because it is a World Cup year, the German Cup final is held a month earlier than in previous seasons. This year's final will be held on April 28th at Werder Bremen's home stadium, the Weser Stadium. After finishing the German Cup semi-final, Kaiserslautern flew to England the next day for the final match of the second round of the Champions League group stage, which will be played on February 22nd, when Kaiserslautern will play Arsenal away. After arriving in England, Jiang Feng gave the whole team half a day of rest. Kaiserslautern, who had already qualified for the next round, had absolutely no pressure in this match. The day of the match arrived quickly, and the game between the two teams was scheduled to begin at 5 p.m., at which time all 8 matches of this round of the Champions League would kick off simultaneously. The complex qualification situation in Group C has also drawn a lot of attention to this match, especially to fans of the two teams facing off in the other Group C match. At 4:55 p.m., both teams' players had taken their positions at Wembley Stadium. Jiang Feng's starting lineup for this match consisted of substitutes and starters. Neuer in goal, Arbeloa at right back, Colaccini and Barzagli at center back, Lahm at left back, Schweinsteiger and Mascherano at defensive midfield, Iniesta at attacking midfield, Cristiano Ronaldo at left winger, Palacio at right winger, and Klose at center forward. Arsenal fielded their strongest lineup. Soon it was 5 p.m., and the referee immediately blew the whistle to start the match. The match had barely begun when Arsenal, playing at home, gave Kaiserslautern a rude awakening. In the 7th minute, Henry received a pass from Bergkamp in the attacking third, changed direction on the spot to get rid of Barzagli's defense, and then turned and took a curling shot from the edge of the penalty area. The ball hit the crossbar and then bounced into the goal. Arsenal took the lead 1-0, less than 10 minutes into the game. When Wenger saw the goal, he could hardly believe his eyes. After standing there stunned for a moment, he immediately hugged his assistant tightly. The goal was completely unexpected for Wenger, who had always thought it would be a tough match for Arsenal. Zhang Feng, standing on the sidelines, shook his head helplessly. To be honest, the responsibility for this goal was 100% Barzagli's. When Barzagli was defending Henry, he rushed in too aggressively, which made it impossible for him to quickly complete a second defensive play after being beaten. Chapter 181: The team that hates Zhang Feng the most too. However, Barzagli can't be blamed entirely. Last season, his playing time was guaranteed, but this season, especially after Thiago Silva and Ramos gradually found their form, Barzagli's playing time in the team has become uncertain. A few days ago, Brahim even approached Zhang Feng, saying that Barzagli had rejected the team's contract renewal offer. Zhang Feng also knew that Barzagli would probably leave Kaiserslautern after this season, and he felt somewhat helpless about this. Back in the game, Arsenal took the lead, which immediately boosted the team's morale. After the game restarted, Arsenal's attack became increasingly sharp, and for a time, they pinned Kaiserslautern back in their own half. Meanwhile, in another Group C match, Lippi's face darkened after learning that Arsenal had taken the lead. In fact, when he received Kaiserslautern's starting lineup for this match, Lippi was already very worried about the team's fate in the Champions League. However, there was nothing he could do. No one likes to put their fate in someone else's hands. "Don't tell the players," Lippi told his assistant. "Okowo, that damn bastard. What did Arsenal give you in return?" Lippi was furious at the thought. He really couldn't understand why Zhang Feng made this choice. In fact, Zhang Feng did not mean to throw the game for Arsenal. In this match, Zhang Feng mainly gave some of the team's substitute players a chance. So during the match, Kaiserslautern's players still gave their all. After adapting to Arsenal's relentless attacks, Kaiserslautern's counterattacks gradually became more and more difficult for Arsenal. After seeing the situation of the two sides from the sidelines, Wenger knew that his idea of taking the opportunity to widen the score gap was basically doomed, especially after seeing Kaiserslautern's counterattacks becoming more and more powerful. Just as Wenger was about to tell his team not to press too high, a scene on the field made Wenger regret that his reaction was a little slow. In the 29th minute, Vieira's pass to Bergkamp was anticipated by Schweinsteiger, who intercepted the ball midway. De Rossi then passed the ball to Arbeloa on the right wing. Seeing that the opponent's defense was very far forward, Arbeloa immediately accelerated and dribbled forward. Near the center circle, Arbeloa and Palacio executed a 1-2 pass to shake off their opponent. Arbeloa continued his high-speed dribble forward, and just when everyone thought he would go straight to the byline, he unexpectedly passed the ball across the box. A long cross found Ronaldo on the left wing. Ronaldo received the ball on the edge of the penalty area and chipped it past his opponent without stopping. He then passed it across the box to Klose, who unleashed a shot, but it was saved by Seaman. However, the ball still landed inside the penalty area, and Ronaldo pounced on it with his right foot, sweeping it into the goal. Seaman, still on the ground, could only watch helplessly as the ball went in. The score was 1-1 in the 31st minute when Kaiserslautern equalized with a rebound shot from Cristiano Ronaldo. After scoring, Ronaldo was very happy and celebrated the goal with his teammates. Wenger shook his head in deep regret, now truly regretting not having his team pull back their defense sooner. Meanwhile, in another match, Lippi, who was receiving real-time updates on the score, finally saw his gloomy face lighten. At this point, Juventus were already leading Deportivo La Coruña 3-0. If the match ended at this point, Juventus would secure the other qualifying spot on goal difference. So after learning that Kaiserslautern had equalized, Lippi felt a sense of relief, but this relief did not last long, because Arsenal regained the lead just before the end of the first half. In stoppage time of the first half, Gattuso fouled Henry on the right wing. Bergkamp's free kick found Vieira in the penalty area, who leaped high and headed the ball into the top corner of the goal. Arsenal took the lead again just before the end of the first half, 2-1. Shortly after Arsenal scored, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half, and both teams returned to the locker room. In the other Group C match, Juventus led Deportivo La Coruña 3-0 at halftime. For these four teams, only the final 45 minutes of the second round of the Champions League group stage this season remain. The break ended quickly, and both sides returned to the field. With the referee's whistle, the second half of the match officially began. Neither Zhang Feng nor Wenger made any substitutions during halftime. At the start of the second half, Arsenal opted to retreat into a defensive formation to solidify their defense. Wenger's intention was quite clear. Since they were already in the lead, they should focus on counterattacking. Seeing the changes in Arsenal's tactics on the field, Jiang Feng, sitting on a coaching bench, smiled and whispered to Lutz next to him, "Do you think this old guy will hate me if I strengthen the team's attack now? I don't know about him, but I think Arsenal fans would. However, if this score holds until the final whistle, you will definitely become the most hated person by Juventus fans, without exception." Jiang Feng shook his head, then stood on the sidelines and gestured to the players on the field. "Since you want to defend, then you should defend well. You might as well take advantage of this great opportunity to practice your offense." Under Jiang Feng's command, Kaiserslautern's on-field tactics immediately changed. On the sidelines, Wenger could hardly believe his eyes. Kaiserslautern had begun to push their formation forward, launching a frantic attack in the attacking third. Wenger completely baffled Jiang Feng's decision. If the score remained unchanged until the final whistle, it wouldn't affect Kaiserslautern at all. They would advance as group winners, while Arsenal would secure the final qualifying spot as second place due to goal difference. A mutually acceptable outcome. But now, Kaiserslautern was attacking like madmen. Judging from the scene, it seems like they have some deep-seated grudge against Arsenal. Wenger started to get nervous. That little bastard. What grudge do I have against him? However, less than 10 minutes later, Wenger's mood changed from tense to somewhat insulted, because he realized that Kaiserslautern didn't necessarily want to win the game, but rather were simply using Arsenal as a tactical practice groundwork. This wasn't particularly damaging, but it was extremely humiliating. Chapter 182, Quarterfinal Matchups. Gradually, those who were paying attention to the match realized Jiang Feng's intentions. Kaiserslautern's players' various short passes and runs on the field are very pleasing to the eye. However, the only thing that is uncomfortable is that Kaiserslautern's attack is not aimed at scoring goals, which is very rare in the Champions League. In another Group C match, Lippi was furious after learning in real time through his assistant what had happened at Wembley Stadium. "I want to appeal to UEFA. This is blatant match fixing," Lippi said angrily. "Marcelo, I'm afraid this move won't work." Lippi's assistant appeared very calm. "Why?" "According to our people, Kaiserslautern is currently on the attacking side, with a very strong offensive momentum, but they just haven't scored. It's not that the Kaiserslautern players aren't shooting, but they're just playing rather casually. Fuck that annoying Chinese guy." After hearing his assistant's introduction, Lippi finally couldn't help but swear. Lippi on the sidelines was like a bomb about to explode. As time went on, Kaiserslautern, under Jiang Feng's command, gradually retreated into their formation. The score remained 2-1 until the final whistle. After the referee hastily added less than 2 minutes of stoppage time, he blew the final whistle. Kaiserslautern lost 1-2 to Arsenal in their final Champions League group stage match of the second round. When the referee blew the final whistle, the Arsenal fans in the stands had very mixed feelings. To be honest, reaching the Champions League quarterfinals was naturally something to celebrate for the home team's fans, but the course of the second half left them feeling insulted. This feeling completely overshadowed the joy of Arsenal reaching the quarterfinals, and even the Arsenal players didn't feel there was anything to celebrate. "Jiang, what the hell do you mean? Professor, what's wrong? You're the victor. Get lost, you bullshit winner. Aren't you afraid Juventus will come after you? Why are you causing me trouble? We attacked like crazy in the second half, but we just didn't score. We were just unlucky. If it weren't for the score displayed on the big screen at the sidelines, people might have thought that Kaiserslautern was the winner of this match." As this match concluded, the other 7 matches in the final round of the Champions League group stage also came to an end. The spots for the top 8 from the 4 groups have all been allocated. Although Manchester United and Bayern Munich both have 4 wins and 2 draws with 14 points in Group A, Manchester United secured first place in the group due to their superior goal difference. Real Madrid drew a favorable group in Group B, winning all 6 of their group stage matches and taking first place in the group. The other qualifying spot in this group was a minor upset, with Panathinaikos ultimately securing it. Group C was considered the group of death within the group of death in the second round of group matches. Ultimately, Kaiserslautern and Arsenal finished with 10 points each, eliminating Juventus and Deportivo La Coruña. Kaiserslautern secured first place in the group due to their superior goal difference. Barcelona finished first in Group D, while Liverpool secured the other qualifying spot by finishing second in the group. As the Champions League quarterfinalists were determined, the matchups for the quarterfinals were also released according to the competition rules. According to UEFA's matchup rules, there are no rules to avoid playing against players from the same league after the quarterfinals. The quarterfinal matchup is as follows. Group A winner Manchester United versus Group C runner-up Arsenal. Group C winner Kaiserslautern versus Group A winner Bayern Munich. Group B winner Real Madrid versus Group D runner-up Liverpool. And Group D winner Barcelona versus Group B runner-up Panathinaikos. The team that finishes first in the group will play the first leg away and the second leg at home. After the quarterfinal draw was announced, the media in the Premier League and Bundesliga were in despair. The Premier League secured 3 spots in this season's Champions League quarterfinals, while the Bundesliga and La Liga each had 2 spots. Serie A and League One, representing the top 5 leagues, were completely eliminated. However, the all-English clash between the Premier League and the Bundesliga in the quarterfinals demonstrates that one of the Premier League or Bundesliga teams will inevitably be eliminated in the semifinals. Many Premier League and Bundesliga media outlets have published conspiracy theories. Meanwhile, the Italian media were all accusing Kaiserslautern and Arsenal of match-fixing. However, this claim only resonated in Italy and was ignored in other European countries, especially Germany and England. No one had time to pay attention to Italy's sour grapes argument, because the media in both countries were focused on the 2 teams about to start their internal battle. No one expected that Kaiserslautern would face Bayern Munich 4 times this season, having already achieved a double victory in the league, and now they have 2 more Champions League matches to play. Bayern Munich coach Felix Magath said in an interview, "Losing to Kaiserslautern twice in the league is a disgrace for us. Now it's the Champions League turn, and we will definitely fight them to the last minute. These 2 games will be our chance for revenge, and I believe we will be the ultimate winners." In an interview, Zhang Feng said, "I don't think Bayern has any hope. We have already won 2 games against them this season, so I believe there will be no surprises in the 3rd and 4th games. I believe my players will definitely leave Bayern with an unforgettable season." Although news about the Champions League derby has dominated almost all media outlets recently, Kaiserslautern has stopped paying attention to these stories and instead focused its attention back on the league. At 6 p.m. on February 25th, the 24th round of the Bundesliga in Kaiserslautern kicked off again. Due to the Champions League matches, Kaiserslautern's game in this round was postponed by 1 day compared to other matches. In this round, Kaiserslautern will travel to the Weser Stadium to play against the home team, Werder Bremen. After 2 days of rest, Kaiserslautern fielded their strongest lineup for this match. However, to Zhang Feng's surprise, the fully staffed Kaiserslautern encountered significant trouble from the home team, Werder Bremen. Chapter 183, I'm done playing. Zhang Feng, who had initially been optimistic about the match, stood on the sidelines with a gloomy expression just 5 minutes into the game. Damn it, how dare these sons of bitches do this? Lutz, standing next to Zhang Feng, was furious. Some people can't beat us on the field, so they start looking for ways to conceive off the field, Zhang Feng said. You mean, Lutz looked surprised. Although he didn't say the name, everyone knew who Lutz was referring to. Who else but them could have such great abilities? The game continued. In less than 10 minutes into the match, Kaiserslautern players received 3 yellow cards from the referee. Whenever a Werder Bremen player went down during a Kaiserslautern attack, the referee would blow his whistle, and the result was always a foul by a Kaiserslautern player. De Rossi received a yellow card on the field because he argued with the head coach. In the 18th minute, Kaká made a through pass in the middle, and Ronaldo successfully broke the offside trap to get the ball and had a one-on-one opportunity. However, at the moment Ronaldo shot, the referee blew his whistle, indicating that Ronaldo was offside, and the linesman raised his flag high on the sidelines. The Kaiserslautern players immediately erupted in cheers, and even the Werder Bremen fans who had been cheering for their team fell silent. The big screen on the sidelines kept replaying the moment Kaká passed the ball, showing that Ronaldo was at least a body length behind the Werder Bremen defense. Cristiano Ronaldo kept arguing with the referee and pointed to the big screen to show him his position, but the referee firmly shook his head at Ronaldo and warned him not to go any closer. The hot-blooded young Ronaldo couldn't help but curse. Fuck! An unexpected scene unfolded. The referee pulled a red card directly from his pocket and showed it to Ronaldo. Zhang Feng couldn't hold back any longer and ran to the 4th official side. What do you want to do? That bastard's blind. Are you blind too? The 4th official immediately contacted the referee, and the referee ran to the sidelines and whispered a few words in his ear. However, the referee did not immediately punish Zhang Feng this time. After all, Zhang Feng now carries a lot of weight in the German Football Association. Zhang, please don't interfere with our work. I'm warning you. Watch your words. You have the nerve to tell me to watch my mouth? Even a dog could do a better job than you. How much money did you get? Zhang Feng pretended to count money on the sidelines. Upon hearing these words, the referee's face immediately darkened, and he pulled out the red card again, signaling to Zhang Feng. You bastard, if you have the guts, you can throw us all out. I'll never let you get away with this. The red card Zhang Feng received immediately enraged the Kaiserslautern players. All the players gathered around, but Zhang Feng, with a gloomy expression, managed to stop them. What are you doing? Get back to your positions. These bastards don't want us to win. The more they do this, the less you can let them succeed. Now, go and take them down on the field. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, The Kaiserslautern players' eyes turned red, each one filled with murderous intent. After a brief exchange with Lutz, Jiang Feng and his prized disciple Cristiano Ronaldo walked towards the stands. The game continued. Perhaps realizing that he had been too obvious and had already sent off a Kaiserslautern player, the referee toned down his actions on the field after the game restarted. However, the atmosphere in the game after it restarted was very strange, both on the field and in the stands. The tens of thousands of fans seemed to have vanished. Neither the home team's fans nor the Kaiserslautern fans who had traveled from afar cheered for their team. They simply watched the game quietly. Werder Bremen's players did not accept the referee's goodwill. After the game restarted, they were less aggressive in their attacks. Even Werder Bremen's head coach, Thomas Schaaf, sat quietly on the bench, watching the situation on the field with a blank expression. When did our club become so powerful? Schaaf sneered. Tell the players to just play normally. We can't let ourselves be used as pawns. You see, this time some people are in a bad way, Schaaf said. The match proceeded under these bizarre circumstances, and the most excited were probably the media reporters on the sidelines, who were all contacting their families to report the situation to their companies. Boss, here's what happened. What do you think? Boris, I'll reserve the front page headline for you. When you're there, make sure you get an exclusive interview, preferably with Jiang after the match. If not, make sure you take good notes at the post-match press conference. Boris, if you can do this well, I'll reserve the chief position for you. The same scene unfolded with almost every reporter on the sidelines. These people, who have a very keen sense for news, were able to see the trend of big news from what had happened so far in the game. Such biased refereeing exists in every league, but it is very rare to see it as blatant as it is today. Logically speaking, the person who orchestrated this should not have done it this way, because anyone who is not blind can see the problem now. And the most crucial thing is Werder Bremen's reaction, because, judging from their reaction, they were also completely unaware of it. Sitting in the stands, Jiang Feng's face no longer showed any anger, but he kept thinking about this matter. The time on the field was ticking away, and the score remained 0-0. Although Kaiserslautern's players were trying to attack, their numerical disadvantage was not so easy to overcome. The most crucial factor was the refereeing team. Although they had toned down their tactics, their decisions still favored Werder Bremen. Werder Bremen, under Schaaf's command, clearly did not want to accept the opponent's goodwill, which is why the game is still 0-0. Especially after halftime. The second half of the game was almost a halftime attack and defense drill between Werder Bremen and Kaiserslautern, with Kaiserslautern attacking and Werder Bremen defending. After less than a minute of hastily added time, the referee blew the final whistle. There was no applause or boos throughout the match, but in reality, the pressure was immense. After the game ended, the referee team hurriedly left the stadium. However, those who follow this match know that the real competition has only just begun. Chapter 184, I'm done playing too. At the post-match press conference, when Jiang Feng arrived, Werder Bremen's head coach Schaaf was being interviewed by reporters. Upon seeing Jiang Feng enter, many people pointed their cameras at him. All right, I think I'm not the main character today. Now that the main character has arrived, there's nothing more for me to do. Schaaf ended his sentence with a smile. Schaaf then got up and prepared to leave the scene. As he walked to Jiang Feng's side, he leaned down and whispered something in Jiang Feng's ear. Jiang, contact me if you need any help. Thanks. After a brief exchange, Schaaf left the press conference. Jiang, hello. I'm a reporter from Bild. What are your thoughts on today's match? What did you say during your altercation with the referee that led to him showing you a red card? As far as I remember, this should be your first red card. Jiang Feng sat there without immediately answering the reporter's question. Instead, he thought for a moment before speaking. I believe that everyone here clearly saw the problems with the referee in today's match. Since I came to the Bundesliga last season, I have never mentioned the referee's problems in any interviews. Even if there were some calls that were not in our favor, I would not say anything, because I always felt that the referee was just an ordinary person, and any ordinary person will make mistakes. But today it was not just a mistake, but a trampling on our dignity and the history of Kaiserslautern. After saying this, Jiang Feng took a sip of water and gestured to the reporters below the stage not to ask any more questions. You don't need to ask any questions. Since we've already come this far, I know what you're concerned about, so I'll just give you the answers directly. After thinking for a while, Jiang Feng continued, the Bundesliga has been around for over 40 years and has a great reputation in Europe and the world of football. Many football superstars have emerged from this league, some of whom are even my idols. When Mr. Frederick approached me last season, I was incredibly excited and couldn't sleep all night because I felt so honored to play in such a great league. After I joined, I worked diligently every day and I felt very happy here. I love it here, but today's events have made me dislike it. When this happened, I was initially furious and wanted to kill the referee. But after sitting in the stands and calming down, I realized how ridiculous I was. I never thought I would like this place, or even like this league. So, I just made a decision in the stands. I will work hard to lead my players to do well in the remaining games of this season. I don't want to stay in this disgusting place next season. So I won't pursue this matter any further, nor will I appeal. My player Cristiano and I will accept the suspension for the red card. We will pay the fine, and we will accept any further penalties. Okay, that's all for today. Jiang Feng's words immediately ignited the scene. No one expected such an outcome. None of the reporters' imagined scenarios matched up. These reporters had always thought that Jiang Feng would definitely berate the referee at the press conference, vehemently criticize the referee's decisions, and then appeal, preferably bringing up some behind-the-scenes manipulation. But no one expected that Jiang Feng would actually leave. In Jiang Feng's words, it means, you can do whatever you want, I'm not playing anymore. All the reporters present were well aware of one thing. As long as Jiang Feng was in the Bundesliga, there would never be a shortage of topics for them to discuss. The reason why the Bundesliga showed signs of recovery in Europe this year was not only due to Borussia Dortmund's big investment, but also largely thanks to the youth storm that Jiang Feng led Kaiserslautern to create throughout Europe and even the world, attracting the attention of countless fans. All the reporters present knew that once Jiang Feng left the Bundesliga would definitely return to its previous trajectory. Only then did the reporters understand the meaning of Schaaf's earlier interview statement. Everything that happened today is someone trying to ruin the current excellent situation of the Bundesliga. Previously, everyone thought Schaaf was exaggerating, but now they realized it was all true. After Jiang Feng concluded the press conference, major German media outlets immediately released their reports. When Jiang Feng returned to the club with the team, Brehm and Frederick were already waiting for them. Mr. Chairman, were you waiting for me? Jiang, we think we need to have a talk. Never mind. I'm too tired today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. All right, Jiang, you go back and rest first. I'll be waiting for you at the club tomorrow. Frederick interrupted Bremer as he was about to continue. After Jiang Feng left the club, Bremer and Frederick did not go back, but went to the office instead. Sir, what do we do now? Bremer and Frederick learned of Jiang Feng's interview remarks after he finished his post-match press conference. This is a bit troublesome. You should go back first. I need to think about it. What's really strange is that Brehm and Frederick didn't discuss the injustice their clubs suffered in this match. The two seemed to take everything that happened to Kaiserslautern today for granted. Back in his apartment, Jiang Feng didn't rest. He received a call from Beckenbauer, which surprised him greatly. Jiang, I knew you hadn't rested yet. Mr. Franz, is there something you need on the phone? Jiang, I know you probably hate me right now, but would you believe me if I said that everything that happened today has nothing to do with me or Bayern Munich? Jiang Feng was stunned by what Beckenbauer said on the phone. To be honest, before Beckenbauer called, Jiang Feng had always thought that Bayern Munich was behind today's events. But now, Beckenbauer's words made Jiang Feng doubt his judgment, because someone of Beckenbauer's status would not say such a thing. All right, Mr. Franz, can you tell me what happened? Jiang, I know, but I can't say. There's one thing I can guarantee, is that what happened today has absolutely nothing to do with me or Bayern. After saying that, Beckenbauer hung up the phone. This phone call made Jiang Feng question his life choices, and at that moment, he remembered what Werder Bremen's head coach had said at the post-match press conference. Jiang, contact me if you need any help. Chapter 185, The Unknown Secret. With that in mind, Jiang Feng found Schaaf's contact information and made the call. Hello, Mr. Thomas. Haha, Jiang, I've been waiting for your call. Mr. Thomas, are you so sure I'll call you? Haha, Jiang, I'm not only sure you'll call me, I'm also sure you just got a call from Franz, right? Schaaf said with a laugh on the other end of the line. Hearing Schaaf's words, Jiang Feng frowned even more. He felt his mind was in complete turmoil. Everything that had happened today was too bizarre. Jiang, I know you're very confused right now, but that's the nature of the Bundesliga. Didn't Franz tell you that what happened today has nothing to do with him and Bayern? Actually, what he said isn't wrong. What happened today really wasn't arranged by them. What? Jiang, you can look at the history of the Bundesliga. When has Bayern ever received preferential treatment from the referees? On the contrary, I would say that Bayern is the team that has suffered the most from the referees in the entire Bundesliga. Upon hearing Schaaf's words, Jiang Feng was stunned. Indeed, as Schaaf said, Bayern Munich had almost never gained an advantage over the referee. Jiang, if you have time, you can learn about the history of German football, and you'll discover some problems. The Bundesliga's influence in European football has actually declined over the years, and this isn't Bayern Munich's fault. On the contrary, it's precisely because of Bayern's existence that the Bundesliga has maintained some influence. Of course, Bayern also has its problems, like clapping, it takes two to tango. That's why many people sided with you when you had your last conflict with Bayern. Over the years, Bayern has become a flagship of the Bundesliga through its management and development, so their relationship with the German Football Association, DFB, is very good. Beckenbauer being both Bayern's honorary president and the DFB's vice president fully illustrates this point. But think about it carefully. How could the DFB do something so despicable as today? If they wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't use such flawed methods. Jiang. So sometimes don't let hatred blind you. We've all been through something like this in the Bundesliga for years, but the difference is that most of us just turned a blind eye while you exposed it. Why? There must be a reason. I don't believe there isn't one. Jiang. Sometimes what makes you confused is the people closest to you. Although I don't know why this happened, I think it's one of those reasons. Some people may think that you've been too high profile this season. Jiang. Sometimes in a team, only people like us are paying attention to the results of the game and the growth of the players, while these things are worthless in the eyes of others. Jiang Feng's call with Schaaf lasted for a long time, about an hour. From their conversation, Jiang Feng gradually learned some of the secrets of the Bundesliga. After ending the call, Jiang Feng turned on his computer and read through the entire history of the Bundesliga. He then understood what Schaaf meant. The Bundesliga was established in Dortmund in 1963, and Germany's first football club was indeed established in Munich, but not Bayern Munich, but 1860 Munich. The German Football Association was founded in Leipzig, Germany in 1900. After World War II, the West German Football Association was established in Frankfurt, under the jurisdiction of the three Western powers, in 1947. Subsequently, in 1948, the East German Football Association was established in Germany under Soviet rule. According to Schaaf, Jiang Feng learned that while the German Football Association, DFB, is officially in charge of the Bundesliga, there's actually a very powerful German football league operating behind the scenes. Unfortunately, Bayern Munich has always been excluded from this organization. The reason it is considered so powerful is that the Bundesliga's referee committee is always controlled by this league. According to Schaaf, in previous seasons, situations like today's rarely occurred because the DFB and this league had a relatively harmonious relationship, so such incidents were generally uncommon. As for why this match turned out this way, besides Jiang Feng's outburst, Schaaf also speculated that it was related to personnel changes within the German Football Association. Before the two ended their call, Schaaf told Jiang Feng something that left him speechless. Jiang, I don't know who's in this alliance, but I'm sure Werder Bremen and Kaiserslautern are in it. Okay, I've said all I can say. You can decide what to do next. Jiang Feng was genuinely shocked by Schaaf's last words. Only then did Jiang Feng realize why Frederick and Brehm were waiting for him at the club, and why they hadn't mentioned this matter, which was quite unusual. It turns out that the person who betrayed his team was actually the club's manager. Jiang Feng really couldn't understand what benefit Kaiserslautern would gain from doing this. However, thinking about this, Jiang Feng began to look forward to what Frederick would talk to him about tomorrow morning. After a night's rest, the next day, all the media outlets in Germany were reporting on what happened in yesterday's match between Kaiserslautern and Werder Bremen. What surprised Jiang Feng was the German Football Association's swift response. They ignored Jiang Feng's confrontation with the referee during yesterday's match, yet didn't overturn his red card, while Cristiano Ronaldo's red card was rescinded. The reason given was simply that Ronaldo's red card was due to a refereeing error. In other words, the score in this incident was determined based on the 0-0 score at the end, and Jiang Feng received a red card and will be suspended for one match, while Ronaldo will not be suspended. What happened next was even more amazing. Logically speaking, this should have been big news for the entire German media. However, after the German Football Association issued its decision, the entire German football media stopped discussing the matter, as if it had never happened. This outcome made Jiang Feng increasingly believe that the alliance that Schaaf had mentioned possessed immense power. There's news in Chapter 186. The team had a day off today, and although Jiang Feng had made plans with Frederick, he didn't want to go so early. So, after chatting on the phone with his girlfriend for a while, Jiang Feng finally got out of bed. Just then, the phone rang. Jiang Feng picked it up and saw that it was Mendez calling. Hey Jorge, what brings you to my phone? Is something the matter? Jiang, I heard you're in trouble. How are you? Is there anything I can help you with? It was nothing. It's all over now. Okay, Jiang, I have news about what you asked me to find out last time. I asked a few friends, and it's pretty much what you said. Oh really? Tell me what news you have. Actually, many teams in the Premier League are currently facing operational problems. After the last European financial crisis, many teams were in debt. Of course, these situations are currently well covered up, but they can't withstand scrutiny from professionals. According to my friend's understanding, and based on your requirements, there are several teams in England that meet your criteria. Which ones? Tell me the specifics. According to surveys, Chelsea, Leeds United, and the two newly promoted teams, West Ham United and Birmingham City, are all options in the Premier League. However, Chelsea and Leeds United have very large debt gaps. Chelsea has about 90 million euros in debt, while Leeds United has an even larger gap, with about 150 million euros in debt according to surveys. West Ham United and Birmingham City have much less debt, but both of these teams are small clubs. Could you give me an estimate of how much money I would need for each of these four teams if I wanted to acquire a controlling stake or become the largest shareholder? Jiang, This estimate isn't very accurate. Chelsea will probably be the most expensive, costing at least 200 million euros. Leeds United's main expense will be their debt, estimated at least 250 to 300 million euros. West Ham United and Birmingham United will be much cheaper, probably around 100 million euros. However, if you want to acquire shares, I think Leeds United is the easiest option. According to my friend, Leeds United shareholders are all looking to sell their shares, but their debt problem is a huge problem. Okay, Jorge, could you find someone to contact each of these 4 teams separately? But don't tell me. Just get a feel for their opinions first, and I'll consider it and we'll discuss it further later. Okay, Jiang, I'll have my friend contact them first. After ending his call with Mendez, Jiang Feng sat on the sofa and began to recall some memories from his past life. Jiang Feng wondered if the presence of this little butterfly would affect the development of certain events. Jiang Feng remembered that in his past life, Chelsea was acquired by the Russian oligarch Abramovich in 2003. After that, Chelsea began to wave checks around, igniting a money war in European football. This situation continued until Manchester City was acquired by an Arab consortium, after which it intensified. As a result, the Premier League entered a stage of rapid development, with countless world-class stars appearing on the Premier League field. In Jiang Feng's memory, Leeds United was indeed relegated due to debt problems, and they didn't return to the Premier League until just before Jiang Feng's time travel. As for West Ham United and Birmingham City, Jiang Feng didn't quite remember them. Jiang Feng then called his uncle Chen Yuanlang to explain the situation in detail. Xiaofeng, you can decide this matter. Do you think your uncle should prepare a team to go directly to England? Let's wait a bit longer, uncle. Let's make contact with Jorge first, and then we can determine our target. Okay, Xiaofeng, your uncle will wait for your notification. Just contact me when you've made your decision. Okay. After finishing his phone call with Chen Yuanlang, Jiang Feng prepared to head to the club. Upon arriving at the club, Jiang Feng went to Frederick's office. Inside, he saw Bremer there as well. It seemed the two of them were waiting for him. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm late. It's all right, Andreas and I have just finished talking. Mr. Chairman, is there something you need from me? Jiang Feng asked directly. To be honest, although Schaff had told Jiang Feng a lot, Jiang Feng was still somewhat skeptical. Jiang, it's like this. The club hopes to finalize your contract renewal as soon as possible. However, I heard from Andreas that he and you haven't reached an agreement, Frederick said. Mr. Chairman, I still hope to discuss these matters after the season ends. Besides, my contract with Kaiserslautern still has a year left, so there's no need to rush. Right now, I hope to focus all my attention on the game. All right, then let's talk about it after the season ends. Jiang, I already know about yesterday's game. I think you need to stay calm and not worry too much about it. Frederick brought up yesterday's events. Mr. Chairman, I am very calm, but I would still like to hear your thoughts. What measures has the club taken to address the injustice the team has suffered this time? I remember when we had a conflict with Bayern last time, you said that the club would always stand behind us. Jiang, actually this is just a misunderstanding caused by misjudgment. You see, the Football Association has also revoked the penalty against Cristiano, and you only have a 1-match suspension. We have not suffered any losses, so I hope this matter can end here. Frederick's answer made Jiang Feng, who was initially somewhat skeptical of Schaff's words, now basically believe what Schaff said. It turns out that the one who has influenced the Bundesliga all these years is not Bayern Munich, which is known as the culprit. It turns out to be a so-called alliance made up of people like the person in front of me. Mr. Chairman, how could there be no losses? We've had our League number 1 position snatched away. Jiang, this is exactly what I wanted to tell you. I think your goals are too high. With the club's current resources, we can't support such ambitious goals. I think we can give up some and focus our main efforts on competitions like the Champions League. What do you think? After hearing Frederick's words, Jiang Feng completely believed Schaff's words. Jiang Feng thought this was truly a bizarre thing. He never expected that such a thing would happen in a league like the Bundesliga. Jiang Feng felt that such a speechless thing could only happen in the Chinese Super League in his previous life. There are even club presidents who complain about their teams winning too many championships. Mr. Chairman, you are right, but I think these things ultimately depend on the players, don't you think? Jiang, the players still listen to you, so you need to reassure the team. All right, Mr. Chairman, I'll do my best. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Jiang Feng, though inwardly furious, still wore a smile. Okay, you can go back now. Remember to think about renewing your contract. Chapter 187 Advancing Together. Andreas, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep him next season. We need to find someone to take over. Sir, no way. I reckon he already knows all this. Someone must have told him. Otherwise, given his temperament, he wouldn't have let this go so easily. Indeed, but sir, haven't we gone a bit too far this time? Why did you agree to such a request? We might very well lose the league title that we've already secured. Andreas, you don't understand. I'm a businessman first and foremost, and I'm just the chairman of Kaiserslautern. The real decision-makers aren't me, but the board of directors. Remember, this matter ends here. Just do your job. Talk to Jiang more, but don't reveal what happened. Focus on trying your best to keep him, and, at the same time, find a replacement. You could do both at the same time. Yes, sir. Brahim was initially furious about the incident, but after learning that Kaiserslautern, no, not Kaiserslautern, but the club's board of directors had benefited from it, he fell silent. Jiang Feng was unaware of the content of Frederick and Bremer's conversation. As he left Frederick's office, Jiang Feng was certain that his days in Kaiserslautern were beginning to count down. To be honest, Jiang Feng was very surprised by this result. Originally, Jiang Feng had hoped to stay in Kaiserslautern for another season. Many people who were following this incident felt that it was very strange. Compared with the previous conflict between Kaiserslautern and Bayern Munich, this time, it was all bark and no bite. Moreover, people noticed that the biggest victim, Kaiserslautern, did not react at all afterward. While everyone was speculating about the incident, Kaiserslautern played its 25th Bundesliga match. Jiang Feng was absent from the game due to suspension. However, the starting lineup arranged by Jiang Feng still managed to defeat their opponent in this round smoothly, 3-0. Facing Cologne, who were deep in the relegation zone, Kaiserslautern, despite playing away and having their head coach suspended, still easily won the game. Because of a draw in the last round, Borussia Dortmund has regained the top spot in the standings, while Kaiserslautern has returned to second place. After 25 rounds of league matches, Borussia Dortmund sits in first place with 65 points from 21 wins, 2 draws, and 2 losses, while Kaiserslautern is in second place with 64 points from 20 wins, 4 draws, and 1 loss. Behind Kaiserslautern are Bayern Munich with 60 points and Bayer Leverkusen with 58 points. Before the start of the 25th round of the league, Jiang Feng told the players on the training ground, "Some people don't want us to win the championship, so what should we do? I'm telling you, the more they want that, the more we need to use our strength to tell them that if they want to win the championship, they'll have to ask us first. The upcoming schedule will be very tight, but the season is coming to an end. I hope you all unite as one and don't care what's happening outside. Just focus on playing well in every game. And when the season ends, let's use the honors we win to shut those people up, understand?" After the 25th round of the league, Kaiserslautern will also begin their Champions League quarterfinal match. At 4 p.m. on March 6th, the entire Kaiserslautern team, led by Jiang Feng, arrived in Munich once again by team bus. 2 hours later, an all-Kaiserslautern Champions League match would kick off at the Munich Olympic Stadium, with Kaiserslautern playing away against Bayern Munich. The moment Jiang Feng led the Kaiserslautern players onto the pitch, all the home fans stood up and booed loudly at everyone on Kaiserslautern, with many insults directed at Jiang Feng mixed in. To be honest, Jiang Feng is used to such tactics now. If we're talking about who hates Jiang Feng the most in the Bundesliga, Bayern Munich would probably be second to none. For Bayern Munich fans, this young man with yellow skin could be considered Bayern's nemesis. Almost every time Bayern encounters him, the result is never good. However, if Bayern Munich were to suddenly announce that Jiang Feng had become their head coach, the situation would likely be quite different. That's football. There are just as many people who like you as there are people who dislike you, and it's a unique way of demonstrating one's strength. After about an hour of acclimatization training, the two teams returned to the locker room for the two head coaches to give final instructions and motivation. This match was crucial for both Magath and Jiang Feng. "Hey guys, look at me." Back in the locker room, Jiang Feng clapped his hands to attract the players' attention before continuing. "Believe me, you all know what today's match means to us. Everyone here, including myself, is a newcomer to the Champions League. It's true, as the outside world says, we are far less experienced than our opponents. But I think, what use is that so-called experience now? Bullshit. I don't agree with those outsiders at all. Do we get this far because of that bullshit experience? No, it's because of our unity and our fighting spirit on the field. Many people think our opponents are very strong, but they've already lost to us twice this season. What we need to do now is to win a third and a fourth time, to show them with our strength that they can never beat us, and to slap those who doubt us hard with our strength. Football is about results. Everything else is bullshit, understand?" "Understood, boss." "Alright, this is their home ground. If they try to attack after the start, don't let them succeed. If they try to push forward, press them back hard. Cristiano, Ricardo, Zlatan, and Ricardo, you four remember this. Once you're on the field, if they get the ball in your own half, immediately press them back. Don't let them have easy possession or passing. Ivan, your responsibility remains the same. Mark their number 7 tightly. If you mark him well, the opponent has already lost half the battle, so don't conserve your energy, understand?" Clear. Chapter 188 Triple Kill. After a while, the referee knocked on the locker room door to inform the team that they could come out of the game. As the starting players from both sides entered the stadium led by the referee team, the atmosphere inside the Munich Olympic Stadium reached its peak. In this match, Jiang Feng still fielded a 4-2-1-3 formation, with Cech as the starting goalkeeper, Lam as the left back, Alves as the right back, Colaccini and Metzelder as the two center backs, De Rossi and Gattuso as the defensive midfielders, Kaká as the attacking midfielder, Ronaldo as the left winger, Quaresma as the right winger, and Ibrahimovic as the center forward. Bayern Munich's starting lineup features goalkeeper Kahn, defenders Kupfer, Robert Kovac, Sagnol, and Lizarazu, midfielders Hargreaves and Effenberg as the two holding midfielders, Jeremies and Salomidzik as the two wingers, Scholl as the attacking midfielder, and Elbier as the striker. Just as Jiang Feng had predicted before the match, Magath changed the formation. Under Magath's arrangement, Bayern no longer used the traditional 4-4-2 formation like they did in the previous league match against Kaiserslautern. This time, Magath fielded a 4-5-1 formation. However, Jiang Feng noticed a slight difference in the positioning of Bayern's players. Scholl's position was very far forward, almost like a shadow striker. Although he didn't know why Magath made this arrangement, Jiang Feng firmly believed that Scholl was definitely the core of Bayern's attack in the current lineup. As long as he cut off this point as before, Bayern's attack could be said to be half disrupted. Therefore, no matter how the opponent changed, as long as his players could perfectly execute his plan, Jiang Feng believed that the final victory would definitely belong to his side. After a brief ceremony, the guessing game ended. Bayern Munich won the kickoff. The starting players from both sides took their positions, and after checking his watch and exchanging a few words with the fourth official on the sidelines, the referee immediately blew the whistle to start the match. Both sides were very familiar with each other, so once the match started, there was no need for any probing. The match immediately entered a heated phase. Bayern's tactical change did bring some different results. Hargreaves' introduction freed up Effenberg, who no longer needed to focus all his attention on defending Kaká. As a result, Effenberg's attacking ability was able to shine after the start of the match, which was a very important point for Bayern. In the previous two encounters, Bayern opted for a single defensive midfielder formation, so Effenberg's focus was almost entirely on defense, and most importantly, he couldn't completely contain Kaká. After carefully studying Kaiserslautern's matches, Magath also used the double defensive midfielder tactic for the first time. So within the first 10 minutes of the match, Kaiserslautern's attack did encounter some trouble, while Effenberg's forward runs did put some pressure on Kaiserslautern's defense. Once they got used to it, Kaiserslautern made some countermeasures against Effenberg's ball possession and forward runs in the midfield and attacking third, which greatly reduced the threat. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle in midfield. Although Bayern had numerical advantage in midfield, the immediate counterpressing by Ronaldo, Quaresma, Ibrahimovic, and Kaká under Jiang Feng's command made Bayern's defense very uncomfortable. In the first 15 minutes of the match, neither side had any particularly good chances. The real turning point came in the 24th minute when Kaiserslautern suddenly changed their approach to advancing through the middle, shifting their focus to the flanks. Cristiano Ronaldo, along with Lam making a forward run and Kaká providing support, orchestrated a series of passes near the midfield line that immediately drew Bayern's defensive attention. Little did anyone know that this was just a feint. Sensing that the defense's attention had been drawn to this side, Ronaldo, with the ball, suddenly made a wide pass to the right wing, where Quaresma, who was already prepared, easily received the pass. Fortunately, Bayern's Lizarazu wasn't completely out of position. After seeing Quaresma receive the ball, he immediately moved forward to intercept. However, Quaresma didn't intend to engage in much physical contact with Lizarazu. Upon seeing Lizarazu's movement, he played a through ball behind Lizarazu. To Lizarazu's surprise, there was no one behind him. He thought Quaresma might accelerate past him. At that moment, Lizarazu was shocked. In the instant Quaresma passed the ball, a Kaiserslautern player rushed out from behind Quaresma. By the time Lizarazu tried to turn around and chase back, it was too late. It turned out that Quaresma and Alves, who had made a run behind him, had executed a 1-2 pass, a 1-2 move that involved Quaresma and Alves. When he received the ball, Alves was already approaching the byline. After glancing at his teammates' positions, Alves immediately crossed the ball, adding extra power to the cross. Although the ball didn't fly very high, it was incredibly fast, making Kahn hesitant to come out of his goal. When Quaresma received the ball, Ibrahimovic and Kaká in the middle were already prepared, while Ronaldo at the far post was also stretching Bayern's defense. It can be said that the moment Alves passed the ball, Kaiserslautern's 3 points of support, front, middle, and back, were all ready, while De Rossi outside the penalty area was also ready to compete for the second ball. This is the result of the training that Kaiserslautern's players have undergone over the past 2 seasons. Although it was just across from the wing, the attacking strategy had already begun while Kaká and the others were still combining on the left wing. This season, Jiang Feng has paid great attention to these kinds of small tactics in attack, which is one of the reasons for his confidence. You can mark my attacking midfielder tightly, but when the attack in the middle is thwarted, Kaiserslautern's attack on the two flanks is his trump card. Just like this cross, Bayern's defense was torn apart the moment Quaresma passed the ball. After Ibrahimovic secured a favorable position at the near post, he didn't opt for a header, which he's not good at. Instead, he chested the ball down and unleashed a half-turn volley. The ball flew like lightning into the goal before Kahn could react. Kaiserslautern took a 1-0 lead in the 26th minute with a series of passes and a decisive goal from Ibrahimovic. After scoring, Ibrahimovic refused his teammates' attempts to celebrate with him and instead ran straight to Jiang Feng, giving him a tight hug. "Boss, don't worry, we'll definitely win." "Yes, I believe you, but I think it would be better if you didn't wipe your sweat on my clothes." "Haha, boss, look." Seeing his new clothes ruined by Ibrahimovic, looking like a rag, Jiang Feng felt a significant decrease in the joy of scoring a goal. Chapter 189 14th Kill 2. Do you think he'll come to Bayern? Beckenbauer asked the Bayern general manager from the VIP box. "I don't know, but we can give it a try. Actually, I know the chances are slim, but if he comes, our strength will be even greater." "Yes, but will he leave Kaiserslautern? It's the culmination of his hard work. If he had kept bringing this up after it happened, I think it would have been very unlikely that he would have left. But now that he's acted as if nothing happened, I'm sure he's already made up his mind to leave," Beckenbauer said with a smile. Seeing Bayern fall behind Kaiserslautern again, Beckenbauer in the box seemed quite calm. Kaiserslautern's unrestrained celebration on the field was intervened by the referee. UEFA also attaches great importance to today's match, and the referee is the famous Italian referee, Bald Collina. The players from both sides took their positions again and waited for the referee's whistle. Beep! With Collina's whistle, the game restarted. After the game restarted, Bayern immediately intensified their attack on the field. Scholl moved forward again, changing from an attacking midfielder to a striker. However, no matter where Scholl was, Gattuso continued to mark him with high-intensity man-to-man marking. To be honest, while Bayern's increased attacking prowess gave Kaiserslautern more counter-attacking opportunities, it also put a lot more pressure on Kaiserslautern's defense. In the 29th minute, Bayern Munich, playing at home, seized their best chance so far in the game. Effenberg dribbled forward and, before De Rossi could intercept, lobbed the ball to Scholl on the edge of the penalty area. Scholl, who was heavily marked, didn't stop the ball this time. Instead, he positioned himself and jumped up to flick the ball with his head, slightly changing its direction before it flew into the penalty area. Elbier got into position first, chested the ball down, and then suddenly flicked it away, causing Metzelder, who was right next to him, to shift his center of gravity. Unexpectedly, Elbier pulled the ball back and turned, then fired shot. The ball rolled to the left side of the goal, while Cech misjudged and dived to the right. 1-1. Bayern Munich equalized the score in the 31st minute of the first half. Both sides are back on equal footing. Jiang Feng on the sidelines was somewhat helpless. Kaiserslautern's defense had actually done a good job, but Metzelder made a small mistake in the final defensive play. However, the real credit for this goal went to Scholl. This goal can only be described as a moment of brilliance for a star player. Although their goal was breached, it did not affect Jiang Feng and his disciples. The match restarted, and Kaiserslautern's tactics remained unchanged, except that Gattuso marked Scholl even more closely, and his frequent breakthroughs and attacks down the flanks put a lot of pressure on Bayern's defense. Even so, Bayern's players managed to keep the score at 1-1 until Collina blew the whistle to end the first half. During halftime, Jiang Feng made a substitution, with Mascherano replacing Gattuso. Jiang Feng's substitution was intended to maintain the defensive intensity against Scholl, since even if Gattuso had plenty of stamina, the constant running throughout the first half would still be very taxing. The break ended quickly, and the players from both sides returned to the field. Seeing the players in position, Collina immediately blew the whistle to start the second half. Both teams continued with the tactics used in the first half, and the battle for midfield remained very intense. However, Kaiserslautern was no longer confined to the center. After the start of the second half, De Rossi frequently launched long balls from the backfield to the two flanks, and Ronaldo and Quaresma frequently broke through and passed the ball on both sides. In the 64th minute, Ronaldo received a pass from Kaká on the wing. Facing a double team from Hargreaves and Jeremies, Ronaldo skillfully flicked the ball with his heel, nutmegging Jeremies and then turning to get past him on the outside. The breakthrough was completed very quickly, leaving Hargreaves no time to react. However, although Ronaldo temporarily got rid of the two defenders, Bayern's Kuffer was already prepared to defend after he regained possession of the ball. Facing Kuffer, Ronaldo didn't choose to break through this time. Instead, he passed the ball to Kaká in the flank area. Kaká received the ball and didn't stop it. Instead, he made a lob pass and the ball flew to the right. It turned out that Quaresma had somehow made his way into the penalty area, and Lizarazu, who was responsible for marking Quaresma, was left behind. Quaresma received the ball and took a low shot from a tight angle. sending the ball towards the far corner. Kahn reacted instinctively, reaching out to grab the ball. However, Quaresma's shot with the inside of his foot gave the ball a slight curve in its flight, which just bypassed Kahn's hands and bounced off the inside of the post into the goal. Kaiserslautern took a 2-1 lead in the 66th minute, and more importantly, they also gained an advantage with 2 away goals. Quaresma's goal was also the last goal of the match for both sides. After that, even Bayern's frantic attacks failed to equalize the score. Moreover, if it weren't for Kahn's outstanding performance, Kaiserslautern's counterattacks could have extended their lead. The match ended with Kalina's final whistle. In the 2001-2002 UEFA Champions League quarterfinals, Kaiserslautern faced Bayern Munich. The first leg of the match was played at the Olympic Stadium in Munich, where Kaiserslautern defeated Bayern Munich 2-1. The second leg of the match will officially begin in a week, with Kaiserslautern playing at home. This match marked Kaiserslautern's third encounter with Bayern Munich this season. So far, Jiangfeng's Kaiserslautern has maintained a perfect record, which has further fueled the hatred of Bayern fans in the stands towards Jiangfeng. At the end of the match, shouts even rang out from the stands telling Jiangfeng to get out of Munich. However, as the victor, Jiangfeng did not choose to provoke the opponent this time. In Jiangfeng's opinion, Bayern's Champions League journey this season has come to an end. With a 1-goal lead and 2 away goals, if the opponent can still turn the game around, then Jiangfeng feels that he can quit his job. Chapter 190, the league loss. After the first leg of their Champions League quarterfinal match, Kaiserslautern will have to refocus on the league. On March 11th, the 26th round of the Bundesliga officially kicked off. Kaiserslautern will host Freiburg at their home ground, Fritz-Walter Stadium. In preparation for the next match against Bayern Munich, Jiangfeng used a large number of rotated players in this game against Freiburg, a team weaker than himself. Even David Silva, who was promoted from the youth team to the first team, got playing time in this match. After 90 minutes of intense play, Kaiserslautern defeated Freiburg 3-1 at home, continuing to closely trail Borussia Dortmund, who also won this round. On March 15th, also at the Fritz-Walter Stadium, the second leg of the Champions League quarterfinal between Kaiserslautern and Bayern Munich officially kicked off at 5 p.m. Before the match, Bayern fans even chanted slogans for a battle of dignity, and Bayern's coach Magath was no longer as confident as before, but instead praised Kaiserslautern's performance. From the very beginning of the match, Bayern completely abandoned their defense and launched a full-scale attack. The two teams put on a fierce attacking battle for all the fans at Kaiserslautern's home ground. In the 16th minute of the match, Kaka's long-range shot from the middle of the field broke through Kahn's goal. Bayern Munich, who were playing with a sense of desperation, completely let go of their burdens in this match. Just as Bayern fans said, they treated this game as a battle for their dignity, and all the Bayern players displayed extremely strong fighting spirit. Kaka gave Kaiserslautern the lead, but in the 24th minute, Effenberg equalized for Bayern with a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. Then, in the 41st minute, Elbier successfully broke the offside trap in the penalty area, once again helping Bayern break through Czech's goal, making the score 2-1. Elbier's goal not only reversed the score on the field, but also leveled the aggregate score at 2-2, and Kaiserslautern's previous 2 away goal advantage was completely gone. This score was also the final score of the first half for both teams. During halftime, Jiangfeng made another substitution, replacing Ronaldo with Robin and Ibrahimovic with Klose. Jiangfeng replaced 2 players directly, and it was this substitution that had a magical effect. Less than 5 minutes into the second half, Robin's breakthrough on the wing earned him a free kick. Kaka's free kick found Klose, who, having secured a favorable position in the crowd, leaped high and unleashed a powerful header that once again breached Kahn's goal. In the 49th minute, Kaiserslautern made it 3-2 with a header from Klose. And this is just the beginning. In the 59th minute, Robin once again made a series of breakthroughs on the wing before suddenly cutting inside into the penalty area. After attracting the opponent's defensive attention, he chipped a pass to Quaresma at the far post. Quaresma, with his goal almost completely open, didn't miss the opportunity and easily tapped in the ball to make it 4-2. In less than 15 minutes, the score went from 2-2 to 4-2. The consecutive goals conceded caused Bayern's previously high morale to plummet to its lowest point. After the game restarted, Bayern Munich clearly lost their fighting spirit on the field, and these 2 goals completely extinguished their resistance. Finally, in the 87th minute, Robin crossed the ball from the wing again, this time to Kaka. Klose's initial shot was saved by Kahn, but Kaka got to the second ball and slotted it home to make it 5-2. The match ended after 90 minutes, with Kaiserslautern defeating Bayern Munich 5-2, thus eliminating Bayern from this season's Champions League with a total score of 7-3, completing a 4-kill streak against Bayern Munich in one season. At the same time that this match ended, the other 3 matches also ended almost simultaneously. In an all-English Premier League clash, Manchester United emerged victorious, defeating Arsenal 4-2 on aggregate with 2-1 wins. Real Madrid sent Liverpool home with a 3-1 aggregate score, while the match between Barcelona and the Greek team was also a foregone conclusion, with Barcelona advancing to the semi-finals with a 5-1 aggregate score over 2 legs. Thus, the semi-finalists for the 2001-2002 UEFA Champions League were determined. Manchester United from the English Premier League, Kaiserslautern from the German Bundesliga, and the 2 Spanish giants, Real Madrid and Barcelona. According to the previous draw for the quarterfinals, the semi-final matchups were Kaiserslautern versus Manchester United and Real Madrid versus Barcelona. One was an all-Chinese affair between the 2 Spanish giants, and the other was the Red Devils of the Premier League versus the Red Devils of the Bundesliga. After the semi-final matchups were announced, UEFA's publicity department went into overdrive and began promoting these 2 semi-final matches. Just as everyone's attention was growing on the Champions League semi-finals, Kaiserslautern encountered trouble again in the league. On March 18th, the Bundesliga resumed with the start of the 27th round of matches. In this round, Kaiserslautern will travel to the Volkswagen Stadium to challenge Wolfsburg. Riding high on the momentum of their 4 victories over Bayern Munich, Kaiserslautern suffered a crushing defeat at the Volkswagen Stadium. In this match, Jiang Feng chose a starting lineup that included both starters and substitutes. The starting lineup consisted of Neuer in goal, Arbeloa at left back, Alves at right back, Ramos and Colaccini at center back, De Rossi and Mascherano at defensive midfield, Iniesta at attacking midfield, Robben at left winger, who performed exceptionally well in the previous match, Palacio at right winger, and Klose at center forward. Jiang Feng was originally very confident about the outcome of this match. However, less than 5 minutes into the game, Jiang Feng was dealt a heavy blow when Colaccini accidentally hit his hand with the ball while challenging for a header in the penalty area. The referee immediately pointed to the penalty spot and gave Colaccini a yellow card. Wolfsburg striker easily converted the penalty, making it 1-0. The home team was fortunate to take the lead early in the game. Jiang Feng, who hadn't paid much attention at first, frowned more and more as time went on. The entire Kaiserslautern team was performing very poorly today, unable to execute their attacking tactics, and the opponent's retreat after taking the lead only made the situation worse. Not only in attack, but also in defense, they were full of holes. Their overall performance made it feel like they were a completely different team from the Kaiserslautern we had seen before. In the first half stoppage time, Kaiserslautern suffered another blow. Due to their formation pushing too high, Wolfsburg's counterattack created a one-on-one opportunity. With no other option, Neuer rushed out and brought down his opponent outside the penalty area, earning him his first red card of his career. Ultimately, at the Volkswagen Stadium, Kaiserslautern, down to 10 men, lost the match 0-2 after 90 minutes. Chapter 191 Verbal and Written Criticism. This result has led to a shift in the Bundesliga standings, with the gap between Kaiserslautern and first-place Borussia Dortmund widening from 1 point to 4 points, while Bayern Munich, who were originally 4 points behind Kaiserslautern, have now narrowed to 1 point. It can be said that the originally favorable situation suddenly became tense for Kaiserslautern. The day after the match against Wolfsburg, although the team had a day off, Jiang Feng still came to the club to study their upcoming Champions League opponents. Jiang Feng had just arrived at his office when there was a knock on the door. "Jiang, I just heard from my assistant that you're here. Isn't today your day off?" Bremer said as he came in. "Andreas, it's you. What's up? Is there something you need?" "I came to check on some information they've gathered about Manchester United," Jiang Feng said, looking up at Bremer. "Jiang, have you read today's newspaper?" "No, I don't have time to look at these things. Besides, you know I'm not interested in them." "Jiang, I think you should take a look. I received a call from the chairman this morning. He was very disappointed with the team's loss yesterday." Bremer placed the newspaper on top of the documents Jiang Feng had just opened. After hearing Bremer's words, Jiang Feng sighed inwardly and glanced at the newspaper Bremer had given him. Jiang Feng didn't even need to look to know what the newspapers would say. It would just be another round of pessimistic commentary on Kaiserslautern. Hadn't this been the pattern ever since he joined Kaiserslautern? Whenever the team lost or performed poorly, these media outlets would launch a scathing attack on him and the team, as if Kaiserslautern were about to be relegated. "Andreas, what did you just say? You said the chairman is very disappointed with the team?" Jiang Feng put the newspaper aside, looked up at Bremer, and said, "Jiang, you've misunderstood. It's not that I'm disappointed with the team, but rather disappointed with yesterday's loss." Bremer looked at Jiang Feng's expressionless face and suddenly felt a little guilty. Actually, he had been instructed by Frederick to come and put pressure on Jiang Feng today, hoping to take advantage of yesterday's loss to pressure Jiang Feng into agreeing to the contract renewal. However, after seeing Jiang Feng's expression, Bremer suddenly felt that Frederick's choice was not a wise one. "Andreas, please tell the chairman that it was very clear in the contract that I am in charge of the team's affairs. One loss doesn't mean anything. I made that very clear to the reporters at yesterday's press conference after the match. And one last point, a very important one, is that Kaiserslautern has reached the German Cup final and the Champions League semifinals this season, and is currently second in the league. I think that even if the season ends, no one should doubt my ability. Of course, if you have a better option, I am willing to leave. For a moment, looking at Brame in front of him, Jiang Feng suddenly couldn't suppress his anger. Jiang, you've misunderstood. We didn't mean anything by it. We were just concerned about the team. I came here today to talk to you about the contract renewal. Andreas, I've said it before, we'll talk about everything after the season ends. My main focus right now is on the game. If you have any questions about the contract, you could talk to Jorge, he can represent me. Alright, I'll be going then. Bremer's expression was also a bit sour, having been given the cold shoulder. Goodbye. Your newspaper. Jiang Feng waved the newspaper in his hand. Fine, I'll give it to you. I've already looked at it. After Bremer left, Jiang Feng casually threw the newspaper into the trash can. In fact, David and other members of the coaching staff had called him early that morning to tell him about the media reports. Basically, most German newspapers today reported on yesterday's match between Kaiserslautern and Wolfsburg. The vast majority of media commentators criticized Jiang Feng and Kaiserslautern with all sorts of opinions. Some said that it was Jiang Feng's excessive ambition that dragged down the team and that Kaiserslautern might not win any titles this season. Some even believed that Kaiserslautern would not even be able to keep their Champions League qualification. Some media outlets even reported that Kaiserslautern was looking for a new head coach. However, one thing that made Jiang Feng very happy was that Bild, Germany's largest traditional media outlet, did not follow the trend of belittling Kaiserslautern, but instead called on fans to treat Kaiserslautern calmly. Although Jiang Feng didn't care about outside opinions of him, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable about Brame's intentions. During his 2 seasons at Kaiserslautern, Jiang Feng felt that he had truly treated the team like his own child, and he never expected it to come to this. Unable to figure out, Jiang Feng stopped dwelling on the problem and instead focused his attention back on the information about Manchester United that the scouts had gathered. He dared not slack off at all for this upcoming Champions League opponent. On March 25th, after a week's rest, Kaiserslautern returned to the Bundesliga for the 28th round of matches. In this round, Kaiserslautern continued their away journey, facing Eintracht Frankfurt, who were deep in the relegation zone, at the Waldstadion. It is worth mentioning that Hebei China Fortune player Yang Chun also appeared in the team's roster, so this match attracted a lot of attention from Hebei China Fortune fans. Frankfurt has essentially secured a relegation spot this season, so news about Yang Chun has become a focus of attention for Chinese football fans. There were even rumors circulating for a while that Kaiserslautern was interested in acquiring Yang Chun. After a week of rest, Kaiserslautern fielded their strongest lineup against the weaker Eintracht Frankfurt. It seemed the Kaiserslautern players were venting their frustration from the previous defeat on Frankfurt. After 90 minutes, Kaiserslautern, thanks to a hat-trick from Klose and a brace from Ronaldo, ultimately defeated Frankfurt 5-1, delivering a crushing blow to Frankfurt's nearly collapsed form. What pleased the Chinese fans who were following the match was that Yang Chun was substituted on in the 74th minute and then scored a consolation goal for Frankfurt in the 87th minute. After the match, Yang Chun went over to Jiang Feng and exchanged a few words with him, which made those who hoped Jiang Feng would buy Yang Chun even more excited. Chapter 192 Sources of Funding. In reality, the interactions between Jiang Feng and Yang Chun were just casual greetings, but in the eyes of some Chinese football media, it was a huge deal. As the world's #1 sport, football has always been a thorn in the side of Chinese fans. Fortunately, this year's World Cup was held in South Korea and Japan, so China made it into the World Cup final for the first time, which coincided with a period of high enthusiasm for football in China. At the post-match press conference, Jiang Feng was once again asked by a reporter from China about his views on the prospects of Chinese football in the World Cup. It was this question that suddenly reminded Jiang Feng that perhaps this World Cup could greatly increase the funds he could use to acquire a team. Jiang Feng remembers the 2002 Japan-Korea World Cup very clearly. First of all, the fans of the Chinese team were very enthusiastic before the trip. Under the mindless hype of some media, all sorts of predictions came out. However, in the end, they lost all 3 games and failed to score a single goal, ending their first and last World Cup finals journey. From then on, the Chinese men's football team really got worse and worse every year. What sparked Jiang Feng's gambling idea wasn't this, but rather the fact that he knew South Korea, as the host of this World Cup, had done something truly earth-shattering, absolutely setting a new record in World Cup history. At least for now, no one should have expected that the South Korean team would actually make it to the semi-finals of this World Cup with the help of the referees. Moreover, besides South Korea's ugly performance, this World Cup was also a breeding ground for upsets. Jiang Feng clearly remembered that France, the winner of the 2000 European Championship, failed to score a single goal in 3 group stage matches and was eliminated directly from the group stage. After dealing with the reporters at the scene, Jiang Feng led the whole team back to the club. After returning home, Jiang Feng sat on the sofa and thought for a while before picking up the phone and calling Chen Yuanling. Uncle, Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Is something the matter? You should be resting now, right? I just got back, Uncle. Could you find someone you can trust? Someone you can absolutely trust, preferably someone who has no connection to us. Okay, but what are you going to do? Uncle, the World Cup is about to start. I have my own sources of information, so I want to make some money in betting. However, I can't do it myself, and I can't let anyone find out that I'm involved. Is it reliable, Xiaofeng? If there are risks involved, I wouldn't recommend you do this. You don't need to worry about the money. I can invest more if it's not enough. Besides, if we can get a team in Europe, it would also enhance our group's reputation. Uncle, the information is very reliable. You can trust me on that point. It's not that there's any risk, but I'm in the football industry after all, and it wouldn't be good if it got exposed, so I need to find someone I can trust to handle this. Okay, since you've made up your mind, I'll find the person. If you need anything, just contact me and I'll arrange it. That way, he'll be cut off from contacting you, and even if something happens in the future, it won't be your problem. Okay, Uncle, can you help me find someone? I'll check the European odds and send you the ones I want to bet on before the game starts. After discussing all the details over the phone, Jiang Feng seemed a little excited. Actually, there was one thing he hadn't told Chen Yuanlang the truth. If it were just some normal matches, it wouldn't matter much if he bought bets, as long as they weren't related to the team he led. But the Korea-Japan World Cup was different. Every upset created by the host country was related to the referee. If Jiang Feng knew the results in advance, then all the betting companies in Europe would probably investigate him. Jiang Feng sat on the sofa and carefully reviewed some of the important matches from the Japan-Korea World Cup, reaffirming his next goals. He would wait for European betting odds to open before placing his bets based on the odds. After the end of the 28th round of the league, Kaiserslautern was given another rare opportunity to rest for a week. However, this week-long singles tournament is also the last rare leisurely schedule for the next month. After a 2-day break, Kaiserslautern gathered again at the club's training ground. Under Jiang Feng's arrangement, the team once again entered a training camp. On April 1st, the 29th round of the Bundesliga kicked off, with the team returning to their home ground to face 1860 Munich. 3 days after this match, Kaiserslautern will play the first leg of the Champions League semi-finals, traveling to England to face Manchester United. Therefore, in this match against 1860, Jiang Feng continued to use a rotation lineup of starters and substitutes. Neuer returned to the starting lineup after a one-match suspension. The left and right fullbacks were Lam and Ramos. The two center-backs were Colaccini and Thiago Silva. The defensive midfielders were Schweinsteiger and Mascherano. The attacking midfielder was Kaká. The left winger was Ronaldo. The right winger was Palacio, and the center forward was Drogba. However, before the match started, Jiang Feng informed Kaká and Ronaldo that they would only have 45 minutes of playing time. Facing a significantly weaker team, 1860 Munich, and even with a rotated lineup, Kaiserslautern showed no mercy amidst the cheers of their home fans, taking a 3-0 lead in the first half alone. Drogba scored less than 5 minutes into the game and then netted his second goal in the 18th minute. Then, in first half stoppage time, Ronaldo extended the lead to 3-0. During halftime, Jiang Feng fulfilled his agreement with the players, replacing Ronaldo and Kaká with Robin and David Silva. In the 71st minute of the match, David Silva, making his second appearance in the league, scored his first league goal for Kaiserslautern. In the 89th minute, just before stoppage time, Schweinsteiger sealed the score at 5-0. After 90 minutes of competition, Kaiserslautern defeated Munich 1865-0 at home. To the delight of the Kaiserslautern team, Borussia Dortmund, who were 4 points ahead of Kaiserslautern, drew 1-1 away to Eintracht Frankfurt, who had lost to Kaiserslautern in the previous match. The player who scored for Frankfurt was Yang Chun from Hebei China Fortune. After the match, some Chinese football media outlets praised Yang Chun to the skies, reporting that Yang Chun led Eintracht Frankfurt to help his compatriots successfully defeat Borussia Dortmund. With this draw, Kaiserslautern narrowed the gap between the two teams to 2 points. Chapter 193 Old Trafford. The day after the 29th round of the league ended, Jiang Feng led the entire Kaiserslautern team from Frankfurt Airport to Manchester, England. After a flight of less than 2 hours, the Kaiserslautern team arrived at their destination. Upon exiting the airport, Jiang Feng and his players received a warm welcome from Manchester United fans. The match between the two teams will officially begin at 6 p.m. on April 4th, at which time the other semi-final match between Real Madrid and Barcelona will also kick off at the same time. Even before arriving in England, Jiang Feng had told each player not to accept any interviews before the match. So after arriving at the hotel, despite the team receiving many interview requests from local English media, Jiang Feng refused them all. After a half-day rest, The Kaiserslautern team held a day of targeted training at Manchester City's youth team training ground on April 3rd. Time quickly came to the day of the match, and at 4:30 p.m., the entire Kaiserslautern team arrived at the match venue, Old Trafford Stadium, on time. Today's match has attracted a lot of attention, with television stations in nearly 100 countries and regions around the world broadcasting it live. Thanks to UEFA's aggressive promotion, this semi-final between the Bundesliga Red Devils and the Premier League Red Devils has certainly garnered a lot of attention. When the Kaiserslautern team arrived at the stadium, tens of thousands of people had already gathered in the square in front of the stadium, many of whom were unable to enter the stadium to watch the game. Nearly 20,000 Kaiserslautern fans had traveled from Germany for today's match, along with many neutral fans from other countries, several thousand fans of Jeongfong from the Knights, and many Manchester United fans. All of these people had gathered in the square in front of the stadium. Earlier that morning, almost all of Manchester's local police had been deployed. Today's match was a top priority for the Manchester police. Police helicopters hovered over the stadium, and there were sentries every 3 steps in the square. Such security was comparable to that of a national leader's trip. At 5 p.m., the Kaiserslautern team, led by Jeongfong, stepped onto the pitch to begin their acclimatization training. Upon seeing Kaiserslautern come into view, a huge chorus of boos erupted in the stadium, interspersed with greetings from Manchester United fans. Of course, besides the majority of Manchester United fans, there were also approximately 10,000 Kaiserslautern supporters present. Despite being outnumbered, the Kaiserslautern fans consistently used their utmost energy to fight back against the Manchester United fans. While the players were training, Jeongfong was also looking around at the stadium. Old Trafford, a top-class stadium in Europe, can hold about 70,000 people. It has always been Manchester United's home ground and is also known by many fans as the Theatre of Dreams. At that moment, Jeongfong suddenly felt that conquering such a court was the only way to achieve a sense of accomplishment. After a half-hour acclimatization training session, the players from both sides returned to the locker room for final preparations. Looking around at his disciples, Jeongfong cleared his throat and said, "Guys, the Theatre of Dreams, that's what many fans call this stadium. I believe that when you first got into football, you all dreamed of playing in this stadium. Now you've achieved your dream. Just now on the field, I was thinking that maybe it's not just about playing in this stadium, but about conquering a stadium like this. That's our dream, our goal, isn't it? Yes, conquer it. We must conquer it. Only by conquering it can we step onto the pitch for the final. I believe the St. Borealis Cup is the ultimate goal for each and every one of us, and now we are so close to it. I believe none of you dared to imagine this result before joining Kaiserslautern. Today's opponent is very strong, and I'm not afraid to tell you that. The opponent in front of you is one of the favorites to win the Champions League this season. But are we necessarily worse than them? Think back to where we've come from this season. In the first round of the group stage, we were first in our group, and we even defeated a team like Real Madrid. In the second round, we were placed in the group of death, and no one had high hopes for us. But in the end, we eliminated a strong team like Juventus and pushed a strong team like Arsenal to second place. What do we rely on? We rely on unity, fighting spirit, self-confidence, and tenacity. Jeongfang's final 4 words struck the hearts of all the Kaiserslautern players like a hammer blow, instantly igniting their excitement. Just as Jeongfong had said, they were no less formidable than their opponents. This season's Champions League had been full of trials, tribulations, and hardships for all the Kaiserslautern players, but in the end, they eliminated all the opponents who stood in their way. Of course, we can't underestimate our opponents. Remember how sharp their attacks are down both flanks. So Daniel and Philippe, you'll be under a lot of pressure. Ivan and Daniele, while you're defending their key players in the middle, you also need to help cover the flanks. But Daniel and Philippe, I've always emphasized to you that the best defense is offense. So always keep your distance from Cristiano and Ricardo in the attacking third, understand? Understood, boss. Ram and Alves nodded in response. Everyone else, remember this. Once you lose possession, no matter where you are, immediately counterpress. Be aggressive, just don't let the opponent have an easy time passing the ball. Understand? Clear. Now do you know how to compete? Jeongfong shouted. No. Do you know how to win the game? Clear. All right. Let's set off and take down Manchester United. Beat Manchester United. Jeongfang's words ignited the players' emotions. Subsequently, the starting players of Kaiserslautern and Manchester United appeared in the players' tunnel under the guidance of the referee team. UEFA also attached great importance to this match today, and the referee appointed was the same as the referee of the previous quarterfinal match between Kaiserslautern and Bayern Munich, namely the Italian bald referee Collina, who is very familiar to many fans. Chapter 194, Evenly Matched. Hello viewers, welcome to the live broadcast brought to you by China Television Sports Channel. I am your host, Huang Jinxiang, and sitting next to me is the very familiar Coach Zhang Lu. Today we are bringing you the semi-final match of the 2001 to 2002 UEFA Champions League, Kaiserslautern playing away against Manchester United. Now the players from both sides are on camera. Now, Coach Zhang, please introduce the lineups of both teams. Huang Jinxiang said in the Beijing studio. Hello fans, it's great to be here to commentate on this match. Let me introduce the starting lineups for both sides. Kaiserslautern's starting lineup today is goalkeeper Petracek, fullbacks Philip Lahm and Dani Alves, center-backs Colaccini and Metzelder, who are very familiar to everyone. Defensive midfielders De Rossi and Gattuso, still starting. Attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Quaresma, and center forward Ibrahimovic. Jiang Feng's lineup shouldn't be surprising to anyone. This lineup has almost been Kaiserslautern's main lineup this season, and it has withstood the test from Bayern Munich, Arsenal, Juventus, and Real Madrid. I wonder if it can withstand Manchester United's test at Manchester United's home ground today. Zhang Lu first introduced Kaiserslautern's starting lineup. Let's look at Manchester United's starting lineup. Goalkeeper Barthez, defenders from right to left. Gary Neville, Laurent Blanc, Wes Brown, Silvestre, midfielders Beckham, Keane, Varane, Giggs, Scholes, and striker Van Nistelrooy. From this starting lineup, we can see that Ferguson is very cautious about today's opponent. Manchester United has fielded a 4-5-1 formation, while we all know that this season Manchester United has mostly used a 4-4-2 formation in the league. After introducing Kaiserslautern's starting lineup, Zhang Lu continued to introduce Manchester United's starting lineup. Yes, we can see from this 4-5-1 formation that Ferguson is indeed taking a cautious approach to this match. Okay, now we can see from the camera that both teams' starting players have entered the field. We'll have a short commercial break, and then we'll officially begin the match. While commentators in the studios of hundreds of live television stations were discussing the match, the starting players from both sides entered the field under the guidance of the referee team. The moment the players from both teams appeared on camera, the atmosphere in the stadium reached its peak, with fans from both sides eager to cheer for their respective teams with all their might. After a brief ceremony, Kalina organized the game between the two captains, Beckham and De Rossi, to decide which side Kaiserslautern would kick off. Both teams' players took their positions, waiting for Kalina to blow the whistle to start the match. Dear viewers, welcome to the 2001 to 2002 UEFA Champions League semi-final match brought to you by China Television. Kaiserslautern is playing away against Manchester United. With the whistle of the Italian referee Kalina, the match officially begins. On the field, the team in blue jerseys attacking from left to right is Kaiserslautern, and the team in red jerseys is the home team, Manchester United. With Kalina's whistle, the match officially began. Quaresma received a pass from Kaká on the right wing. Beautiful. A brilliant sudden stop and change of direction. Quaresma turned and got rid of Silvestre before crossing the ball. Brown reacted very quickly, clearing the ball with a long kick before Ibrahimovic could react. Kaká controlled the ball steadily in midfield, but couldn't find an opportunity, passing it back to De Rossi behind him. Kaiserslautern reorganized their attack. Huang Jinxiang excitedly commented in the domestic studio as Kaiserslautern launched their attack. The Kaiserslautern fans, who were completely outmatched at Old Trafford, launched wave after wave of cheers with each attack, shouting themselves hoarse. From the very beginning of the match, Jiang Feng stood on the sidelines with his hands in his pockets, watching the game unfold. David, Moshais, and Lutz were also standing there intently watching the game. After the opening tip-off, the contest between the two sides entered a heated phase, with no probing or buffer time. From the very first minute, both sides engaged in fierce competition. Kaiserslautern had a slight advantage, as they had the kickoff, so they took the initiative and attack from the start, while Manchester United played a solid defensive game. Whoosh! In the 14th minute, the match was interrupted by the referee Kalina's whistle. After receiving a pass from Kaká, De Rossi was tackled to the ground by Keane. Although Kalina awarded Kaiserslautern a free kick, the location of the free kick was quite far from the goal. De Rossi, who was standing in front of the ball, passed it to Ronaldo on the wing, wanting to launch a counterattack. However, Manchester United's defense was already prepared and waiting for them. Keane's activities are extensive. It seems he's targeting Kaká. Jiang Feng whispered to Moshais and Lutz beside him. Jiang Feng nodded without speaking. After the match started, he also noticed that under Ferguson's arrangement, Keane's range of movement was much wider than usual in Manchester United's matches, while Scholes' position was pulled back, playing a role similar to a defensive midfielder and central midfielder. Through this observation, Jiang Feng understood the reason for Ferguson's arrangement. Keane was specifically there to counter Kaká, while Scholes was responsible for organizing Manchester United's second attacks from behind, and also had some defensive duties. Varane was positioned as an attacking midfielder. So far in the game, Beckham on Manchester United's right flank has hardly made any forward runs. instead helping Scholes organize the midfield and actively assisting Neville in his defensive work on the flank. When Keane dealt with Kaka, he also adopted a very ruthless strategy. He would defend if he could, and foul if he couldn't. Continuing like this is probably not a good idea. With Keane's increased range of movement, if he manages to steal the ball, we can launch a counterattack immediately, Lutz said. That old guy really has a good plan. Luckily, I was prepared for that. Now many people are starting to try playing with two defensive midfielders when they face us. They realize how important Ricardo is to us. But realizing it is one thing, and whether it works is another. Jiang Feng said with a cold smile as he looked at the evenly matched situation on the field. Chapter 195 Killer Move. While Jiang Feng was discussing the situation on the field with Moshais and a few others, Manchester United launched an attack. Manchester United's attack was a direct result of Keane's increased running distance. After receiving the ball in the middle, Kaka prepared to launch an attack, but under Keane's close marking, Kaka's pass lacked power and was intercepted by Scholes midway. Scholes then immediately passed the ball to Giggs on the left wing. Seeing Giggs get the ball, Quaresma, who had dropped back to defend, immediately closed in. With his back to Quaresma, Giggs used a lob and a turn to get past Quaresma's defense, then dribbled along the left flank, and Manchester United immediately launched a sharp counterattack. Giggs dribbled at high speed down the left flank, and just as he was about to reach the byline, he suddenly made a sudden stop and changed of direction to shake off Alves' defense. Giggs then immediately crossed the ball, and Van Nistelrooy, who was following up in the middle, blocked Colaccini and took a favorable position. Fortunately, Metzelder moved in advance, judged the landing point of the ball, and jumped high to clear the ball with a header, sending it out of the penalty area. The two sides battled fiercely in the first half. Although Kaiserslautern seemed to have the upper hand, they were unable to break through Manchester United's defense with their final shot, and Manchester United's counterattacks also failed to find any way to break through with their final shot. From the first few rounds of the match, it is clear that both sides have made targeted tactical arrangements against each other, resulting in a very close game. Jiang Feng, who had been standing on the sidelines, frowned. He knew that they couldn't continue to wear down Manchester United like this, especially since they were playing away from home. If things continued like this, it would be difficult to win in the second half. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng shouted a few times to the players on the field, and then made a gesture to Kaka. After receiving Jiang Feng's instructions, Kaka immediately relayed them to the people around him. Ferguson, who had been standing on the sidelines since the start of the match, noticed the changes on the field at Kaiserslautern. De Rossi began to drop back from the center to behind Gattuso, acting as a link between the defense and midfield. Gattuso was still covering Varane, and judging from Gattuso's positioning, Ferguson felt that Gattuso should also be responsible for supporting Giggs. Just as Ferguson had predicted, Jiang Feng wasn't too worried about defending Beckham on Manchester United's right flank, but he was very tight in defending against Giggs' breakthroughs on the wing. After Jiang Feng's adjustment, Giggs was surrounded by Gattuso, Quaresma, and Alves. However, Jiang Feng also knew that this arrangement sacrificed the attack on the right flank. However, De Rossi's drop back not only relieved the team's defensive pressure, but also created a triangle with Kaka and Gattuso. Thanks to the tacit understanding developed over the past 2 seasons, Kaiserslautern's midfield operation became smoother under Manchester United's pressure, especially when facing the pressing of Keane, Beckham, and Scholes. According to the tactical plan devised by Jiang Feng before the match, when Kaiserslautern encountered trouble in the middle, they would launch attacks on the 2 flanks. Therefore, after De Rossi dropped back, Ronaldo and Quaresma began to strengthen their breakthroughs on the 2 flanks. With De Rossi dropping back, Kaiserslautern's midfield began to function more smoothly, which increased one-on-one opportunities on the wings. In the 34th minute of the match, Ronaldo received the ball on the left wing. After 2 seasons of training, Ronaldo's individual skills are now arguably the best in Kaiserslautern. Moreover, without those fancy moves, Ronaldo's dribbling and breakthroughs are the most pleasing to the eye. It's likely that Ferguson gave instructions before the match, and as soon as Ronaldo got the ball, Silvestre immediately marked him. However, Silvestre didn't dare to close in too closely, clearly still wary of Ronaldo's dribbling skills. Ronaldo calmly and slowly advanced forward, watching his opponent retreating, then suddenly accelerated forward, pulled the ball back with his left foot, and pretended to cross. Silvestre immediately pressed forward, but Ronaldo suddenly cut back again, and then pushed the ball with his left foot. The ball went right between Silvestre's legs, while Ronaldo accelerated from the outside to shake off his opponent. Silvestre tried to reach out and grab Ronaldo, but Ronaldo's hand was pushed away. Having gotten past his opponent, Ronaldo was now unmarked. Seeing this, both Jiang Feng and Ferguson turned their attention to Ronaldo on the left wing, sensing the deadly threat lurking in this attack. As Ronaldo accelerated and dribbled to the byline, he sensed that Silvestre was not far behind him. If he adjusted and crossed the ball at that moment, Silvestre might intercept it. Therefore, Ronaldo did not cross immediately, but made a sudden stop and then cut inside with the ball. This sudden stop caused Silvestre, who was closely chasing behind Ronaldo, to lose his balance. As Ronaldo entered the penalty area, a slight smile appeared on his lips when he noticed Brown attempting to intercept him. This was exactly the result he wanted. After Brown left his original position, Ronaldo passed the ball out with a half-high lob pass. Ibrahimovic, who was following up in the middle, was in a favorable position, turned to face the goal, and unleashed a powerful volley. Barthez had no time to prepare for such a powerful shot from close range. He could only instinctively reach out and watch helplessly as the ball went into the goal he was guarding. What a beautiful shot. Kaiserslautern scored. Ibrahimovic's shot was absolutely beautiful, but I think 80% of the credit for this goal goes to Cristiano Ronaldo. Huang Jianxiang in the studio almost jumped up after seeing Ibrahimovic's goal. In the 36th minute, Kaiserslautern took the lead with a goal from Ibrahimovic, giving them a one-goal advantage. This was a very valuable away goal in a two-legged knockout match. After scoring, Ibrahimovic ran wildly to the stands where the Kaiserslautern fans were, repeatedly punching his chest with one fist while shouting at the stands. He was very passionate. Soon, the other Kaiserslautern players ran over, and Cristiano Ronaldo, the hero of the goal, jumped onto Ibrahimovic's back. Zhang Feng, who had been a little nervous since Ronaldo got the ball, loosened his clenched fist and then high-fived and hugged the members of the coaching staff next to him. For a moment, the noise made by the Kaiserslautern fans, who were outnumbered, even drowned out the home team fans. Chapter 196 Killing Move 2. That goal was absolutely beautiful. Although it came very suddenly, it wasn't actually surprising. Kaiserslautern's attack was clearly pre-planned, hitting Manchester United's weak point right away. Huang Jianxiang and Zhang Lu discussed the goal. Yes, after Zhang Feng made the hand gestures to the field, Kaiserslautern's attack changed. De Rossi's drop back made Kaiserslautern's midfield depth much greater, and after shifting the focus of their attack to the flanks, they directly targeted Silvestre. It's obvious that Silvestre can't defend Ronaldo one-on-one. He needs someone to assist him. But the key is who will come. If Keane comes over, he can indeed contain him, but once Keane moves, Kaká will be a big threat in the middle. If Scholes comes over, not to mention Scholes' defensive ability, what will happen to De Rossi if Scholes moves? And the most crucial point is that Quaresma's right flank is still inactive. Zhang Feng has indeed given Ferguson a difficult problem. Now it's up to Ferguson to decide what to do. Zhang Lu analyzed the changes in Kaiserslautern's attack in detail. While the two were discussing the goal, Ferguson on the sidelines was also furious and roared at the players on the field, especially Silvestre, who had been completely outmaneuvered by Ronaldo and didn't dare to look up at Ferguson. Zhang Feng watched Ferguson raging on the other side. He knew that Manchester United would launch a high-intensity counterattack after the game restarted, so Zhang Feng called Kaká and De Rossi to the sidelines before the game started. Be careful. Once the game starts, the opponent will definitely launch a counterattack, so pull your formation back a bit and keep your defensive line compact. You guys need to firmly control the pace of the game and prevent them from getting ahead. If necessary, commit a foul in midfield, but be careful with your movements and try not to get cards. Tell Daniel and Ricardo to keep an eye on Beckham, understand? Kaká and De Rossi nodded repeatedly before walking onto the field and relaying Zhang Feng's instructions to the other players. Kalina stepped in to stop Kaiserslautern's unrestrained celebrations and get both teams' players back to their positions. Kalina soon blew the whistle to restart the game. As soon as Manchester United kicked off, Kaiserslautern's formation began to drop back somewhat. However, Kaká and several other players in the midfield and attacking third did not retreat, but immediately launched a high press, forcing Manchester United to speed up their passing and receiving after the kickoff. As a result, Manchester United could not guarantee the accuracy of their passes at all. It is well known that Manchester United's attack relies heavily on off-the-ball movement. With a superstar like Beckham who excels in long and medium passes, and Giggs as a wing-attacking midfielder, Varane and Scholes in the middle only need to look for weaknesses in Kaiserslautern's defense. Therefore, Zhang Feng's defensive setup today was to directly cut off Manchester United's source of attack. Since the start of the game, Beckham has been tied down by Lahm and Ronaldo. Ronaldo has been creating dangerous opportunities on the left flank, forcing Beckham to focus on defensive support. Meanwhile, Giggs has been contained by Alves and Gattuso. In addition, Quaresma has dropped back. Zhang Feng was willing to sacrifice the attack on the right flank to limit Giggs' performance. To be honest, many people understand Manchester United's attacking tactics and know their weaknesses, so why can't they defend against them? This is because the defensive style chosen by Zhang Feng requires a high level of coordination and understanding between players. Many teams fail to defend against this because of it. Kaiserslautern's lineup is undoubtedly capable, and their teamwork is even more impressive. In addition, before the start of this season, Jiang Feng specifically strengthened the team's coordination and positioning in close quarters. Finally, Jiang Feng also used the system's virtual training ground to further enhance this aspect. Under these conditions, Manchester United launched wave after wave of attacks after the game restarted. It seemed that Manchester United had the advantage after falling behind, but in reality, they could not find good opportunities. They often seemed to get stuck in a quagmire as soon as they entered the danger zone and had to return empty-handed. Kaiserslautern intensified their high pressing, causing Manchester United to make frequent passing errors. As a result, Kaiserslautern seized many counter-attacking opportunities. Although they ultimately failed to score, they prevented Manchester United's defense from pressing forward recklessly. Time ticked by, and the score remained unchanged. With each unsuccessful attack, Manchester United's morale was gradually eroded. Finally, stoppage time ended, and Kalina blew the whistle to end the first half. Dear viewers, referee Kalina has blown the whistle to end the first half. In the 36th minute of the first half, Kaiserslautern striker Ibrahimovic scored the only goal of the first half, assisted by Cristiano Ronaldo for Portugal. Now both teams will return to the locker room. That concludes the live broadcast of the first half. Now, let's enjoy some highlights from the first half. We'll be back shortly to continue the live broadcast of the second half. Huang Jinxiang announced to the fans in the Beijing studio after the first half ended. Back in the locker room, Jiang Feng waited until all the players were seated before clapping his hands. Guys, you all played very well in the first half. Trust me, as long as we stick to our current tactics and slowly wear them down, the longer it goes on, the more anxious they will become. Don't forget that we are in the lead right now, and this is an away game, Jiang Feng said to the players with a smile. Remember, when Manchester United have the ball in their midfield and defense, you must create a numerical advantage in a small area. Be quick with your tackles, not necessarily to win the ball, but just to disrupt their rhythm. When you get to the midfield and defense, it's the opposite. The focus becomes blocking their passing lanes. Don't make any rash moves. Ideally, you should force them into a corner. Understand? Jiang Feng paused briefly before continuing to explain the tactics. Understood, boss. That was his tactic for the match, even without Ibrahimovic's goal. After all, it was his away game, and Manchester United would be even more eager to score than he was. From the very beginning of the match, he had to fight with the opponent for control of the rhythm. In football, whoever can control the rhythm of the game will win. Soon, the break ended, and both sides returned to the field. Neither Jiang Feng nor Ferguson made any adjustments to their lineups. Chapter 197, A Battle of Wits and Courage. The second half of the match officially began with Kalina's whistle. Just as Jiang Feng had predicted, Manchester United launched a counterattack immediately after the start of the second half. At this time, Kaiserslautern, following Jiang Feng's instructions in midfield, slightly tightened their defensive line and immediately launched a high-intensity high press in the midfield and forward areas. Although the formation was slightly lowered, compared to the first half, Kaiserslautern's three lines on the field remained quite compact, firmly controlling the midfield. De Rossi and Gattuso's decisive defensive actions made Manchester United's midfield attack extremely difficult. However, this is also a head-on defensive approach, which can be quite taxing for Kaiserslautern's players. However, Jiang Feng also believed that Manchester United could not maintain such an attacking intensity for the entire 45 minutes of the second half. Therefore, at this time, it was more of a test of willpower between the two sides. Jiang Feng had already prepared for this situation. Mascherano, Schweinsteiger, and others on the sidelines had been warming up since the start of the second half. After a series of unsuccessful attacks at the start of the game, Ferguson once again came out of the coaching bench and stood on the sidelines, shouting at the Manchester United players on the field from time to time. Behind him, some of the Manchester United substitutes also got up and began to warm up, clearly indicating that Ferguson was also beginning to make adjustments to the lineup on the field. We're in a bit of a predicament on the field right now. Ferguson's assistant coach, Mullenstein, reminded him, standing next to Ferguson. When Kaiserslautern is on the field, their high pressing by the four attacking players in the front makes it very difficult for Manchester United to pass the ball. Once the ball reaches Kaiserslautern's backfield, they use a different defensive tactic, basically preventing Manchester United from having comfortable passing lanes and forcing them to keep moving forward and get stuck in dead ends, losing their chance to pass. Manchester United, on the other hand, seemed a bit impatient in their attack, which is understandable given that they are currently trailing. Kaiserslautern, meanwhile, has become increasingly patient as time goes on, and the game has gradually become a situation where Kaiserslautern is trying to slow down the pace, while Manchester United is trying to pick up the tempo. However, Kaiserslautern is not just slow all the time. When they find an opportunity to counterattack, Kaiserslautern's counterattack speed is very fast. They are very skilled at switching between fast and slow. Little warm-up. Ferguson said to Mullenstein. On the other side, Jiang Feng saw Solskjaer stand up on the Manchester United bench and start warming up on the sidelines. Jiang Feng knew that the final battle had arrived. Ferguson playing the Solskjaer card meant that Manchester United was going all out. Solskjaer is a very well-rounded player, and what's even more remarkable is that he can excel in any position. In the 69th minute, Manchester United made a substitution, and to Jiang Feng's surprise, Solskjaer replaced Varane. To Jiang Feng's surprise, Solskjaer created a very good opportunity for Manchester United as soon as he came on. He made a fierce tackle in the backfield to steal the ball from De Rossi and then passed it directly to Beckham. Beckham then launched a long diagonal pass to Scholes, who took the ball and faced Gattuso's defense. At this point, Solskjaer should have dropped back to support Scholes, and De Rossi was ready to provide cover. However, to everyone's surprise, Solskjaer did not choose to do so, but instead charged directly towards Kaiserslautern's defense. This is where the trouble begins. De Rossi can only chase back to Solskjaer, and at this moment, Van Nistelrooy suddenly makes a run on the edge of the penalty area, creating a gap in Kaiserslautern's defense. Jiang Feng, standing on the sidelines, was immediately alarmed when he saw Solskjaer and Van Nistelrooy making runs forward and backward in front of the penalty area. He also saw Scholes' pass arrive, so he knew exactly what was going to happen next. Solskjaer chipped the ball over Colaccini's head without stopping it, then volleyed it past Colaccini. Manchester United's attack was incredibly fast, from passing to shooting, leaving the Kaiserslautern defenders somewhat caught off guard. At the crucial moment, Cech, who had been highly focused, did not disappoint Jiang Feng's trust. Facing Solskjaer's shot, Cech made a diving save and punched the ball out of bounds with one hand. The instant Cech deflected the ball out of bounds, a gasp and a sigh almost simultaneously erupted from the stands at Old Trafford. The sigh came from Manchester United fans, while the gasp came from Kaiserslautern fans. Manchester United's corner kick. Beckham arrived at the corner flag, and chaos erupted in Kaiserslautern's penalty area. Beckham's corner kick was intended to find Van Nistelrooy at the near post, but Metzelder made a very solid save, clearing the ball with a timely long kick after securing a favorable position, thus averting the crisis. Seeing that Manchester United's attack had failed once again, Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and immediately made a substitution. In the 74th minute, Kaiserslautern made a substitution, with Mascherano replacing the exhausted Gattuso. After coming on, Mascherano clearly followed Jiang Feng's instructions, closely marking Solskjaer. Jiang Feng's intention was very clear. Aren't you a top substitute? I'll mark you tightly. Seeing Solskjaer, whom he had just substituted on, immediately being tightly marked by the opponent, Ferguson on the sidelines was also somewhat distressed. Damn it, this bastard is so difficult to deal with. It seems he has studied us carefully. Mullenstein said to Ferguson with some annoyance. In the 79th minute, Manchester United made another substitution, with Andy Cole replacing Giggs. Manchester United returned to their 4-4-2 formation, with Solskjaer moving to the left wing. Jiang Feng knew that Manchester United were making a final push. The meaning is very clear. We must intensify our attack. Jiang Feng then made personnel adjustments almost simultaneously, with Iniesta replacing Kaká and Schweinsteiger replacing De Rossi. Although Kaká did not score in this match, he made great contributions to the team's overall attack, and therefore his physical strength was greatly depleted. De Rossi was in the same situation. Jiang Feng's substitution was also aimed at maintaining the midfield advantage. Chapter 198 Advantages. Kaiserslautern had just made a substitution when Iniesta, who had just come on, created a chance. In the 83rd minute, Schweinsteiger anticipated Scholes' passing intention near the center circle and intercepted the ball midway. Schweinsteiger then launched a long diagonal pass to Ronaldo on the left wing. Ronaldo, facing Beckham's defense, first performed a series of stepovers, then feinted an overtaking maneuver with his left foot, shifting Beckham's weight. Ronaldo then pulled the ball back and easily completed the breakthrough with a flick of his right foot. After getting past Beckham, Gary Neville was ready to pounce. Ronaldo didn't bother with Neville. Instead, he made a cross to Iniesta, who was coming to receive the ball. When Iniesta received the ball, Keane was not in a defensive position because he had just made an attacking run. For a moment, there was no defender around Iniesta when he received the ball. After advancing a few steps, Iniesta realized he had drawn the opponent's attention. He feinted to the right, fooling Blanc, who was about to block him. While Iniesta's eyes were on the right, he sent the ball over the top to the left. It turned out that Ronaldo, who had passed the ball, had somehow gotten past Neville and cut inside into the penalty area. Ronaldo, who got to the ball before the defender, immediately made a cross to Ibrahimovic near the penalty spot. At this point, it was very simple for Ibrahimovic to do: lean against Brown and push the ball into the goal guarded by Barthez once again. 2-0, Kaiserslautern took a 2-goal lead in the 84th minute. This goal ignited the Kaiserslautern fans in the stands at Old Trafford, tilting the balance of the game in Kaiserslautern's favor. All the Kaiserslautern players on the field were incredibly excited, running to Ibrahimovic's side one by one. Even goalkeeper Czech came over. Everyone understood what this goal meant to them. Denilson, who scored the goal, sprinted all the way to the Kaiserslautern fan stand and made a fist-pumping gesture. Manchester United, on the other hand, seemed rather lifeless. Keane angrily kicked the goalpost, while Barthez lay in front of the goal, clutching his face. Ferguson, who had been standing anxiously on the sidelines, had somehow returned to his seat on the coaching bench. They knew they had lost the game, lost decisively, and the 0-2 scoreline had essentially sealed their fate in the Champions League this season. Great Emperor! Great Emperor! Great Emperor! Although the match wasn't over yet, after it restarted, Jiang Feng continued to stand on the sidelines, constantly reminding the players to be wary of the opponent's counterattack. However, the shouts of the Kaiserslautern fans in the stands were gradually spreading outwards from their own section, while the dejected Manchester United fans had no will to fight back. Slowly, the fans' shouts became more unified and resounding throughout the stadium. Great Emperor! Great Emperor! At this moment, Jiang Feng is a god in the hearts of all Kaiserslautern people, and no one can desecrate him, because he has once again set a record in Kaiserslautern's history, because he has once again taken a big step forward toward his goal. After 90 minutes of play, referee Kalina blew the final whistle. Ladies and gentlemen, with the referee's whistle, the match is over. In the first leg of the 2001-2002 UEFA Champions League semi-final, Kaiserslautern defeated Manchester United 2-0 away. This result may have surprised some, but I'm not. Considering the performance of both teams throughout the match, Kaiserslautern deserved this victory. That concludes today's live broadcast. Goodbye. With Huang Jinxiang's closing remarks, the semi-final officially came to an end. Because it was an away game, Kaiserslautern's players did not celebrate the victory excessively. They simply interacted with the Kaiserslautern fans who had traveled from afar for a while before returning to the locker room. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, went to Ferguson's side, smiled, and extended his right hand. They admit it. You won't be so lucky next time. Ferguson, having lost the game, gave Jiang Feng a cold shoulder. After briefly dealing with reporters at the press conference, the entire Kaiserslautern team flew back to Germany from Manchester City that evening. In the other semi-final of this round, Real Madrid hosted Barcelona at the Bernabeu Stadium. Real Madrid won 3-1, giving them a significant advantage in the series. Although Barcelona had an away goal, the two-goal gap was not easily bridged, making the next leg even more intense. Back at the club, although the upcoming match schedule was still very tight, Jiang Feng decided to give everyone a day off after seeing the fatigue on their faces. On April 8th, Kaiserslautern will play their 30th Bundesliga match against St. Pauli away from home. After this round of league matches, Kaiserslautern will face two crucial games. The second leg against Manchester United on April 11th, and the Bundesliga Round 31 match on April 15th, where Kaiserslautern will host Borussia Dortmund, who currently lead the Bundesliga standings by 2 points. Everyone who follows the Bundesliga considers this match a battle for the Bundesliga title. Therefore, in the 30th round of the league, Jiang Feng arranged for a large number of substitute players to play against a team like St. Pauli. Goalkeeper Neuer, left-back Arbeloa, right-back Ramos, center-backs Barzagli and Thiago Silva, defensive midfielders Schweinsteiger and Mascherano, attacking midfielder Iniesta, left winger Robin, right winger Palacio, and center forward Klose. None of the players who started in the previous match against Manchester United played in this game. Even Ibrahimovic, Kaká, and Gattuso were not on the roster. This rotated lineup did not disappoint Jiang Feng. After 90 minutes of play at St. Pauli's home ground, Kaiserslautern easily defeated the home team 2-0, continuing to put pressure on Dortmund, who also won this round. Chapter 199 Declaration of Victory. Time quickly came to April 11th, and Kaiserslautern hosted the second leg of the Champions League semi-final at their home stadium, with the match starting just over 10 minutes away. Inside the home team's locker room at the stadium. Before the season started, I said I would win all the championships this season. At that time, many people outside said we were being arrogant, and many people thought it was impossible for us to accomplish such a task. But I think a person cannot be without dreams, cannot be without goals. This season we have encountered a lot of difficulties, but in the end we have overcome them one by one. Now there are not many opponents standing in our way. As long as we continue to stick to doing our best, then these remaining opponents will not be able to stop us at all. Guys, take down everyone in our way, go and bring back all the championships we can win, and then shout to everyone that we are the strongest. Understood, take them out. Jiang Feng's tactical arrangements in this match once again surprised Ferguson. Ferguson originally thought that Kaiserslautern, who were already 2 goals ahead, would play more conservatively in this match, and would play a defensive counterattacking tactic like they did in the second half of the previous match. But after the match started, Ferguson realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. Fueled by the cheers of their home fans, Kaiserslautern played very proactively from the first minute of the match, even putting Manchester United back in their own half for a time. If you didn't know the result of the previous leg, some people might even think that Kaiserslautern was the one trailing. Throughout the match, Kaiserslautern demonstrated to everyone what it means to be the best defense is offense. Even after Cristiano Ronaldo broke the deadlock with a low shot from a tight angle inside the penalty area in the 38th minute, Kaiserslautern did not relax for a moment. Throughout the entire match, right up to the final moments, Manchester United showed no signs of turning the tide and were dominated by Kaiserslautern for a full 90 minutes. The match ended with Kaiserslautern securing a clean 2-0 victory over Manchester United at the Fritz-Walter Stadium, ultimately winning 4-0 on aggregate and securing their place in the Champions League final. In the other semi-final, Real Madrid, playing away at Camp Nou, drew 1-1 with Barcelona, thus eliminating their arch-rivals 3-2 on aggregate and advancing to the Champions League final. Thus, the 2001-2002 UEFA Champions League final match was between Kaiserslautern from the Bundesliga and Real Madrid from La Liga. The final match was scheduled for May 18th at Hampden Park in Scotland. This was the first major match held at this famous five-star stadium in Europe since its renovation in 1999. UEFA's decision to hold the Champions League final at Hampden Park this season was also a way of inaugurating this renowned European stadium. After this match, Kaiserslautern can now focus all their energy on matches in Germany, as this Champions League final will be their last game of the season. This is a real relief for Kaiserslautern, as the team has been exhausted from the recent string of matches. However, this was only a slight relief, as the 31st round of the Bundesliga will kick off in 3 days, and Kaiserslautern will face the most important league match of the season, a match that has captivated the hearts of countless Bundesliga fans. Because the result of this match could very well determine who will be the final Bundesliga champion, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a final. At the press conference after the match against Manchester United, Jiang Feng was asked by a reporter whether he was confident about the upcoming crucial league game. Jiang Feng said, "Our goal before this season was to win every championship we could. This goal has never changed, no matter what difficulties we have encountered. Although we are a young team, it is precisely because we are young that we have a very strong will. We are not afraid of difficulties. Since the start of this season, we have overcome countless difficulties. On this point, I want to thank my players. It is because of their unconditional support that I can say loudly that I will win every championship we can." Jiang Feng's declaration of victory made headlines in many media outlets after the match. Although many people criticized Jiang Feng for his boastful words, many fans were also inspired by the fighting spirit shown by Jiang Feng and Kaiserslautern, and young people made up the majority of these fans. April 15th arrived quickly, and the 31st round of the Bundesliga officially kicked off, with all 9 matches taking place simultaneously at 6 p.m. Nearly 2 hours before the match started, the Fritz-Walter Stadium was already packed, and Jiang Feng's declaration of victory further boosted his popularity in Kaiserslautern. This top-of-the-table clash in the Bundesliga has attracted the attention of countless people. The match started quickly. Even though Jiang Feng had made a bold declaration of winning the championship before the match, he still took Dortmund very seriously during the game. Under Jiang Feng's arrangement, Kaiserslautern fielded their strongest lineup in this match. The same applies to Borussia Dortmund. From the very beginning of the match, both sides committed significant resources to the midfield. Both teams were well aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses, so there was no need for probing. As a result, the match was intense from the outset. Even in the first 30 minutes of the match, Dortmund had a slight advantage on the field and created several very good scoring opportunities. But in the end, Czech made a successful save. 30 minutes later, under Jiang Feng's on-field command, Kaiserslautern changed their attacking tactics, gradually turning the tide of the game and slowly regaining control of the situation. In the 44th minute of the match, Klose's header in the penalty area gave Kaiserslautern the lead. The pass came from Kaka, who had switched positions with Quaresma and moved to the right wing. At the start of the second half, Dortmund suffered another blow when Kaka's long-range shot from outside the penalty area was saved by the opposing goalkeeper. However, the unpredictable Cristiano Ronaldo appeared at the first point of contact and delicately tapped the ball in, extending Kaiserslautern's lead. Although Dortmund managed to pull one back for Rosicky in the 81st minute through a free kick, it was too late to change the outcome of the match. In the end, Kaiserslautern defeated Dortmund 2-1 at their home ground, successfully overtaking them by 1 point to regain the top spot in the Bundesliga standings. Chapter 200: The Second Champion. After the match, Kaiserslautern fans danced and sang in the stands, chanting the Kaiserslautern anthem. Winning this top-of-the-table clash means the team has gained an advantage in their title defense. With 3 matches remaining in the league, returning to the top of the table is definitely something Kaiserslautern should be very happy about. On the other hand, for Borussia Dortmund, being overtaken by their opponents at the last moment after leading for most of the season was a huge blow to their morale. In the post-match press conference, the Borussia Dortmund coach also acknowledged the responsibility for the loss. However, the rivalry between Kaiserslautern and Borussia Dortmund is not over yet, as a crucial match awaits both teams after the 31st round of the league. On April 18th, the final of the 2001-2002 German Cup will be held at the Weser Stadium, and the two teams participating in the final are Kaiserslautern and Borussia Dortmund, who have just finished the top-of-the-table clash in the 31st round of the Bundesliga. Before the season started, Borussia Dortmund had a phenomenal start, but they never imagined that by the end of the season, their team might have a season with no results. Such a high investment would be unacceptable to the team's board of directors if they could achieve nothing by the end of the season. It's fair to say that this result is a very difficult fact for Borussia Dortmund to accept, especially considering that the Dortmund board has paid a heavy price, not only for the huge investment in the summer, but also for the unfair match that Kaiserslautern suffered last time. Therefore, before the start of the German Cup final, the Borussia Dortmund board of directors gave head coach Matthias Sammer a firm order. They must win the title, or Sammer's job would be in jeopardy. To be honest, no one expected that Dortmund would end up like this season. They were eliminated from the Champions League group stage, overtaking the league with 3 rounds left, and now their opponent in the cup final is the same team that just defeated them. At the press conference following the conclusion of the 31st round of the league, when interviewed by reporters, Sammer was asked if he was confident about the upcoming German Cup final. Sammer confidently stated that he had found Kaiserslautern's weaknesses and that Dortmund was well prepared for the final. He believed that Dortmund would definitely be the victor. Furthermore, Sammer added that the league was not over yet, and being 1 point behind was not the end of the world. Dortmund still had a chance. Jiang Feng's response to the same question was different. Anything can happen on the court. It's too early to say whether we're confident or not. I can only say that we are not afraid of any opponent, but I hope to play under fair conditions. Jiang Feng's answer clearly carried another meaning. As time went by, it quickly came to 3 p.m. on April 18th. Led by Jiang Feng, the entire Kaiserslautern team departed from Kaiserslautern by team bus for the final venue. An hour before the match began, the Kaiserslautern players, led by Jiang Feng, entered the Weser Stadium to begin their acclimatization training. The stands were almost full. The number of Dortmund and Kaiserslautern fans present was nearly equal, with both teams having nearly 20,000 fans. The rest were neutral fans from Werder Bremen. As time slowly passed and the start of the match drew closer, the atmosphere inside the Weser Stadium reached its peak. Finally, the starting players of both teams stepped onto the field under the guidance of the referee team, and cheers and boos from the fans of both teams resounded throughout the stadium. The German Football Association, DFB, has fielded a referee team led by Merck for today's match. It seems that Jiang Feng's words in a previous interview had an effect, as the DFB doesn't want this match, which has been watched by the world, to end up as a scandal. Jiang Feng stood on the sidelines and took a deep look at the German Cup Championship trophy that was already placed there. Although he had already won it once, Jiang Feng was still deeply captivated by the trophy. However, it was probably not the trophy itself that captivated Jiang Feng, but rather the desire for the championship. After a brief ceremony and the coin toss hosted by Merck, the players from both sides took their positions and waited for the match to officially begin. Once the players were in position, Merck glanced at his watch and then blew the whistle to start the match. Dortmund's starting lineup for this match, as chosen by Sammer, was the same as that for the league match 3 days prior. Kaiserslautern, on the other hand, made some changes with Ramos and Metzelder partnering in the center-back position, Schweinsteiger and Gattuso forming the defensive midfield pairing, Drogba leading the attack, and Robben on the left wing. At the start of the match, what was surprising was that Borussia Dortmund, who had confidently predicted victory before the game, chose to retreat entirely. This tactical arrangement shocked many people. Many Dortmund fans in the stands found it unacceptable, let alone the Dortmund executives in the VIP boxes. In their view, Sammer's choice seemed to show fear of Kaiserslautern, as if they had already lost half the battle before it even began. Jiang Feng, watching from the sidelines, found the opponent's tactical setup somewhat unbelievable. He didn't understand why Sammer would choose to play a passive defensive role. However, since the opponent had made this choice, Jiang Feng felt he shouldn't miss out on their good intentions. He shouted a few times at the Kaiserslautern players on the field, and then made a forward gesture. Jiang Feng's meaning was very clear. Since you want to defend, I'll show you whether you can defend against my attack. To be honest, Jiang Feng felt that no team in the Bundesliga this season could withstand his all-out attack. In the 11th minute, Kaiserslautern found an excellent opportunity. Robben's cross from the wing found Drogba in the middle. Unable to shoot, Drogba headed the ball to the far post, where Quaresma's volley was parried by the highly focused Lehmann. who punched the ball out of play with one hand. Kaiserslautern were awarded a corner kick. Lahm's corner kick was headed out of the penalty area by Dortmund defender Kohler. Schweinsteiger, outside the penalty area, immediately unleashed a powerful shot, which hit the crossbar and bounced out of bounds. Dortmund escaped a close call, and these two consecutive shots gave the Dortmund fans in the stands a real scare. Chapter 2, 0-1 the second champion 2. Before Dortmund fans could even breathe a sigh of relief, Kaiserslautern's attack came back strong. In the 17th minute, Robin once again dribbled down the left flank. This time, despite being double-teamed, Robin performed a skillful outside run for the fans. Upon reaching the edge of the penalty area, he made a sudden stop and change of direction, fooling the defenders chasing him. He then dribbled laterally along the penalty area line, took a few steps, and unleashed a long-range shot. Robin seemed to be in excellent form after the shot, fully prepared for a goal. Bang! The football slammed against the post and bounced out of bounds after bypassing Lehmann's hands. Standing on the sidelines, Jiang Feng could hardly believe his eyes. Less than 20 minutes into the game, the crossbar and the post had been hit once. The goalposts were cursed today. This time, Sammer was getting restless. He felt that his team's passive defense was not a solution, as if Kaiserslautern could break through their goal at any moment. Sammer paced anxiously back and forth on the sidelines, gesturing to the players on the field and directing them to press forward. However, what Sammer didn't know was that in the first 20 minutes of the game, Kaiserslautern had already established their momentum, and Dortmund couldn't simply push forward to overcome the situation. Kaiserslautern quickly suppressed Dortmund's rising offensive. In the 31st minute, Kaiserslautern finally scored their first goal. Kaka dribbled past two Dortmund defenders with a series of changes of direction and sudden stops in the middle of the field. Then he suddenly played a through ball to Robin, who had been very active in the game, just outside the penalty area. Robin's sudden acceleration caused Dortmund's attempt to create an offside trap to fail. Once inside the penalty area, Robin took a shot with the inside of his right foot from a 45-degree angle. This time, Lehmann was not so lucky. The ball went directly between Lehmann's legs and rolled into the near corner of the goal. 1-0. In the 32nd minute, Kaiserslautern broke the deadlock with a combination between Kaka and Robin. After seeing Robin score, Jiang Feng excitedly high-fived and hugged the assistant coach next to him. This goal shattered Dortmund's fragile spirits. After the game restarted, Dortmund's players were clearly out of sorts, and no matter how much Sammer shouted from the sidelines, nothing changed. This momentum continued until the end of the match, and even Sammer's series of substitutions in the second half could not stop Kaiserslautern's advance. In the 64th and 78th minutes of the second half, Drogba scored 2 goals with a header and a volley, sealing the victory for Kaiserslautern. Finally, with a final whistle from referee Merck, the 2001-2002 German Cup final came to a complete end. Kaiserslautern defeated Borussia Dortmund 3-0. Kaiserslautern won the German Cup again after 6 years. At the moment the whistle blew, all the Kaiserslautern players rushed onto the field, while Jiang Feng walked towards the somewhat disappointed Sammer with a smile on his face. Jiang, congratulations. Thank you. Keep it up. Despite looking somewhat down on his luck, Sammer still offered his congratulations to Jiang Feng in a gentlemanly manner. After a brief exchange with Sammer, Jiang Feng went onto the field to share the joy of victory with his players. When the Kaiserslautern fans in the stands saw Jiang Feng enter the field, they chanted Emperor, 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 in unison once again. Almost all the Kaiserslautern fans also made a gesture of worship in Jiang Feng's direction, paying tribute to him in this way. Some of the older Kaiserslautern fans in the stands had tears in their eyes, tears of joy, of course. Only these fans, who had experienced the ups and downs of Kaiserslautern, could truly understand how difficult it was for Kaiserslautern to get to where it is today. Only after they experienced these hardships did they come to admire and respect Jiang Feng even more. It was Jiang Feng who gave them hope for Kaiserslautern's rise. However, what they didn't know was that their idolized and respected head coach probably didn't have many days left with them. As Kaiserslautern players lifted Jiang Feng and circled the field, staff in the center of the stadium began setting up the podium. German Football Association President Zwanziger and Vice President Beckenbauer, who were there to present the awards, had already arrived at the sidelines and were talking quietly to each other. I heard that Jiang's contract renewal negotiations failed. Yes, I've heard that too. If Kaiserslautern wins the Champions League, they probably won't be able to keep them. France, I still hope you can step in on this matter. If Jiang leaves the Bundesliga, we will lose a lot. You should be very clear about that. I know, but even if I intervene, the chances are slim. After the last incident, I can sense that he is very disappointed with the club. While Zwanziger and Beckenbauer were exchanging ideas, the podium on the field had already been set up. The awards ceremony then officially began. Borussia Dortmund, as the runner-up, were the first to receive their medals, but none of the players were happy about them. As in football, being the runner-up means defeat. Finally, the exciting moment arrived. One by one, the entire Kaiserslautern team received the championship medals for Beckenbauer. When it was Jiang Feng's turn, Beckenbauer hugged Jiang Feng and whispered something in his ear. Jiang, think about it, come to Bayern. I'll agree to whatever conditions you have. Thank you. I will consider it, Mr. Franz. When De Rossi, as the team captain, received the championship trophy from Zwanziger, the atmosphere reached its peak. As De Rossi raised the trophy, the music of We Are the Champions and confetti filled the air above the stadium. Kaiserslautern won their second title of the season. Jiang Feng watched his players celebrating wildly on the field, his thoughts drifting far away. To be honest, Jiang Feng was momentarily tempted by Beckenbauer's invitation. Coaching a top club is every coach's dream. However, that temptation was fleeting. After the last incident, Jiang Feng was indeed somewhat disappointed with the Bundesliga. Even without that incident, if he could lead Kaiserslautern to a grand slam this season, Jiang Feng was unlikely to stay at Kaiserslautern. Ultimately, Kaiserslautern wasn't a big club, and their current performance was already their peak. Retiring at the peak was always the best option. Chapter 2, O2 Honesty about the future. At the post-match press conference, Jiang Feng walked into the hall with a smile on his face. When Jiang Feng entered, Sammer had already finished the interview and was about to get up and leave. From Sammer's gloomy face, Jiang Feng could tell that Sammer must have been irritated by the questions asked by the reporters at the scene. After Jiang Feng sat down, the reporters present raised their hands one by one to signal him. Mr. Jiang Feng, first of all, congratulations on winning the German Cup. I would like to ask you, do you have the determination to win the League and Champions League finals for Kaiserslautern? Or is Kaiserslautern ready? Thank you. Of course, my players and I have always had a winning mentality, which is an indispensable factor in our success this season. As for the preparation you mentioned, I would like to say that we have been prepared since before the start of this season and have never let up. Mr. Jiang Feng, at this moment, who is the person you miss the most? Who do you most want to share the joy of winning the championship with? Of course, she's my girlfriend. I hope to share this joy with her. Mr. Jiang Feng, I'm a reporter from the Munich Evening News. As far as I know, your contract with Kaiserslautern expires at the end of this season, and I also know that you haven't renewed it yet. Does this mean you'll be leaving Kaiserslautern at the end of this season? Also, during the awards ceremony just now, I noticed that you and Mr. Franz had some conversation. Was Mr. Franz extending an invitation to you? Or, I'd like to ask Mr. Jiang Feng, where is your future? Bundesliga? Premier League? Serie A? Or La Liga? When the Munich Evening News reporter posed this question, the room erupted in an uproar. Nobody knew that Jiang Feng hadn't renewed his contract with Kaiserslautern yet. But on second thought, it seemed very likely, because if he had already renewed, Kaiserslautern would have already announced it. Jiang Feng also felt that this reporter was really well informed. The club had been keeping the news of the breakdown and contract renewal talks with him very tightly under wraps, and Jiang Feng didn't know how it had leaked out. Sir reporter, you've asked so many questions at once. I don't even know which one to answer first. I did speak with Mr. Franz just now, but it was just a polite exchange. As for my future, I think no one can be 100% certain about what their future will be like. Just like me, I'm just an ordinary person, so I'm not sure where my future lies either. Like you said, maybe I'll stay in Kaiserslautern, or maybe I'll go out and see the world. Who can say for sure? I really haven't thought about that right now, because we still have very important matches to finish. I hope I can devote myself entirely to the matches, and I'll think about these things after all the matches are over. Jiang Feng thought for a moment before answering the question. Although Jiang Feng didn't say it explicitly, all the reporters present were shrewd enough to understand that after Jiang Feng finished speaking, it was virtually impossible for him to stay at Kaiserslautern after the season ended. This news was absolutely explosive for the reporters present, and no one paid any more attention to Kaiserslautern's championship victory. After answering a few questions, Jiang Feng left the press conference. On the second day after the German Cup final, many German media outlets began reporting on Jiang Feng's answers at the press conference. The German newspaper Bild chose a photo of Jiang Feng standing on the sidelines looking ahead after winning the championship and placed it on its front page with the headline, "I don't know where my future lies." The article quoted Jiang Feng verbatim from his interview with reporters. In the article, the Bild reporter also carefully analyzed the loss that Jiang Feng's departure would bring to Kaiserslautern. The Munich Evening News chose to feature a clip of Jiang Feng and Beckenbauer chatting amicably, with the headline being quite explicit, "Bayern welcomes you, the Emperor." The article confidently stated that Beckenbauer had formally extended an invitation to Jiang Feng, and that Jiang Feng had not refused. The article concluded by saying that Jiang Feng would become the target of all teams in this summer's transfer market. Subsequently, media outlets of all sizes in Germany began to reprint the news from these two largest German media outlets, and gradually the whole of Europe began to discuss Jiang Feng's situation. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of Kaiserslautern, The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Jiang, you put the team in a very passive position. Frederick's face was very grim. Early this morning, he received calls from the team sponsor, Volkswagen, and the president of the Football Association. Both of them demanded that he keep Jiang Feng. The Volkswagen representative's words made it very clear that if Jiang Feng couldn't be kept, the sponsorship fee would be greatly reduced. So, early this morning, Frederick called Jiang Feng to his office. Mr. Chairman, I didn't say anything. These reporters just wrote nonsense. Jiang, since you said you didn't say anything, and Andreas is here too, we just wanted to ask why you didn't renew your contract. Is there something wrong with it? If so, please bring it up, and we can discuss it. Mr. Chairman, as I said before, there are no problems with the contract, but I still hope to discuss these matters after the season ends. Mr. Chairman, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Jiang Feng left the office. Andreas, can you find a suitable replacement? After Jiang Feng left, Frederick's expression darkened further. Sir, we have a few candidates, but we're still in talks. However, sir, I think we should have a proper talk with Jiang. I feel there are some things that can be clarified. There's no need for this. So far, no one is more suitable for us than him. As you can see, it's not that I don't want to keep him, it's that he simply doesn't want to continue the negotiations. I just don't believe that no one else can be the head coach of Kaiserslautern. Gentlemen, alright Andreas, stop talking. Go and see if there are any suitable players for us. The team is financially very well off right now. Okay, I'll try my best. What Frederick didn't know was that Brame had something else to say. After Jiang Feng revealed that he might leave Kaiserslautern next season, the club received a lot of transfer offers overnight. Almost every player in the first team received offers, and key players like Ibrahimovic, Ronaldo, Gattuso, Kaká, and De Rossi each received offers from several teams, mostly from top clubs in the top 5 leagues, and some traditional powerhouses. Chapter 203, Eliminating Hidden Dangers. What troubles Bremer most is not these issues, but rather the fact that many player contract renewals that were originally under negotiation have been put on hold. Many players are now observing the situation, and Bremer believes that once Jiang Feng truly leaves, very few of the current players will be able to remain. What's really embarrassing for the club is that after a round of contract renewal negotiations, most of the first-team players now have only about a year left on their contracts with the club. So the team can't restrict these players too much, because if the relationship sours, Kaiserslautern might not get any return on these transfers. As time went on, rumors of Jiang Feng leaving Kaiserslautern intensified in Germany and Europe. In recent days, many Kaiserslautern fans have gathered in front of the club every day, holding banners to keep Jiang Feng, and some radical fans have even shouted, "We want Jiang Feng, not Frederick." These issues gradually affected the team's training. Seeing that many players were distracted these past few days, Jiang Feng knew he couldn't let things continue like this. No matter what happened outside, it couldn't affect the team's training and matches. Guys, I know you all care about me a lot, but I want to tell you that no matter what happens next season, at least for now, we're still together, and we still have goals to achieve. I've always emphasized not to let rumors affect you. Every one of you here is a professional player, and we all have our own professional principles and bottom lines. So I hope that each of you can put aside your doubts and confusion and focus all your energy on training and games. And one last thing. If I were to leave, you would be the first to know. Even if I'm no longer here, I still hope to continue walking with you. Understand? Understood, boss. Jiang Feng's words revitalized the somewhat dejected players. Jiang Feng's meaning was very clear. Even if I leave, I hope to take you all with me. Although this was just a formality, and Jiang Feng couldn't possibly take everyone with him, the players could still feel his sincerity in those words. Jiang Feng could sense from the players' eyes that his words had had a significant effect. After eliminating the team's hidden dangers, Jiang Feng led the team on another journey. On April 22nd, the 32nd round of the Bundesliga kicked off again. Kaiserslautern will travel to Schalke 04 for this round. Schalke 04 can be said to have little to play for this season. After 31 rounds, they firmly hold 5th place in the league standings, 6 points ahead of 6th-placed Werder Bremen. With only 3 rounds remaining, they have essentially secured their 5th-place position. Bayer Leverkusen, also in 4th place, is 5 points ahead of Schalke 04. Therefore, Schalke 04's season objective is essentially complete. However, before the match, Schalke 04 coach Stevens, when asked about the game in an interview, confidently stated that he would lead the team to take the match seriously and would not allow Kaiserslautern to leave the Veltins arena unscathed. There's a reason why Stevens is being so high-profile. His position as manager at Schalke is unstable. According to local Schalke media reports, the club has already started contacting Jiang Feng's agent, Mendes, which has led to Stevens' jealousy. The match between Kaiserslautern and Schalke 04, held at 6 p.m. on April 22nd, officially began. After a few days of rest, Kaiserslautern fielded their full-strength squad and gave the home team a good lesson at the Veltins Arena, while also giving Stevens another blow to his precarious managerial position. Throughout the match, Schalke 04 was firmly suppressed by Kaiserslautern. At the end of the first half, Kaiserslautern was leading 2-0. After the start of the second half, Kaiserslautern stabbed Schalke 04 twice more in the 61st and 73rd minutes. After 90 minutes of play, Kaiserslautern defeated Schalke 04 4-0 away from home. Meanwhile, on another pitch, Borussia Dortmund were unaffected by their loss in the German Cup final, narrowly defeating Werder Bremen 1-0 away from home, keeping their title hopes alive. After the match, Kaiserslautern finally enjoyed a well-deserved week of rest. So upon returning to the club, Jiang Feng announced that the team would have another 2 days off. With 32 rounds of league matches completed, Kaiserslautern leads the standings with 81 points, followed by Borussia Dortmund with 80 points and Bayern Munich in third place with 77 points. The top 5 teams in the Bundesliga this season are all extremely strong. Based on points, Bayern's 77 points would have been enough to guarantee the title in previous seasons. But this season, they only managed third place. This clearly demonstrates the significant disparity in strength between the 18 Bundesliga teams. The day after the 32nd round of the league ended, a football commentator from the Munich Evening News published a report stating that the strong Bundesliga teams are constantly squeezing the survival space of smaller clubs. The report called on the German Football Association to address this issue as soon as possible, saying that if the Bundesliga continues like this for several seasons, many smaller clubs will not be able to survive. Perhaps the reporter's appeal worked and moved God, because in the 33rd round of the Bundesliga a week later, none of the top 5 teams in the Bundesliga standings managed to win. Apart from Kaiserslautern and Bayer Leverkusen, the other 3 teams in the top 5 were the ones with the most upsets. The 33rd round of the Bundesliga, with all 9 matches kicking off simultaneously at 6 p.m. on April 29th. Kaiserslautern hosted Bayer Leverkusen, a match that was originally a highlight of this round, with Dortmund hoping that Leverkusen could upset Kaiserslautern. In fact, Leverkusen did succeed in their goalkeeping attempt. After 90 minutes of play, Kaiserslautern and Leverkusen drew 1-1 at Leverkusen's home ground. Both goals in the match were scored by Leverkusen players. If it weren't for Leverkusen's own goal in the 87th minute, Kaiserslautern would probably have lost their first home game of the season. Besides Bayer Leverkusen's goalkeeper's outstanding performance, the Fritz-Walter Stadium's goalposts became the opponent's protectors. Kaiserslautern had a total of 2 shots hitting the post and 4 shots hitting the crossbar throughout the match, which would be described as extremely unlucky. Chapter 2:04 Defending the Title. After the match, Jiang Feng was prepared to be overtaken by Dortmund in the standings, but then a miraculous scene unfolded. Dortmund lost at home. Borussia Dortmund faced Nuremberg, a team currently mired in the relegation zone and ranked 16th in the standings, at their home ground. Dortmund were confident of a victory, but Nuremberg fought hard away from home. The game went on until stoppage time, with the score still 0-0. Everyone at Dortmund felt a little disappointed, because Kaiserslautern's match had already ended, and they received news that Kaiserslautern and Bayer Leverkusen had drawn. But no one expected that Nuremberg, who had been dominated throughout the game, would launch a sudden counterattack in the last minute and break through Dortmund's goal with a long-range shot. The moment the ball went into the goal, neither the Nuremberg nor Dortmund players could believe their eyes. Nuremberg only had 3 shots in the entire game, including this one, and it was on target that they scored. After the goal, the referee blew the final whistle before the game even restarted. Nuremberg ultimately secured 3 valuable points away from home, moving up to 15th place and successfully escaping the relegation zone with this victory. Dortmund, on the other hand, suffered a tragic defeat. With only 1 game left in the league, they not only failed to capitalize on Kaiserslautern's draw to overtake them, but instead widened the gap from 1 point to 2. After hearing the news, Jiang Feng could hardly believe his luck. However, this is actually quite normal. At the end of the season, there are often some unexpected results in the matches, as every team is fighting for its own destiny or goal. For many years, the Bundesliga has not seen a championship contest that goes down to the wire like this season. The upset in the 33rd round also proved the Munich Evening News, which had previously predicted a decline in the Bundesliga's future, wrong. After this round of matches, only the final round of matches remains in the Bundesliga. The day is fast approaching, May 7th, and the final round of the Bundesliga season will officially kick off today, with all 9 matches starting simultaneously at 6 p.m. Kaiserslautern will play their final league match of the season at home against Nuremberg, the team that saved them in the last game. Sometimes fate is truly amazing. Nuremberg secured their survival in the 33rd round with 1 game to spare, but now that they are safe, they face Kaiserslautern in their final match. Meanwhile, Dortmund also faced a weak team, Freiburg, who still had a sliver of hope of avoiding relegation. This schedule made Sammer's comments to reporters before the match sound somewhat bitter. I think all Bundesliga teams should at least have their own principles, which is to take every game seriously, no matter what kind of opponent they face or what their goal is. This is what Sammer said in an interview with reporters. In fact, everyone knows that he meant that he hoped Nuremberg could give it their all to stop Kaiserslautern. Perhaps Sammer's words spurred Nuremberg on, because during the match, Nuremberg did indeed set up a tight defensive formation at Fritz-Wald Stadion, focusing on counterattacking. However, this defensive formation failed to hold out for more than 30 minutes against Kaiserslautern's full-strength lineup. With the support of their home fans, Kaiserslautern broke the deadlock in the 32nd minute of the first half with a rebound shot from Kaka inside the penalty area. Then, in stoppage time of the first half, Ronaldo's shot from a near-zero angle gave Kaiserslautern a 2-goal lead. Meanwhile, on another field, Borussia Dortmund was also leading Freiburg 2-0. Sammer had been watching the game closely, and after learning that Kaiserslautern was in the lead, he sat somewhat dejectedly on the bench. Sammer knew that the championship was basically out of his reach. Soon the match ended, and both sides' chances of playing ended simultaneously. Kaiserslautern scored another goal in the second half and ultimately won 3-0 against Nuremberg at home. This result allowed Kaiserslautern to successfully defend their Bundesliga title. However, Kaiserslautern's successful title defense did not bring joy to the fans. Instead, weeping could be heard from the stands. Throughout the league match, the entire stadium was filled with banners pleading for Jiang Feng to stay, and a huge poster of Jiang Feng stood in the stand from the beginning to the end of the game. When the final whistle blew, Jiang Feng and his disciples went down to the stands. Jiang Feng bowed deeply to the fans and remained there for a long time. When he finally stood up, many reporters who were following him noticed that his face was covered in tears. It's over, viewers. Congratulations to Kaiserslautern and Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng led Kaiserslautern to the 2001-2002 Bundesliga title, successfully defending their title after winning it last season. However, through the camera, we can see that successfully defending the Bundesliga title didn't bring joy to the Kaiserslautern fans in the stands. Many fans shed tears of reluctance. We all know Jiang Feng is leaving. This match may be his last at the Fritz-Walter Stadium. In the domestic studio, Huang Jinxiang also appeared somewhat emotional. Yes, although we don't know why Jiang Feng left, we should wish him well no matter what. Upon seeing the tears on Jiang Feng's face, all the fans in the stadium erupted in a unified chant once again. Emperor! 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 Meanwhile, in the stadium's VIP box, Frederick looked at Jiang Feng, who was being worshipped by the fans, with a somewhat gloomy expression. He really didn't understand why Jiang Feng had left. If Jiang Feng knew what he was thinking at that moment, he would definitely tell him that they were two different kinds of people. One was a pure businessman, and the other was a pure head coach. At the post-match award ceremony, when Jiang Feng and De Rossi once again raised the salad bowl together, the emotions of parting in the stands intensified, and the shouts of the Emperor echoed throughout the stadium. Chapter 2:05 Defining the Goal. Leeds United is a football club located in Leeds, West Yorkshire, England. It was founded in 1904, but was initially called Leeds City Club. Leeds United was officially established after Leeds City was dissolved in 1919. Leeds United enjoyed a glorious period in the 20th century under Don Ree-Wise management, but their fortunes declined after his departure. The 1998-99 season saw Leeds United hire David O'Reilly as manager, marking a turning point in their fortunes. Under O'Reilly's leadership, the team's performance improved dramatically. In his first season, they qualified for the UEFA Cup. In the 1999-2000 season, they finished third in the league, securing Champions League qualification and reaching the UEFA Cup semi-finals. This brought O'Reilly's reputation at Leeds United to its peak, and Leeds United began to splurge in the football market using loans. Rio Ferdinand, Viduka, Decourt, and Robbie Keane all joined Leeds United one after another, and the team also had talented players such as Kuehl, Bowyer, Hart, Alan Smith, and Woodgate. For a time, Leeds United was also known as the young guard in Europe by fans. Leeds United's massive spending on transfers through loans was intended to use Champions League qualification to offset their financial deficit through television broadcasting and sponsorship revenue. However, club chairman Peter Ridsdale did not anticipate that in the 2000-2001 season, Leeds United finished fourth in the league and failed to qualify for the Champions League the following season. Furthermore, they were eliminated in the Champions League semi-finals by Valencia, further exacerbating Leeds United's financial woes. This season, Leeds United did not relent but continued to invest heavily in the transfer market, bringing in Seth Johnson and Robbie Fowler. However, under O'Reilly's leadership, Leeds United only managed a fifth-place finish in the league this season, failing to secure Champions League qualification. The largest shareholder of Leeds United is Ridsdale, who owns 27% of the company. The second largest shareholder is John McKinsey, who owns 10.3% of the company. The rest are scattered shareholders. After finishing his championship parade, Jiang Feng returned home and received an email from Mendez, in which he looked at the final acquisition target. According to Mendez's proposal, now is the best time to acquire Leeds United. After reviewing the information, Jiang Feng immediately contacted Mendez by phone. Hi Jorge, I received the email and just read it. Could you explain it to me in more detail why Leeds United is the best choice? Jiang, according to my friend's investigation, Leeds United's two largest shareholders are seeking to sell their shares. As you know, the European economy is not doing well right now, so no one has shown any interest in Leeds United, especially those who know a bit about the club. Therefore, the price is negotiable. And the most crucial point is that my friend found out that Leeds United has reached a private agreement with Manchester United. This summer, Leeds United's centre-back and captain, Rio Ferdinand, will transfer to Manchester United. Although the transfer fee is not yet clear, I estimate it will not be less than £25 million. This shows that Leeds United's finances are in a very critical situation, otherwise they wouldn't be selling off their star player. So how much money do you think it would take to complete the acquisition of Leeds United? I want absolute control. I don't want anyone to pressure me with the board of directors. And can you calculate the specific debt? Jiang, my friend, can only give you a rough figure on this point. If you want to achieve a controlling stake of more than 50%, you will need at least £45 million. In addition, if you can complete the acquisition before the transfers between Leeds United and Manchester United are officially announced, then the actual debt will not be much, probably around £30 to £40 million. Actually, my friend thinks you don't need to worry too much about this debt, because with your current reputation, if you announce your takeover of Leeds United, I believe you should get off to a good start with sponsors. Alright, Jorge, let's go with Leeds United. I'll arrange a team to go to England right away, and they'll contact you directly. Also, I'd like to formally hire your friend's financial investigation firm as the head of negotiations for this acquisition. Once my team arrives, they will be led by your friend. Jorge, I hope you can help me with this acquisition. Oh my god, Jiang, he'll be overjoyed. He's been telling me all this time that he's your fan. Don't worry, Jiang, he's a very, very professional person. He'll definitely handle this. I'll have him send you a contract later, and you can just sign it. Okay, Jorge, thank you. Goodbye. After ending the call with Mendez, Jiang Feng was somewhat excited. In just 2 years, he had become the owner of a club, and he would no longer be subject to anyone's control, allowing him to proceed more smoothly on this path. After calming down a bit, Jiang Feng quickly contacted his uncle. Uncle, you can arrange for someone to go to England now. I'll send the information to your email later. My agent will make the arrangements once they arrive in England. I'll also find someone to be in charge there. Okay, Xiaofeng. I'll arrange for someone to go there right away. How much will it cost? Uncle, that's probably a bit much. To achieve controlling stake, we need about 500 million renminbi, and the team's debt would be around 500 million renminbi as well. But the debt problem can be solved gradually. Okay, Xiaofeng, there's 800 million in the account your grandfather left to your mother. I'll give you another 200 million. That way you won't need to try to find a way through the World Cup matches. I still think that's risky. Uncle, it's okay. As long as you can trust the person you choose, there won't be any problems. Alright, why are you so stubborn? Here's what I'll do. I'll prepare the money for you. And if things really turn out the way you say, I'll take the money back, okay? Okay, thank you, Uncle. No need to thank me. We're family. Let's leave it at that. I'll arrange for someone to set off right away. Okay, goodbye, Uncle. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Feng knew that the matter was basically settled. With his future now confirmed, the only important thing left for Jiang Feng was the upcoming UEFA Champions League final. Chapter 2, 06 Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. The conclusion of the 34th round of the Bundesliga marked the end of all domestic competition for the Bundesliga teams in the 2001 to 2002 season. After a season of fierce competition, the 18 teams experienced a mix of joy and sorrow. After 34 rounds of competition, Kaiserslautern successfully defended their Bundesliga title, while Borussia Dortmund suffered a somewhat tragic defeat. Despite investing heavily in the summer transfer window, Dortmund ultimately failed to win any trophies this season, finishing second in the league and only securing a Champions League spot for next season. Bayern Munich finished third. However, Magatha's position as manager is much more secure than that of Dortmund Sammer. Nevertheless, according to media reports, Bayern Munich has already made offers for several players from Kaiserslautern. The relegation spots in the Bundesliga this season were claimed by Eintracht Frankfurt and FC Köln. This result is not good news for Chinese fans, as it means there will be no more Chinese players in the Bundesliga. Freiburg, who are third from bottom, will compete with Mainz, who are third from the two. Bundesliga, for a spot in the Bundesliga. Bielefeld and Bochum were the teams that were directly promoted from the two. Bundesliga. At Kaiserslautern, not only did they defend their Bundesliga title, but Jiang Feng unsurprisingly won the title of Coach of the Season. Kaka retained his title as Bundesliga Player of the Year, and Klose won the title of top scorer in the league. Finally, after being selected by the 18 Bundesliga team coaches, a total of 8 Kaiserslautern players were selected for the Bundesliga team of the season. It can be said that this season has been a very successful one for Kaiserslautern, both as a team and for its individual players. However, while other Bundesliga teams have entered the off-season, Kaiserslautern cannot because they still have one game to play, arguably the most important game of the season. This match also captivated the hearts of countless fans. It was the 2001-2002 UEFA Champions League final, to be held on May 18th at Hampden Park Stadium in Scotland. Will they achieve revenge or add another chapter to the feud between the two teams? The rivalry between the two finalists began in last season's UEFA Cup final and escalated to the racial incident at the Bernabeu this season. The animosity between the two teams can be described as very deep. After determining the two teams to participate in the final, UEFA began to promote the match extensively around the world. In addition, since the 2002 World Cup would officially kick off at the end of the month after this match, many fans were very excited. For fans, being able to enjoy a high-level match before the World Cup started was also a visual treat. As the match drew closer, the tension between the two teams intensified, with them even engaging in a pre-match skirmish off the field before the game even began. 5 days before the match, Florentino Perez personally came down to the field and told reporters, "We have formally submitted offers to Kaiserslautern for Kaka and Zlatan Ibrahimovic, and the two sides will enter the negotiation stage regarding the transfer of the two players after the season ends." Florentino's words were like a drop of water falling into a pan of oil, instantly igniting the entire European continent. Subsequently, major clubs in Europe's top 5 leagues stepped forward to express their interest in purchasing Kaiserslautern players. For a moment, everyone felt as if Kaiserslautern had fallen apart as soon as the Champions League final ended. Various transfer rumors flew around, casting a shadow over the hearts of Kaiserslautern fans who were participating in the Champions League final for the first time. Under these circumstances, Kaiserslautern had no choice but to step forward. In an interview, Brehm claimed that they had indeed received offers from several players, but all of them had been rejected. Brehm stated that player transfers had always been Jiang Feng's responsibility, and no player transactions would be made without Jiang Feng's permission. To be honest, Kaiserslautern has received a lot of offers during this period, and several of them are indeed very tempting. During this time, the Kaiserslautern board of directors has been constantly arguing. Some directors couldn't resist the temptation and stood up to tell the team to accept these transfer offers, and even blamed the club for not putting the power of transfer in the hands of the head coach. Of course, some directors also believe that Jiang Feng should be kept, because the achievements Kaiserslautern has made so far are all thanks to Jiang Feng. Brehm didn't know the outcome of the board's argument, but he knew two things. First, Jiang Feng would definitely not stay in Kaiserslautern next season. And second, the club's president, Frederick, was tempted by some offers. Brehm was also confused during this period. He didn't know what to do next season. He had feelings for Kaiserslautern and hoped that the team could revive and take off. However, he also felt that Jiang Feng was right and that some of the club's actions were indeed wrong. Brehm knew very well that once Jiang Feng left, Kaiserslautern's current achievements would quickly vanish. After Bremer personally denied the rumors, although there were fewer transfer rumors, they did not completely disappear. Jiang Feng also knew that these people were bringing this up not only because they were genuinely interested in some players, but also because they wanted to disrupt Kaiserslautern's morale. So Jiang Feng personally stepped forward. 3 days before the match, Jiang Feng unusually took the initiative to accept an interview with reporters. When asked about the upcoming Champions League final, Jiang Feng, "We have enough confidence to win the championship. Real Madrid is indeed a very good team, but I know them very well, and my players and I are very confident that we can beat them. Since I came to Kaiserslautern, Kaiserslautern has not lost a game against them. That is the biggest source of our confidence. Think about the UEFA Cup final last season, and think about the Champions League group stage this season." Jiang Feng's words instantly overshadowed all other news, becoming the headline of major European media outlets. Everyone at Real Madrid was furious upon hearing these words, including Real Madrid's head coach, Vicente Del Bosque. As a result, Real Madrid's coach and players all went down onto the field and started a war of words. In an interview, Raul said, "I don't know where Jiang Feng gets his confidence from. Real Madrid is a great team, and it's not comparable to a small club like Kaiserslautern. We're going to win this Champions League final." Chapter 2:07 Champions League Final. However, after successfully drawing Real Madrid's attention and attracting outside attention, Jiang Feng and his disciples did not seek further media attention. The match was to be held on May 18th, while Kaiserslautern arrived in Scotland on May 16th. After a half-day rest, Kaiserslautern began closed training at a youth team training ground of Rangers in Glasgow, Scotland. While training in Kaiserslautern, Real Madrid players were busy giving interviews to reporters. Therefore, Real Madrid is far behind Kaiserslautern in terms of preparation for the match. It's not that Vicente del Bosque doesn't want the team to prepare for the match wholeheartedly, but under Florentino's arrangement, Real Madrid players have a lot of commercial activities, especially before the Champions League final, when many of Real Madrid sponsors need a lot of exposure. As time went on and the match day drew closer, more and more celebrities appeared in Scotland, and live broadcast teams from television stations around the world also flocked to Scotland. This match has attracted television stations from nearly 100 countries and regions around the world, who will broadcast the final live for their respective fans. To be honest, Jiang Feng was also a little nervous about the final. Although he spoke very confidently in front of the reporters, he was still hesitant about what tactics to use in the final. After all, it was a decisive match, and there would be no chance to regret it if he lost. So, the day before the team departed for Scotland, Jiang Feng made a special trip to the hospital to visit Fritz Walter, the old man who had dedicated his life to Kaiserslautern in Germany. He had always been a great supporter of Jiang Feng. Although the old man could no longer speak, and the doctor had told Jiang Feng that his life was nearing its end, he was still conscious. Upon learning of Jiang Feng's arrival, he smiled and, with his trembling right hand, tried his best to give Jiang Feng a thumbs up. Jiang Feng immediately stepped forward and grasped the old man's hand. "Mr. Fritz, I'm leaving here, but I hope to leave Kaiserslautern with a Champions League title before I go." Walter still had a smile on his face, and with a trembling hand, he gently patted Jiang Feng's palm. Although there were no words, Jiang Feng could sense that the old man supported his choice. For some reason, looking at the smile on the old man's face, Jiang Feng, who had been struggling to make a decision, suddenly felt a sense of clarity and knew what he should do. After Jiang Feng turned and left the ward, he felt for some reason that a pair of expectant eyes were watching him. When he left the hospital, Jiang Feng had a bracelet on his wrist. It was a very simple bracelet, even a little faded. It was given to him by Mrs. Walter. She told him that the bracelet was given to him by the team captain when Walter first joined Kaiserslautern, and he had worn it ever since. Just now, Walter had asked her to take it off his wrist so that she could give it to Jiang Feng. On May 17th, after completing various commercial activities, the Real Madrid team arrived in Scotland in a high-profile manner. While Kaiserslautern was still in intense training, the Real Madrid players were accompanying their families to be interviewed and photographed by reporters from various countries, while others were lingering on the streets of Glasgow, Scotland. The Real Madrid players looked relaxed. On May 18th, the Kaiserslautern team finished 2 days of closed training. Jiang Feng chose to give the team half a day off, but only at the hotel. Jiang Feng also issued a gag order, prohibiting anyone from giving interviews to reporters. The match between the two teams officially started at 5 p.m. on the day of the match. The newly renovated Hampden Park Stadium hosted its first important match since its rebirth. By 2 p.m., a large number of fans had already gathered in the square in front of the stadium, and the number continued to grow. Judging from the colors of the jerseys worn by the fans, the number of fans from both sides was almost the same. Hampden Park, after its renovation, is officially registered to have a capacity of over 50,000 people, but in reality, the stands can hold nearly 100,000. For today's final, Kaiserslautern and Real Madrid each received 20,000 tickets. Fans were allowed to enter the stadium starting at 3 p.m., and by the time the players from both sides entered the stadium for their acclimatization training, the stands around the stadium were almost completely full. Today, Jiang Feng's girlfriend, Qiu Zixuan, also arrived at the event with her friend Song Haikyo. Qiu Zixuan is completely different now compared to 2 years ago. With the added advantage of being Jiang Feng's girlfriend, she has essentially settled in China, focusing her career there as well. Her relationship with Jiang Feng is also getting better and better. Recently, a South Korean media outlet made some offensive remarks about China during an interview with Qiu Zixuan. Qiu Zixuan responded with a single sentence: "My boyfriend is Chinese, my career is in China, and I feel your words are disrespectful to me, so I refuse to accept your interview." After Qiu Zixuan's words spread throughout China, it can be said that they made her even more popular in China. "Sister, look, brother-in-law and the others are coming out." Song Haikyo, standing next to Qiu Zixuan, excitedly pointed to the court and said. Qiu Zixuan didn't speak, but looked at Jiang Feng, who was leading the players in training on the field with affection. Although they were separated for long periods of time, their relationship was getting better and better. Originally, Jiang Feng had arranged for Qiu Zixuan and the others to sit in a VIP box for this match, but Qiu Zixuan did not want to go to the VIP box, so in the end Jiang Feng arranged for them to sit in the stands with the Kaiserslautern fans. 2 Asian girls dressed in red Kaiserslautern uniforms appeared in the stands, immediately eliciting cheers from the crowd. All the Kaiserslautern fans recognized Qiu Zixuan. The princess's cheers echoed throughout the stadium. After the UEFA Cup final last season, Qiu Zixuan handled the situation very naturally, standing up gracefully and waving to the cheering Kaiserslautern fans around her. The interaction between Qiu Zixuan and the fans once again brought the cheers of the Kaiserslautern fans at the scene to a climax. Chapter 208 Champions League Final 2. Good evening, viewers. I'm your host, Huang Jinxiang. It's 4 p.m. local time in Scotland on May 18th. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 2001-2002 UEFA Champions League Final, featuring Kaiserslautern against Real Madrid. We have 1 hour until kickoff, and you can see both teams' players on the pitch for acclimatization training. Coach Jean, what are your thoughts on this match? The feud between these two teams dates back to last season's UEFA Cup final. It can be said that the grudge between the two teams was completely formed from that match. Then, in this season's Champions League group stage, the two teams were drawn into the same group. UEFA can be said to have taken the revenge gimmick to the extreme, but no one expected that Real Madrid would not succeed in revenge. Instead, an even bigger incident of racial discrimination occurred. At that time at the Bernabeu, Real Madrid lost both the game and their dignity. If you were to make a prediction, who do you think has a better chance of winning this final match? It's really hard to say. Although Kaiserslautern had an advantage in the group stage, this is the final after all. Compared to Kaiserslautern, Real Madrid has more experience. So if I had to guess, I'd say it's 50-50. I actually favor Kaiserslautern. Judging from the pre-match preparations, Kaiserslautern was better prepared. While the two were still discussing the advantages of both teams, everyone from Kaiserslautern and Real Madrid finished their acclimatization training and returned to the locker room to prepare for the final setup and motivational speeches. Guys, relax. We've finally made it this far, and it's all thanks to each and every one of you. This season we defended our Bundesliga title, and this season we won the German Super Cup, but we all felt that wasn't our limit, so we won the German Cup. Guys, is that enough? Not enough. Not enough. Yes, I also believe this isn't our limit yet, which is why we're here today. I know in my heart that each and every one of you has given so much for this. This match isn't our end. I hope it's the starting point for all of you here. From here, use your fighting spirit, unity, and strength to tell everyone that we are the undisputed champions and to eliminate everyone who stands in your way. I don't care where you go next season, but I hope you can carry the honor of this championship with you. Understand? Clear. As the official start time drew closer, the referee began instructing both teams to prepare to enter the field. UEFA had appointed Italian referee Collina as the referee for today's match, demonstrating the importance UEFA placed on this game. As the last European match before the World Cup, UEFA considered this game crucial and not to be lost. When a referee team from Italy led both teams onto the field and into the fans' view, the atmosphere instantly reached its peak, with fans from both sides chanting the names of their respective team's players. The noise from both sets of fans seemed to be enough to lift the stadium upside down. While both sides were still making preparations in the locker room, the cameras on the field took the opportunity to spot all the celebrities who had arrived that day. Real Madrid president Florentino Perez and Kaiserslautern president Frederick were both in the VIP box, along with Franz Beckenbauer and German Football Association president Zwanziger. In addition, Premier League players Ferguson and Wenger were also seen in the stands, while Manchester United players Beckham, Scholes, and Giggs appeared in the footage with their families. Other handsome men and beautiful women from the European entertainment industry were also spotted by the cameras in the stands. Dear viewers, the starting players for both sides have now appeared on the field, and the match is about to begin. Let's take a look at the starting lineups chosen by the head coaches of both teams. Huang Jinxiang and Zhang Lu, who were providing commentary in the stands, began to introduce the starting lineups of both teams to all the fans watching the match via live broadcast as the players appeared on camera. This same scenario has also appeared on television broadcasts in more than 100 countries and regions around the world. Kaiserslautern's starting lineup for this match consisted of goalkeeper Petr Cech, left back Philip Lahm, right back Dani Alves, center back Colaccini and Metzelder, defensive midfielders De Rossi and Gattuso, attacking midfielder Kaká, left winger Cristiano Ronaldo, right winger Palacio, Quaresma who was on the bench due to a cold, and center forward Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Real Madrid's starting lineup consisted of goalkeeper Caesar, defender Salgado, Hierro, Helguera, and Carlos, midfielders Makelele, Solari, Figo, Zidane, and Raul, and forward Morientes. Real Madrid's head coach has unusually fielded a 4-2-3-1 formation this season. This surprised everyone after the starting players took their positions. Even Zhang Feng did not expect that Bosque would make this choice. When everyone first received the starting lineup, everyone thought that Real Madrid would basically still use the traditional 4-4-2 formation. However, after guessing the sides, everyone discovered that Raul's position was actually closer to the wing. To be honest, this lineup is very familiar to those who follow Real Madrid this season, but the formation is somewhat unfamiliar. After seeing Real Madrid's formation, many people immediately perked up, as no one expected Real Madrid to change their formation on their own initiative. "This old man is no ordinary fellow," Wenger muttered to himself as he sat in the stands. "He's a cunning old fox, but his opponent, though young, isn't so easy to deal with." Ferguson, unusually, didn't confront Wenger when he sat down with him again. "Ha! You must have made a deep impression on this young man this season." "Yeah, it's like you beat him this season." Wenger was completely shut down by Ferguson. Ferguson truly lives up to his reputation as a conversation killer. He always manages to kill the conversation whenever he's with Wenger. Kaiserslautern won the right to kick off in the coin toss. After seeing that both teams' players had taken their positions, Kalina confirmed the time with the fourth official on the sidelines via headset and immediately blew the whistle to start the match. Chapter 209 Champions League Final 3. When a football match reaches the decisive moment, it often becomes very dull. It may take 90 minutes or even 120 minutes without a single goal. This is part of the charm of football, because there is no possibility of regret or making amends in the final. A small mistake can ruin an entire season's worth of effort. Therefore, both sides are extremely cautious in the final. Football is a sport of wits and courage. The two sides engage in various contests from the very beginning of the match. They may use all sorts of smokescreens to confuse their opponents, and they may use all sorts of words to provoke the other side, just like the war of words between the two sides before the start of this match. These are all tactics. There are many people studying Kaiserslautern now, analyzing their squad composition, the abilities and technical characteristics of each player, their tactics, and so on. Many fans, or so-called professionals, may think that Kaiserslautern's attack is very three-dimensional and very difficult to defend. Why? The reason is very simple. Jiangfeng's tactics make full use of the maximum possible space on the field. In the first 10 minutes after the match began, both sides played conservatively, with slow transitions between attack and defense. Although they had met a few times before, neither side could afford to lose in this final. Real Madrid's sudden tactical change also made Kaiserslautern somewhat cautious. After 10 minutes, as both sides gained a better understanding of each other, the pace of attack and defense began to pick up, especially for Kaiserslautern, who gradually increased the tempo of the game and intensified their signature high-pressing tactics in the attacking third. Real Madrid, on the other hand, were clearly falling behind on the field. Raul was not adapting well to his new position and often found himself unconsciously running into the striker or attacking midfielder position. In Del Bosque's original plan, Raul was also expected to take on some defensive duties, but his contribution in this regard has not been significant since the start of the match. Furthermore, there's another crucial point. Judging from the starting lineups of both teams, Kaiserslautern's players were clearly in better form than Real Madrid's. This situation inevitably reminds everyone of the two teams' attitudes towards the match before it started. Kaiserslautern arrived in Scotland 3 days in advance and immediately entered closed training, while Real Madrid didn't arrive in Scotland until the day before the match. Moreover, Real Madrid didn't have much actual training before arriving in Scotland, and the whole team was constantly in the spotlight, participating in various commercial activities. The pace of the game was getting faster and faster. Even though Vicente Del Bosque kept shouting on the sidelines to Zidane to slow down the pace, it was no use. Zidane did try to slow down the pace, but he found that he couldn't. As soon as he got the ball, Gattuso would immediately close in and interfere. And no matter how he passed the ball, the receiver was always surrounded by at least 2 Kaiserslautern players pressing him, even when passing to the back line. This tactical arrangement by Kaiserslautern made it impossible for Real Madrid's midfield maestro Zidane to control the ball properly, let alone organize an attack. Through observations from the start to the present, everyone understands that Jiang Feng's tactical objective in this match is very clear. He knows that if they play a positional game, they may not be able to beat Real Madrid. Therefore, he increases the pace of the game to make Real Madrid make more mistakes. In this way, Kaiserslautern's tactical effectiveness can be brought into play during these transitions between offense and defense. This little fox has improved again. Del Bosque is probably in trouble today. With Real Madrid's lineup, they're likely to suffer a great loss against this kind of play, Wenger said from the stands. Real Madrid relied too much on their positional play, and it's clear that Del Bosque's ideas weren't being implemented. I guess he used Raul to try and contain Kaiserslautern's attacking threat from the back flanks, but choosing Raul wasn't a good choice. Ferguson and Wenger, unusually, did not argue, but instead seriously discussed the tactical execution of the two teams on the field. It's clear that even though Real Madrid's players had experienced Kaiserslautern-style play before, they were still not used to it. Before the match, some people speculated that Kaiserslautern, who were reaching the Champions League final for the first time, would play conservatively. However, After 20 minutes of play, Kaiserslautern continued to play what they were best at and did not change their tactics just because it was the final. From the start, Kaiserslautern's attack was impressive, and their defense made things very difficult for their opponents. However, even though Real Madrid has been at a disadvantage on the field so far, they haven't given Kaiserslautern many opportunities in defense. To the surprise of Real Madrid fans, Solari, who has been deployed in the defensive midfield position by Vicente Del Bosque, has performed exceptionally well. With him and Makelele working together, Real Madrid has done a relatively good job in defending against Kaiserslautern's attacking linchpin, Kaká, from the start of the game. Both sides have deployed very targeted defensive tactics so far. Vicente Del Bosque's double defensive midfielder tactic has effectively limited Kaiserslautern's attack through the middle of the field, while Kaiserslautern's tactic of forcing the opponent to speed up the pace has also prevented Real Madrid from organizing their attacks. So, after more than 20 minutes of play, although both sides have had some shots, neither team has created many real scoring opportunities. After all, this was a final, and neither side wanted to concede the first goal. Although no goals were scored, the intensity of the match still thrilled the fans watching. In the 31st minute, Kaiserslautern finally found an excellent opportunity. Kaká moved to the right flank and played a simple 1-2 with Palacio. Kaká then played a through ball, allowing Palacio to use his speed to outpace Carlos. Both players are known for their speed, and Palacio and Carlos engaged in a speed contest on the wing. In the end, Palacio won slightly, getting the ball first and crossing it from near the byline. Ibrahimovic, following up in the middle, outjumped Helguera to get the first ball, but Helguera interfered with Ibrahimovic's shot and the ball went too straight, allowing Caesar to easily save it. This was Kaiserslautern's best chance so far in the match, but unfortunately they failed to score. Ibrahimovic stood there and glared fiercely at Helguera. Just as he jumped, Ibrahimovic felt someone tugging at his clothes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to exert any force. Chapter 210 Champions League Final Four. Then, in the 38th minute of the match, Real Madrid retaliated. Zidane, using his teammates' cover, managed to shake off Gattuso's entanglement and reach the edge of the penalty area. At that moment, Carlos launched a long pass from the backfield directly to Zidane. Facing Gattuso, who was catching up with him, Zidane headed the ball to Raul, who was coming to receive it. Raul then passed the ball across to Zidane, who, under everyone's watchful eyes, unleashed a long-range shot. The angle of the ball's flight was extremely tricky. Fortunately, Czech maintained excellent focus throughout, making a judgment as soon as Zidane took the shot and then stretched his body in the air to save the ball with one hand, pushing it out of bounds. Seeing his shot saved, Zidane showed a hint of frustration. Real Madrid's corner kick, the first corner kick of the match so far, was once again saved by the informed Czech. Gradually, both sides relaxed, and Real Madrid's players began to regain their form. The two sides started to attack back and forth, but neither side gave up on defense and instead intensified their defensive efforts. As time went on and the end of the first half drew closer, the fourth official on the sidelines raised the sign indicating 2 minutes of added time. Just when everyone thought the first half would end 0-0, the situation on the field changed. On the field, after Kaká received a pass from De Rossi, facing Makelele's defense, he remembered Jiang Feng's instructions during the dead ball situation. Jiang Feng told him to pay attention to the connection between Makelele and Solari. Although Solari's performance in the first half was indeed unexpected, after observing for more than 20 minutes, Jiang Feng still found a gap between the two. Every time Makelele pressed Kaká, there would be a slight hesitation between him and Solari. Jiang Feng knew that this was caused by a lack of understanding between the two, and Jiang Feng hoped that Kaká could make good use of this. Kaká tried his best to protect the ball at his feet and gestured towards the left flank. Ronaldo, seeing Kaká's gesture, immediately moved forward to receive the pass. At this moment, Lahm also began to move forward. Salgado, who was originally planning to mark Ronaldo, stopped immediately upon seeing Lahm's movement and shifted his weight to Lahm. This was exactly the result Lahm's forward move wanted. Moreover, Ronaldo's movement attracted Solari's attention. At this moment, Kaká moved. Just when everyone thought Kaká would pass the ball to Ronaldo, Kaká did pass the ball, but not to Ronaldo. Instead, he lobbed the ball over the top to Ibrahimovic, who had dropped back from inside the penalty area. Ibrahimovic chested the ball down with his back to the goal, and before it hit the ground, passed it back to Kaká. Kaká also touched the ball with one foot, this time passing it to Ronaldo. However, Ronaldo, who received the ball at this moment, was in great danger for Real Madrid because he was already on the edge of the penalty area. Salgado, who had initially focused on Lahm, was too late to catch up when he tried to chase back. As for Solari, he was blocked behind Ronaldo. Ronaldo, having received the ball, delivered another long pass, lobbing it towards the far post. The moment Ronaldo passed the ball, almost everyone thought it was a shot, including Real Madrid's goalkeeper Caesar. By the time they realized it was a pass, the ball had already flown to the far post and started to fall. It turned out that while Real Madrid's attention was focused on Ronaldo, Kaká, and Lam, Palacio had already cut inside and entered the penalty area without them noticing. Facing Ronaldo's pass, Palacio, unmarked, easily volleyed the ball into the goal. 1-0. In the first half stoppage time, Kaiserslautern broke the deadlock with a goal from Palacio, taking a 1-goal lead. Palacio jumped high in excitement after scoring, clenched his right fist, and swung it forcefully, then quickly ran towards Ronaldo, who had passed him the ball. Palacio immediately hugged Ronaldo, and then went to the sidelines to receive cheers and applause from the fans. Zhang Feng was also very excited when he saw Palacio score a goal, and he high-fived and cheered with Mokic and Lutz next to him. No one expected that Palacio would break the deadlock for Kaiserslautern. The Argentine right-winger had been relegated to the bench by Quaresma since joining Kaiserslautern, but he never complained and always respected Gianfone Palacio. He was also very serious and hard-working in every training session. Gianfone had been observing all of this, so after Quaresma caught a cold, Gianfone decided to make Palacio the team's starting right-winger. This goal was priceless, and Palacio, who had always been a low-key talent among Kaiserslautern's many prodigies, became famous overnight. Seeing the opponent score, Real Madrid coach Vicente Del Bosque stood on the sidelines with a furrowed brow. Del Bosque knew that this was a real problem. Kaiserslautern had scored first, and Real Madrid, which had always favored positional play, had to take the initiative and strengthen their attack. However, Del Bosque knew all too well how sharp Kaiserslautern's counterattacks were. Meanwhile, in the stands, Kaiserslautern fans had completely overwhelmed Real Madrid fans in terms of momentum. Compared to the Kaiserslautern fans who were very excited after taking the lead, the Real Madrid fans looked somewhat dejected. For Real Madrid fans, they felt that they could not afford to lose to Kaiserslautern again, and they could not afford to lose to Gianfone again. Otherwise, Gianfone might really become their nightmare. The moment the ball went into the goal, Qiu Zixuan in the stands cheered excitedly along with the Kaiserslautern fans around her. At that moment, looking at Jiang Feng's back on the field, Qiu Zixuan felt a sense of pride. After Kaiserslautern finished celebrating, the match resumed. However, after less than a minute, Kalina blew the whistle to end the first half. Both teams headed to the locker room to make final arrangements for the second half. For Real Madrid, there was no way out at this point. The instant Palacio scored, Florentino Perez, who had been chatting and laughing with his assistant in the VIP box, suddenly turned grim. The temperature in the box instantly dropped. For Florentino, it was absolutely unacceptable to be defeated by Kaiserslautern in the final for 2 consecutive seasons. If such an outcome were to occur, even if Vicente Del Bosque held great prestige at Real Madrid, Florentino would not continue to choose him. Chapter 2 11 Champions League Final 5. Gianfone pushed open the locker room door and walked in. The players seemed to be in very good spirits. Gianfone was also very satisfied with taking the lead in the first half. Especially when he saw that the opponents were a little down at the end of the game, Gianfone was full of confidence for the game. However, Gianfone did not choose to praise the players. Instead, he poured cold water on them with a blank expression. Guys, I'm happy you've taken the lead, but if you think we've already won this game, then let me tell you, you're wrong, terribly wrong. Who are our opponents? Real Madrid, a team with a long history, and their experience is many times greater than ours. A 1-goal lead doesn't guarantee anything. They could equalize or even take the lead in an instant. So now is not the time for us to celebrate. Jiang Feng's words immediately calmed down the players who were initially excited. After the locker room quieted down, Jiang Feng slowly walked to the center of the room. His eyes swept over the players, and looking at them quietly watching him, Jiang Feng felt very gratified. Their ability to calm down quickly proved that they hadn't been blinded by the lead, and that his efforts in Kaiserslautern over the past 2 years hadn't been in vain. Their ability to quickly calm down from their excitement further demonstrated Jiang Feng's prestige among the players. This gave him more confidence to handle the upcoming matches. After looking around, Jiang Feng picked up the tactics board and began to explain. Our goal in the first half was entirely due to exploiting a gap in their midfield's coordination. So, in the second half, they'll definitely try to cover that gap. Because they're behind, I guess they'd make a tactical change. Real Madrid will definitely move Raul up to the striker position. But once they do, Makelele will definitely increase his defensive pressure on Ricardo. So, in the second half, we'll focus on the flanks, Ricardo, and Cristiano. I'll give you another 20 minutes, so don't worry about your stamina. Turn their flanks into our corridors. Understand? Understood. Kaká and Ronaldo nodded. Ivan, you played well in the first half. You were the one who used the most energy, so I'll give you another 10 minutes. Javier will replace you in 10 minutes. Daniele, you need to pay attention to the distance between you and Javier after he comes on. You need to keep blocking Zidane at all times. Understand? Clear. Philip and Daniel, in the second half, completely unleash your attacking runs. Remember, don't give the opponent a chance to breathe. Fabricio and Christopher, you two need to be careful. Once Raul moves up to the front, you must cut off the connection between the two forwards, understand? Understood, boss. Guys, the other side will definitely come back in the second half. Remember, this is a 90-minute game. Real Madrid will absolutely not allow their team to go on a crazy rampage in the final moments. So they will definitely launch a frantic attack at the start of the second half. The remaining 45 minutes are their last chance. So in the remaining 45 minutes, I require every one of you on the field to be on high alert, highly focused, and fight for every ball, understand? Understood, boss. The players responded in unison. The break was over soon, and both sides returned to the field. As Jiangfeng had predicted, Real Madrid adjusted their formation, changing from 4-2-3-1 to 4-4-2. Raul returned to the striker position, while Solari moved to the wing. The second half began with Kalina's whistle. From the very first minute of the second half, Real Madrid launched a relentless attack, instantly shifting the pace of the game to its fastest pace. Everyone knew Real Madrid was going all out. Kaiserslautern quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Soon, Jiangfeng started standing on the sidelines, shouting at the players on the field and making forward gestures. Jiangfeng knew that if they continued to defend passively, they would definitely not be able to hold on. There was no team in the world that could defend against Real Madrid's all-out attack. Gradually, the Kaiserslautern players adapted to Real Madrid's attacking style. Under Zhang Feng's on-field command, they constantly battled Real Madrid in midfield. In a short time, Kaiserslautern, which was originally at a disadvantage, gradually turned the tide, and their counterattacks became increasingly sharp. Both flanks began to show their power, especially the left flank where Ronaldo was located. Salgado alone was starting to become difficult to defend. In just 2 minutes, Salgado committed 2 fouls. Although Kalina did not issue a card, he had already begun to warn Salgado. Real Madrid players knew that if this continued, it was only a matter of time before Salgado received a card. And the most important thing was that even if he did, they could not stop him. After turning the tide, Kaiserslautern's 2 flanks became increasingly effective. Makelele, who had been frequently pushing forward to participate in the attack since the start of the second half, was now fully committed to defense, running tirelessly on both the flanks and in midfield. In the 60th minute, Kaiserslautern made a substitution. Robin replaced Ronaldo, and Iniesta replaced Kaká. Zhang Feng's substitution was very clear. He wanted to wear down Makelele's stamina and cause Real Madrid's defensive core to collapse. Shortly after the substitution, Robin, who had just come on, made a crucial contribution. In the 64th minute, Robin received a through pass from Lam on the wing, and with a simple and powerful acceleration, he got rid of Salgado without Salgado even having time to foul him. After getting past Salgado, Robin began to advance at high speed along the wing towards the byline. Just before reaching the byline, he delivered cross. Ibrahimovic, who was following up in the middle, jumped high and overpowered Helguera to deliver a powerful header. The ball bounced off the ground, causing Caesar to misjudge the situation, and the ball bounced into the goal. 2-0, Kaiserslautern extended their lead to 2 goals in the 65th minute. Zhang Feng's substitution played a decisive role in the game. With a 2-goal lead, the rest of the game became very easy for Kaiserslautern. After the game restarted, Kaiserslautern calmly launched counterattacks against the even more aggressive Real Madrid players. Chapter 2:12, The Four-Crowned King. As time went on, Real Madrid had less and less time left, and their performance on the field became increasingly impatient. But the more they did so, the less likely they were to find a good opportunity to break through. In the 74th minute, Jiangfeng used his last substitution, replacing the exhausted Gattuso with Mascherano. To be honest, Gattuso deserves a lot of credit for Kaiserslautern's huge advantage in this game. It was his defense against Zidane in midfield that thwarted Real Madrid's attack. However, Real Madrid's relentless attacking momentum led them to find an excellent attacking opportunity in the 86th minute. Zidane moved to the right flank and delivered a curling cross into the penalty area from the half of the field. Morientes, positioned at the near post, won the first header, but Metzelder marked him closely, preventing him from shooting. With his back to the goal, Morientes headed the ball towards the far post. However, Morientes' header sent the ball in a bizarre arc, soaring over the unprepared Czech's head and into the net. 2-1. In the 87th minute, Real Madrid pulled one back with a header from Morientes. After scoring, Real Madrid didn't celebrate at all, but quickly put the ball back in the center circle. After the game restarted, Real Madrid's players launched a frenzied attack on Kaiserslautern's defense. Zhang Feng, standing nervously on the sidelines, kept shouting at his players and directing them to defend. It's a pity that Real Madrid's goal came too late. If it had come earlier, they might have had another chance. The fourth official on the sidelines held up a sign indicating 3 minutes of added time. The 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Kalina blew the final whistle immediately after Zidane's long-range shot went over the crossbar. The moment the whistle blew, the entire Hampton Park stadium erupted in cheers. Some Real Madrid fans were cursing, while many more were sobbing uncontrollably. In contrast, many Kaiserslautern fans in the stand were also crying, but many more were laughing, shouting, and cheering. At this moment, Zhang Feng did not rush onto the field to celebrate with the players like the others. Instead, he stood on the sidelines with his hands in his pockets and a slight smile on his face. Great Emperor! Great Emperor! Great Emperor! The cheers started sporadically, then grew into a continuous roar, eventually evolving into a unified cheer from all the Kaiserslautern fans at Hampton Park. Many Real Madrid players sat there in shock, with tears streaming down their faces, while Kaiserslautern players rushed onto the pitch in celebration. Even the coaching staff and team doctors joined in the festivities. As Zhang Feng stood alone on the sidelines enjoying the cheers of the fans, he was unaware that the cameras inside the stadium were constantly switching around him, capturing his expressions and movements. That slight smile belongs to the victor. In the stands, Chu Jae-hyun and Song Hye-kyo embraced tightly. Chu Jae-hyun's eyes were red, and she leaned on Song Hye-kyo's shoulder, shedding tears. However, these tears, like those of countless Kaiserslautern fans around them, were the tears of victors. However, Zhang Feng's show-off moment on the sidelines lasted only a short while. Then, someone started a commotion and all the Kaiserslautern players rushed over, lifted Zhang Feng up, tossed him into the air, caught him, tossed him again, and caught him again. The entire celebration by Kaiserslautern on the field was captured on camera and broadcast to everyone watching the match. By this time, the stadium staff had already set up the podium. UEFA President Johansson and Secretary General Platini stood beside the podium, and staff came over to inform the Kaiserslautern team to prepare for the award ceremony. Real Madrid players also stood beside the podium under Vicente Del Bosque, all of them with sadness and grief on their faces. That's how football matches are. There are victories and defeats. Zhang Feng took the initiative to shake hands with Bosque. Congratulations, Zhang. Thanks. You guys definitely performed better in this match and deserve the championship. So, have you decided where you're going next season? It's not decided yet. You made the right decision. Leave your best self in the fans' memories. After saying that, Del Bosque turned and left. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Thanks. When Platini handed the medal to Yang Chung, he shook hands with Yang Chung with a smile, and then gave Zhang Feng a special hug. Tonight, Zhang Feng set a new record in the history of the Champions League. At the age of 28, he became the youngest champion coach in the history of the Champions League. And most importantly, everyone can imagine that this is almost an unbreakable record. Everyone knows that Kaiserslautern's current success is almost entirely due to Zhang Feng's efforts. Since Zhang Feng joined Kaiserslautern, the club has undergone a complete transformation in the past 2 seasons. In less than 3 years, Zhang Feng has risen to the ranks of Europe's top coaches. With his Champions League title, he can definitely be considered one of Europe's most promising and talented coaches. It can be said that ever since Zhang Feng announced that he would be leaving Kaiserslautern next season, countless teams have hoped to invite him to coach. The exciting moment arrived on the podium. De Rossi, as the team captain, received the championship trophy from Johansson. He then turned to face the stands and raised the big ears cup high, causing all the Kaiserslautern fans in the stadium to erupt in cheers. All the Kaiserslautern players surrounded De Rossi, each reaching out hoping to touch the trophy, while Zhang Feng stood aside, smiling as he watched. His left hand touched the bracelet on his right wrist, a symbol of Walter's expectations and respect for him. Grandpa, I did it. Now I'm leaving. Zhang Feng thought to himself silently. After the awards ceremony, Zhang Feng attended a press conference. After dealing with some interviews from reporters, the players immediately walked out of the stadium tunnel and headed for the team bus. Kaiserslautern would take a private plane prepared by Frederick to return to Germany overnight, and Xiao Zixuan, Song Hye-kyo, and some team members' families would travel together. Chapter 2, 13 Acquisition completed. After a flight of more than an hour, the plane landed at Frankfurt Airport. Before disembarking, Zhang Feng asked Xiao Zixuan to take Song Hye-kyo back to the hotel first, as he wanted to take all the players to Fritz Walter Stadium to participate in the celebration ceremony. It was almost 11 o'clock when the plane landed at Frankfurt Airport, but there were still many Kaiserslautern fans who came to greet them. So after getting off the plane, Zhang Feng and the players showed the Champions League trophy to the Kaiserslautern fans who were welcoming them, and then boarded the bus that the club had arranged in advance and returned directly to Kaiserslautern. It was almost midnight when we arrived at Fritz Walter Stadium, but the stadium was brightly lit, with countless Kaiserslautern fans gathered there, waiting for their hero to return in triumph. When Zhang Feng led his players off the bus with the Champions League trophy, the fans gathered in the parking lot erupted in applause. Countless fans were proud and honored that the team had won its first ever European Cup. When Zhang Feng led all his teammates into the stadium with the Big Ears Cup, all the fans in the stadium stood up and applauded and cheered. At this moment, on the stage, already set up in the center of the stadium, the other 3 trophies won this season were already placed there. As Zhang Feng placed the Big Ears Cup in the middle, the 4 trophies were arranged in order: German Super Cup, German Cup, League Championship Trophy, and Big Ears Cup. Kaiserslautern had a fruitful season, winning an unprecedented quadruple title. Kaiserslautern's team anthem resounded throughout the stadium. However, this day, which was worthy of celebration throughout the city, was still tinged with sadness. Around the stadium, many fans held up banners pleading for Zhang Feng to stay, which somewhat overshadowed the joy of winning the championship. The players came forward one by one to give their speeches, and almost everyone's first thanks went to their most respected head coach. Every player's speech was met with cheers and applause from the fans. After the celebration, which lasted for more than an hour, ended, Zhang Feng also felt a little tired. However, Zhang Feng still received a surprise after returning home. "Jiang, you're still awake, aren't you?" It was Mendez calling. "No, Jorge, what's wrong? Why aren't you resting so late?" "Jiang, it's done. The acquisition is a success." "Really?" Zhang Feng felt all his fatigue vanish as soon as he heard the news from Mendez on the phone. "It's true. We've already reached agreements with several people willing to sell their shares, so it would be best if you could come over tomorrow. We need you to sign the papers now. We've communicated with Mr. Chen's team leader, and the final acquisition will be completed in your name." In other words, this acquisition has nothing to do with Mr. Chen's group. However, they said they hope to communicate with the club about team sponsorship after the acquisition is completed. "So, Jiang, congratulations. You'll soon be the biggest owner of Leeds United." "Okay, I'll go tomorrow morning. We'll talk more when we meet." "Uncle, the acquisition is complete." After finishing his call with Mendez, Zhang Feng immediately contacted Chen Yuanling. "Yes, I just received a phone call and found out." "Uncle, why do you want to complete this in my name?" "Xiao Feng, this money belongs to you. There's no need to use the group's name. If possible, use the group's name for the jersey advertising, and for sponsorships, just go with the market price." "Xiao Feng, this is what your grandfather left to your mother, so don't let him down. Do you understand? I believe that he can rest in peace if he sees this result." "Okay, thank you, Uncle." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Feng was so excited he couldn't sleep. Being a head coach and being a team owner are 2 different things. Zhang Feng felt that his most important task now was to find someone with rich experience in handling some of the club's trivial matters. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Feng picked up the phone and started dialing. "Hey Jiang, it's so late. Is something the matter?" "Andreas, I'm sorry to bother you so late, but I really need to talk to you about something. Do you think we can find a place to talk in person? Or, you can come to my house now." It turned out that Zhang Feng was looking for Bremer from the club. "Now?" Bremer asked, sounding somewhat puzzled on the other end of the phone. "Yes, now, is that all right?" Okay, wait for me for 10 minutes. In the end, Bremer decided to come over. After waiting at home for about 10 minutes, Zhang Feng heard a knock on the door. He went to open it and saw Bremer standing there. "Is there something you need to talk to me about so late? Is it about the contract renewal, Jiang?" Bremer asked directly after sitting down in the living room. "Andreas, can I trust you?" Zhang Feng didn't answer Bremer's question immediately, but instead asked a question in return. "Jiang, we've known each other for 2 years. I think even if we're not very good friends, you should know what kind of person I am after these 2 years." Bremer frowned slightly after hearing Zhang Feng's question. "Okay, Andreas, what I want to ask is, can you come with me? You know I won't be renewing my contract with the team." "Jiang, are you kidding me? How can I go with you? I'm not a coach. I'm a manager at a club." "Yes, I know. What I need is a club manager." "What do you mean? I don't understand. I hope you can explain it clearly." "Don't worry, I won't expose it." Zhang Feng then laid out the details of the upcoming acquisition and carefully explained everything to Bremer. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, Bremer was somewhat stunned. He never expected that Zhang Feng's next home would be decided in this way. While everyone was speculating where Zhang Feng would go, he was about to become the owner of a Premier League team. No wonder he asked if he could be trusted. If this matter were to be exposed before it was fully completed, it would definitely be a bombshell in European football. However, after listening to Zhang Feng's explanation, Bremer fell into deep thought. He was in a period of confusion because of some of Frederick's actions. Deep down, he didn't like some of the club's practices, but he was just a club manager. He felt that from a professional standpoint, he should obey the boss's orders. Now, Zhang Feng had given him another option. Chapter 214, Shocking News. "Jiang, thank you for your trust and invitation, but this is all too sudden. I hope you can give me some time to think about it," Bremer said after sitting on the sofa and pondering for a while. "It's all right, Andreas, I understand. I just want to be a pure head coach and fulfill my dream. My dream is to build my own goal or even a top team. Actually, I'm not very good at handling other things. In the past 2 years, I've found you to be a very principled person. I hope to have someone like you to help me handle club affairs so that I can fully devote myself to building the team. So I hope you can seriously consider it. If you're willing to come, you'll be the vice chairman of Leeds United, Jiang Feng said sincerely. Bremer nodded without speaking and remained silent for a while. Jiang, you've convinced me. Okay, I promise I'll go to England with you. That's great, Andreas. Trust me, we'll build a powerhouse. Is there anything else you need me to arrange? I'm heading to England early tomorrow morning to finalize the signing. Here's what we'll do, Jiang. You go there first tomorrow. I'll finish my resignation tomorrow and arrive in England the day after tomorrow. I'll bring my wife with me then, and I'll probably be staying in England for a while. But, Jiang, if you want to bring players with you, you'll probably have to make your move soon. The Kaiserslautern board has been studying offers from several teams these past few days, and I feel like they're about to initiate transfers. I know, don't worry. I'll only take a few with me this time. There are many players I can't afford to buy right now. But once it's finalized, I'll take some players from the youth team with me, and then I'll discuss it with you. Okay, I'll head back now. See you in England. Bremer, who had stood up to leave, gave Jiang Feng a hug. Okay, see you in England. The next day, after the night, Jiang Feng first went to the hotel and took Xiao Sichuan and Song Haikyo to the airport. The two of them would be returning to China. This trip was just a last-minute one to watch the game. On the way, Jiang Feng told Xiao Sichuan about his plans. After hearing Jiang Feng's introduction, the two girls were stunned by what he said. Xiao Sichuan, in particular, felt a little dizzy and couldn't believe what she had just heard. Brother Feng, are you going to buy a football team? To be precise, it was my uncle who helped me buy it. Jiang Feng then explained some of the details to Xiao Sichuan. Do you have enough money? If not, I have some more here. No need. You're overthinking it, Jiang Feng said, ruffling Xiao Sichuan's hair after hearing his girlfriend's words. Okay, I don't understand these things either. You must tell me if there's anything you need. Xiao Sichuan felt somewhat down because she couldn't help her lover. Okay, no problem. I'll tell you if anything comes up. I'm telling you this because I'm sorry. I'm afraid I won't have time to come back to China to be with you this summer. Once I take over the club, there will be a lot of things to do, and the team's rebuilding will take a long time. Jiang Feng said, holding Xiao Sichuan's hand. It's okay, you can go ahead and do your thing. If it really doesn't work out, I'll take a vacation and come over to be with you once my current schedule is over. Okay, then I'll wait for you in England. We can look into buying a house there. That will be our home. The two lovers embraced and parted at the airport. After watching them go inside, Jiang Feng prepared to board his own plane to England. When Jiang Feng arrived in England, Mendez was already waiting for him at the airport. Jiang, long time no see. Let's go straight to Leeds. We're just waiting for you to come and sign the papers. To be honest, if it weren't for your reputation, we might not have been able to reach an agreement so quickly. Okay, let's go then. You can tell me the details on the way. I really didn't expect you to be so efficient. I thought I would have to wait a while longer. Mendez drove Jiang Feng to Leeds City, explaining the acquisition process in detail along the way. Jiang Feng was quite surprised. The team from China, led by Mendez's friend, quickly contacted several shareholders of Leeds United. To their surprise, these shareholders were even more eager than they were, seemingly impatient to sell their shares. In less than 3 days, they negotiated a 30% stake, instantly becoming the largest shareholder of Leeds United. However, to achieve absolute control, they had to acquire the shares held by Ridsdale. The team, which had a relatively smooth initial acquisition, encountered some trouble when dealing with Ridsdale. Ridsdale insisted on only selling 5% of the shares. More importantly, according to Mendez's friend's investigation, Ridsdale somehow owned 56% of the shares. This meant that even if they acquired the 5% that Ridsdale was willing to sell, they would not be able to control the club. Ridsdale, on the other hand, had both gained a substantial benefit and absolute control of the club. This put everyone in a dilemma. During further negotiations with Ridsdale told everyone that he needed to know who the buyer behind the scenes was before making a decision. Then, having no other choice, he revealed Jiang Feng's name. To everyone's surprise, Ridsdale didn't seem surprised when he heard Jiang Feng's name. In the end, he made a condition that left everyone speechless. Ridsdale was willing to sell his 36% stake at a 20% reduction from the previously agreed acquisition price. But he wanted to retain 20% of the shares and keep the position of team general manager for himself. And he had to meet with Jiang Feng before signing the contract. That's why Mendez called Jiang Feng, hoping he could come to England as soon as possible. After listening to Mendez's explanation, Jiang Feng also felt very strange. He felt that Ridsdale should have known all along that he was the one acquiring Leeds United shares, and the fact that he took the initiative to lower the price by 20% to only accept the position of general manager made Jiang Feng feel really strange. Finally, in the car, Mendez told Jiang Feng something strange. Mendez felt that someone was cooperating with them in the acquisition and had even erased some of their traces. According to Mendez, such a large-scale acquisition should not be able to hide from the media for long. But this acquisition has not been noticed by the media until now. Mendez and his friends were unfamiliar with the area, and even though his friend was a local, he definitely did not have the ability to do it so seamlessly. Therefore, Mendez felt that someone was eliminating traces for them behind the scenes. All right, Jorge, I think these inexplicable things will be explained in a moment. Chapter 2:15 Shocking News Part 2. Mendez drove Jiang Feng to a villa area on the outskirts of Leeds, where Ridsdale lived. Young Master Jiang, I am Song Tianda, the legal director of Tianlong Group. I am in charge of the team that came from China this time. Chairman Chen has instructed us that we will follow your arrangements in everything we do. After Jiang Feng got out of the car, he met with the team leader from China through Mendez's introduction. Director Song, thank you for your hard work. Jiang, this is my friend, Silvio Rodrigo. Hello, Mr. Silvio. Thank you for your help this time. Jiang, I'm a big fan of yours, and I'm also a member of the Cavaliers. It's a great honor to play for you. After meeting with the team, Jiang Feng, led by Rodrigo, entered the villa in front of him. After learning that Jiang Feng had arrived, Ridsdale personally went out and led Jiang Feng and his group inside. Jiang, welcome to Leeds. I've been waiting for you, Ridsdale said excitedly after hugging Jiang Feng. Mr. Peter, you seem to know me. Jiang, of course I know you. Don't doubt my feelings for Leeds United. I know you have many questions, so you can ask me anything. On the way here, Jorge already told me your terms. I do have a lot of questions. I feel like you already knew that I was the one making the acquisition, and my team made the acquisition too smoothly. It's so smooth that I feel something is not right. Haha, Jiang. When your agent started inquiring about Leeds United shares, I suspected someone wanted to buy the ball. I won't lie to you, Leeds United is indeed in a very difficult situation right now, but I can't accept everyone. Leeds United is like my child, and I haven't managed it well, which is my responsibility. I can understand those shareholders wanting to leave. Later, when I saw the combination of the Chinese player and Silvio, I started investigating. No one expected that it would give me a pleasant surprise in the end, so I don't need to say what happened next. All right, Mr. Peter, do you have any other conditions? Also, I want to tell you that I cannot give you the position of general manager, but I hope you can serve as the club's honorary chairman. After hearing the first part of Jiang Feng's words, Ridsdale's expression immediately turned sour, but after hearing the second part, a look of surprise and delight immediately appeared on Ridsdale's face. Really? Jiang, this is such a surprise. Of course, the team's vice chairman and general manager will come over. After all, as you said, Leeds United is like your child, and we will work together to run it well. Okay, Jiang, I agree. It'll be a pleasure doing business with you. What followed was a natural progression. After signing with Ridsdale, Jiang Feng, led by Ridsdale, went to sign with the other shareholders he had already negotiated with. After signing the last contract, it meant that Jiang Feng had become the new owner of Leeds United Football Club, and with absolute control. Jiang, what are your plans for the future? Ridsdale asked as several people sat together at his villa. Silvio, I'd like to invite you to join Leeds United as the team's deputy general manager, mainly responsible for market development. What do you think? Jiang Feng didn't answer Ridsdale's question first, but instead extended an invitation to Rodrigo. It's a great honor to serve you. Rodrigo accepted Jiang Feng's invitation without much hesitation. Mr. Peter, Andreas will be reporting to the club tomorrow. He will serve as the club's vice president and the team's general manager. I will go back and compile a list, which is the target for the entire summer transfer window. Then you need to hold a press conference to announce your news first. That's exactly what I'm hoping you can help me with next. I'd like to postpone the announcement of my takeover of Leeds United for a while, at least until our transfer is almost complete. Is that all right? It is possible, but I'm afraid it won't be able to cover it up for long. I estimate at most a month, Ridsdale said after considering for a moment. 1 month is enough. Jiang, there's another question. How do you plan to manage the players on the team now? Mr. Peter, is that Rio leaving for Manchester United? Here's what we'll do. If any player in the team wants to leave, then we'll accept offers. However, I won't accept any undercutting. Once Andreas arrives tomorrow, the two of you should complete the team's internal restructuring as quickly as possible. Ugh, no problem. Jiang, it seems you planned everything. Yeah, Jorge, I'm taking Ricardo, Cristiano, and Zlatan from Kaiserslautern. I reckon there shouldn't be any major problems. They all respect you very much. But do you only need these 4? What about the others? I can't take the others with me, and I can't afford to buy them. Even for the 4 of them, I'm afraid I'll need your help. All right. After discussing for a while, Jiang Feng left Leeds and headed to the airport to return to Germany. He would stay in Germany for the next few days to wait for Leeds United to finish its internal restructuring before making summer transfer decisions based on the team's actual situation. This quadruple title win had given Jiang Feng enough energy in the system to unlock many countries. The reason why Ridsdale was asked to conceal the news of his takeover of Leeds United for a month was to avoid disrupting his subsequent transfer plans. The day after Jiang Feng returned to Germany, Brahim also quietly arrived in England and began working with Ridsdale to clean up the team. Rio Ferdinand has transferred to Manchester United for £30 million. Robbie Keane has transferred to Tottenham Hotspur for £7 million. Kewell went to Liverpool for £8 million. Mills transferred to Middlesbrough for £4 million. Decourt transferred to Roma for £3.5 million. Bowyer transferred to West Ham United for £500,000. Viduka transferred to Middlesbrough for £650. Fowler transferred to Manchester City for £3 million. In less than a week, Leeds United became the headline news in major European media outlets. No one expected that Leeds United, which finished 5th last season, would sell off 8 of its key players in less than a week. Many people don't understand what's wrong with Leeds United. After manager O'Reilly was dismissed by the club, instead of choosing a successor immediately, they went on a massive player clearance sale, which can be described as a bargain sale. Subsequently, the Sun newspaper published a headline report that Leeds United was facing serious financial problems, listing numerous figures and stating that Leeds United was on the verge of bankruptcy. Chapter 2:16 Shocking News 3. Subsequently, Leeds United sold several more players, including Radby, Burns, Bridges, and Gary Kelly. In just 1 week, Leeds United sold a total of 11 players in the transfer market without bringing in any new players, and recouped a total of £70 million. Leeds United's baffling actions suddenly drew the attention of almost all of Europe, and the team itself was thrown into a state of panic. While Leeds United were receiving a lot of media attention, Kaiserslautern's official website announced, Jiang Feng will no longer serve as Kaiserslautern's head coach, effective immediately. We thank Jiang Feng for his contributions to the team over the past 2 seasons and wish him continued success in his new journey. The news from Kaiserslautern's official website caused a stir in the entire German football world. Although there have been rumors that Jiang Feng would leave Kaiserslautern this summer, the fact that this news actually came as a surprise to many people was still surprising. Everyone knows that Kaiserslautern's current achievements are almost entirely due to Jiang Feng's efforts. With less than a week to go before the World Cup opening ceremony, almost all German media outlets hoped to interview Jiang Feng, but none of them could reach him. It was as if Jiang Feng had suddenly disappeared from people's sight. Jiang Feng, who declined all interviews, was currently in his apartment, intently studying the odds offered by major European bookmakers for the World Cup on his computer. Jiang Feng's grand scheme to amass wealth began to be implemented. Jiang Feng, who had been studying all day, picked up the phone. Xiao Feng, how have you been lately? I heard from Lao Song that the team we recently bought is making headlines in England all the time, and it's all negative reviews. Uncle, it's all right. Everything will be fine after the press conference in a few days. You brat. You never call me for no reason. So what's up today? Uncle, I prepared everything I told you about before. I'll send it to your email later. Please have someone buy it according to the list I prepared. Remember to tell him to buy it separately, and also, please be sure to keep it a secret. All right, since you insist on doing this, your uncle believes you have your reasons. Having resolved the matter, Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, deep down, Jiang Feng didn't really want to take this risky path. If this matter were exposed, it would definitely be a huge problem. If it were a normal competition, it wouldn't matter, but this was a World Cup full of shady dealings. To make money from this would be like playing with fire. After finishing this matter, Jiang Feng started calling Kaka and the others. Perhaps because of his influence, in addition to Kaka and Ibrahimovic participating in this World Cup, Ronaldo and Quaresma were also selected for the Portuguese national team's roster for this World Cup. Boss, where are you? Zlata. I'm in Germany. How's it going? Jorge called you guys, right? Come with me to the Premier League next season. I received a call from Mr. Jorge this morning. I've contacted Ricardo and the others, and we're all fine. So next season, I'm going to dominate the Premier League. Haha. Okay, I'll take care of the club. You guys focus on the World Cup. Remember, don't get injured. Okay, goodbye, boss. I'll head straight to England to report once I'm done here. All right, I'll be waiting for you in England then. Remember, don't let it slip beforehand. Okay, no problem. I'm the most discreet person. After settling everything, Jiang Feng contacted Bremer again. Over the phone, Jiang Feng told Bremer that he could contact Kaiserslautern to discuss the transfers of Kaka and the others. As time went on, the media focused on Leeds United, and Jiang Feng stopped paying attention to them because the World Cup had started and fans and media all over the world shifted their attention from clubs to this high stage of football. For the next month, 32 teams would compete for the World Cup trophy, which is considered the highest honor in football. On the evening of May 31st, even though he already knew the result, Jiang Feng still watched the opening match of this World Cup, France versus Senegal, via live stream. As one of the favorites to win this World Cup, the French team received a lot of attention before the match. Jiang Feng, staying in his apartment, watched on TV once again as the French team, missing Zidane, lost 0-1 to Senegal, and Senegal's Diouf became famous overnight. With the match over, Jiang Feng was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He had been worried that his actions might have altered the course of the World Cup, but it now seemed that his influence was not yet enough to affect some major competitions. As the World Cup unfolds in full swing, the European summer transfer market is as dramatic as a blockbuster movie. On June 4th, Kaiserslautern's official website and Leeds United's official website updated their information almost simultaneously. Kaiserslautern's website announced, yesterday, Kaiserslautern reached a transfer agreement with Leeds United from the English Premier League regarding Kaka, Ibrahimovic, Ricardo Quaresma, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Petr Cech. Effective immediately, they are no longer Kaiserslautern players. We wish them all the best in their new clubs. Almost simultaneously, Leeds United fans discovered the news posted on the official website about these players joining Leeds United. This news instantly ignited the European football world, even overshadowing the ongoing World Cup for a time. No one expected that Leeds United, which have been in financial crisis recently, would release such a huge bombshell. It was so dazzling that it almost blinded everyone. The happiest people were the Leeds United fans. This news has once again brought Jiang Feng to mind, as these 5 individuals are all Jiang Feng's prized disciples. Now, they have collectively joined Leeds United, and Leeds United has yet to announce a successor for the managerial position. This has led many to speculate that Jiang Feng might be taking over at Leeds United. However, thanks to Ridsdale's management, despite the constant speculation, the news of Jiang Feng becoming the new owner of Leeds United has been kept very well under wraps. The transfers of Kaka and several others signify the official opening of Kaiserslautern's star player supermarket this summer. In the following days, transfer news from Kaiserslautern kept appearing in major European football news outlets. Gattuso went to his dream club AC Milan, while De Rossi was signed by Roma. This defensive midfield duo, who had caused headaches for many Bundesliga teams, will become rivals starting next season. Chapter 217, Shocking News 4. Besides taking Kaka and his 5 teammates with him, Bremer was also trying to figure out how to poach more players from his former club. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng quietly flew from Frankfurt Airport in Germany to Zagreb, the capital of Croatia. After winning 4 championships, Jiang Feng gained a lot of energy points. However, this time he didn't use all of them to unlock countries. Instead, he only unlocked Croatia, Uruguay, Ivory Coast, and South Africa. He used the rest to increase the number of virtual training room seats from 5 to 7. The reason for choosing Croatia as the first stop is because there is a player Jiang Feng admired in his previous life there, Luka Modric, who later joined Real Madrid. According to the system's hints, Modric was playing for Dinamo Zagreb in the Croatian league at that time, having just joined the team in 2000. The system indicated that the club was interested in loaning Modric out, but Jiang Feng didn't want a loan and hoped to buy him outright. The reason Jiang Feng went there in person was to meet Modric before meeting Dinamo Zagreb. When Jiang Feng arrived in Zagreb, the local intermediary that Ridsdale had contacted was already waiting at the airport. After leaving the airport, he drove Jiang Feng to Modric's hometown, Zadar, a port city in western Croatia. After a drive of more than an hour, Jiang Feng arrived at Modric's doorstep and rang the doorbell. After a few minutes, the door opened. "May I ask who you are?" A middle-aged white man stood at the door, looking at Jiang Feng and his companion with a wary gaze. "Hello, is this Luka Modric's home? You're looking for Luka? Who are you?" "Hello, I am Jiang Feng, the head coach of Leeds United in the English Premier League. I would like to invite Luka to play in England." "Hello, please come in. Luka has gone out, but he'll be back soon. Please wait a moment." After hearing Jiang Feng's introduction, the man's wariness disappeared, and he happily invited Jiang Feng into the house. "Are you Luka's father?" Yes, my name is Stip." "Hello, Mr. Stip." After chatting with Modric's father for a while, there was a sound at the door. A moment later, a person walked in. Jiang Feng looked up and saw that it was the young Modric, who immediately recognized Jiang Feng. "You're Jiang, hello." "Mr. Jiang." Modric seemed a little flustered upon seeing Jiang Feng. "Hello, Luka. I came here specifically to see you. Do you want me to go to Kaiserslautern?" No. Luka, your information is outdated. I'm no longer with Kaiserslautern. I'm now the manager of Leeds United in the Premier League. However, this news hasn't been officially announced yet, so you'll need to keep it secret. Luka, I hope you can join my team. Although you've never met me, I know you very well. You'll be an absolute starter in my team. Don't worry, I know how to use you. Trust me. As long as you train and play seriously according to my requirements, you will become the best player on the planet. What about my contract?" Modric was clearly very happy to see Jiang Feng personally come to invite him. Luca, I'll handle this. I came to see you just so I could meet with you beforehand. If you're willing, I'll take care of it. Thank you for your trust, Jiang. I'm willing to go to England with you. It can be said that Jiang Feng now is not on the same level as Jiang Feng 2 years ago. Now, Jiang Feng is like a god in the hearts of young players in Europe and even the world. Almost every young man who is favored by Jiang Feng has achieved success. This is why Modric agreed to Jiang Feng's invitation in just a few words when he saw that it was Jiang Feng. After confirming the team's reporting time with Modric, Jiang Feng prepared to leave Zadar for Zagreb. Before leaving, Jiang Feng also instructed Modric not to reveal the news of Jiang Feng joining Leeds United for the time being. Of all the players in Leeds United's summer transfer strategy, Modric was the only one that Jiang Feng personally approached. After spending €8 million to secure Modric's contract in Zagreb, Jiang Feng left Croatia and returned to England. After the last signing was completed, Ridsdale helped Jiang Feng buy a small villa in Leeds, so Jiang Feng went straight home upon returning to England and will stay there for the next period of time. As the World Cup entered the intense knockout stage, everything that happened in the previous life continued to happen in this life. As the South Korean team, just like in Jiang Feng's previous life, used the referees to eliminate Italy and Portugal one after another, the South Korean team's reputation in the world of football became extremely bad. On June 30th, during the World Cup final, Jiang Feng watched the match from home as Brazil defeated Germany 2-0 in 90 minutes, winning their 5th World Cup title. The day after the World Cup ended, Leeds United held a press conference at their club. Because of Leeds United's bizarre transfer dealings this summer, this press conference attracted the attention of the entire English media. Representatives from almost all the major British media outlets were present, and some foreign media were also drawn to the event. The press conference was officially scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. When the time came, a group of people appeared in front of all the reporters. The reporters present were stunned when they saw the people in front of them. Although there had been speculation about Jiang Feng's arrival at Leeds United due to the transfers of Kaka and others, it was just a rumor. But now that Jiang Feng was standing in front of them, the reporters immediately realized that the previous rumors were probably true. However, what they did not expect was that the real news bombshell was not that Jiang Feng had become the new head coach of Leeds United. Sure enough, Leeds United chairman Ridsdale's first words immediately caused an uproar in the room. The first thing I want to announce at this press conference today is that there has been a change in the ownership of Leeds United Football Club this summer. This shareholding transaction has also been approved by the FA. From today onwards, the largest shareholder of Leeds United Football Club is Mr. Jiang Feng. After the transaction, Mr. Jiang holds 58% of the shares of Leeds United Football Club and automatically becomes the club's chairman. After Ridsdale finished speaking, the room was initially silent, but a few seconds later it erupted like a clapperboard. Almost all the reporters stood up excitedly, their faces flushed, raising their hands in celebration. Chapter 2, 18 Press Conference. Please be patient, reporters. We have a few more announcements to make. We'll give you time to ask questions shortly, Jiang Feng said, taking the microphone. Now I'd like to announce several personnel changes at Leeds United. Mr. Peter Ridsdale will assume the position of honorary chairman of the club, effective today. Andreas Brahim will become the vice chairman and general manager of the club. Silvio Rodrigo will become the deputy general manager of the club, and I will become the chairman of the club and the head coach of the club. I also want to announce that the transfer window for the new season at Leeds United Football Club is now closed. There will be no further player transfers this summer. I know you all have many questions, and we have plenty of time today. Please feel free to ask your questions. However, before you ask, could you please turn off your flash when taking photos? The weather is very nice today, and I don't want to have to close my eyes while answering questions, right? Jiang Feng said to the reporters with a smile. Mr. Jiang, hello. I am Smith, a reporter from the Times. When did you begin the acquisition of Leeds United, and when was the acquisition completed? Acquiring a football club is very difficult, especially a club with a long history like Leeds United. We spent a long time researching, investigating, and negotiating. It took about a month in total. This was basically done by Mr. Silvio's team. Mr. Jiang, hello. I am Bowerman, a reporter from Imperial Finance News. May I ask where the funds for the acquisition came from? As far as I know, you have a very close relationship with Tianlong Group in China. Is Tianlong Group behind this acquisition? Or is it that Tianlong Group itself acquired Leeds United? Mr. Reporter, I want to make a solemn statement here. I know you all know me very well, and it is indeed true, as you said, that I have a very good relationship with Tianlong Group, and that a large part of the fund for this acquisition were indeed provided by Tianlong Group. However, please remember that the funds are based on my personal relationship with Tianlong Group, so the final acquisition has no financial relationship with Tianlong Group whatsoever. Of course, because of my personal relationship, we have reached a 5-year sponsorship agreement with Tianlong Group. Mr. Jiang, hello. I am right. a reporter from The Sun. As far as I know, Leeds United has a lot of debt. Now that you've become the largest shareholder of the club, could you please tell me the current debt situation of Leeds United? I think many teams have debts now. Personally, I don't think it's a big problem. I've been in Leeds for a while, and I've had a good conversation with all of Leeds United's creditors. We've already paid off a large portion of Leeds United's debts, and the remaining small portion is still owed to creditors who believe that the new Leeds United will do well. So now I can say with certainty that all of Leeds United's debt problems have been resolved. Mr. Jeong, hello? I'm O'Connor, a reporter from the London Times. You just mentioned that Leeds United's transfer window for the new season has closed. I'd like to ask which players joined Leeds United this summer, and what are Leeds United's goals for the new season? I think we'll update the list of players who have joined Leeds United on our official website later. As for our goals for the new season, I think the only goal is the championship because I love the feeling of winning. The press conference lasted for more than an hour. Everyone present was bombarded with questions from reporters. Fortunately, Jong Fong and others were people who were used to being in the spotlight, so they had no problem dealing with the reporters. After the press conference, the reporters present were very satisfied. They felt they had gotten enough juicy stories today, and they were all thinking about rushing back to their companies to put their news articles on the front page. The day after the press conference, news of Leeds United's change of ownership immediately became the headline news in major European media outlets, even overshadowing the newly crowned World Cup champions Brazil and the South Korean team, which was widely condemned by the world football community. It could even be said that it was precisely because of Leeds United and Jeong Feng's arrival that South Korea's actions in the World Cup were less noticeable. Throughout the entire summer transfer window, from the beginning to now, Leeds United has arguably been the team with the most newsworthy events in European football. On July 3rd, Leeds United's official website released the list of players they signed during the summer transfer window. Kaká, Ibrahimovic, Cristiano Ronaldo, Ricardo Quaresma, Petr Cech, and Sergio Ramos. Kaiserslautern's first team contributed 6 players to Leeds United. After finalizing the transfers of these 6 players, Brahim stepped in and brought Otamendi, born in 1988, Fellaini, born in 1987, and Di Maria, born in 1988, from Kaiserslautern's youth team. Luka Modric is a midfielder personally acquired by Jeong Fong from Dinamo Zagreb in Croatia. According to Jeong Feng's list, Leeds United has been actively pursuing other clubs. While everyone's attention was focused on the World Cup, they acquired 18-year-old Giorgio Chiellini from Livorno in Italy, 21-year-old Maicon from Cruzeiro in Brazil, and Ivorian defender Emmanuel Ebu and Yaya Touré, also from Ivory Coast, from Belenven in Belgium. However, Jeong Fong still needs to resolve the work permit issues for these 2 players. But with Ridsdale, a seasoned Premier League veteran, handling these matters, Jeong Fong believes there shouldn't be any major problems. Regarding the work permit issue, Ridsdale had told Jeong Fong some time ago that he had been contacting several top clubs to put pressure on the FA, and he heard that the FA was about to introduce a brilliant regulation. Leeds United then beat Juventus to the punch by bringing in Mauro Camoranesi from Serie A's Verona, followed by Domenico Cressida from Serie B's Genoa, then Khalidi Boularaus from Walwich, and finally French full-back Eric Abidal from Monaco. With Leeds United's official website constantly updating player transfer information, Leeds United has become the focus of European football's summer transfer market. In addition, Jeong Feng's keen eye for discovering young talents has resulted in rumors every day about who has become Jeong Feng's target. In fact, Leeds United's transfer window was closed this season after Abidal's arrival. Chapter 219 New Season Training Camp. The 2002-2003 Premier League season will begin on August 17th. Leeds United, who finished 5th in the league last season, will participate in the UEFA Cup in addition to the Premier League, FA Cup, and League Cup in England this season. July 15th, 2002, was the start of Leeds United's pre-season training camp. Jeong Fong arrived at the club early that day. Before the players arrived, Jeong Fong and his coaching team confirmed the time and content of the upcoming closed training camp. David, Rudd, and Moshais, who had previously worked with Jeong Fong at Kaiserslautern, all came to Leeds United with him. It is worth mentioning that the health monitoring center established in Kaiserslautern was also moved to Leeds United by Jeong Fong. It can be said that the monitoring center led by Professor Ruert played an indispensable role in Kaiserslautern's quadruple title win last season. Throughout the season, Kaiserslautern's injury problems were almost completely resolved. At 9 a.m., all members of Leeds United's first team for the new season were already on the training ground. Guys, while some of you have worked with me for a long time and others are strangers to me, let me introduce myself first. My name is Jeong Fong. I'm Chinese, but I grew up in England. Starting today, I will be the head coach of Leeds United. Of course, as you probably already know, besides being the team's head coach, I'm also the owner of this club. But I prefer you to just see me as the head coach. You can call me Jeong, or you can call me boss, but I prefer you to call me boss. First of all, the enjoyable holiday is over. From today onwards, we will embark on a long and difficult journey. It will require patience, unity, perseverance, and trust from all of us to overcome this schedule. Only in this way can we reap the rewards we deserve when this season ends. Since you're not yet familiar with each other, the first thing you need to do is get to know your teammates. Everyone, please stand up and introduce your position on the field, your name, and where you are from. Zlatan, you start. Boss, why am I the first one again? Because if you're not the first one, you might have to run 5 laps after the introduction. No, boss. I'd be happy to be the first to introduce myself. My name is Zlatan Ibrahimovic. I'm from Sweden, and my position on the field is center forward. I am Cristiano Ronaldo. As each player stepped forward to introduce themselves, everyone gained a better understanding of their teammates and who their direct competitors were. This was exactly what Jiang Feng wanted to see. He always hoped that there would be competition within his team and that every player would have a sense of urgency to compete so that they could maintain a high level of performance. However, this competition had to be kept under constant scrutiny and remain confined to the training ground and the pitch, not their personal lives, as it could affect team unity. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng believed that with the leadership of players like Ibrahimovic, such a situation was unlikely to be prevalent at Leeds United. After the last player was introduced, Jiang Feng then introduced the coaching staff to the players, and then continued. Everyone, I believe you all have a basic understanding now. Next, David will lead you to the testing center, where Professor Ruert will be waiting for you. After the testing is complete, you will return to the training ground, where we will begin our first training session of the new season. Finally, I want to emphasize that I have placed a handbook of precautions in each of your lockers. It details what I don't like here. I hope that each of you will read it carefully and remember it, because if you violate the rules because you don't remember them, you will be punished. Jiang, isn't the number of players in the first team a bit too many? And do you have any plans for the starting lineup? Mokik asked as David led the players to get their physicals checked. The number of players won't be large. We'll start with these numbers and adjust them based on the actual situation after the season starts. You need to understand that the Premier League and the Bundesliga are completely different. Besides the addition of a cup competition, the most troublesome thing is that there's no winter break. This will definitely be a huge challenge to the team's physical reserves. Therefore, the number of players in the first team must be larger than when we were in the Bundesliga. I already have some preliminary plans for the starting lineup, which we can discuss now, Jiang Feng replied. In Jiang Feng's plan, Leeds United's tactical formation for the new season will still be based on 4-2-1-3. However, in terms of tactical arrangements, Jiang Feng hopes that the new season's tactics will make more use of the defensive midfielder. In other words, Jiang Feng has adjusted the core of the team's tactics to the back, no longer like when he was at Kaiserslautern, where there were 2 core players in the team. At that time, Kaiserslautern's defense was centered around De Rossi, while the attack was centered around Kaká. After arriving at Leeds United and bringing in Modric, Jiang Feng hopes that Modric can become the team's sole core, while Kaká will be more of an attacking metronome in the front court. Modric's role is to control the rhythm of the entire team, whether in attack or defense. This means we need to find a defensive midfield partner for Modric, and that person is Milner, whom Jiang Feng promoted from the youth team. According to the system's introduction, Milner is a versatile player who can play in multiple positions, including winger, central midfielder, wide midfielder, and even attacking midfielder. Originally, Jiang Feng planned for this position to be Yaya Touré, but due to work permit issues, Yaya Touré will not be able to play in the new season. It was under these circumstances that Jiang Feng found Milner. After finding Milner, Jiang Feng directly put him in the virtual training ground to train him in the defensive midfield position. Under these circumstances, Leeds United's defensive tactics have also changed in the new season. They no longer use the man-marking defensive tactic of marking the opponent's key players. With Yaya Touré unable to play in the new season, Jiang Feng designed a zonal defense tactic. However, Jiang Feng still hopes to move the previous high-pressing attacking formation into Leeds United's lineup. Chapter 2, 20 New Season Training Camp 2. In Jiang Feng's plan, Leeds United's starting lineup for the new season will be goalkeeper Petr Cech, with Robinson, who will remain with the team, as the backup goalkeeper. The left-back positions will be rotated between Abidal and Chris Cito, plus Hart, who will also remain. Jiang Feng believes this should be sufficient for the entire season. For center-back, Ramos and Chiellini are Jiang Feng's preferred choices. The addition of Woodgate and Dubel, who will remain with the team, give Jiang Feng more options in this position. However, the right-back position is a bit of a headache for Jiang Feng. The original plan was for Ebu to be Macon's backup, but due to work permit issues, Ebu is also unable to play. Therefore, the right-back position will be rotated between Maicon and Miles, who will remain with the team. However, given Miles' limitations, Jiang Feng's plan may be to use Ramos as a makeshift right-back. In midfield, Modric undoubtedly holds the starting position, partnered with Milner. Jiang Feng had hoped to bring in a backup for Modric, but a suitable player hasn't been found, making midfield a major concern for him. Kaká is the undisputed starter in the attacking midfield position, with Ronaldo on the left wing and Quaresma on the right. Cameronese, acquired from Italy, plays both winger and attacking midfield, so he'll likely serve as a rotation player for Kaká or Quaresma. Due to the lack of a good replacement for Ronaldo, Leeds United scouts brought in Gomez Lamont Beasley from the Chicago Fire in Major League Soccer. However, Jiang Feng was pleasantly surprised by Beasley's arrival. While his defense is relatively weak, Beasley possesses exceptional speed and explosiveness, along with good technique and a superb crossing ability. In Jiang Feng's view, there is absolutely no problem with Beasley serving as Ronaldo's replacement. And the most crucial point is that because Beasley is from the United States, the issue of his work permit is very easy to handle. In the center forward position, Ibrahimovic is definitely Jiang Feng's first choice, while Alan Smith, who originally stayed with the team, will serve as the team's second center forward. After Jiang Feng officially joined Leeds United, he also took the time to talk to this star player who came from Leeds United's youth training system about the new season's plans. Alan originally had some complaints about serving as the second center forward, but after Jiang Feng's careful analysis, he happily accepted Jiang Feng's arrangement. Before the team even started training, Jiang Feng, following the system's prompts, compiled a long list and handed it to Brain for the team's youth development. Now that he was the team's owner, Jiang Feng had to consider the team's overall plan. He hoped to replenish the team's blood for future generations with youth teams and even youth training camps at every age level. This long list consisted mostly of suggestions from the system, with a small portion being some prodigies that Jiang Feng compiled based on his memories from his previous life. Players like Bale, Hazard, Neymar, Kroos, Mbappe, and De Bruyne were all on the list. As for how many they could actually bring in, that would depend on Brain's actions. After the players completed their medical examinations, Leeds United's training began as planned. In a new season's training camp, Leeds United will hold a week-long, closed training camp at their training ground in Archtown. Leeds United will then travel to Amsterdam, Netherlands for a 20-day training camp. During their stay in Amsterdam, Leeds United will also play a friendly match in the Cup Winners' Cup, a tournament held by Ajax to celebrate the club's anniversary, along with local Ajax, Dutch Eredivisie side 20, and Romanian league side Rapid Bucharest. After concluding their training camp in the Netherlands, Leeds United will return to England to prepare for the upcoming Premier League season. On July 17th, Leeds United's official website released a video showcasing the new season's kits. The video, featuring Kaká, Ibrahimovic, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Cech, showcased Leeds United's home, away, and second away kits, as well as the goalkeeper's kit. The new home kit features a white shirt, blue shorts, and white socks, while the away kit includes a yellow shirt and white shorts. The second away kit is a blue and yellow striped shirt with blue shorts. Because Tianlong Group, a Chinese company, has become Leeds United's main sponsor for the new season, the 4 Chinese characters for Tianlong Group appear on the front of the kit, marking the first time Chinese characters have been used on a Leeds United kit in the Premier League. As time went on, Leeds United ended their closed training camp in Yorktown. Since Leeds United announced the closure of the summer transfer window, news about Leeds United in some mainstream European media has become less and less frequent, and they have gradually faded from the media's view. This was also Jiang Feng's arrangement. Almost everyone who knows Jiang Feng knows that once the team enters a training camp, they are very low-key and there is almost no news about them. On July 23rd, the entire Leeds United team, led by Jiang Feng, boarded a plane from London International Airport bound for the Netherlands. After a 1.5-hour flight, the plane landed at Amsterdam Airport. The arrival of the Leeds United team did not attract much attention, as almost all European football fans were focused on several major news stories in the European football summer transfer market. After arriving at the hotel, Jiang Feng, led by the team staff, went to inspect the training grounds that had been agreed upon before the trip. During their 20-day stay in Amsterdam, the entire Leeds United team would be training at a local club's training ground, so Jiang Feng attached great importance to the facilities there. Amsterdam FC, currently playing in the Dutch second division, is a team named after the city of Amsterdam and has a very long history in Dutch football. However, it has always been overshadowed by its city rival Ajax, so it has not been well known to the outside world. For the next 20 days, Jiang Feng and his Leeds United team will be at the club's training ground. On July 24th, after a half-day break, Leeds United began their training camp in the Netherlands. The matches against 3 teams, including Ajax, will begin on August 2nd. Leeds United will play against 20 from the Dutch Eredivisie, while Ajax will play against Rapid Bucharest from Romania. Then, 4 days after the matches, on August 6th, the winners of the 2 matches will compete for the final championship, while the losers will compete for third place.